My wife pretended to have amnesia, and when I let go and left, she burst into tears. Chapter 1. Gu Hanchuan recovers his memory. The year Su Qianshan fell gravely ill, Gu Hanchuan disappeared without a trace. Later, when Su Qianshan recovered, she went to great lengths to find him and married him. Everyone said she must have been deeply in love with Gu Hanchuan. Otherwise, why would she have ignored the past betrayal and still married him? But Gu Hanchuan seemed ungrateful, pretending to have amnesia even after the marriage. Finally, he provoked Su Qianshan's wrath. Su Qianshan staged a car accident herself. When she woke up, she had changed. She remembered everyone except Gu Hanchuan. She began constantly bringing men home and kissing them in front of him. Eventually, she settled on a man named Su Qianshan. One day, Gu Hanchuan accidentally overheard their conversation. "These past days have been the happiest of my life. If he dares pretend to forget our past, then I'll pretend to forget the present him. He abandoned me when I was gravely ill, so I'll make him suffer. This is the price he deserves." Later, she forced Gu Hanchuan to live in a dark basement and kissed other men right in front of him. Watching Gu Hanchuan lose his mind, Su Qianshan finally smiled in satisfaction. But during her daily revenge, Gu Hanchuan truly lost his memory. That evening, Gu Hanchuan had just finished preparing dinner for Su Qianshan when a sudden clap of thunder echoed outside. Remembering that Su Qianshan had gone out without an umbrella, he grabbed one and rushed out. At a hotel private room, Su Qianshan was celebrating Su Qianyang's birthday with friends. "Young Ge, what did you wish for just now? Tell us." Her friends teased him. "Do we even need to say? It's definitely about Qianshan," one joked. "So what? Qianshan's husband is Gu Hanchuan. If they want to divorce, young Ge can only be the other man. That Gu Hanchuan is sick in the head. Qianshan loves you, yet he refuses to divorce her. In my view, he is the real other man. The one unloved is the true third party." At that moment, Su Qianshan's phone rang. It was Gu Hanchuan. The room went silent, everyone holding their breath, watching her. "Let him come. Today, I'll make him retreat in humiliation," she said coolly and put the call on speaker. "Qianshan, where are you? I'll bring you an umbrella." Gu Hanchuan's voice sounded anxious. "I'll send you the address," she replied lightly and hung up. People like him don't deserve kindness, and don't deserve calm conversation. Otherwise, he'll be even more unwilling to divorce. Su Qianshan said, feeding Su Qianyang a piece of cake. "Wife, it's so sweet." Just then, the private room door swung open, and Gu Hanchuan appeared with an umbrella. The atmosphere froze. All eyes turned to him, filled with disdain and ridicule. Gu Hanchuan's gaze fell on the two of them sitting intimately. His eyes darkened, and he pulled Su Qianshan away from Su Qianyang. Then, he glared at Su Qianyang. "What did you just call her?" Su Qianyang shrugged, teasingly. "I called her wife, didn't you hear?" "You bastard. Don't you know she's married?" Gu Hanchuan punched Su Qianyang in the nose. Blood gushed out, shocking everyone. Their eyes said the same thing. Is this still the submissive Gu Hanchuan they knew? Su Qianshan pushed him aside and grabbed a napkin, tending to Su Qianyang. "Does it hurt? I'll take you to the hospital." Then she glared at Gu Hanchuan. "Are you crazy? Why did you hit him? Apologize immediately." Gu Hanchuan frowned. "Su Qianshan, are you so eager to be someone else's wife?" "Yes. I already told you, I like Qianyang. You've been clinging and refusing to divorce, and now you dare hit someone else." "Su Qianshan, we've been married for 3 years. In these 3 years, have you never loved me?" Gu Hanchuan's heart twisted painfully. "Gu Hanchuan, in my memory, there's only Qianyang. Hurry up and sign, make it official," Su Qianshan said, taking out a divorce agreement. "I'm always ready with this divorce paper. Sign it already." Holding the document, Gu Hanchuan felt his heart tear. Though he couldn't recall their past, he remembered the past 3 years together. Friends had told him they once loved each other deeply, but he had no memory of it. Since he couldn't go back, he'd live for the present. But Su Qianshan was playing the amnesia game with him. Someone handed him a pen. Just as he was about to sign, a light fixture fell from above and struck his head. He immediately lost consciousness. Su Qianshan's heart skipped a beat. Forgetting she was still amnesiac, she instinctively stepped forward but froze. She saw his fingers twitch slightly. Deliberately, she said to everyone, "What bad luck. Today is Qianyang's birthday." Others whispered along, "Damn, did he get killed? If he is dead, Qianshan can marry young Ji directly." Su Qianshan forced a smile. I'll tell the front desk to remove him, such bad luck. She called for an ambulance, her voice trembling. Room 402, Nanhai Bay Hotel. Someone has passed out, hurry. After the call, her heart relaxed slightly. She returned to the front desk, asking staff to bring Gu Hanchuan out and wait for the doctors. After handling this, she returned to the private room. Qianshan, this guy really got hit by the chandelier. Should we call the police? One friend asked. Finally, someone couldn't stand it and checked his face. Hey, is he alive? Gu Hanchuan opened his eyes, pain shooting through his head. Memories flooded back like a tide. He was awake, conscious, and had remembered everything between him and Su Qianshan. Lucky bastard he didn't die, Su Qianshan muttered, linking arms with Zi Chenyang impatiently. Let us go. I don't want to see him for another minute. As everyone rose to leave, Gu Hanchuan quietly called. Qianshan. Chapter 2. Gu Hanchuan agrees to divorce. Just as Su Qianshan was about to leave, she froze at the sound of Gu Hanchuan calling her name, Qianshan. That single word had been the voice she had longed to hear for 3 years. Countless times, she had wished to hear it, the voice carrying every memory they had shared together. Ordinary people might not notice, but she could. Had Gu Hanchuan truly lost his memory before? What had he experienced? Why did he forget? Or was he pretending to not recognize her, thinking she had given up on him completely just to avoid a divorce? No such an emotionally charged name. He couldn't be faking it. Then it was possible. He had really lost his memory. In just a few seconds, Su Qianshan's mind replayed countless memories of her past with Gu Hanchuan. Qianshan, I remember now. I remember everything. Don't leave. Gu Hanchuan struggled to stand, blood streaming down his face onto his white shirt, bright red against the fabric. Su Qianshan turned her head, astonishment flashing in her eyes. From Gu Hanchuan's gaze, she saw a familiar expression, one that had never appeared in these 3 years. Her heart thumped violently, and her body trembled slightly. Qianshan, what is wrong? Zi Chenyang noticed her reaction and asked instinctively. Snapping back to herself, Su Qianshan restored her cold expression. Gu Hanchuan, don't call me that. It's disgusting, as if we've known each other for years. Just sign the divorce papers, Chenyang's family is waiting. With that, she left the private room with her friends. Qianshan umbrella. Gu Hanchuan's pained voice echoed through the empty hotel corridor. She must still resent me for abandoning her all those years ago. That's why she is treating me this way. Bleeding, Gu Hanchuan staggered out of the room, helped by a waiter. Sir, the ambulance is outside. I'll help you out. Outside, another crack of thunder shook the sky. Gu Hanchuan shivered in fear. Sir, are you afraid of thunder? Yes. He really was. When he was 7, he went to deliver an umbrella to his father working in the fields. The rain was heavy, lightning flashing, thunder deafening. Just as he shouted Dad, his father was struck by lightning and torn to pieces, leaving nothing behind. Since then, storms had terrified him. But for Qianshan, he braved the storm today to bring her an umbrella. And yet, she left with someone else's umbrella. Watching the two under the umbrella, his eyes filled with tears. Before, during bad weather like this, Su Qianshan would hold him tight, shielding him from the rain. Now, the person by her side was Zi Chenyang, not him. Sir, does it hurt? The ambulance will be here soon. The waiter assumed his tears were from pain. He didn't know that Gu Hanchuan had always been seen as a manly figure, rarely crying. It's nothing, not painful. As he spoke, the ambulance arrived at the hotel. He tried to get in, but Su Qianshan stopped him. Sorry, this ambulance is for Chenyang. His nose is bleeding from your punch, and you haven't apologized yet. And you want to ride in it. The accompanying doctor looked at Gu Hanchuan and explained. Maram, this gentleman ain't seriously hurt. But the other man with the head injury, he looks quite serious. You should let him go first. That's my husband. He is fine. The person next to me is my colleague. I always put others first. Besides, my colleague got hurt by my husband, it's only right he goes first. Since she was family, the doctor didn't argue, letting Zi Chenyang board the ambulance first. Watching Su Qianshan anxiously leave, Gu Hanchuan's heart shattered. He remembered how she used to worry when he caught a cold, insisting on taking him to the hospital. Now, he had a hole in his head, and she treated it like nothing. So she truly didn't love him anymore. Sir, don't worry. I can call another one for you. The waiter assumed he was crying from worry. No, I'll do it myself. Gu Hanchuan called another ambulance. At the hospital, after the doctors treated his wound, he was admitted to a ward. The first thing he saw was Su Qianshan peeling an apple for Zi Chenyang. Those practice movements, that gentle gaze once reserved for him, now belonged to Chenyang. Seeing him, Su Qianshan frowned, handed the apple to Chenyang, and came to him. Gu Hanchuan, how shameless can you be? I don't want to see you for even a second. Why did you follow me here? Gu Hanchuan made one last effort. They had once loved each other deeply, willing to give even their lives. Qianshan, give me another chance. I remember now. We had so many beautiful memories, you won't forget them, right? The love in his eyes made Su Qianshan's heart jolt. She almost felt the urge to hug him but restrain herself, thinking of how he had abandoned her. Don't pretend to be affectionate. I have no feelings for you. If you're sensible, sign the papers, and we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. She called a nurse. Remove him. We don't want to share this ward. The nurse hesitated. Madam Su, the ward is full. This is the only bed available. If you really don't want to see Mr. Gu, you can take your colleague home. What do you mean, home? My colleague's nose was busted by him. I didn't call the police, that's already fair. Her words left Gu Hanchuan's heart hollow. She even considered calling the police? Qianshan, one last time, do you really want a divorce? Enduring the pain, he asked. He had just regained his memories with Su Qianshan, yet faced her stubborn refusal. He had overheard her pretending to forget him. Was this another act of revenge? 3 years of vengeance weren't enough? Yes. I don't even know why I married you. And knowing I love Chenyang, you still refuse to divorce. The disgust in her eyes felt like an ice-cold plunge to Gu Hanchuan's heart. Finally, he picked up a pen and signed the divorce papers. Chapter 3, being slandered as a mistress in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. The moment she saw him sign, Su Qianshan's eyes suddenly became complicated, with surprise, anger, and heartache. Unexpectedly, he actually signed it? Why couldn't she just hold on a little longer? Why couldn't she just hold on a little longer? If they divorced, how could she torture him? Zi Chenyang quickly got out of bed and snatched the divorce agreement from Gu Hanchuan, fearing that Gu Hanchuan would go back on his word. Wouldn't it be better if we did this earlier? He handed the divorce agreement to Su Qianshan. Qianshan, you are finally free. Su Qianshan took the divorce agreement and had an urge to tear it up. She couldn't help but glare at Zi Chenyang. Go to bed. Zi Chenyang thought she was concerned about him, and lay back on the bed happily. Su Qianshan quickly put the agreement in her bag, forced a smile, and even kissed Zi Chenyang on the face. We can finally get married. Although it seems sunny on the surface, it is actually cloudy inside. Although Gu Hanchuan felt heartbroken, he had to give up. The next morning, Su Qianshan bought breakfast for Zi Chenyang and came to the ward. When he passed by Gu Hanchuan, he acted as if he didn't know him. He didn't even look at him and sat down next to Zi Chenyang. Hubby, this is the loving breakfast I bought for you. Come, open your mouth and I'll feed you. After saying that, Su Qianshan started feeding Gu Hanchuan in front of him. Gu Hanchuan lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling expressionlessly, his mind racing. He no longer remembered how many times Su Qianshan had fed him with a smile like this. It was as wonderful as it was sad now. The nurse hasn't come to give the injection yet. Gu Hanchuan doesn't want to listen to their sweet talk anymore, so he gets up and walks out. As soon as Gu Hanchuan left, Su Qianshan behind him seemed like a different person and stopped feeding him immediately. Eat it yourself. I'll go pay the bill first and go home later. After saying that, Su Qianshan left the ward. 3 days later, Gu Hanchuan was discharged from the hospital. As he walked to the door of his house, he saw his luggage thrown alone outside the villa. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He hadn't even completed the formalities yet, and he had already been kicked out of the house. It was so fast. Take your things and get out of here. Don't continue to occupy this place. Zi Chenyang was cracking melon seeds and leaning against the door, with an expression of a smug villain. Don't be too happy too soon. I can see that Su Qianshan doesn't really love you. Gu Hanchuan raised the corner of his mouth, picked up his luggage and prepared to leave. Gu Hanchuan, I think you're just saying sour grapes because you can't eat them. I don't love him, but do I love you? Su Qianshan suddenly appeared behind Gu Hanchuan. It's better not. Remember to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to complete the formalities. After Gu Hanchuan finished speaking, he picked up his luggage and left. Looking at Gu Hanchuan's back as he left, Zi Chenyang put his hand on Su Qianshan's shoulder and said with a smile, It's great that this annoying guy is finally gone. Su Qianshan took his hand away and turned back to the house with an expressionless face. Hey, Qianshan, let's discuss the next step of our marriage. Speaking of marriage, Su Qianshan opened the door of the room again. What are you discussing? Isn't there a shop in the southern suburbs that has great wedding dress designs? Should we go check it out tomorrow? Well, just worry about it. I'm a little tired, so I'll take a rest first. After Su Qianshan finished speaking, she closed the door again. Lying back on the bed, she stared at the suspended ceiling, tears streaming down her face. This villa is her and Gu Hanchuan's wedding house. The design at that time was all based on Gu Hanchuan's favorite style. She also took care of all matters before the marriage. Although she was very tired at that time, she felt fulfilled in her heart. She was excited when she thought about being able to possess Gu Hanchuan and torture him until he was physically and mentally exhausted. Unexpectedly, after getting married, Gu Hanchuan didn't even recognize her. She thought he did it on purpose, so she intensified her actions by doing things he didn't like. The angrier he got, the more satisfied she felt. Over the past 3 years, she had felt great satisfaction in her revenge, but afterward, she always felt an indescribable melancholy. For 3 years, she still hasn't received an apology from him. Although she has been taking revenge on him for 3 years, she is not happy at all. The next morning, the two of them walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau holding their divorce certificates. Some curious people recognized them at a glance. Look, isn't that President Su and her husband? Really? What they're holding is actually a divorce certificate. My God, they loved each other so much back then, and they actually came to this point. When President Su married him, it was such a grand ceremony that it even became a hot topic on the internet. In just 3 years, these two have gone their separate ways. Can I still believe in love? At this time, several reporters rushed up and pointed the microphone directly at Gu Hanchuan. Mr. Gu, what made you think of quitting your position as mistress? Yes, Mr. Gu, we heard that Mr. Su has always loved Mr. Z. You abandoned President Su back then, and then tried to marry her. In the end, you didn't get President Su's love. Are you sad? Faced with these fallacies and heresies from the reporter, Gu Hanchuan's face darkened. Where did you hear all this information? Who is the mistress? Gu Hanchuan turned his head inadvertently and saw Zi Chenyang standing in a corner not far away, looking at him with a smile. He immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that someone was deliberately slandering him behind his back. Isn't that right? The new definition of a mistress now is that the one who is not loved is the mistress, and it has nothing to do with the marriage certificate. Yeah, even though you and Mr. Su have a marriage certificate, what does that mean? After all, they're together because you can't be together. If you're not the mistress, who is? Gu Hanchuan turned his head to look at Su Qianshan and found that she had a faint smile on her lips and seemed very satisfied. Gu Hanchuan didn't want to explain any more, so he hurriedly hailed a taxi on the side of the road and left. He went straight to the photography building. He opened this photography studio with a friend. His friend is the major shareholder and he is the minority shareholder. In addition, I haven't come to work on time in the past 2 or 3 years, so it is usually my friend Zhong Dong who supports me. Are you really divorced? Zhong Dong looked at the divorce certificate in his hand with a look of astonishment. Let's get divorced. Since there's no going back, why bother to keep entangled? Gu Hanchuan took the glass of water and drank it without distraction. Oh, you just got your memory of her and you're getting divorced right away. How tragic. Zhong Dong looked regretful. But let's get a divorce. Su Qianshan hasn't been very kind to you these years. She's been having affairs with other men and deliberately torturing you. No man can stand such a life. Maybe she did that because she's been holding a grudge against me for abandoning her. There was no trace of hatred towards Su Qianshan in Gu Hanchuan's eyes. This may be the true meaning of letting go of a relationship. No love, no hate, no entanglement, no longing. I just don't understand. You tried the drug for her and almost lost your life. Why couldn't you tell him? Chapter 4. Su Qianshan frames Gu Hanchuan. As he was speaking, an employee walked up to Zhong Dong with a cell phone. Mr. Zhong, look, a client has offered us 10 million to design her wedding dress. 10 million. Zhong Dong was shocked when he heard the number. Damn, this is a wealthy man. The price is so high. Hurry and show it to me. Whose princess is this? The employee handed the phone to Zhong Dong. When Zhong Dong saw it, he was immediately stunned. Gu Hanchuan looked at Zhong Dong with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong? Could it be an old acquaintance of yours? It's not mine, it's your old acquaintance. Zhong Dong handed the phone to Gu Hanchuan. When Gu Hanchuan saw the name on the phone, he was immediately stunned. The bid made by the orderer was really 10 million, and the customer's name was Su Qianshan. That S right, among the people he knew, Su Qianshan was the richest and the only one who could afford 10 million. Su Qianshan just got her divorce certificate, and now she's so eager to get married. Hanchuan, you're right to leave her. I support you. Looking at the notes again, Gu Hanchuan's face was as gloomy as water. It clearly says on it, choose Gu Hanchuan as the designer. Gu Hanchuan majored in design in college. After graduation, he chose the design path. In recent years, he has become quite famous locally. At that time, he designed the wedding dress when he married Su Qianshan. Unexpectedly, he would be asked to design it again this time? Hanchuan, where is your opinion letter? Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, take it, just pay. Good. Since Gu Hanchuan agreed, Zhong Dong was even more willing. Who doesn't want to make money, especially such a large sum of money? The next day, as agreed, Su Qianshan and Zi Chenyang appeared in the lobby of the photography building. Su Qianshan glanced around the hall and didn't see Gu Hanchuan. Mr. Zhong, where is the person I chose? Zhong Dong handed each of them a glass of water and said with a smile, Gu Hanchuan. He's busy in the design studio. Let him come out to see us. Su Qianshan's face darkened and she showed a condescending attitude. Okay, I'll go call him now. Zhong Dong walked quickly towards the design room. Don't be busy, the rich man is coming. Gu Hanchuan put down the work in his hands and walked into the hall as if nothing had happened. Hello, Mr. Su. Hello, Mr. Z. Su Qianshan looked up and did not see any trace of tiredness or haggardness in Gu Hanchuan's eyes. Instead, he looked much more energetic. Let me tell you my requirements for a wedding dress. After saying that, Su Qianshan described the texture, style, decorations, and details one by one. Gu Hanchuan took notes meticulously. Okay, just do as I say. Once you're done, I'll give you another 10 million. 20 million for a wedding dress? Zhong Dong was stunned for a moment. No, just the price you ordered, not a cent more. You're quite courageous, Gu Hanchuan. I heard your father has cancer and is undergoing chemotherapy at the hospital in his hometown. He needs money right now. Zi Chenyang curled his lips. He was right. His father was diagnosed with cancer a year ago. He had wanted to bring his father to this big city for treatment, but his father was afraid of spending money and refused to come. During this period, he also mentioned it to Su Qianshan many times and asked her to help find an expert in this field, but Su Qianshan refused to help. Originally, after the divorce, he planned to go home to see his father, but before he had the time to go home, he accepted Su Qianshan's order. No need to worry about it, mister. After saying that, Gu Hanchuan turned around and entered the design room without looking back. Su Qianshan's pupils shrank slightly. Just leaving like that? No need to measure the size. Zhong Dong replied calmly, others will definitely measure your size. He probably knows your measurements by heart. When Zi Chenyang heard this, his face turned dark. But I've gained weight now, and I'm definitely different from before. After Su Qianshan finished speaking, she stood up and entered the design room. What are you doing here? Gu Hanchuan stopped what he was doing, looked up and asked Su Qianshan, who had a complicated expression. Of course I'm here to get your measurements. How can I design something without your measurements? Gu Hanchuan gave a professional smile. Boss Su, there's really no need. I know what I'm doing. No, I'm spending 10 million, so I can't be careless. Quickly measure the size. Gu Hanchuan had no choice but to pick up the ruler and walk towards her. The familiar body smell immediately entered Su Qianshan's nostrils and then spread to her whole body. She didn't know how long it had been since she had been so close to his body. Ever since she decided to take revenge on him, she had been deliberately keeping a distance from him. Although I have been married to him for 3 years, I spend very little time with him. There must have been 3 times in total, and each time it happened when she was drunk. After waking up the next day, the first thing she did was to raise her hand and slap Gu Hanchuan hard, calling him a hooligan who deliberately violated her while she was drunk. This made Gu Hanchuan unable to explain himself. From then on, Gu Hanchuan tried his best to avoid her, fearing that she would cause trouble again. Where should I measure first? Gu Hanchuan was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, so he decided to ask for her opinion first. Chest circumference. Gu Hanchuan was stunned, and then began to measure Su Qianshan's chest. At this time, Su Qianshan deliberately touched his hand, and Gu Hanchuan's hand immediately touched Su Qianshan's sensitive part. Just as he was about to pull his hand away, he was seen by Zi Chenyang, who happened to walk in. Gu Hanchuan, what are you doing? Gu Hanchuan quickly pulled his hand back. I'm sorry. Zi Chenyang punched him. Gu Hanchuan, I really didn't expect you to be such a mean person. You're already fucking divorced, yet you're still taking advantage of others. Do you have any shame? It's not what you think, Qianshan. No, President Su, you need to explain it to him. Gu Hanchuan placed all his hopes on Su Qianshan, hoping that she could speak up for him. What's there to explain? I think you did it on purpose. I just asked you to measure my chest, but you took the opportunity to touch me. When Gu Hanchuan heard Su Qianshan's words, he was stunned. He didn't expect that even though they were already divorced, she still wanted to frame him. She was no longer the Su Qianshan he knew before. Before the divorce, he thought she was just taking revenge on him for leaving him and was just venting her anger. Until she forced him to divorce her, she repeatedly showed affection to other men in front of him, and even pretended to have amnesia and pretended not to know him. Now they are deliberately framing him. Finally, he let out a long breath and said solemnly, Su Qianshan, you and I are divorced. I'm not the type to get entangled with others. Please maintain due self-respect in front of me in the future. Self-respect. Su Qianshan smiled, and her smile was very hostile. I just came to you for measurements, and you took advantage of me and told me to have some self-respect? Apologize now, or I'll call the police for molesting me. Hearing the commotion, Zhong Dong walked in and asked, what happened? Mr. Zhong, I didn't expect a store as big as yours would hire an employee like this. He has no manners at all. I just asked him to take my measurements, and he actually grabbed my breasts. Chapter 5. Being drugged. Zhong Dong frowned and looked at Gu Hanchuan. What's going on? Come to my office. In the office, Zhong Dong handed Gu Hanchuan a glass of water and said, calm down first and think of a solution. Do you believe me? Gu Hanchuan drank a glass of water and swallowed the emotions that had just risen up. Of course, I don't believe you. How can I believe them? I never thought Su Qianshan would become like this now. Gu Hanchuan sighed. It seems that her resentment towards me has not been eliminated yet. I guess she will only let go of her resentment when she no longer wants to pretend to have amnesia. Gu Hanchuan placed the water cup on the table and said, how about this? Find another designer from outside. I won't take this order. Otherwise, she will try every possible way to slander me. That won't work. The contract has already been signed. You have to accept it whether you want to or not. So, I'll assign you an employee to stay by your side at all times. Let's see what other tricks she comes up with. This is the only thing to do now. Gu Hanchuan originally wanted to part ways with her, but it seemed that he had underestimated her. Finally, Su Qianshan suggested that Gu Hanchuan treat her to a meal and then apologize to her, and the matter would be over. Su Qianshan, I can treat you to a meal, but I won't apologize. Why apologize for something you didn't do? This is a matter of principle. Seeing Gu Hanchuan's firm attitude, Su Qianshan had no choice but to make concessions. Her purpose was not to punish him, but to torture him deliberately until he took the initiative to apologize for abandoning her. You don't have to apologize. I'll choose the restaurant. That night, Gu Hanchuan and Zhong Dong came to the bar booked by Su Qianshan. Su Qianshan was stunned when she saw Zhong Dong coming along. It seems that Mr. Su doesn't welcome me very much. However, I will stay far away and won't disturb you too. After Zhong Dong finished speaking, he went to the other side. Of course Su Qianshan knew why Gu Hanchuan brought Zhong Dong here. He was just afraid that she would do something bad again. The private room I booked is in room 302. Go over there first. I'll make a phone call. Gu Hanchuan entered the private room alone. Everything is ready in the private room, including all kinds of drinks, snacks, etc. After a while, Su Qianshan walked in and saw Gu Hanchuan sitting there doing nothing. She smiled. Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. Su Qianshan poured wine for them. Since you won't apologize to me, then I will apologize to you. Although I can't remember how we got married, you were very nice to me and very tolerant during our marriage. It was me, on the other hand, who often brought men home. So, this first glass of wine is my apology for the wrong things I did in the past. After saying that, he drank it first, and then poured himself a second glass of wine. This second glass of wine is to celebrate my upcoming marriage. After saying that, she drank another glass, but tears came out of her eyes. Boss Su, are you unhappy with your marriage? Why are you crying? Gu Hanchuan's distant words made Su Qianshan even more sad. Seeing the person she once loved right in front of her, why couldn't he take the initiative to apologize? As long as he apologized, or explained that he had his own difficulties at the time, even if he was forced to do so, she would feel better. But Gu Hanchuan seemed to have forgotten, just like he had lost his memory before, forgotten her and that incident. Impossible, he was clearly awake. Who said I'm not happy? Of course I'm happy. Zi Chenyang is my childhood sweetheart. In order to save me, he even became a drug tester for me and was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. He saved my life. Why shouldn't I be happy? Gu Hanchuan now understood that all his credit had been taken away by Zi Chenyang. Well, in that case, he didn't want to explain anymore. Because no matter how much I explain, it's all in vain. Besides, we are divorced now, so let some old things go with the wind. Then congratulations, you've found true love. Su Qianshan hesitated for a moment and then spoke. I heard them say that you seem to have abandoned me when I was sick. Is that true? I want to hear your opinion. Gu Hanchuan's hand, which was about to put the snack into his mouth, suddenly stopped. Isn't she deliberately trying to trick me? What? I never abandoned you, nor did I ever think of abandoning you. What Gu Hanchuan said was true. Even his eyes were serious. Su Qianshan pursed her lips and smiled lightly. Was he still waiting for an apology? Apparently, there was no way, because he refused to admit it at all. That's what I said. How could someone as infatuated as you do such a shameless thing? Come on, cheers. The two clinked glasses. As soon as Gu Hanchuan drank a glass of wine, he felt dizzy and his body felt like it was on fire. Soon, he lost all his rationality and only wanted to quickly ignite the burning fire in his body. Su Qianshan watched him unbutton his shirt step by step, and then pounced towards her. She smiled triumphantly. When Gu Hanchuan pressed Su Qianshan under him, the door was kicked open. Look, Gu Hanchuan has already divorced President Su, but he still won't let her go. How shameless. You're so used to being a mistress. Even though the other person doesn't want you anymore, you're still pestering them. No wonder he abandoned President Su in the first place. It turns out he's a bad guy at heart. At this time, Zi Chenyang appeared and kicked him away. You bastard, you pretend to be a gentleman on the surface, but what kind of villain are you behind the scenes? At this time, Zhong Dong heard the noise here, ran over quickly, and saw Gu Hanchuan lying on the ground at a glance. Water, water, I'm hot. Gu Hanchuan's face was flushed. He kept shouting that he was hot, and his consciousness was not clear enough. Zhong Dong could tell at a glance that he had been drugged. Chapter 6 I'm leaving here. When Gu Hanchuan woke up, he found himself lying on a hospital bed, and the incandescent light above his head made his eyes hurt. He tried to sit up, but a severe headache immediately hit him, forcing him to lie down again. Don't move. Zhong Dong's voice came from the side. The doctor said you took a lot of medicine. You need to rest. Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes, and the fragmented memories of the bar slowly came together like a puzzle. Su Qianshan's toast, the glass of whiskey with a strange taste, the sudden feeling of heat, and the triumphant smile he saw before he lost his mind. She drugged me. Gu Hanchuan's voice was hoarse, not a question but a statement. Zhong Dong sighed and handed him a cell phone. Check the news. You've become famous. On the mobile phone screen, the headlines of major entertainment media were full of sensational headlines such as famous designer Gu Hanchuan harassed his ex-wife after divorce, and the mistress's true colors revealed. Gu Hanchuan attempted rape in a bar. The accompanying picture is a blurry photo of him lying on Su Qianshan with his clothes in disarray, and a scene of Zi Chenyang heroically saving the beauty. The studio's phone has been bombarded with calls from people cancelling collaborations. Zhong Dong rubbed his temples. Old Gu, we might have to close for a while. Gu Hanchuan threw his phone aside and looked at the gloomy sky outside the window. For 3 years, no matter how Su Qianshan humiliated and tortured him, he never truly hated her, because he understood her pain and why she wanted revenge. But now, this understanding is collapsing bit by bit. I want to leave here. Gu Hanchuan said suddenly. What? Pack your things and go back home to take care of Dad. Gu Hanchuan's voice was eerily calm. Since the studio can't continue, we might as well take this opportunity to leave. Zhong Dong hesitated to speak, and finally just nodded. 3 days later, Gu Hanchuan stood in his rented apartment and stuffed the last piece of clothing into his suitcase. His phone had been turned off for 2 days. Su Qianshan had sent countless messages after the incident, from the initial threats to the later questioning, and finally to the inexplicable, we need to talk. What to talk about? How to further ruin my life? Gu Hanchuan said to himself with a wry smile. Just as he was about to close the suitcase, an old notebook fell out from the gap between the bookshelves. Gu Hanchuan bent down to pick it up and turned over the yellowed pages, which recorded what happened before he lost his memory. One page caught his attention. On March 15th, Qianshan's condition worsened. The doctor said the new drug was very risky and needed a trial participant. I signed the consent form. If anything unexpected happens, please remember that this was my own choice. Gu Hanchuan's fingers trembled slightly. He continued to flip through the pages and found a copy of the hospital's drug trial consent form, which was clearly signed with his name and date. It was exactly the time when Su Qianshan said she was abandoned by him. So that's it. Gu Hanchuan finally understood the reason for his amnesia. The side effects of the drugs caused him to lose some of his memory, and when he reappeared in front of Su Qianshan, he was regarded as a heartless man who abandoned her. He carefully put the documents into his bag and decided to visit one last place before leaving. He disdains to explain, but he always leaves a thunder that will make Su Qianshan regret it. Since she didn't treat him as a human being, he was looking forward to seeing what expression she would have if he accidentally found out the truth. Since you want to torture each other, let us torture each other to the end. Gu Hanchuan returned to the hospital where Su Qianshan had worked for 3 years and found the head nurse he was very familiar with. Mr. Gu, why are you here? The head nurse was a little surprised to see Gu Hanchuan. Gu Hanchuan smiled slightly and handed her an envelope. Please give this to Su Qianshan. You don't have to give it to her proactively. If she comes, give it to her. The head nurse took the envelope and nodded. Okay, Mr. Gu, I will definitely pass it on. But she hasn't been back in the past 3 years. Maybe she will never come back to this hospital again in her lifetime. The head nurse's concerns are actually not unreasonable. No one would want to go back to a hospital where they have been lying in bed for 3 years. Gu Hanchuan raised his eyes calmly. I don't expect her to be smart enough to come to the hospital tomorrow. After leaving the hospital, Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath and looked into the distance. He didn't know how Su Qianshan would react after seeing those documents, but he knew that it was time to end this game she started. He returned to the apartment, packed his luggage, took a last look at this place full of memories, and then closed the door resolutely. At the airport, Gu Hanchuan was waiting to board the plane when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Su Qianshan. Gu Hanchuan, why are you leaving? What's going on between us isn't over yet. Gu Hanchuan sneered, did not reply, and turned off his phone. The plane took off and Gu Hanchuan left this city full of pain. He believed that time would heal everything, including the grudge between him and Su Qianshan. At the same time, after Su Qianshan heard the private detective say that Gu Hanchuan had recently appeared in Nanchang Hospital, she hesitated for a moment, but still went there without hesitation. The metal medical record cart made a clattering sound as the head nurse was checking the medication list. Su Qianshan stood in front of the nurse's station wearing 10-centimeter red high heels, and the shiny tiles reflected her swaying pearl earrings. You are. The head nurse pushed her glasses and looked at Su Qianshan's Chanel suit. Only then did she recognize that she was the sickly little girl. Su Qianshan. Yeah. She didn't quite know how to deal with people politely. He just nodded arrogantly, then cleared his throat and said casually, Is Gu Hanchuan here? Let him come out to see me. Mr. Gu has left. Su Qianshan's face turned pale in an instant. She clenched her handbag tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Left. Her displeasure was written all over her face, and she was about to leave in her high heels. The head nurse stopped her and said, Mr. Gu left a letter for you. The head nurse took out an envelope from the drawer and handed it to Su Qianshan. Whoever wants his letter, please throw it away for me. Su Qianshan said and turned to leave. The head nurse didn't know what had happened between the man and woman who loved each other so much. Out of pity for Gu Hanchuan, she held the envelope firmly. Maybe you should take a look. He thought you would never come back in this lifetime, so he probably didn't expect you to see this letter. Interesting. Su Qianshan stopped. Su Qianshan raised her eyebrows. In recent years, she has developed a habit of contradicting Gu Hanchuan. He didn't expect her to see it, but she wanted to see what was in the letter. When the yellow drug trial consent form slipped out of the brown paper bag, the broken diamonds on Su Qianshan's nails reflected a cold light under the fluorescent light. Chapter 7: The Unexpected Truth. She stared at the Gu Hanchuan written so clearly on the signature line that it could be seen through the paper, and suddenly remembered that rainy night 3 years ago when she was lying in the ICU and kept hearing the nurse say, the drug trial volunteer vomited again today. The patient, Su Qianshan, 26 years old, was diagnosed with systemic lupus erythematosus with acute kidney injury. The diagnosis date on the copy of the medical record made her shiver all over. It was the 3rd day after Gu Hanchuan and suddenly disappeared. Half an hour later, Su Qianshan was still sitting on the bench in the hospital corridor, holding a yellowed photo tightly in her hand. The photo shows the young Gu Hanchuan standing outside the ward, looking worriedly at her lying on the bed inside through the glass window. Are you sure it's him? Su Qianshan's voice trembled a little, and she looked at the head nurse who was passing by after finishing her work. The elderly head nurse nodded. Of course I remember. That young man stayed with you for 3 whole months, and then he nearly lost his life while trying a new medicine on you. When he woke up, he had lost his memory and couldn't even remember who he was. Su Qianshan felt dizzy. This was completely different from the version she knew Zi Chenyang told her, that it was Gu Hanchuan who abandoned her when she was seriously ill, that he had watched her die without saving her, and that it was Zi Chenyang who risked his life to test the medicine for her. What about Zi Chenyang? Where was he at that time? The head nurse showed a look of disdain. That sweet-talking guy. He came twice, each time with a different female companion. He said he was your friend, but he didn't even enter the ward. Su Qianshan's world seemed to collapse in an instant. 3 years of revenge, humiliation, and torture were all based on lies carefully woven by Zi Chenyang. But the person she should really thank was hurt all over by her. She dialed Gu Hanchuan's number with trembling hands, but only heard the phone being turned off. Over the next day, she searched every place Gu Hanchuan might have gone. The studio was closed, the apartment landlord said he had moved out, and even Zhongdong didn't know where he had gone. Finally, she remembered the father that Gu Hanchuan mentioned. Through a private detective, she learned that Gu Hanchuan had already boarded the plane. Su Qianshan drove aimlessly in the city regardless of the heavy rain outside. The rain blurred the car windows, just as tears blurred her vision. She thought of everything she had done to Gu Hanchuan in the past 3 years, pretending to have amnesia, bringing men home, humiliating him in public, and even the last time of drugging and framing him. Every one of them was like a knife stabbing her heart. She finally understood what she had lost and what she had missed. The plane has taken off, and Gu Hanchuan's figure gradually disappears into the blue sky. Su Qianshan stopped outside the airport, looking at the sky, her heart filled with regret and pain. She wanted to scream, wanted to take everything back, but it was too late. She fell to the cold ground. The rain soaked her clothes and her heart. She closed her eyes, and Gu Hanchuan's face, his smile, his eyes, and his final resolute back appeared in her mind. Gu Hanchuan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Su Qianshan murmured to herself. Tears and rain mixed together, and she couldn't tell whether it was tears or rain. She didn't know how long she sat on the ground, until the rain stopped and night fell. She slowly stood up and dragged her tired body towards the parking lot. In the following days, Su Qianshan acted as if nothing had happened. Only her assistant noticed that something was wrong with her CEO. She often looked out the window alone, her eyes empty, and she didn't see Zi Chenyang. Finally, one day, after a busy day at work, Su Qianshan closed her eyes for a moment and called out to her assistant, who was about to leave quietly, Du Cheng, what if you did something wrong? Du Cheng was stunned for a moment, then replied softly, I will do my best to make amends. Even if it's irreversible, I will do my best to mitigate the consequences. Make amends. Su Qianshan smiled bitterly, feeling relieved in her heart. It was indeed easier to make amends than to apologize and admit her own arbitrariness and mistakes. After all, Su Qianshan was just misled and did nothing wrong. She could still make up for it reluctantly. After thinking for a moment, she looked up and said, I'm going to the Sichuan branch to inspect it. Du Cheng was stunned for a moment, then nodded and replied, yes. The next day, Su Qianshan stared at the flashing red positioning dot on the phone screen. Gu Hanchuan's hometown, a third-tier city she had never been to. Boss Su, the reception at the branch office has been arranged, the assistant said cautiously. But I still don't understand why you suddenly want to personally inspect this small branch office. Su Qianshan locked the phone screen and tapped her knees lightly with her fingertips. Some things need to be handled personally. Her voice was an octave lower than usual. When the train arrived at the station, the rain was getting heavier. Su Qianshan refused the car sent by the branch office and stood at the exit with an umbrella, scanning every pedestrian who hurried by. Suddenly, her breath stopped. Gu Hanchuan, wearing a simple dark blue shirt, crossed the road and walked towards the bus stop. As expected, the chance of encountering someone by chance is very high in small cities. This was the first time she had seen him dressed so casually in 3 years. In her memory, Gu Hanchuan always wore the custom-made suit she chose for him and tied his tie meticulously. He now looked strange yet familiar, as if he has been freed from some constraints. Su Qianshan followed unconsciously. The rain soaked her high heels, but she didn't notice. Gu Hanchuan got on the bus, and she followed him as if possessed, hiding in the last row and looking at his back as he sat in the front row. The bus swayed slowly along the unfamiliar city streets. Gu Hanchuan got off the bus at a hospital stop, and Su Qianshan followed closely behind. She watched him walk into the inpatient department, hesitated for a moment, and followed him in. Through the small window on the ward door, she saw Gu Hanchuan sitting beside the bed of a thin old man, peeling an apple carefully. The man coughed a few times, and Gu Hanchuan immediately put down the fruit knife and gently patted the old man's back. That gentle gesture made Su Qianshan's heart suddenly contract. Gu Hanchuan had taken care of her in the same way when she had a cold. "Miss, who are you looking for?" A nurse's voice came from behind. Su Qianshan turned around in a panic and almost bumped into the tray in the nurse's hand. I took the wrong way." She lowered her voice and walked quickly towards the elevator. The moment the elevator door closed, she saw Gu Hanchuan walk out of the ward and look towards where she had just stood. Her heart was beating like a drum, and it only slowly calmed down after returning to the hotel room. Su Qianshan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the hazy city night view in the rain, and felt so confused for the first time. She opened the photo album on her phone and turned to a photo from 3 years ago. Gu Hanchuan and was looking at her and smiling at her at the wedding, his eyes full of love. "What have I done?" she whispered to herself, running her finger across his smiling face on the screen. Chapter 8. A carefully designed encounter. A coffee shop next to the hospital. Gu Hanchuan put down his pencil and rubbed his temples. After his father's condition stabilized, he found a temporary job in this quiet cafe designing a new decoration plan for the owner. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, illuminating the unfinished design in the sketchbook. An Americano, no sugar. The sound caused Gu Hanchuan's pencil to leave a sudden mark on the paper. He slowly looked up and saw Su Qianshan standing in front of the counter, wearing a simple beige windbreaker with her hair loosely tied behind her head. She looked out of place in the city, like a model from a fashion magazine who had strayed into a small town. Their eyes met in the air. Su Qianshan's eyes widened slightly, revealing a perfect expression of surprise. "Gu Hanchuan, why are you here?" Gu Hanchuan closed his sketchbook and raised a polite smile. "Mr. Su, what a coincidence. I'm here to inspect the branch." Su Qianshan took the coffee and spoke a little faster than usual. "I didn't expect to meet you." "Well, this city is indeed small." Gu Hanchuan nodded, his eyes calm as if he was looking at an ordinary old acquaintance. Su Qianshan's fingers gripped the coffee cup tightly, her knuckles turning white. She had imagined the reunion scene countless times, but she never expected it to be such a dull conversation. There was no resentment or nostalgia in Gu Hanchuan's eyes, only a kind of relief that made her feel uneasy. "Can I sit here?" She pointed to the chair opposite Gu Hanchuan and sat down without waiting for an answer. "Long time no see. How are you doing?" Gu Hanchuan nodded slightly and put the sketchbook aside. "Father's condition has improved. I'll be working here temporarily." "Design work?" "Yeah, some small projects." Gu Hanchuan took a sip of his now cold coffee. "I heard you and Zi Chenying are getting married. Congratulations." Su Qianshan's coffee cup made a soft sound on the saucer. "Who told you that?" "I saw it on the news." Gu Hanchuan's tone was as relaxed as if he was discussing the weather. "He's filming nearby. Are you here to see him?" "Those are..." Su Qianshan's words stopped abruptly. She wanted to say that the media was making things up, but suddenly realized that she had no right to explain. After all, she was the one who designed those scenes to humiliate Gu Hanchuan. Why should she expect him to care now? "Your design is still so outstanding." She changed the subject abruptly and pointed to the sketchbook next to Gu Hanchuan. Gu Hanchuan smiled and didn't respond. The sunlight shone through the window onto his profile, outlining a soft outline. Su Qianshan noticed that there were a few fine lines at the corners of his eyes, which made him look more calm and reserved. "I should go now. My father is waiting for me to go to the hospital." Gu Hanchuan stood up and picked up the sketchbook. "I wish you good luck in your work, President Su." The name that once belonged to her alone now sounds so distant. Su Qianshan looked at Gu Hanchuan's back as he pushed the door open and left. The reflection in the coffee cup shook slightly. It was her own distorted face, filled with unspeakable regret. For a week in a row, Su Qianshan would appear in that cafe at the same time. Every time she pretended to meet him by chance and then sat down to chat for a few minutes. Gu Hanchuan always maintained a polite yet distant attitude, as if he was treating a colleague he was not very familiar with. That afternoon, Su Qianshan came earlier than usual. She chose a seat where she could see the door and absent-mindedly flipped through documents, her eyes glancing out the door from time to time. "Are you waiting for someone?" Su Qianshan suddenly looked up and found Gu Hanchuan standing by the table with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. He was wearing a light grey sweater today, which made him look much softer than usual. "I brought you a latte. I remember you used to like it." Gu Hanchuan pushed one of the cups in front of her and sat down opposite her. Su Qianshan's fingers trembled slightly. He still remembered the flavor of her favorite coffee, and the knowledge made her throat tighten. "Thank you," she whispered, trying not to let her voice betray too much emotion. "I'm leaving here tomorrow." Gu Hanchuan said suddenly. Su Qianshan almost dropped her coffee cup. What? Where are you going? There's an opportunity at a design studio in the south. Gu Hanchuan's gaze fell on the sycamore tree outside the window. Father's condition has stabilized, and it's time for me to move on. But Su Qianshan's voice was stuck in her throat. She wanted to say, but I'm still here, but we haven't had a proper talk yet, but I still owe you an apology. But pride is like a wall, blocking all true words. Have you finished dealing with the matters at the branch office? Gu Hanchuan asked, his tone as relaxed as if he was chatting. Not yet. Su Qianshan replied stiffly, it may take some time. Gu Hanchuan nodded and took out a manila envelope from his bag. This is for you. I was going to mail it to you, but since I've come across it, I'll give it to you personally. Su Qianshan took the envelope and her fingers touched his fingertips. The warmth at that moment almost made her cry. What's this? There is some unfinished paperwork for the divorce, Gu Hanchuan said calmly. They've all been signed. Just stamp them on your end. Su Qianshan's heart sank. It turned out that in his eyes, the only thing between them was these cold legal documents. Gu Hanchuan. She finally mustered up the courage. About what happened before. It's all in the past. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her with a smile. I haven't taken it to heart for a long time. I wish you happiness, really. These words pierced Su Qianshan's heart like a knife. How could he let it go so easily? How can you bless her and others so calmly? Is everything between them really meaningless to him? Is it only by constantly torturing each other that he can be more emotionally flexible towards her? She suppressed her distorted obsession and took a deep breath. Zi Chenyang and I. She spoke with difficulty. Wei. Gu Hanchuan's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen and gave an apologetic look. Sorry, it's a call from the hospital. I have to take it. Su Qianshan nodded and watched him walk outside the cafe to answer the phone. Through the glass window, she could see the concerned expression on his face and the occasional smile he showed when he spoke. That smile was so natural, so real, that it reminded her of how he had smiled at her long ago. When Gu Hanchuan returned to his seat, Su Qianshan had already made a decision. Let me take you to the airport tomorrow, she said. Gu Hanchuan was slightly surprised, but still politely shook his head. No need to trouble you. The branch office should be very busy. It's not a problem. Su Qianshan's voice suddenly became firm. I have something to tell you. Gu Hanchuan looked at her quietly, his eyes so deep that they made her feel uneasy. Chapter 9 Side Effects of Drug Trials. The next day, Sichuan Airport. Su Qianshan stood not far from the security checkpoint, her eyes constantly scanning the crowd flowing at the entrance. Her fingers were gripping the strap of her bag so tightly that her knuckles were turning white. Du Cheng stood behind her, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Mr. Su, boarding time is almost here. Wait a minute. Su Qianshan interrupted him, her voice tense. Finally, she saw the familiar figure in the crowd. Gu Hanchuan was pushing a suitcase, with a white-haired old man beside him, probably his father. They were heading towards the security checkpoint. Su Qianshan took a deep breath and walked quickly towards him. Gu Hanchuan. Gu Hanchuan turned around when he heard the voice and was visibly stunned when he saw Su Qianshan. Boss Su, are you leaving today too? I'm here to see you off. Su Qianshan said directly, looking at him with burning eyes. Gu Hanchuan's father looked at his son, then at Su Qianshan, and said tactfully, I'll go sit over there and wait. When they were alone, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Su Qianshan's palms were sweating, and the words that she had rehearsed countless times in the hotel suddenly got stuck in her throat. Is there anything wrong? Gu Hanchuan broke the silence. I went to that hospital. Su Qianshan suddenly said, I saw the drug trial records. Gu Hanchuan's expression froze. After a moment, he sighed softly. It's all over. No, there is no past. Su Qianshan's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of those around her. Everything I did to you in the past 3 years, all that torture, was based on lies. Zi Chenyang deceived me. He is not. Su Qianshan. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her calmly. I don't care what Zi Chenyang said. What's important is that everything is over now. You don't need to feel guilty, and I don't need any apology. But I need it. Su Qianshan's eyes were red. I need you to know, if you knew the truth earlier. Will knowing the truth change anything? Gu Hanchuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. Will you believe it? Or will you think this is another lie I made up? Su Qianshan was speechless. She knew that Gu Hanchuan was right. Even if someone told her the truth back then, she would not believe it because she was blinded by hatred. The boarding reminder sounded over the radio, and Gu Hanchuan looked at his watch. I should leave. Wait. Su Qianshan grabbed his arm. Give me a chance to make it up to you, please. Gu Hanchuan gently broke free from her hand. Some things cannot be made up for, Su Qianshan. Let's just leave it like this. He turned and walked towards the security check, his back resolute. Su Qianshan stood there, feeling an unprecedented despair. Just then, she saw Gu Hanchuan's steps suddenly stagger, and then he fell forward. Gu Hanchuan. Su Qianshan screamed and rushed over. Gu Hanchuan fell to the ground, his face pale and beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. The crowd around started to commotion, and someone shouted for an ambulance. Su Qianshan knelt beside him and stroked his face with trembling hands. Hanchuan? Hanchuan. Gu Hanchuan's eyes were half open, and his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just closed his eyes weakly. Make way. I'm a doctor. A strange man squeezed into the crowd and quickly checked Gu Hanchuan's condition. It might be a brain problem. He needs to be sent to the hospital immediately. The ambulance sirens sounded from far away. Su Qianshan held Gu Hanchuan's hand tightly, her vision blurred by tears. At this moment, she finally understood that compared to pride and hatred, she was more afraid of losing him forever. Hold on, please. She begged in a low voice, her voice broken. The paramedics arrived and quickly lifted Gu Hanchuan onto a stretcher. Su Qianshan followed and squeezed into the ambulance at the last moment before the door closed. I'm his wife, she shouted to the medical staff who tried to stop her, her voice filled with unquestionable determination. The ambulance roared towards the hospital. Su Qianshan held Gu Hanchuan's cold hand and prayed devoutly for the first time, not for revenge, not for victory, but simply hoped that he would be fine. The lights in the hospital were blindingly pale. Su Qianshan sat on the bench outside the ICU, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes. It has been 6 hours and Gu Hanchuan is still not out of danger. The doctor said it was a ruptured brain aneurysm and required immediate surgery. Ms. Su. A white-haired old doctor came over and took off his mask. The operation was successful, but Mr. Gu's condition is quite special. Su Qianshan stood up suddenly. Special? What do you mean? The old doctor flipped through the medical records. During the surgery, we discovered that the formation of this hemangioma was related to a side effect of a certain medication. According to the records, Mr. Gu participated in a clinical trial of a new drug 3 years ago. He was testing the medicine on me. Su Qianshan interrupted him, her voice hoarse. He became like this because of me, right? The old doctor nodded. This medication does have similar side effects reported. But right now, the most important thing is observation. If he can wake up within 24 hours, the prognosis will be better. Su Qianshan's legs went weak and she had to hold onto the wall. She remembered Gu Hanchuan's occasional rubbing of his temples in the cafe, and his sudden frown from time to time. It turned out that he had been enduring the pain but never showed it. Can I see him? She asked softly. In the ICU, Gu Hanchuan lay quietly on the hospital bed, his face almost as pale as the bedsheet. Various instruments were connected to his body, making a regular beeping sound. Su Qianshan stood by the bed, her trembling fingers gently touching the back of his hand. It was so cold that it didn't feel like a living person. Hanchuan. Her voice choked. I'm sorry. Miss Su. An old voice came from behind. Su Qianshan turned around and saw Gu Hanchuan's father standing at the door, holding an old notebook in his hand. Uncle. Su Qianshan hurriedly wiped away her tears. The old man walked in and handed her the notebook. This is the diary my son wrote during his illness. I think you should take a look. The notebook is very old and the corners are frayed. Su Qianshan carefully opened the first page, on which was Gu Hanchuan's neat handwriting. Today is the 3rd day of drug testing. I have a terrible headache, but thinking that Qianshan will get better, it's all worth it. Su Qianshan's tears fell on the paper. She flipped through the pages quickly, and each page recorded Gu Hanchuan's pain after trying the medicine, as well as his concern for her condition. The last entry in the diary was dated the day before he lost his memory. The doctor said the medication might affect my memory. If I really forget Qianshan, I hope this diary can help me remember her. I love her more than my own life. Su Qianshan could no longer control herself and knelt in front of the hospital bed, crying bitterly. She finally understood what she had lost, a man who would rather hurt himself than give up on her. Chapter 10. Gu Hanchuan is still lying. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Su Qianshan woke up on a bench outside the ward. She rubbed her sore neck and prepared to go to the bathroom to wash her face. At the end of the corridor, she saw Zi Chenyang talking in a low voice with the head nurse. Are you sure this is the case? Zi Chenyang's voice came faintly. Absolutely true. The head nurse nodded. Gu Hanchuan paid me to modify the medical records. Su Qianshan froze in place. She approached quietly and hid around the corner. Did he take this medicine voluntarily? It won't really cause any harm to him, right? Zi Chenyang asked again, looking at the shadow cast in the corner of the wall, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Don't worry, just let him sleep a few more days. The head nurse sneered. What he did is enough to make Miss Su. Su Qianshan's blood froze instantly. She took a few steps back, turned around and rushed back to the ICU. Gu Hanchuan was still lying quietly, but a new bottle of infusion had appeared at the bedside. What are you doing? Su Qianshan asked sternly as a nurse was adjusting the infusion rate. The nurse was startled. Ms. Su? I'm just changing the medication according to the doctor's orders. What medicine? Who prescribed it? Su Qianshan grabbed the nurse's wrist. It's Director Wang, the nurse stammered. They say it's a special medicine that helps repair brain blood vessels. Su Qianshan let go of her hand, her mind in a mess. The conversation between Zi Chenyang and the head nurse, the bottle of medicine that suddenly appeared. Everything was wrong. Whose words were true? Were all the information Gu Hanchuan gave her forged? Or were they just another lie from Zi Chenyang? She rushed out of the ICU and headed straight to the doctor's office. Director Wang was reviewing the medical records. Seeing Su Qianshan come in, he smiled professionally. Ms. Su, Mr. Gu's condition. I want to see all his medical records and medication records. Su Qianshan interrupted him with a cold voice. Director Wang frowned. This doesn't comply with the regulations. I am his legal wife. Su Qianshan said word by word, I have the right to know. Half an hour later, Su Qianshan returned to the rest area outside the ICU with a stack of copied medical records. She flipped through each page carefully, her brows furrowed tighter and tighter. According to records, Gu Hanchuan's hemangioma was congenital and had nothing to do with medication. Moreover, his symptoms when he was admitted to the hospital did not completely match those of a ruptured hemangioma. This is impossible. Su Qianshan muttered to herself. The old doctor clearly said, Qianshan. Zi Chenyang's voice came from behind. He had a cup of coffee in his hand and a look of just the right amount of concern on his face. You look terrible. Have some coffee. Su Qianshan looked up at him. Chenyang, do you know the head nurse here? Zi Chenyang's expression froze for a moment, then returned to normal. Oh, you mean head nurse Li? She's my cousin's friend. I asked her to take good care of Hanchuan. Really? Su Qianshan stared into his eyes. I saw you two talking. Zi Chenyang almost dropped his coffee cup and pursed his lips excitedly. However, in order to prevent Su Qianshan from feeling strange, he said calmly, We are talking about the hospital's food problem. He put down his coffee and held Su Qianshan's hand. Qianshan, are you too tired? Are you hallucinating? Su Qianshan pulled her hand back and suddenly became uncertain. Was she really too tired? If Zi Chenyang wanted to frame Gu Hanchuan, shouldn't he have told her what the nurse had said to him? Director Wang. Zi Chenyang suddenly waved. The attending doctor came over, and Zi Chenyang said, Could you please explain Gu Hanchuan's true situation to Miss Su? She seems to have some misunderstandings. Director Wang pushed up his glasses. Miss Su, I understand your concerns, but Mr. Gu's condition is indeed quite unique. His hemangioma is congenital, so the claim that it's a side effect of the medication is not accurate. But the surgeon clearly said, Dr. Zhong is old, and sometimes he has preconceived notions. Director Wang interrupted her. We conducted a comprehensive examination and found that Mr. Gu's symptoms upon admission were more likely the result of some kind of self-suggestion. Su Qianshan's eyes widened. What do you mean? What I mean is, Director Wang lowered his voice, his coma might not be entirely caused by physiological factors. Considering his medical history, we can't rule out the possibility of actual performance. Nonsense. Su Qianshan stood up suddenly. He almost died on the operating table. Calm down, Qianshan. Zi Chenyang held her shoulders. The doctor only raised a possibility. After all, Hanchuan has a history of faking amnesia, doesn't he? Su Qianshan was struck by lightning. Yes, she had once firmly believed that Gu Hanchuan was faking his amnesia. Could it be that he was faking it this time as well? To gain her sympathy? Besides, Zi Chenyang struck while the iron was hot. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? He suddenly fainted just when you chased him to the airport. Su Qianshan's heart grew colder little by little. She looked towards the ICU, her eyes gradually turning cold. It was eerily quiet in the ICU. Su Qianshan stood beside Gu Hanchuan's bed, looking down at his pale face. Various thoughts were fighting in her mind. Who should she trust? Should she trust the yellow diary or the professional medical report? "What's your game?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Pretending to be sick? Pretending to be dying? Just to make me feel guilty?" Of course, Gu Hanchuan didn't answer. The green line on the ECG monitor was beating steadily, proving that he was at least still alive. Su Qianshan's eyes fell on the suspicious bottle of infusion on the bedside. A crazy idea suddenly popped up in his mind. If this was really the miracle medicine that Zi Chenyang had arranged, if Gu Hanchuan was really faking illness. She reached out and held the 4 tube, her fingers trembling slightly. "Miss Su." A nurse walked in. "Do you need any help?" Su Qianshan let go of her hand. "No, it's okay." The nurse checked the infusion and turned to leave. Su Qianshan's gaze fell on the bottle of medicine again. She had to know the truth. When she was the only one left in the ward again, Su Qianshan decisively turned off the infusion switch and pressed the call bell. "What's wrong?" The nurse came hurriedly. "This bottle of medicine is finished." Su Qianshan said calmly, "Do you need a new one?" The nurse checked it and said, "Strange, it should still last for a few hours." She looked at Su Qianshan and said, "I'll go ask the doctor." After the nurse left, Su Qianshan stared at Gu Hanchuan's face. If there's something wrong with this drug, he should. Gu Hanchuan's eyelids suddenly twitched. Su Qianshan took a deep breath and took a few steps back. Was he really pretending? The thought made her angry and heartbroken. Gu Hanchuan slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was distracted for a moment, and then focused on Su Qianshan's face. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. Chapter 11. Stop pretending. "That's enough." Su Qianshan interrupted him harshly. "I almost fell for your trick again." A trace of pain flashed in Gu Hanchuan's eyes. He tried to raise his hand, but failed because of his weakness. His brow furrowed in confusion. Su Qianshan was struggling internally. She didn't know whether she should believe the man in front of her. She once trusted him so much, but now, all she has left is doubt and disappointment. "Stop pretending." Su Qianshan's voice was filled with tears. "You and the hospital colluded, didn't you? Forged medical records, made up stories, just to make me regret it." Su Qianshan walked away without looking back. She didn't see what happened behind her. Gu Hanchuan's breathing suddenly became rapid, and the heartbeat line on the monitor fluctuated violently. He struggled to get up, but just fell weakly on the pillow, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The monitor sounded a shrill alarm. Medical staff rushed in and pushed Su Qianshan aside. "Blood pressure plummets. Prepare for first aid. Call Director Wang." The alarm of the ECG monitor sounded like a knife piercing my eardrum. In the chaos, Gu Hanchuan heard the sound of metal instruments colliding. Someone was pressing hard on his chest, and the plastic tube of the tracheal tube was scraping his throat, causing a burning pain. Ventricular fibrillation. Prepare for defibrillation. The moment the cold electrodes touched his chest, Gu Hanchuan finally struggled to open his eyes. In his blurred vision, Su Qianshan's pale face flashed past the glass window. "The patient's awake." Gu Hanchuan watched the attending doctor wipe the sweat from his forehead as the nurse exclaimed in surprise. He subconsciously touched the corner of his mouth, his fingertip stained with blood that had not yet dried. The next day, the ward door was flung open. Su Qianshan regained her usual noble and indifferent expression. She held a bottle of medicine tightly in her hand and stood in front of the bed with an expressionless face. Good acting. She leaned over and leaned close to his ear, the scent of rose perfume mixed with hospital disinfectant hitting her face. Even vomiting blood can be acted so realistically. Gu Hanchuan's eyes fell on the replaced bottle of infusion on the bedside. Transparent liquid medicine was flowing into his blood vessels drop by drop through the intravenous tube, glowing a strange light blue in the sunlight. What's this time? He felt like swallowing broken glass with every word he spoke, but he still pointed at the 4 bag. Are you going to drug me again? Or is it going to kill me? Su Qianshan laughed mockingly. Are you still pretending? Then she suddenly grabbed the medical record and threw it at Director Wang, who had followed in. Explain. Why did he wake up after we stopped the special medicine? The doctor frantically took the medical record, his glasses sliding to the tip of his nose. Mr. Su, this could be. I want to be transferred to another hospital. Gu Hanchuan said suddenly. He struggled to stand up and pulled the needle off the back of his hand. Blood splattered on the snow-white sheets. Now, immediately. Su Qianshan pressed his shoulders. The broken diamonds inlaid on her nails scratched his exposed collarbone, leaving several red marks. Legally, you're still my husband. Her voice was as soft as a venomous snake's tongue. I have the medical guardianship. The heart rate line on the monitor suddenly soared. At this moment, the sunlight shines through the glass window, casting tiny golden rays on her eyelashes, which is so beautiful that it seems like an illusion. Director Wang. Su Qianshan stood up and pulled out a document from her Hermes bag. Arrange an ambulance to take Mr. Gu to Sacred Heart Private Hospital. I've booked the VIP ward. Gu Hanchuan looked at the doctor's trembling hands when he took the document and suddenly smiled. His chest vibrated with laughter, and the wound that had just been sutured began to bleed again, staining his hospital gown red. What are you laughing at? Su Qianshan narrowed her eyes. I'm laughing at you. Gu Hanchuan choked on a mouthful of blood foam. 3 years later, your methods are still so clumsy. The VIP ward at Sacred Heart Hospital is more like a luxury hotel. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the city skyline, and fresh white roses were placed next to the leather sofa. If it weren't for the monitoring device at the head of the bed and the restraints on his wrists, Gu Hanchuan would almost think he was on vacation. The doctor said you need to rest. Su Qianshan sat on the edge of the bed, peeling an apple slowly. The fruit knife shone coldly in her hand. So I took your phone away. The apple peels hung down in pieces, like their fragmented past. Gu Hanchuan looked at her drooping eyelashes and suddenly remembered that in his junior year, she had a fever and was hospitalized. He clumsily peeled an apple for her to eat, and ended up leaving only the core. Su Qianshan started coughing while laughing and said, "Let me take care of you from now on." Where is the surveillance camera? Gu Hanchuan suddenly asked. Su Qianshan paused with the tip of the knife. What? With your personality. Gu Hanchuan weakly raised his bound hands and pointed to the 4 corners of the ceiling. You'll definitely install surveillance cameras in the ward. Su Qianshan cut the peeled apple into small pieces, picked up a piece with a fork and handed it to his mouth. Eat some fruit. The scent of apples mixed with the perfume on her fingertips lingered at the tip of my nose. Gu Hanchuan turned his head away and heard her sigh softly. Gu Hanchuan. She suddenly called him by his full name, her voice filled with a weariness he had never heard before. Can we? The ward door was suddenly pushed open. Zi Chenyang walked in holding a large bouquet of red roses. When he saw Gu Hanchuan, he raised his eyebrows exaggeratedly. Oh, you're not dead yet. Su Qianshan's expression turned cold instantly. She put down the fruit plate and stood up, her high heels making crisp sounds on the marble floor. Who asked you to come? Qianshan, didn't you ask me to deliver the documents? Zi Chenyang blinked innocently and pulled out a folder from his briefcase. The one for the South City project. Let's talk outside. Su Qianshan dragged him out and looked back at Gu Hanchuan before leaving. The nurse will come to change the dressing in half an hour. The moment the door closed, Gu Hanchuan heard Zi Chenyang's low voice. You were just soft-hearted. You know he lied to you, and you still treated him. How can he atone for his sins if he's not alive? Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes, and heavy thoughts flooded him like a tide. He clearly thought that she knew everything about the past, and that even if they couldn't go back, they could still live in peace. But he didn't expect that he was naive. Su Qianshan's voice gradually became blurred outside the door. The restraints dug into my flesh as I struggled. Gu Hanchuan stared at the tightly closed door and suddenly noticed a folded piece of paper floating in from under the crack. He used all his strength to roll off the bed, and the restraints pulled the forced stand to the ground. On the scrap of paper was a string of scribbled numbers, like a phone number. Written in lipstick on the back was 3 a.m., air conditioning maintenance. A trap? Or an opportunity? Gu Hanchuan pondered, his heartbeat quickening. In this closed ward, everything might have been premeditated, but perhaps this was a glimmer of hope given to him by someone. He carefully hid the piece of paper in the pocket of his hospital gown and slowly climbed back onto the bed. Chapter 12. Do you like your new home? At 2:43 in the morning, Gu Hanchuan stared at the clock on the wall of the ward. The metal fence of the air conditioning inspection port shone coldly in the moonlight, like some kind of silent invitation. He counted the seconds as he walked through the last circle, and suddenly the metal fence made a slight click. A maintenance worker wearing a mask peeked in and dropped a roll of electrical tape. Gu Hanchuan's heart was beating violently. He tore off the tape, revealing an access card and a handwritten address inside. Garage number 17, Songshan Road, North District, Chuancheng, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Mr. Gu. The maintenance worker lowered his voice. After the nurse's rounds tomorrow night, the fire escape surveillance will be down for 10 minutes. The cross marks made by fingernails on the back of the tape made Gu Hanchuan's fingertips tremble. This was the secret code he and Zhong Dong used to contact each other by climbing over the wall to skip classes when they were in school. Gu Hanchuan held the access card tightly, with doubts and hopes intertwined in his heart. Before seeing the code, he had always thought that the note was most likely a trap. But after seeing the secret code again, he felt that this might be true. Perhaps Zhong Dong knew his situation and wanted to help him. Gu Hanchuan's mind was full of thoughts. He swayed, and finally fell asleep unknowingly. Fortunately for him, he did not see Su Qianshan when he woke up. This made him feel relieved. Su Qianshan was away all day. I only found out after watching the TV news that today was the visiting day for Zi Chenyang's crew. Gu Hanchuan felt complicated for a moment. She knew clearly that he had taken credit for the work, yet she was still willing to pamper him. And now he, this hero, was accused of a false crime and placed under house arrest in the hospital. Thinking of this, he laughed at himself. He didn't know that the person he had spent his whole life loving for so long didn't have a single sympathy for him. Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath, as if to expel all his uneasiness and doubts. Finally, it was evening and Gu Hanchuan stuffed the medical record book under his pillow. He pretended to be asleep. The nurse checked him carefully and then left the ward. Sure enough, the emergency lights in the fire escape went out after a while. Gu Hanchuan staggered forward holding onto the wall. The dull pain in the back of his head made the edges of his vision flash. When he pushed open the last safety door, the night wind wrapped in rain hit his face. The prepared clothes and cash were placed in the back seat of the taxi parked at the back door. Gu Hanchuan put on a hoodie and found a new phone in his pocket. The moment the boot screen lit up, a preset text message popped up, Coastal Highway to the south. He quickly wrote down the address and deleted the text message. The taxi drove out of the hospital gate and merged into the night. Where will it be if we go south along the coastal highway? Gu Hanchuan thought about it, feeling both anticipation and uneasiness in his heart. He knew that this might be his only way out, but it might also be an unknown trap. The rain outside the car window was getting heavier, and the sound of the rain hitting the window was dense. Gu Hanchuan looked at the blurry scenery outside the window, his mind full of thoughts. He recalled every little detail of his time with Su Qianshan. All the sweetness that once existed had now turned into sharp fragments, tearing his heart apart. He didn't know if it was worth it, but he couldn't bear the thought of continuing to be controlled by Su Qianshan. He must escape and find his freedom. The taxi stopped on the side of a remote road. He got out and walked into the rain. Number 17 Songsan Road is an abandoned warehouse. Gu Hanchuan found the key next to the rusty iron gate and suddenly heard the sound of tires rolling over puddles. Two beams of car lights pierced the rain curtain, and he subconsciously stepped back, his back hitting the cold metal door. Long time no see. Su Qianshan lowered the car window. The rain slid down her delicate jawline like a transparent scar. Gu Hanchuan's breathing stagnated. He turned around to run, but was blocked by 4 men in black. A sharp pain shot through the back of my neck, and the anesthetic coursed through my veins throughout my body. The last thing he saw before falling into coma was the reflection of the wedding ring on Su Qianshan's ring finger. When I woke up, I felt the coolness of silk on my wrist. Gu Hanchuan found himself lying on a familiar king-size bed, with his hands tied to the headboard with a silk tie. The room was decorated exactly like their wedding room in City A. Even the curtains were the same champagne gold color. Do you like your new home? Su Qianshan sat on the bedside, her fingertips stroking the bruise on his collarbone. We bought this villa in the neighborhood next to your hometown. The balcony just happens to have a view of the hospital where your father is receiving chemotherapy. Gu Hanchuan struggled violently, his tie digging deep into his wrist bones. Madman. Sure. Su Qianshan pressed his foretube with her knee, and the medicine suddenly flowed back into his blood vessels. The nurse said that your brain hemangioma is very dangerous. If you get too excited. She leaned over and licked the cold sweat from his forehead. He'll die. The bedside monitoring screen suddenly lit up. In the picture, Zi Chenyang was in their former wedding room, stuffing Gu Hanchuan's design drafts into the shredder one by one. Do you think Zhong Dong will help you? Su Qianshan chuckled. I paid off his studio's debt. She pressed the remote control and the scene switched to the basement. Zhong Dong was tied to a chair, his face covered in blood. And now it's up to you to decide whether he lives or not. Gu Hanchuan's pupils contracted violently. What do you want? He asked hoarsely, his voice full of desperation and anger. Su Qianshan's smile disappeared. She stood up and looked at him calmly. You let me know the truth. Why don't you give me a chance to make it up to you? What did you say? Gu Hanchuan didn't follow her train of thought for a moment. Could it be that she treated him like this because she believed something? Su Qianshan naturally guessed his thoughts, and she curled her lips into a smile, her eyes very pretty, Anyway, each of you has mixed lies with the truth and lies with the truth. I suddenly realized that pursuing the truth is not important. These past few days, all I could think about was the image of you leaving me at the airport that day. I just realized that those truths and illusions were just clouds. All I wanted was for you to have some emotional fluctuations towards me. It's okay to have hate without love, don't you think, husband? Su Qianshan gently stroked his tense arms. Gu Hanchuan was so shocked by Su Qianshan's words that he was speechless. You are crazy. No, I'm not crazy. She answered with extraordinary firmness. I just stopped deceiving myself. Gu Hanchuan, what I want is very simple. I'll give you 7 days. Su Qianshan untied his right hand and put the pen between his fingers. This time you have to sign the body donation agreement. She stroked his temple. I want you to belong to me forever. Besides, the hemangioma here is very suitable for medical research. The pen clattered onto the carpet. Do you really think I will sign this? Gu Hanchuan's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Then you just die first. Su Qianshan injected a tube of sedative into Gu Hanchuan's body. No matter how determined he was, he eventually fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 13, I'm not your experiment. When Gu Hanchuan opened his eyes again, the dazzling white light made him instinctively turn his head away. The crisp sound of metal instruments colliding echoed in my ears, and the smell of disinfectant penetrated my nose, bringing back memories of the torture caused by drugs 3 years ago. Woke up. Su Qianshan's voice came from above her head. Gu Hanchuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw her standing by the bed in a white coat, holding a document in her hand. That outfit made her look like a real doctor, not a crazy captive. Where is this place? Gu Hanchuan tried to get up, but found that his wrists and ankles were fixed to the medical bed with soft restraints. He struggled, but the restraints didn't budge. Our new home. Su Qianshan leaned over and gently stroked his forehead with her fingertips. To be exact, it's a laboratory converted from the basement. It took me 3 days. Only then did Gu Hanchuan notice that this room did have the outline of a basement, but the walls were painted pure white, there was a shadowless lamp embedded in the ceiling, and various medical equipment were placed in the corner. An anatomical diagram was pinned to the wall facing him, with a prominent circle around an area of the brain drawn in red pen. You're crazy. Gu Hanchuan's voice was hoarse. I'm not your experimental subject. How could he be an experimental subject? Su Qianshan chuckled, picked up an injection from the tray, and gently flicked the needle tip. I want to save you. The doctor said that if you don't treat it in time, your hemangioma may rupture again at any time. The needle tip gleamed coldly in the light. Gu Hanchuan's muscles tensed and cold sweat oozed from the back of his neck. The painful memories of the drug trial 3 years ago came flooding back, the headaches that never stopped day and night, the hallucinations that made him want to bang his head against the wall, and the side effects of the drug that eventually took away his memory. No need. He gritted his teeth. I would rather die than accept your treatment. Su Qianshan's smile froze on her face. She put down the injection, supported her hands on both sides of Gu Hanchuan's body, and leaned over to his face. Do you think I'm asking for your permission? Her breath fanned his face, carrying a faint minty scent. I'm just telling you what's going to happen next. Gu Hanchuan turned his face away, avoiding her gaze. Why? He asked in a low voice. Since you already know that I was the one who tested the drug for you back then, why did you still treat me like this? Su Qianshan stood up, walked to the surveillance screen beside her, and pressed a few buttons. The scene switched to show Zhongdong tied to a chair with new scars on his face. Because I hate you. Her finger swiped across the screen, and the image zoomed in, focusing on Zhongdong's painful expression. I hate you for making me think you abandoned me. I hate you for making me waste 3 years taking revenge on an enemy who didn't even exist. I hate you even more. Her voice suddenly choked. You can clearly explain why you hate me, but you'd rather let me continue to hate you. I hate that you're abandoning me. You don't love me anymore. Su Qianshan didn't say the last 2 sentences after all. Her pride did not allow her to ask for love directly from a man. She actually just wanted Gu Hanchuan to admit once again that he loved her, or that he had loved her. Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes. He knew Su Qianshan too well and knew that any explanation at this moment would only anger her. The best response is silence. The silence really irritated Su Qianshan. She turned around suddenly, grabbed the injection on the tray, ripped open Gu Hanchuan's collar, and pressed the cold alcohol cotton against the side of his neck. Look at me, she snapped. I want you to see this happen. The moment the needle tip pierced the skin, Gu Hanchuan's muscles suddenly tensed up. The burning sensation of the drug injected into his veins made him gasp. This was no ordinary sedative. He could feel his consciousness beginning to blur, but his body was unusually alert, and every nerve ending became sensitive. This is a drug that increases nerve sensitivity. Su Qianshan's voice came from far away. The next treatment will be a little painful. I don't want you to miss any details. Gu Hanchuan tried hard to focus his vision and saw Su Qianshan pick up a metal headband-like device with dozens of electrodes as thin as hair connected to it. When she placed the device on his head, the cold touch made him shudder. Do you know? Su Qianshan adjusted the position of the electrodes while whispering. The day Zi Chenyang told me you abandoned me was my birthday. I lay in the hospital bed, listening to the rain outside the window, wondering how you could be so cruel. There was a sudden sharp pain from the electrode, and Gu Hanchuan's body began to spasm uncontrollably. Pain shot through his body like an electric current, and his fingers gripped the bed sheets tightly, his knuckles turning white. Later, when I recovered from my illness, I tried every possible means to find you, but I discovered that you didn't recognize me. Su Qianshan pressed another button, and the pain suddenly intensified. At that moment, I swore that I would make you taste the feeling of heartbreak. Gu Hanchuan clenched his teeth to prevent himself from making any sound. Sweat soaked the sheets beneath him, leaving dark marks on the white fabric. He could feel his muscles twitching uncontrollably, and every inch of his skin felt like it was on fire. Speak! Su Qianshan suddenly raised her voice. Tell me what happened back then. Tell me why you wanted to test the drug on me. Gu Hanchuan opened his eyes and looked at her through his sweat-blurred vision. Su Qianshan's eyes were red, and her carefully drawn eyeliner was blurred by tears, leaving black marks on her cheeks. She looked less like a heartless abuser and more like a wounded child. It's not important anymore. Gu Hanchuan squeezed out a few words with difficulty. We've signed the divorce agreement. We're even now. Clear. Su Qianshan let out a sharp laugh. Do you think it's so easy to clear the table? She turned and walked to the control console and pressed another button. The severe pain hit like a tsunami, and Gu Hanchuan could no longer suppress it and let out a painful groan. His back arched as if trying to break free from the restraints of his body. A dazzling white light flashed before my eyes, and my ears were filled with sharp ringing sounds. Just when he thought he was going to pass out, the pain suddenly stopped. Gu Hanchuan collapsed on the bed, gasping for breath, sweat dripping down his temples and onto the pillow. This is just the beginning. Su Qianshan's voice regained its composure. I can continue, or I can stop. The choice is yours. She picked up a document and spread it out in front of Gu Hanchuan. Experimental consent form, she explained. Sign it and accept the treatment. I promise it will be much gentler than before. Gu Hanchuan shook his head weakly. No. Su Qianshan sighed and walked towards the screen on the other side of the room. The scene switches to show a close-up of Zhong Dong tied to a chair. A man in black stood behind him, holding a stun gun. Chapter 14, Because I Love You. Do you remember what Zhong Dong did for you in college? Su Qianshan said softly, he helped you skip classes, helped you pursue me, and even went to the hospital to see you every day when you were doing drug trials. Her finger hovered over the control button. Tell me, if he knew the current situation, would he regret making friends with you? Gu Hanchuan's pupils contracted. Don't. Hurt him. Then sign it. Su Qianshan handed the document and pen to his right hand, which was barely able to move. It's simple, isn't it? The tip of the pen hovered above the paper, and Gu Hanchuan's hands trembled slightly. Signing this name means that he has completely put his life in Su Qianshan's hands. But if you don't sign... The man in black on the screen pressed the switch, and Zhong Dong's body suddenly bounced up and let out a shrill scream. I sign. Gu Hanchuan almost shouted, I sign. Let him go. The tip of the pen fell on the paper, leaving a trembling mark. The three words Gu Hanchuan lay crookedly in the signature column, like a dying worm. Su Qianshan put away the documents with satisfaction and pressed the communicator. Let him go. Then she turned to Gu Hanchuan and gently stroked his sweaty forehead. Look, it would have been great if you had done this earlier. Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes, unwilling to look at her again. He felt a needle pierce his arm and cold liquid flow into his veins. My consciousness began to blur, and my last thought was, this is probably the end. When Gu Hanchuan woke up again, he found himself lying in an unfamiliar room. This room was much more comfortable than the previous laboratory and more like a hospital ward. There was a fake landscape outside the window, but at least there was the illusion of a window. There was an IV tube connected to his wrist, electrodes on his chest, and the ECG monitor at the head of the bed was making regular beeping sounds. A dull pain came from the hemangioma on his head, reminding him of the danger that could erupt at any time. The door opened and Su Qianshan walked in with a tray in her hand. She didn't wear a white coat today, but a simple white dress. She looked pure and flawless, completely different from the crazy look last night. "How are you feeling?" she asked softly, placing the tray on the bedside table. "I brought you some porridge." Gu Hanchuan didn't answer, but just looked at the ceiling quietly. Su Qianshan sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed. "The treatment was successful," she said. "According to the scans, the hemangioma has shrunk by 15%. After a few more treatments, the risk should be completely eliminated." She scooped a spoonful of porridge and handed it to Gu Hanchuan's mouth. "Eat something, you need the energy." Gu Hanchuan turned his face away and refused to feeding. Su Qianshan's hand froze in midair. A hint of hurt flashed across her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "It's okay," she put down the spoon. "Eat when you're hungry." She stood up, walked over to the console in the corner of the room, and pulled up some brain scans. "Look," she pointed at the image on the screen. "That shadow right there is a hemangioma. Do you know what would happen if it ruptured?" Gu Hanchuan remained silent. "You get a severe headache first, then blurred vision, then numbness in your limbs." Su Qianshan's voice was as gentle as if she was telling a bedtime story. "Finally, when the bleeding reaches a critical point, you will lose consciousness and may never wake up." She walked back to the bed and leaned close to Gu Hanchuan's face. "And I won't let that happen." Her fingertips gently traced his brow bone. "I won't let you leave me so easily." Gu Hanchuan finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "Why?" "Because I love you." Su Qianshan answered without hesitation. "I also hate you." The two are not contradictory. She stood up, took out a small key from her pocket, and untied the strap on Gu Hanchuan's right wrist. "You'll be given some freedom," she said, "but don't even think about running away. Zhongdong's safety depends on your performance." Gu Hanchuan moved his wrist, which had been freed again, leaving a circle of red marks on his skin. He did not try to get up, knowing that with his current physical strength, it was impossible for him to escape from this carefully designed cage. Su Qianshan nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the door. "Rest." She turned around and said, "Formal treatment will begin tomorrow. This time, you will stay awake throughout the whole process." After the door closed, Gu Hanchuan slowly raised his right hand and looked at his trembling fingers. He once thought that the most painful time was when he lost his memory, but now he knows that facing all this soberly is the real torture. The fake landscape painting outside the window shows a clear blue sky and green trees, a vibrant scene. Gu Hanchuan stared at the sky that would never change, and thought of the freedom under the real blue sky. He might never have that kind of freedom again. The light in the treatment room hurt Gu Hanchuan's eyes. It's the 7th day. He had been strapped to this medical bed for 7 days. Su Qianshan comes every day, bringing her set of sophisticated instruments and suffocating perfume. She injected him with various drugs, stimulated his nerves with electrical currents, and scanned his brain all in the name of treatment, but in reality it was an elaborate torture. The door lock made a slight click. Gu Hanchuan knew who it was without even looking. These days, the basement gets only one visitor. "How are you feeling today?" Su Qianshan's voice was softer than usual, but the sound of her high heels on the floor tiles was still crisp. She was wearing a burgundy silk shirt today, with the collar slightly open, revealing a shallow scar on her collarbone. It was left when Gu Hanchuan drank too much in a bar and got into a conflict with someone, and she helped him block a beer bottle. Gu Hanchuan looked away and refused to answer. This is his only weapon these days, silence. Su Qianshan didn't care. She put the tablet in her hand on the bedside and began to prepare the syringe. The sound of the glass ampoule breaking was particularly harsh in the silent room. "The hemangioma has shrunk another 3%. She said as she drew the liquid, her tone as if discussing the weather. "At this rate, the risk will be completely eliminated in 2 weeks." When the needle entered the vein, Gu Hanchuan's muscles instinctively tensed. He was already familiar with the cold feeling of the drug flowing into his veins, but every time it reminded him of the day 3 years ago when his memory was destroyed by the drug. "Does it hurt?" Su Qianshan suddenly asked, her fingers gently stroking the dense needle holes on his arm. Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes. Pain. Compared to everything she had given him in the past 3 years, this little pain was nothing. Silence spread again. Su Qianshan's fingertips lingered on his arm for a moment, and suddenly pinched a fresh needle hole with force. Gu Hanchuan's breathing stagnated, but he still didn't say anything. "Speak." Su Qianshan's voice suddenly rose. "I want you to look at me and talk to me." Gu Hanchuan opened his eyes and looked at her red eyes calmly. He knew what she wanted to hear. She wanted to hear him beg for mercy, to hear him explain, or even to hear him curse. Any reaction would satisfy her twisted desire for control better than this dead indifference. But he would not give her that satisfaction. Chapter 15. What do you want, my love? Su Qianshan's chest heaved violently, and the carefully drawn lip lines trembled slightly. She turned around abruptly, grabbed the tablet and quickly operated it a few times, and the display on the wall lit up. The picture shows them when they were young. Gu Hanchuan was taking pictures of Su Qianshan under the cherry blossom tree on campus. She smiled and tried to grab his camera. The two fell on the grass covered with petals and then kissed. Remember this day. Su Qianshan's voice was deliberately sweet. You told me that there would never be anything more beautiful than me in this world. Gu Hanchuan's fingertips curled up slightly. Of course he remembers. After that day, he developed the photo and kept it in his wallet until she burned it herself. Seeing that he didn't respond, Su Qianshan switched to the next video, their wedding. In the picture, Gu Hanchuan was wearing a black suit, his eyes were surprisingly bright, and his voice was choked when he took the oath. Su Qianshan was dressed in a white gauze, and was incredibly beautiful. And this. She continued playing. You said that in sickness and health, for richer or poorer, you would love me and cherish me until death do us part. Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled. The oath was still ringing in my ears, but the woman playing the video in front of me destroyed all the meaning it had given. Why, now you don't even dare to face our past. Su Qianshan turned off the video and leaned closer to him. Or have you completely forgotten all this? Just like you forgot me back then. The scent of her perfume hit me. It was the midnight flight they had chosen together. Once upon a time, this smell would make Gu Hanchuan's heart beat faster now. It only reminds him of the days of imprisonment. I remember. Gu Hanchuan finally spoke, his voice hoarse and not his own, but memory can't change anything. Su Qianshan's eyes lit up for a moment, like a beast that had captured its prey. What can change that? She demanded. My apology. My confession. Or. She traced her fingers across his cheek. My pain. Gu Hanchuan turned his head away, avoiding her touch. The divorce papers are signed. We are over. It's over. Su Qianshan suddenly laughed, and that laugh made Gu Hanchuan's back cold. With me, nothing will end without your permission. She straightened up and walked over to the control console in the corner of the room. Since gentle treatments don't work for you, let's try a more direct approach. When Gu Hanchuan heard the buzzing sound of the instrument starting up, he instinctively tensed his body. In the past 7 days, he has experienced the power of Su Qianshan's so-called treatment method, those electric currents, drugs, and hypnosis, each of which is under the guise of treatment, but in fact it is a destruction of his will. You know what? Su Qianshan said to him with her back to him, adjusting the parameters. What I hate most isn't your amnesia, or your concealment of the drug trial, or even your signing of the divorce agreement. She turned around, holding the familiar electrode headband in her hand. What I hate most is how could you let it go so easily? Her voice suddenly choked. 3 years of marriage, 7 years of love, are they so insignificant to you? Gu Hanchuan felt a sharp pain in his chest. Not worth mentioning. If it could be so easy to let go, he wouldn't be lying here now. But he wouldn't tell her, wouldn't give her that satisfaction. Speak. Su Qianshan suddenly slammed the headband to the ground, the sound of metal clashing echoing in the room. Tell me you hate me. Call me a lunatic. Curse me to hell. Any reaction is better than this lifeless look. Gu Hanchuan watched her collapse quietly. This was what she had wanted, a catharsis, a confirmation that she could still influence him. What do you want, Su Qianshan? He asked softly. My pain? My tears? Or? He paused. My love. The last word was like a slap in Su Qianshan's face. Her expression froze, and her lips, painted with exquisite lipstick, opened slightly, as if she didn't expect him to ask this question directly. Pride didn't allow her to admit it, but Gu Hanchuan knew her too well. He knew the panic that flashed in her eyes, the fists that she subconsciously clenched, and all her unexpressed desires. Ridiculous. Su Qianshan finally found her voice and sneered. Do you think I still care whether you love me or not? She picked up the electrode headband and roughly put it on his head. I only care about whether your hemangioma can be cured, that's all. Gu Hanchuan did not expose her lie. When the electrodes were connected and the current rushed through his brain, he clenched his teeth and swallowed back all the painful groans. In the severe pain, he vaguely saw Su Qianshan's lips moving, as if she was saying something. He concentrated his energy to distinguish, and finally heard the words clearly. Say you hate me. Her voice was so soft it sounded like a sigh. At least this proves you still care. The electric current increased again, and Gu Hanchuan's consciousness began to blur. In the last moment before falling into darkness, he seemed to be back in the ward 3 years ago, and saw Su Qianshan lying on the hospital bed, pale and fragile like a flower that would wither at any time. At that time, he had only one thought: to save her at all costs, even if the price was his own memory or even his life. Worth it. He murmured unconsciously, not sure if Su Qianshan could hear him. The current suddenly stopped. Gu Hanchuan vaguely felt a pair of hands holding his face, and warm liquid dripping on his cheeks. What's worth it? Su Qianshan's voice trembled. Gu Hanchuan, what do you mean by worth it? But the darkness had consumed him, dragging him into a dreamless sleep. When Gu Hanchuan woke up again, he found himself back in the cell disguised as a ward. The artificial scenery outside the window has switched to a night scene, with fake stars twinkling in the fake night sky. His head ached dully and his mouth tasted of rust and blood. The bedside ECG monitor showed that his heart was beating too fast and his blood pressure was unstable. The door was gently pushed open and Su Qianshan walked in. She changed her clothes and refreshed her makeup, but her eyes were still red, obviously from crying. The doctor said you can't continue with high-intensity treatment. She stood at the foot of the bed, her tone flat. The tissue around the hemangioma is too fragile. Any further stimulation may cause bleeding. Gu Hanchuan did not respond, but just looked at her quietly. Even in his weakened state, his eyes remained clear and determined. Su Qianshan walked to the bed, picked up a glass of water and handed it to his mouth. Drink water, she ordered, but her voice was not as strong as usual. Gu Hanchuan hesitated for a moment, then finally raised his head slightly and took a sip. The water flowed through my parched throat, bringing a brief moment of comfort. Why? Su Qianshan suddenly asked, why did you test the medicine for me in the first place? She had asked this question countless times, in various occasions and in various tones. Gu Hanchuan knew that what she wanted was not the truth, but a reason for her to continue to hate him or forgive him. Chapter 16. Like 3 years ago, giving everything for you like a fool? It doesn't matter anymore. He answered softly, just like every time before. Su Qianshan's hand clenched the water cup tightly, and her knuckles turned white. It's important to me. She almost shouted, I need to know. I need to know if what I hated all those years was right. Gu Hanchuan looked at her collapse and suddenly felt tired. How long will this game of mutual torture last? What if I say yes? He asked back. If I tell you that I really abandoned you and the drug trial was fake, would you feel better? Su Qianshan was stunned. The cup of water slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. Water splashed on her high heels, but she seemed not to notice. You're lying. She whispered, more like trying to convince herself. The hospital records can't be wrong, those documents. Documents can be forged, Gu Hanchuan said calmly, just like you can forge your concern for me. This sentence was like a knife, accurately piercing Su Qianshan's most vulnerable part. Her face turned pale in an instant. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a word to refute. Gu Hanchuan knew that he had won this round. He saw the hesitation in her eyes and the doubts that she had forced down. Maybe, just maybe, this ordeal was finally coming to an end. But Su Qianshan's pride did not allow her to give up like this. She took a deep breath, straightened her back, and put on the mask of indifference again. Rest. She turned and walked towards the door. We'll continue treatment tomorrow. Just as her hand touched the door handle, Gu Hanchuan suddenly said, those videos you played. Su Qianshan stopped but did not look back. My favorite is your birthday. Gu Hanchuan's voice was soft, but every word was clear. You were wearing a blue dress and trying to make a cake in the kitchen, but you ended up getting flour everywhere. Su Qianshan's shoulders trembled slightly. That night, you made a wish under the candlelight, saying that you hoped we would be together forever. Gu Hanchuan continued, and I. That's enough. Su Qianshan turned around abruptly, her tears smudged her makeup. Stop talking. Gu Hanchuan fell silent obediently. He had sown the seeds of doubt, and that was enough. Su Qianshan gripped the door handle tightly, her knuckles turning white. Tomorrow. Her voice choked. Tomorrow I will bring Zi Chenyang to see you. Gu Hanchuan's pupils narrowed slightly. Zi Chenyang. The culprit who stole his credit, fabricated lies, and indirectly caused all this? Why? He couldn't help asking. Su Qianshan has regained her composure and even smiled. Because I want to see. She whispered, if you can still remain indifferent when you see him. The door closed, leaving Gu Hanchuan alone facing the silence in the room and the gradually accelerating heartbeat. The fake stars outside the window are still twinkling, unchanged, just like Su Qianshan's obsession with him, beautiful, illusory, and never extinguished. The next day, the sound of the metal door lock turning woke Gu Hanchuan up. He opened his eyes and saw Su Qianshan walking into the room with Zi Chenyang's arm around her. She looked particularly bright today. Her lips were as red as blood, and the diamond earrings on her earlobes sparkled brightly under the light. Zi Chenyang was wearing a well-tailored suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and he had a winner's smile on his face. Chenyang heard that you were sick, so he came to see you. Su Qianshan's voice was sickeningly sweet, and her fingers gently stroked Zi Chenyang's arms. Isn't that thoughtful? Gu Hanchuan's fingertips sank slightly into his palm. He knew Su Qianshan too well. This was a play she had carefully designed, a test. She wanted to see him lose control, to see him get jealous, to prove that he still cared. He wouldn't give in to her wishes. Thank you for your concern. Gu Hanchuan said calmly, his voice like a pool of stagnant water. I'm fine. The corner of Su Qianshan's mouth twitched. She pulled Zi Chenyang to the bedside and deliberately got close to him so that their reflections overlapped on the metal railings beside Gu Hanchuan's bed. Chen Yang is currently planning our wedding, she said with a smile, her eyes fixed on Gu Hanchuan's reaction. The wedding dress will be the same design you made, but the color will be changed to champagne gold. What do you think? Gu Hanchuan's temple was throbbing. A dull pain throbbed from the side of the hemangioma, but he remained expressionless. Champagne gold, that was the color she chose when they got married. She said it symbolized eternal brilliance. It suits you very well. He replied softly, his eyes sweeping over Zi Chenyang's smug face. Hypocritical people deserve hypocritical colors. Zi Chenyang's smile froze, but Su Qianshan suddenly laughed out loud and gently stroked Zi Chenyang's chest with her fingers to comfort him. Don't mind it, patients always have bad tempers. She stood on tiptoe and said something in Zi Chenyang's ear, making him smile again. Gu Hanchuan looked away and looked at the fake landscape painting outside the window. There is an oak tree whose leaves never fall and a sky where it never rains. Just like Su Qianshan's feelings for him frozen at the most painful moment, unable to move forward. Speaking of which, Hanchuan, Zi Chenyang suddenly spoke, his tone of false concern. How is your father doing? I heard the cancer cells have metastasized. Gu Hanchuan's breathing stagnated. Father? Cancer metastasis? When did this happen? He was imprisoned here, completely isolated from the outside world, and had no idea that his father's condition had worsened. Chen Yang. Su Qianshan scolded lightly, but Gu Hanchuan did not miss the calculation that flashed across her eyes. Didn't we agree not to mention this? She is acting. Every expression and every line was carefully rehearsed. Gu Hanchuan saw through the drama, but still felt a sharp pain spreading from his chest for his father and for his own helpless situation. It doesn't matter. He heard his own voice coming from far away. Life and death are determined by fate. Su Qianshan frowned slightly. She let go of Zi Chenyang's arm, walked to the bedside, and looked down at Gu Hanchuan. Is that all you're going to do? Her voice was thick with suppressed anger. Your father might be dying, and all you can say is life and death are determined by fate. Gu Hanchuan looked up and met her eyes. What do you want from me? He asked. Cry your heart out. Beg on your knees. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Like 3 years ago, giving everything for you like a fool. Su Qianshan's pupils suddenly contracted. She raised her hand suddenly, but stopped before the slap landed. Gu Hanchuan did not dodge, but waited calmly for the pain to come. But Su Qianshan slowly put down her hand. She turned back to Zi Chenyang and almost threw herself into his arms. Kiss me, she suddenly commanded, her voice trembling. Now. Zi Chenyang raised his eyebrows in surprise, but soon revealed a smug smile. He put his arms around Su Qianshan's waist and lowered his head to move closer to her. Gu Hanchuan's blood froze. Chapter 17. Why stop? He told himself not to look, not to care, but his eyes were uncontrollably fixed on the lips that were about to touch. In the past 3 years, he has seen Su Qianshan bring all kinds of men home, and has seen her being intimate with others in the living room, in the kitchen, and on the sofa he personally selected. But never before like this in front of him, deliberately doing it, just to see him suffer. When Zi Chenyang's lips were only an inch away from Su Qianshan, Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes. He heard Su Qianshan's rapid breathing and the rustling of clothes, but the expected kiss did not come. Get out. Su Qianshan's voice was icy cold. Gu Hanchuan opened his eyes and saw her pushing Zi Chenyang away with an expression of disgust that was hard to conceal on her face. What? But you just— Zi Chenyang looked stunned. I said, get out. Su Qianshan almost yelled, pointing to the door. Now. Zi Chenyang opened his mouth to say something, but after seeing Su Qianshan's expression, he wisely chose to shut up. He straightened his suit and walked towards the door. When he passed by Gu Hanchuan's bed, he gave him a resentful look. After the door closed, only heavy silence remained in the room. Su Qianshan turned her back to Gu Hanchuan, her shoulders trembling slightly. Why stop? Gu Hanchuan asked softly, Isn't this what you want? To see me in pain. Su Qianshan turned around slowly, and Gu Hanchuan was surprised to find that her eyes were red. What do I want? She repeated, her voice cracking. I want you to react like a human being. I want you to show me you care at least a little bit. Her nails dug deep into her palms. Instead of lying there like a living dead, watching me kiss someone else without a care in the world. Gu Hanchuan watched her collapse quietly. This is the real Su Qianshan, the proud, stubborn Su Qianshan who refuses to admit what she really wants. If I showed I cared, he said slowly, would you stop? Su Qianshan was stunned, her lips trembling slightly. No, she finally admitted, her voice almost inaudible, but at least I'll know. Know what? Knowing that you still care. Her voice choked, knowing that those years were not just my wishful thinking. Gu Hanchuan's heart ached violently, more painful than any other treatment. He wanted so badly to tell her that of course he cared, and even now, even after everything he'd been through, he still couldn't really let her go. But such a confession would only make her crazier and more obsessed with this game of mutual torture. Su Qianshan, he whispered her name, just like he had done countless times before. Look at me. Su Qianshan raised her tearful eyes and looked at him. At that moment, she looked very much like the girl who smiled shyly under the cherry tree that year. Between us, Gu Hanchuan said word by word, it's over long ago. This sentence was like a sharp sword, piercing Su Qianshan's last line of defense. Her expression shifted quickly from vulnerability to anger to a terrifying calm. No, it's not over. She wiped her tears and put on the indifferent mask again. As long as you are alive, as long as I am alive, it will never end. She walked towards the door, her steps returning to their usual graceful and relaxed state. Zi Chenyang will come again tomorrow. She said without turning her head, he will come every day until you show the reaction of a normal person. After the door closed, Gu Hanchuan finally allowed himself to reveal a hint of pain. He curled up, resting his forehead on his knees, and trembled silently. The hemangioma site was throbbing with pain, but compared to the pain in my heart, it was nothing. Outside the window, the false scenery remains the same, the tree that never loses its leaves, the sky that is never cloudy. Gu Hanchuan stared at the fake window and suddenly remembered what the real sky looked like. Freedom, it turns out, is such a distant thing. The next morning, Gu Hanchuan was awakened by the sound of the door opening. He thought it was Su Qianshan coming to continue her treatment, but he saw Zi Chenyang walking in alone with a document in his hand. Qianshan asked me to get your signature. Zi Chenyang proudly waved the document. This is the authorization letter regarding your father's medical expenses. Gu Hanchuan forced himself to sit up, even though every muscle was protesting. What happened to my father? He asked in a hoarse voice. It's the late stage of liver cancer, and it's already metastasized to the lymph nodes. Zi Chenyang sighed hypocritically. The cost of treatment is very high, but as long as you sign this document, Qianshan agrees to take full responsibility. Gu Hanchuan took the document, his fingers trembling slightly. Among the densely packed clauses on the paper, one caught his attention, voluntarily giving up all rights to inheritance of property and legal prosecution. It's a trap, he whispered. Zi Chenyang smiled. Of course it's a trap. He leaned over and whispered in Gu Hanchuan's ear, but do you have a choice? Your father can't wait. Gu Hanchuan's vision blurred for a moment. He remembered his father's rough big hands, the warmth of his father carrying him on his back to watch the sunrise when he was a child, and the living expenses his father saved and sent him when he was in college. The taciturn man who had never asked anything from him now suffered because of his incompetence. Pen. He held out his hand. Zi Chenyang smiled triumphantly and handed him a pen. Gu Hanchuan paused at the signature and suddenly looked up. Why? What why? Why could she forgive you? Gu Hanchuan looked directly into Zi Chenyang's eyes. You lied to her for 3 years, claiming credit for my work, yet you were able to gain her trust and her love. The word hurt like a knife when it came out of my mouth. Zi Chenyang's smile turned ferocious. Because I know her, he whispered. I know what she wants, a pet who will always be subservient to her, a shadow of herself. He patted Gu Hanchuan's face and said, and you will never be able to do this. Gu Hanchuan clenched his hand around the pen. Zi Chenyang was right. He could never become the kind of person Su Qianshan wanted, a being without self and completely dependent on her. Perhaps that was why she was so determined to conquer him, to destroy him. The pen tip fell on the paper and Gu Hanchuan signed his name. At this moment, he felt that what he had signed was not only property and legal rights, but also the last bit of dignity. A wise choice. Zi Chenyang put away the documents and suddenly lowered his voice. By the way, there's something you should know. His expression turned sinister. Your father doesn't even know you're here. Let's tell him you abandoned him, just like you abandoned Su Qianshan. Gu Hanchuan's blood turned cold instantly. What did you say? The old man was crying very sadly. Zi Chenyang shook his head in mock sympathy. She said she never expected she would raise such an ungrateful person. Chapter 18. Moving out of the basement. Anger erupted in Gu Hanchuan like a volcano. He pounced on Zi Chenyang, but was pulled back by the restraints on his body. The medical bed made a harsh metallic friction sound and the monitor's alarm rang sharply. That's right. Zi Chenyang stepped back excitedly. This is the reaction Qianshan and I want to see. Anger. Pain. Not that damn calmness. The door was pushed open and Su Qianshan rushed in, followed by 2 medical staff. Her eyes quickly switched between Gu Hanchuan and Zi Chenyang, and she immediately understood what had happened. What did you do to him? She questioned Zi Chenyang in a cold voice. Zi Chenyang held up the signed document. Just following the plan, he said smugly, and it worked out pretty well, didn't it? Su Qianshan snatched the document, glanced at it, and looked at Gu Hanchuan with a complicated expression. His chest heaved violently, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps he had bitten the inner wall of his mouth. But what frightened her most was the look in his eyes. They burned with a fire she had not seen for a long time, but it was not for her. Get out, she said to Zi Chenyang in a low and dangerous voice. But, I said, get out. Zi Chenyang left in disappointment. At Su Qianshan's signal, the medical staff also injected Gu Hanchuan with a sedative and then left the room. When they were the only 2 left in the room, Su Qianshan walked to the bed and reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of Gu Hanchuan's mouth, but he dodged her. Satisfied. Gu Hanchuan's voice trembled with anger. Is this what you wanted to see? Su Qianshan's hand was suspended in the air and slowly retracted. I want to see you do this for me, she admitted softly, not for someone else, even if that person is your father. The sedative began to take effect and Gu Hanchuan's eyelids became heavy. In the last moment before he fell into darkness, he murmured, You know, Su Qianshan, sometimes I wonder, if I hadn't tested the medicine for you back then, if I had just let you die, would it be better for everyone? Su Qianshan was struck by lightning and staggered back a step. These words were more painful than any physical torture because they touched her deepest fear. Maybe Gu Hanchu and really didn't love her anymore. Maybe he regretted everything he had done for her. She looked at Gu Hanchuan's face, which gradually relaxed under the effect of the drug, and suddenly realized what she was losing: not his obedience, not his pain, but the love that had once been unconditional. Outside the window, the man-made scenery remains unrealistically perfect. Su Qianshan stood in the false sunshine and felt the bone-chilling cold for the first time. Sunlight. This was the first thing Gu Hanchuan noticed after being transferred to the master bedroom. Real, warm sunlight poured in from the floor to ceiling windows, spreading a golden patch of light on the floor. Not the fake window in the basement, not the landscape that never changes, but real light and shadow that move over time. The doctor said you need natural light. Su Qianshan's voice came from the door. She was wearing a beige turtleneck sweater today, and her hair was loosely tied up, making her look much softer. He was no longer as arrogant as before, and was only holding a cup of steaming medicinal tea in his hand. Gu Hanchuan did not respond, but just withdrew his gaze from the window and fell on his wrist. The restraints they were replaced with soft cotton wrist guards, which seemed to be protective, but in fact they were still confinement. No need to look for it. The surveillance camera is behind the picture frame. Su Qianshan placed the medicinal tea on the bedside table and explained, following his gaze, it's more hidden than the one in the basement, but just as effective. She is always like this, Gu Hanchuan thought. While giving you a candy, I will also remind you of the whip. The sunshine is real, but freedom is fake. The soft bed is real, but surveillance is constant. This half-hearted favor is more disturbing than outright cruelty because you can never guess what she's going to do next. Why? Gu Hanchuan finally spoke, his voice hoarse from being silent for a long time. Su Qianshan sat down in the armchair beside the bed, her legs crossed, the sunlight casting fine shadows on her delicate profile. The doctor said you're recovering well. She dodged his question. The hemangioma has shrunk by 40%. In 2 weeks, you'll be out of danger. Gu Hanchuan noticed that her fingertips trembled slightly when she said out of danger, but she quickly concealed it by adjusting the corner of her clothes. That's not what I'm asking. He looked her straight in the eye. Why the sudden change of strategy? Su Qianshan raised the corner of her mouth into a deliberate smile. Strategy. Do you think this is chess? She reached out to touch his forehead, but he turned his head away, his hand awkwardly suspended in mid-air. I was just following the doctor's advice. He said, Patients need a cheerful mood to facilitate recovery. So you care about my feelings now? Gu Hanchuan's voice was tinged with sarcasm. Didn't you say you wanted to make my life worse than death? Su Qianshan's expression froze for a moment, then returned to composure. Don't be so sentimental. She stood up and walked to the window, her back to him. I just don't want you to die too quickly. That would be too easy for you. The sunlight highlighted her slender figure, casting a long shadow on the floor. Gu Hanchuan stared her back and suddenly remembered that when they first got married, Su Qianshan always liked to open all the curtains in the early morning, saying that sunlight could kill bacteria and bad moods. At that time, she believed that all darkness could be illuminated, just as she believed that their love could overcome all difficulties. How ironic that now she has become the person who brings him the greatest shadow. Drink the medicinal tea while it's hot. Su Qianshan turned and walked towards the door. The doctor will come to examine you in half an hour. Which doctor? Gu Hanchuan suddenly asked, is it the one you bribed, or the one who actually has a license? Su Qianshan paused. She didn't look back, but Gu Hanchuan saw that her shoulders were tense. What do you mean? What I mean is, Gu Hanchuan sat up slowly. Even though the action made him feel a little dizzy, I don't trust anyone or anything here, including the so-called treatment improvement. Su Qianshan turned around suddenly. A hint of hurt flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Do you think I faked your illness? Her voice trembled slightly. Do you think I've been those treatments? I don't know what tricks you're playing. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her calmly, but I know that Su Qianshan never does anything without a purpose. This sunny bedroom, this cup of medicinal tea, these sudden concerns, these are all the beginning of your new game, aren't they? Su Qianshan's nails dug deep into her palms. Gu Hanchuan could see that she was trying hard to control her breathing, her chest heaving violently. It was the same when she was angry before. He would comfort her with a hug until her fists loosened and her body relaxed. Chapter 19 misunderstood Su Qianshan? Now, he could only watch this angry storm with cold eyes. Whatever you want to do, she said finally, her voice cold. Take the medicine, unless you want to go back to the basement. The door was slammed shut, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the medicinal tea on the bedside table. Gu Hanchuan stared at the cup of dark brown liquid, hesitated for a moment, then picked it up and took a sip. There was a hint of sweetness mixed with the bitterness. It was honey, something he was allergic to. Su Qianshan couldn't possibly forget this, unless this was intentional. He put down the cup, feeling a wave of discomfort in his stomach. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect or if he was really suffering from an allergic reaction. The sunlight still shone brightly on the bed, but it suddenly lost its warmth. Half an hour later, the doctor arrived as scheduled. It wasn't the middle-aged man with the gleaming eyes from before, but a grey-haired female doctor with a name tag that read Chief Neurosurgeon Lin Yuan. Mr. Gu, how do you feel today? Dr. Lin asked in a gentle and professional voice while checking his pupil reaction. Gu Hanchuan replied cautiously, better. He was not sure whether this doctor was also Su Qianshan's man, but his professional quality did seem to be higher than the previous ones. Miss Su is very concerned about your recovery. Dr. Lin took out a small flashlight and examined the wound on his head. She asks about your treatment progress in detail every day. Gu Hanchuan almost sneered out loud. Care. All she cares about is how long her game can last. Dr. Lin, he asked suddenly, are those treatments, electric shocks, drug injections, hypnosis really necessary? Dr. Lin paused for a moment, and his expression became complicated. The treatment is tailored to the patient's condition, she replied cautiously. The hemangioma is in a special location, and conventional surgery is too risky, so we chose conservative treatment. Conservative treatment includes keeping me awake throughout the entire process. Gu Hanchuan asked, including those. He pointed to the needle marks on his arm that had not yet faded. Dr. Lin frowned. Of course you need to stay awake. She seemed very confused. We must monitor your nerve response at all times to avoid irreversible damage caused by treatment. She paused. Didn't Miss Su explain it to you? Gu Hanchuan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. So those painful treatments, those electric shocks that made him feel worse than death, those drug reactions that nearly broke him down, Su Qianshan was awake the entire time not to torture him, but no, he shouldn't waver. This must be a new psychological tactic. She doesn't need to explain to me. Gu Hanchuan finally said, his voice calm and unlike his own. Dr. Lin hesitated to speak, and finally just sighed and continued her examination. When she was about to leave, Gu Hanchuan suddenly called her. Doctor, how is my father, Gu Mingyuan's condition? Dr. Lin was stunned for a moment. I don't know. I'm not from the oncology department. She hesitated for a moment and lowered her voice. But I can help you check the medical record system. If you... The door suddenly opened and Su Qianshan walked in with a stack of reports in her hand. Are you done with the examination, Dr. Lin? She asked with a smile, but her eyes were cold. Yes, Miss Su. Dr. Lin quickly regained his professional expression. Mr. Gu is recovering very well. He will be able to get out of bed and move around after 2 days of observation. Su Qianshan nodded and handed the report to the doctor. These are the blood test results from this morning. Please take a look and see if there are any problems. While the two were talking, Gu Hanchuan's eyes fell on the mobile phone that Su Qianshan casually placed on the bedside table. A crazy thought flashed through his mind if he could just get his phone, even for a few minutes. Mr. Gu. Dr. Lin's voice brought him back to reality. You don't look well. Do you need me to check again? Gu Hanchuan shook his head, just a little tired. Then we won't disturb your rest. Su Qianshan gracefully gestured for Dr. Lin to walk towards the door. Before leaving, she turned back to glance at Gu Hanchuan, her eyes complex and difficult to read. After the door closed, Gu Hanchuan immediately reached for the phone. As soon as his fingertips touched the metal shell, the door handle began to turn. He quickly withdrew his hand and pretended to adjust the corner of the quilt. Su Qianshan walked in and picked up her phone directly with a faint smile on her lips. Looking for this. She shook her phone. The password has been changed. It's not your birthday anymore. Gu Hanchuan's heart sank. She had anticipated his actions. Don't worry. Su Qianshan put the phone back into her pocket and sat down on the edge of the bed. When you feel better, I can consider giving you limited freedom. For example, taking a walk in the garden or reading in the study. What's the price? Gu Hanchuan asked directly. Su Qianshan's smile widened, but did not reach her eyes. Smart. She nodded appreciatively. The conditions are simple: cooperate with treatment, take medicine on time, and... She gently traced her fingers across his cheek. Have dinner with me and talk like a lover. Gu Hanchuan grabbed her wrist to stop her from touching him. Talk. He sneered. Like before, should I listen to you talk about which business rival you humiliated today? Or should I listen to you brag about how you tortured me? Su Qianshan did not struggle and let him hold her wrist. Gu Hanchuan could feel her pulse beating under his fingertips, fast and strong. Like before. She repeated softly, her eyes suddenly becoming distant. Listening to you talk about your design inspiration, listening to me complain about the old-fashioned board of directors, and then watching Casablanca together, which we had watched countless times. Gu Hanchuan let go of her hand, as if he was scalded. How could she, after what she had done to him, bring up their past so naturally, as if those sweet memories hadn't been completely tainted by her revenge? What's the last line in that movie? He asked suddenly. Su Qianshan was stunned for a moment, then realized that this was a test. This could be the beginning of something good, she answered without hesitation, then smiled wryly. Ironic, isn't it? Gu Hanchuan turned his face away, unwilling to admit the bitterness that arose in his heart. Remembering movie lines proved nothing, just as this sun-filled bedroom proved nothing that she cared. Consider my suggestion. Su Qianshan stood up. Dinner will be at 7 o'clock. I'll have someone prepare your favorite beef stew in red wine. After she left, Gu Hanchuan stared at the ceiling, his thoughts in a mess. Beef bourguignon, he did like it, but that was in the past. During his days in captivity, his taste had changed, and he now hated anything with alcohol. Su Qianshan either did it on purpose or she really didn't understand him now. The sun gradually set in the west, dyeing the room orange. Gu Hanchuan tried to get out of bed. His legs were weak and shaking from lying in bed for so long, but he could still support himself. He stumbled to the window and took in the view outside for the first time: the meticulously manicured garden, the lake in the distance, and the towering walls and barbed wire. What a gilded cage. Chapter 20. The ending will not change. At dinner time, Su Qianshan arrived as promised. She changed into a burgundy dress and let her hair down, as if she had dressed up carefully. Under the silver lid on the dining car was indeed beef stew in red wine, and a bottle of good vintage Bordeaux was served next to it. The doctor said you can drink in small amounts. She poured 2 glasses of wine and pushed one towards him, to celebrate your improvement. Gu Hanchuan didn't touch the glass of wine. I'm allergic to alcohol, he said calmly. Ever since college, remember? That party where I broke out in a rash and you stayed with me in the hospital all night. Su Qianshan's hand froze in midair and her face turned pale in an instant. Of course she remembered it, but she thought it was a coincidence and didn't know that he was still allergic to alcohol. I'll ask someone to get a new one. She pressed the call bell, her voice a little unstable. No need. Gu Hanchuan cut the beef and pushed the sauce-soaked part aside. I'll just eat this. The rest of the dinner was conducted in silence. Su Qianshan tried to start a conversation several times, but gave up every time due to Gu Hanchuan's cold reaction. The red wine in her glass gradually decreased, and her cheeks became red. You know, she suddenly said, her voice slightly unclear due to alcohol, I sometimes wonder, if our first meeting was not in college, but somewhere else, whether the ending would be different. Gu Hanchuan put down his fork. What's the meaning? For example, if we knew each other in kindergarten. Su Qianshan's eyes were blurry, and her fingers were twirling around the wine glass. Or high school, or any time when there was no damn disease. Gu Hanchuan's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time she almost directly admitted that the problems between them started with the illness, with his amnesia, and with her misguided revenge. The ending won't change, he whispered, because we are still us. Su Qianshan raised her head suddenly, a trace of pain flashing in her eyes. Are you saying, I'm destined to ruin everything? I mean, character determines destiny. Gu Hanchuan pushed the plate away. You're proud, I'm stubborn, and neither of us is good at compromise. Su Qianshan suddenly laughed, and there was a hint of sadness in her laughter. What a brilliant summary. She raised her glass and gulped it down. Here's to our uncompromising character. It was late at night, and Su Qianshan was half lying on the table under the influence of alcohol. Gu Hanchuan could have rang the bell to call someone to take care of her, but he didn't. He sat quietly, looking at her drunken sleeping face, thinking of the countless nights they had spent together, some sweet, some painful, but none of them were like this, full of an unbridgeable gap. Gu Hanchuan. Su Qianshan murmured his name in her dream, frowning. Don't go. Don't. Gu Hanchuan sighed softly and reached out to smooth the wrinkles between her brows, but withdrew his hand the moment he was about to touch her. He pressed the call bell and returned to his room before the servant arrived. The moonlight outside the window cast a cold light on the floor, in stark contrast to the warm sunlight during dinner. Gu Hanchuan stared at the silver light and realized that the favorable treatment Su Qianshan gave him was like the moonlight, seemingly gentle, but actually cold, seemingly close, but actually out of reach. And the most terrifying thing is that he actually began to get used to this gilded cage. The morning light shone through the gauze curtains onto the dark floor. Gu Hanchuan stood in front of the window, silently counting the time intervals between the patrolling security guards passing by. For 3 days, ever since he was granted the privilege of limited movement within the manor, he had been observing at this time every day 9:15 in the morning, with a 7-minute gap in patrol in the southwest corner. How are you feeling today? Su Qianshan's voice came from behind, accompanied by a faint scent of perfume. She was wearing a white stand-up collar shirt and black pencil pants, her hair neatly tied back, as if she had just returned from a morning meeting. Gu Hanchuan noticed the faint blue color under her eyes. She hadn't been sleeping well recently. Much better. Gu Hanchuan turned around and smiled just the right amount, not reaching his eyes but enough to bewilder people. Thank you for your concern. Su Qianshan's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she was obviously a little surprised by his gentle attitude. She took a few steps closer and reached out to touch his forehead to take his temperature, but stopped halfway and adjusted her cuffs. Dr. Lin said you can increase your walking time. She said calmly, as if discussing the weather. Do you want to go to the garden or the lake today? By the lake, Gu Hanchuan replied after pretending to think. When the sun is shining, you can see wild ducks there. He deliberately mentioned wild ducks because he remembered that Su Qianshan used to like watching them swimming in a line across the water. This detail was too personal, too intimate, to jolt her memory, enough to make her let her guard down. Sure enough, the corners of Su Qianshan's mouth rose slightly, then quickly flattened. I'll pick you up in an hour. She turned and walked towards the door, her high heels making a dull sound on the carpet. Remember to take your medicine. After the door closed, Gu Hanchuan's smile disappeared immediately. He walked to the bedside table and picked up the bottle of vitamin tablets Su Qianshan thought he didn't know, but he had already extracted the truth from Dr. Lin. These were just placebos, and the real medicine was mixed in the food. He poured out 2 tablets and swallowed them without water, then took out a folded tissue from under his pillow and unfolded it. This is the floor plan of the manor he secretly drew these days, marking the location of every surveillance camera and patrol route. There's a blind spot near the wall in the southwest corner. If we can create 7 minutes of chaos, Mr. Gu, it's time to change the medicine. His thoughts were interrupted by the nurse's knock on the door. Gu Hanchuan quickly stuffed the drawings back under his pillow and responded. A young nurse with a new face came in, with a name tag that read intern Nurse Zhong Shao. Dr. Lin is on leave today, Zhong Xiao explained as he prepared the dressing. I'll help you change the medicine on your head. Gu Hanchuan sat beside the bed and let her remove the bandages. From this angle, you can just see the nurse's ID card hanging on her waist. There is a slot for the access card on it. Have you just graduated? Gu Hanchuan asked gently, his voice deliberately lowered, as if it were a casual chat. Zhong Xiao nodded, a little shyly. I just came here for an internship last month. Her fingers were very gentle, afraid to hurt him. Boss Su pays very well, but... She suddenly fell silent, realizing she had said too much. Just a lot of rules. Gu Hanchuan finished for her, showing an understanding expression. I understand. She's always like this. Zhong Xiao looked at him gratefully and moved more gently. Your wound is healing well. She changed the dressing and packed up the instruments. The stitches will be removed in another week. Gu Hanchuan seemed to accidentally knock over the water cup on the bedside table. Excuse me, could you pick it up for me? Chapter 21 Plan to Escape. When Zhong Xiao bent down to pick it up, he quickly pulled the access card from her waist and hid it in the folds of the quilt. The action was so fast that it almost seemed like nothing happened. Thank you. He took the cup with a smile. Can you pour me another glass of warm water? After Zhong Xiao left, Gu Hanchuan immediately stuffed the access card into the inside of his socks. This isn't a panacea, but it can at least open doors in some areas. I've got a puzzle, but I'm still missing a few key pieces. An hour later, Su Qianshan arrived as promised. She changed into casual clothes, a beige sweater and light-colored jeans, looking much softer than usual. Gu Hanchuan noticed that she was not wearing any jewelry. Even her wedding ring had been taken off. This discovery made his chest inexplicably tight. Let's go. Su Qianshan pushed a wheelchair over. The doctor said you can't walk too far yet. Gu Hanchuan resisted the urge to frown. The wheelchair would greatly limit his mobility, but he couldn't resist. Actually, I can walk. He said tentatively. Take a wheelchair, or go back to your room. Su Qianshan's tone left no room for doubt. Choose one. Gu Hanchuan obediently sat in the wheelchair and secretly memorized this control point. Su Qianshan pushed him through the long corridor, and the sunlight passed over them frame by frame through the floor-to-ceiling windows, like the film of an old movie. Zi Chenyang came here today. Su Qianshan suddenly said, her voice suspiciously calm. He said he wanted to see you. Gu Hanchuan's back tensed slightly. Zi Chenyang wanted to see him? More likely, he wanted to confirm whether he was really recovering well, as Su Qianshan said. What's your answer? He tried to sound merely curious. I said you don't want to see him. Su Qianshan pushed him around a corner. I said, you are my patient now, and I decide who can visit you. Patient. This word sounds better than prisoner, but the essence remains the same. Gu Hanchuan smiled silently. Thank you. He said softly, not for her protection, but for this confession she was telling him that Zi Chenyang had lost some of his trust. The scenery by the lake is indeed beautiful. The sunlight casts golden shadows on the water, and a few wild ducks swim leisurely by. Su Qianshan parked her wheelchair on the viewing platform, leaned on the railing, and looked into the distance. Remember our first date? She suddenly asked. It was also by a lake like this. Gu Hanchuan remembered. She was wearing a white dress that day and was soaked by the sudden rain. They hid under a big tree. He took off his coat and put it on her, then kissed her. That was their first kiss. You were half an hour late. He deliberately brought up the unpleasant part. You said you were delayed by putting on makeup. Su Qianshan chuckled. I lied to you. She turned around, the sunlight forming a halo behind her. Actually, I've been here a long time ago, hiding behind the tree to see how anxious you looked. This detail, which had never been revealed before, shocked Gu Hanchuan. How lively Su Qianshan was at that time. She would be proud of such a little prank, laugh in the rain, and shed tears for an injured wild duck. Not the Su Qianshan now who imprisons people and controls everything with surveillance and drugs. Why are you telling me this? He looked her straight in the eyes. Su Qianshan's smile faded. I don't know. She turned back to look at the lake. Maybe I just want you to know. Not everything is a lie. A gust of wind blew, causing tiny ripples. Gu Hanchuan observed his surroundings. The nearest surveillance camera was on a lamppost 20 meters away. A patrol security guard had just passed by, and the next shift would be at least 5 minutes away. If he acted now. Boss Su. A hurried voice broke the silence. Zi Chenyang walked over quickly, dressed in a suit and tie, which was out of place in the casual environment. His gaze lingered on Gu Hanchuan for a second. A hint of jealousy flashed across his face, and then he quickly turned to Su Qianshan. There's an urgent document I need your signature on. He handed over a folder. The legal department says it must be processed today. Su Qianshan frowned, took the document and quickly browsed through it. Zi Chenyang took the opportunity to walk to the wheelchair and leaned over with fake concern. You look good. It seems Qianshan is taking good care of you. His voice was so low that only Gu Hanchuan could hear it, and it was filled with malice. I wonder how your father is doing now. I heard that the cancer cells have spread to his bones, and the pain is so severe that he can't sleep all night. Gu Hanchuan's fingers were tightly gripping the armrest of the wheelchair, and his knuckles turned white. He forced himself to remain calm, but his heart was beating out of control and his ears were buzzing. There's something wrong with this document. Su Qianshan suddenly looked up, her eyes sharp. The terms on page 3 are different from what we agreed on last week. Zi Chenyang immediately stood up with an innocent expression. Really? This is what the Ministry of Justice gave me. Go call Lawyer Li. Su Qianshan closed the folder and said in a cold voice, immediately. Zi Chenyang's expression changed, but he quickly returned to his professional smile. Okay, I'll go right away. He took one last look at Gu Hanchuan before turning around, and his lips moved silently. Wait to die. After Zi Chenyang walked away, Su Qianshan sighed and threw the documents on the table beside her. He thought I would be fooled, she sneered, hiding the equity transfer clause in the supplementary agreement. Gu Hanchuan did not respond. His attention was all on what Zi Chenyang had just said. Is my father's condition really getting worse, or is this just another psychological tactic? You're shaking. Su Qianshan suddenly squatted down and held his hand. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Her palms were warm and dry, and there were thin calluses on her fingertips from years of holding a pen. Gu Hanchuan reflexively wanted to pull his hand back, but forced himself to hold it back. This was the first time he allowed her to touch him without resistance while he was sober. It's a bit cold. He whispered, which was not a complete lie. Zi Chenyang's words did make him feel cold in his heart. Su Qianshan immediately took off a sweater and draped it over his shoulders, leaving only a white vest on. In the sunlight, the scars on her arms were clearly visible. They were left by the multiple infusions she received when she was seriously ill. Gu Hanchuan remembered that he had kissed every scar and promised to make them a thing of the past. Go back. Su Qianshan pushed the wheelchair. You need to rest. On the way back, Gu Hanchuan silently noted down more details. There was a blind spot in the surveillance camera on the east wall. The gardener would leave the toolshed for 10 minutes every afternoon at 3 o'clock, and there was no camera on the path from the kitchen back door to the garage. Late that night, Gu Hanchuan was awakened by a slight noise. He kept his breathing steady and squinted his eyes to observe a dark figure was quietly rummaging through his drawers. Moonlight filtered through the gap in the curtains, illuminating Zi Chenyang's face, which was distorted by jealousy. What was he looking for? Evidence? An escape plan? Gu Hanchuan remained calm and pretended to roll over, frightening Zi Chenyang so much that he immediately squatted down. A few minutes later, after making sure that Gu Hanchuan was sound asleep, Zi Chenyang continued to search and finally took the hand-drawn map from his coat pocket. Gu Hanchuan almost laughed out loud. Chapter 22. Guess what I just recorded? This was exactly what he wanted to make Zi Chenyang think that he had figured out the escape plan, but in fact the best route marked on the map was a trap, leading to the most heavily guarded area in the manor. After the door closed gently, Gu Hanchuan took out the real drawing from his socks and confirmed every detail again under the moonlight. The plan was taking shape. With only one last step remaining, he needed Su Qianshan's fingerprint to unlock the garage biometric system. At breakfast the next day, Su Qianshan seemed in a good mood. She was wearing home clothes, her hair tied up casually, and was browsing the news on her tablet. Did you sleep well? She asked without looking up. Gu Hanchuan noticed that she used a normal tone, as if they were really ordinary cohabitants, rather than captor and prisoner. Not bad. He sat down and poured himself a glass of orange juice. How about you? Su Qianshan looked up, seeming a little surprised by his concern. I had a dream, she said lightly. I dreamed about college. Gu Hanchuan didn't ask what the dream was. He cut the fried egg on the plate and said casually, Can you go to the study today? I have some design books I want to read. Su Qianshan's fingertips paused on the tablet. Okay. She put down the tablet. I have a video conference at 10 o'clock. I'll take you there after it's over. No need to bother. Gu Hanchuan took a sip of orange juice. Nurse Zhong Xiao said she can go with me. Unless you don't trust her. This was a small provocation to test Su Qianshan's vigilance. She narrowed her eyes, as if weighing the risks, and finally nodded in agreement. Don't run around, she warned, her tone softer than usual. The study and the adjacent lounge, that's all. Victory. Gu Hanchuan lowered his head to hide the light in his eyes. Next to the study is Su Qianshan's private office, where there is a terminal connected to the garage surveillance. If only he could get Zhongxiao away for a few minutes. After breakfast, Su Qianshan went upstairs for a meeting. Gu Hanchuan stood in front of the window, watching her figure appear in the conference room on the third floor, then turned around, picked up the water cup on the bedside, and spit out the pills hidden under his tongue. These were the sleeping pills he had accumulated in the past few days, crushed them and saved a little each time. When Zhongxiao came to take him to the study, he enthusiastically handed him a glass of water. "You've come so far, drink some water." The naive intern nurse didn't suspect anything and drank it all in one gulp after thanking him. 20 minutes later, the drug took effect and Zhongxiao fell drowsy on the sofa in the study lounge. Gu Hanchuan quietly took off her work ID from her waist and slipped into Su Qianshan's office. The room smelled of her usual perfume, mixed with the scent of leather and paper. Gu Hanchuan quickly found the computer and inserted the prepared USB drive. This was the one he stole from the gardener a few days ago. It contained a simple program that could bypass the basic firewall. The computer screen lights up and asks for a password. After Gu Hanchuan tried several possible combinations and failed, he suddenly had an idea and entered the date of their first date and successfully entered. The garage control system is right on the desktop, but requires fingerprint verification. Gu Hanchuan looked around and his eyes fell on the coffee cup. Su Qianshan's habit was to wipe off the lipstick marks on the rim of the cup with her fingers after drinking. Sure enough, there was a clear fingerprint on the rim of the cup. Gu Hanchuan carefully removed it with transparent tape and stuck it on the scanner. The moment the system was unlocked, he could hardly believe his luck. After quickly downloading all the security shifts and access permissions, he heard movement in the lounge. Zhongxiao woke up. Gu Hanchuan quickly exited the system, pulled out the USB drive, and froze in place as soon as he turned around. Zi Chenyang stood at the door with a victorious smile on his face. "I got you." He shook his phone. "Guess what I just recorded?" Gu Hanchuan's heart sank to the bottom. The plan was exposed, and it was discovered by Zi Chenyang. This was worse than being caught on the spot by Su Qianshan. "What do you want?" he asked calmly, while calculating the possibility of subduing Zi Chenyang. The other person was stronger than him, but he was the one who had received professional combat training. "I want you to disappear," Zi Chenyang said viciously. "Forever." He pulled a compact pistol from his pocket. "Luckily, Qianshan will never know the truth. She'll think you've abandoned her again and run away." Gu Hanchuan stared at the gun and suddenly laughed. "Are you sure you want to do it here?" He slowly moved towards the window. "The surveillance will record everything." "The surveillance is broken," Zi Chenyang said proudly. "I hacked it myself. Now, turn around and let's go through the fire escape." His words stopped abruptly, his eyes widening. "Turn around and walk slowly." Zi Chenyang's voice was close behind Gu Hanchuan's ear, and the muzzle of the gun was against his waist. The door to the inner office was slightly open, and no one would pass by at this time. "How long have you been planning this?" Gu Hanchuan turned around obediently, his voice very low. The corridor was empty and Zhongxiao was still sleeping in the lounge. Zi Chenyang sneered and pushed him towards the fire escape. "From the day I saw you in the basement." He shook his phone, and the screen was frozen with the image of Gu Hanchuan operating the computer. "Do you think I will let you stay with her?" The emergency lights in the fire escape cast a pale green light, distorting the shadows of the two people. Gu Hanchuan calculated every step. He took 3 flights of stairs, 12 steps each, and the garage entrance at the bottom. Where would his chance be? "She will never love you," Gu Hanchuan suddenly said at the corner, his voice so soft it sounded like a sigh. "Do you know why?" Zi Chenyang tightened his grip, and the gun barrel poked Gu Hanchuan's ribs. "Shut up and keep walking." "Because she hates deception the most." Gu Hanchuan continued to walk down, his heartbeat steady, not like someone being held hostage. "And you lied to her for 3 years. Even if I keep you now, one day you will pay the price." "Shut up." With a dull thud, Zi Chenyang hit him on the back of the neck with the butt of his gun. Gu Hanchuan staggered and held onto the wall to avoid falling. The pain shot up to his head like an electric current, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Zi Chenyang was angry, and angry people always make mistakes. With the garage door within reach, Zi Chenyang unlocked the biometric system with his fingerprint. Cold white lights lit up one after another, illuminating more than a dozen luxury cars. He pushed Gu Hanchuan towards a low-key black Audi with the trunk open. "Get in," Zi Chenyang ordered. "Don't force me to break your legs before stuffing them in." Gu Hanchuan knew that he couldn't go along with him. Zi Chenyang could take him out on the surface, but if he followed this guy out, he would most likely be in danger of death. Gu Hanchuan glanced at the garage. All the surveillance cameras were black as expected, Zi Chenyang had done thorough preparation. He pretended to bend down obediently, but turned around suddenly at the last moment and chopped Zi Chenyang's gun-holding wrist with a precise knife. The gun fell to the ground and slid a few meters away. Chapter 23. Block the area within a radius of 20 kilometers. I want to bring him back alive. Zi Chenyang roared and rushed forward, and the two of them fell heavily to the concrete floor. Gu Hanchuan's wound was hit, and a sharp pain made his eyes go black, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, bending his knees and pushing towards Zi Chenyang's abdomen. Do you think you can escape? Zi Chenyang panted, digging his nails deep into Gu Hanchuan's arm. The entire manor belongs to her. Gu Hanchuan rolled over and pressed Zi Chenyang under him, and hit his nose hard with his right fist. The sound of broken cartilage and screams echoed in the garage. Let's see, he gasped, whether her people arrive first, or you pass out from blood loss first. Zi Chenyang's nose bleeds, staining his expensive shirt red. He struggled to reach the pistol not far away, but Gu Hanchuan kicked it away first. The gun slid into the bottom of a sports car, making a crisp sound of metal colliding. You ran away. Zi Chenyang wiped the blood off his face with a sinister smile. If he catches you again, she'll lock you up for life. Gu Hanchuan stood up and suddenly felt dizzy. The wound on the back of his neck was bleeding, and warm liquid was flowing down his spine. He was running out of time and had to act immediately. The Audi car key was stuck in the door, another mistake made by Zi Chenyang. Gu Hanchuan jumped into the driver's seat and woke up with the roar of the engine. In the rearview mirror, Zi Chenyang was struggling to get up and shouting something on the walkie-talkie. The garage door slowly rose, letting in a flood of sunlight. Gu Hanchuan stepped on the accelerator, and the tires rubbed against the ground, making a sharp scream. The moment he rushed out, the rear window glass suddenly shattered. Zi Chenyang found the gun. The bullet grazed the rearview mirror, and Gu Hanchuan swerved the steering wheel, causing the car to snake onto the main road of the manor. The sirens rang throughout the manor, and security guards could be seen running in the distance. He glanced at the dashboard. Plenty of gas, enough to get to the city. The guards at the main gate have been notified and are closing the iron gate. Gu Hanchuan stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the engine roared like a beast. At the last second before the iron gate was about to close, the Audi rushed out like an arrow, and the rearview mirror scraped against the iron railing, splashing a string of sparks. The free wind blew in through the broken car window. Gu Hanchuan gasped for breath, his fingers gripping the steering wheel until his knuckles turned white. In the rearview mirror, the manor had become a small dot, but he knew the pursuit had just begun. Su Qianshan will never let him go, never. At the same time, in the manor meeting room, the pen in Su Qianshan's hand suddenly broke, and the ink splashed on the contract like a pool of black blood. Ms. Su. Lawyer Li looked at her pale face in surprise. Are you okay? Su Qianshan stared at the ink stain, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if someone had cut something out with a knife. Wait a moment. She stood up, her voice unusually calm. I need to confirm something. The surveillance screen in the corridor was covered with snow. Su Qianshan quickened her pace, her high heels tapping out a rapid rhythm on the marble floor. In the lounge, Zhong Xiaozeng woke up, rubbing his temples, looking confused. Where is Mr. Jiyu? Su Qianshan's voice made the nurse shudder. I don't know. Zhong Xiao stammered. We were in the study, and then I suddenly felt very sleepy. Su Qianshan turned and rushed to the office. The door was wide open and the computer screen was still on. Her eyes swept across the table. The coffee cup had been moved and there were fresh scratches on the USB drive port. The surveillance system showed that the garage door was opened 7 minutes ago and an Audi A6 left the estate. Her phone vibrated, and the video file sent by Zi Chenyang was buffering. In the picture, Gu Hanchuan skillfully operated her computer, downloading files, and copying data. Every action revealed the calmness of careful planning. The last message popped up. He escaped. He took the information with him. I didn't stop him. Su Qianshan's finger hovered above the screen, and she suddenly noticed the image that flashed by in the reflection of a piece of glass in the corner of the video, the figure of Zi Chenyang holding a gun. She enlarged the clip and watched it over and over again, her expression growing increasingly gloomy. Call everyone. She pressed the intercom button, her voice as cold as polar ice. Seal off a 20-kilometer radius. I want him back alive. After a pause of 1 second, he added, also, control Zi Chenyang. After hanging up the phone, Su Qianshan walked to the window and looked in the direction where Gu Hanchuan escaped. The sunlight shone on her expressionless face, but could not reach her dark eyes. Her fingertips gently stroked the window frame, where there was an almost invisible scratch left by Gu Hanchuan during one of his struggles. Do you think you can escape? She whispered to herself, her voice filled with creepy tenderness. The game has just begun, my love. On the highway, Gu Hanchuan kept the speed at the edge of the speed limit so as not to attract attention. He needed to find a place to change cars. This Audi was too conspicuous. The mobile navigation shows that there is a small town 3 kilometers ahead, where there should be a car rental company. The wound was still bleeding, soaking through the collar. Gu Hanchuan held the steering wheel with one hand and touched the back of his neck with the other hand, his fingertips stained with blood. The dizziness was growing stronger, so he rolled down the window, letting the cold air keep him awake. The small town came into view, and the simple buildings looked peaceful and tranquil in the sunshine. Gu Hanchuan parked his car in front of a convenience store and used the cash he borrowed from the nurse to buy bandages, alcohol, and a hoodie. In the bathroom mirror, his face was frighteningly pale and his lips were blue from blood loss. After a simple bandage, he put on his hat and walked to the car rental company across the street. 10 minutes later, he was driving out of town in a nondescript grey Toyota, the Audi keys tossed into a roadside gutter. The navigation was set to an airport in a neighboring province, but Gu Hanchuan knew it was just a trick. Su Qianshan would definitely check the airport, station, and all regular escape routes first. His real destination was a freight terminal 30 kilometers away. His college classmate Wang Yang worked there and owed him a favor. An urgent news report suddenly broke over the radio. Police are searching for a dangerous man suspected of kidnapping a nurse from a private nursing home and stealing a vehicle. The man is approximately 185 centimeters tall, has black hair, and has a neck injury. Gu Hanchuan turned off the radio and forced a wry smile. Kidnapping a nurse? Stealing a car? Su Qianshan was weaving lies faster than he could imagine. He touched the USB drive in his pocket. It contained not only Su's project information, but also the evidence he had secretly collected over the past few days: medical records, surveillance footage, and even several recordings of Su Qianshan admitting to imprisoning him. These are not enough to fight against the power of the Su family, but at least they can protect my father from being implicated. What he needed most now was to contact his father and confirm whether his condition was as bad as Zi Chenyang said. The Toyota drove onto a remote country road, flanked by dense cornfields, a perfect hiding place. Gu Hanchuan stopped the car and found an old mobile phone from the trunk. It might have been left by the car rental company, so it was an unexpected gain. The battery is only 17%, but that's enough for a call. He dialed the number that he had memorized, his heart beating like a drum. Chapter 24, Rescued by a Stranger. It rang 6 times, and just as he was about to hang up, the call was picked up. "Hello," came my father's hoarse voice. Gu Hanchuan's throat suddenly choked, and all the words he had prepared were stuck on the tip of his tongue. "Dad." He finally managed to squeeze out one word, his voice trembling and not like his own. "Hanchuan." His father's voice suddenly became clear, as if he had straightened up from his hospital bed. "Is that you? They said you left again and that you refused to see me." "I'm fine." Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. "Dad, listen to me. How is your condition?" "It's an old problem. I can control it." My father said hurriedly, "Where are you? Why haven't you contacted me in so long? That kid from the Z family said you." "Zi Chenyang is telling lies," Gu Hanchuan interrupted, watching the rearview mirror warily. "Dad, I'm going to be away for a while. Don't believe anything anyone says, especially about me. Someone from the Su family might come looking for you, so don't tell them anything." There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. "Son," the father's voice suddenly became unusually firm, "are you in danger?" The cornfield rustled in the wind, like countless whispering mouths. Gu Hanchuan looked at the dust rising in the distance in the rearview mirror, and his heart beat faster. Someone was coming. "Remember, whatever you hear, it's not true," he said quickly. "I love you, Dad." After hanging up the phone, Gu Hanchuan immediately took out their SIM card, broke it, and threw the phone into the cornfield. The dust in the distance was getting closer and closer. It was 2 or 3 black SUVs, driving towards them at an alarming speed. The Su family's car. The engine roared to life and the Toyota rushed out like an arrow. Gu Hanchuan turned off the car lights and sped along the intricate country roads, relying on his memory. In the rearview mirror, the SUV had spotted his tracks and was chasing him closely. A game of cat and mouse unfolds in the fields at dusk. Gu Hanchuan was familiar with this kind of pursuit. He had been an orienteering champion in college, and his perception of space and direction was almost instinctive. He deliberately led the pursuers in circles, gradually approaching a wetland that had been surveyed in advance. When the SUV was only a few hundred meters away from him, Gu Hanchuan suddenly made a sharp turn and drove onto a narrow embankment road. The vehicles behind were caught off guard. The first one rushed directly into the wetland, and the second one braked suddenly and almost overturned. Only the third one followed with great skill. Gu Hanchuan accelerated towards a forest, then jumped out at the last second and rolled into the bushes. The unmanned Toyota plunged into the woods with a deafening crash. Gu Hanchuan huddled in the bushes, holding his breath. Footsteps approached, and the beam of a flashlight swept across the surrounding trees. "Check the car," a male voice ordered. "He can't have gotten far." Gu Hanchuan retreated quietly and moved towards the wetland under the cover of night. The cold water soaked his trouser legs, and the wound was stung by the salt water, but he didn't dare stop. Sirens sounded in the distance. Su Qianshan had indeed mobilized all her connections. Across the wetland is an abandoned factory, a perfect hiding place. Gu Hanchuan waded through waist-deep water, and every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife. When he finally climbed onto the concrete platform on the other side, he was exhausted and his vision was blacking out. The factory's iron door was rusty, but the lock was new. Gu Hanchuan took out a pin from the sole of his shoe which he had prepared when he was at the manor and pried open the lock with a few strokes. It was pitch black inside and smelled of mold and motor oil. He groped his way to a relatively clean corner and slumped down on the ground. The wound began to bleed again and the body temperature was rapidly decreasing. Gu Hanchuan knew that if he didn't treat his wounds, he would not survive the night. But at this moment, he just wanted to close his eyes, even if it was just for a minute. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to his college days and saw Su Qianshan wearing a white dress and smiling at him in the sun. There were stars in her eyes at that time, and he thought love could conquer everything. How naive. How stupid. Darkness surged in like a tide, swallowing up the last bit of consciousness. Before he fell into a coma, Gu Hanchuan seemed to hear the sound of an iron door being pushed open and a strange sigh. "I found you." The pungent smell of disinfectant penetrated his nasal cavity, and Gu Hanchuan regained consciousness in the sharp pain. The white ceiling swayed in the field of vision, and the liquid in the infusion bottle dripped regularly. This wasn't a hospital. The sheets were too rough, the walls too patchy, and the air smelled of motor oil and metal. "Woke up." A female voice came from the right, with a hint of a foreign accent. Gu Hanchuan turned his head with difficulty and saw a strange woman sitting beside the bed. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with curly chestnut hair tied back casually. She was wearing a men's shirt and overalls, and had a laptop on her knees. "When you..." The woman closed her computer and reached out to touch his forehead. "You saved me on the highway 2 years ago. Remember?" The fragments of memory gradually pieced together the rainy night, the twisted guardrail, and the red sports car overturned on the side of the road. Gu Hanchuan did save a girl, but he never thought they would meet again in this way. "Where is this?" His voice was so hoarse that it didn't sound like his own. "It's my family's old factory." When you poured him a glass of water and handed it to him. "It's a safe house. Even my dad doesn't know about this place." She pointed to the new bandage on the back of his neck. "The wound has been treated. It's slightly infected, but nothing serious. You lost a lot of blood and were unconscious for 16 hours. Gu Hanchuan suddenly propped himself up and felt dizzy immediately. The Su family. They're circling 20 kilometers away. When you gave a sly smile. "I left a false clue. They should be searching the containers at the harbor right now." She handed him a mobile phone, and the screen showed real-time news footage. Su Group security personnel clashed with customs and forcibly searched export goods. Gu Hanchuan breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became alert again. "Why help me?" Wen Yu's eyes flickered, and she turned around and took out a document from the drawer. 2 reasons. She spread the documents on the bedside. First, to repay a favor. Second, business cooperation. The title of the document clearly reads South American Jewelry Project Bidding Plan. The bidder is Wen Group, and the first one on the list of competitors is Su Enterprise. "I know you're divorced." When you looked him straight in the eyes, "I also know what Su Qianshan did to you." She pointed to a page in the document. "Your talent in jewelry design shouldn't go unnoticed, and this project requires your professional vision." Gu Hanchuan flipped through the documents, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. This is indeed his specialty before his marriage. He won an award in an international jewelry design competition, and he was involved in several of Su's early hit series. But since he lost his memory, he has never touched design again. "You want me to help Wen Corporation win this project." He closed the file and struck back at Su Qianshan. Wen Yu shook her head. "I want a fair chance to compete." Her fingers tapped the cover of the document. "Su's business was built on your designs, but their current chief designer doesn't understand the language of gemstones at all. This project is crucial to whether Wen's business can gain a foothold in China. I need your professional advice, that's all." Chapter 25 Cooperation for Mutual Benefit. Sunlight streamed in from the high windows, illuminating a line of small characters on the document. Chief Designer Consultant Gu Hanchuan. The number of zeros following the salary figure was staggering. You can think about it for a few days. Wen Yu stood up. It's safe here. There are food and medicine, and... She pointed to the surveillance equipment in the corner and said, if you're worried about me bringing people here, you can always cut off the power and leave. Gu Hanchuan looked at this strange savior. Her eyes were frank and direct, without Su Qianshan's suffocating possessiveness or Zi Chenyang's hypocritical calculations. But having experienced betrayal, it is difficult for him to trust anyone's kindness. Why now? He asked the most crucial question, why now? Wen Yu stopped at the door, her back slightly stiff. Because I just found out you were divorced last month. Her voice dropped. Then I looked it up, and I realized something wasn't right. She turned around, anger flashing in her eyes. No one deserves to be treated like that, not even a fool like you. The door closed gently, leaving Gu Hanchuan alone facing the sunlight and questions in the room. He picked up the mirror on the bedside table and looked at his haggard face, unshaven beard, dark circles under his eyes, and prominent cheekbones as if they were cut by a knife. Just a few weeks of captivity had already made him look 10 years older. The mirror flipped over, revealing a note on the back. There's hot water in the bathroom, and there's a change of clothes in the closet. I salvaged your design from my old apartment, it's in the drawer. Why? Gu Hanchuan opened the drawer of the bedside table and saw a stack of yellowed sketchbooks neatly stacked there. On the title page of the top book, there was Su Qianshan's handwriting. To my favorite talented designer, may your inspiration never run dry. Qianshan, the 20th of May, 2018 inch. When my fingertips touched the long-dried signature, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my chest. At that time, Su Qianshan would cheer for every one of his designs, proudly introduce my genius husband to everyone, and make coffee for him late at night just to see his profile as he concentrated on his creation. Those days seemed like a lifetime ago. The hot water washed over his body. Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes and raised his head, letting the water carry away the blood and dust. The stinging wound on the back of his neck reminded him of the cruelty of reality. Su Qianshan would not give up the pursuit easily, and he now had two choices: continue to escape, or fight back with the help of the Wen family's power. In front of the dressing mirror, he examined the new scars on his body, the marks on his wrists, the bruises on his waist, and the unhealed needle hole on his chest. Every place bears the mark left by Su Qianshan, which is both a punishment and possession. The clothes Wen Yu prepared fit her unexpectedly well. Even the size of her underwear was just right. Gu Hanchuan frowned, wondering how she knew these details, and then realized that his apartment must have been thoroughly searched. Su Qianshan would not miss any clue, and Wen Yu obviously did the same. On the table lay a simple meal and 3 bottles of medicine, each with handwritten instructions on the label. Gu Hanchuan picked up the medicine bottle and examined it carefully. It was indeed antibiotics and painkillers, with no suspicious ingredients. He wolfed down his food, then returned to his bed and flipped open the stack of design drafts. Pencil lines wander across the paper, outlining his past inspiration and passion. The design of a sapphire ring caught his attention. It was the engagement ring he designed for Su Qianshan, with her birthstone as the main stone, and their secret vows engraved on the inside of the ring. Gu Hanchuan suddenly closed the sketchbook, his chest heaving violently. Memories of the past came flooding back like a tide, a mixture of sweetness and pain that almost suffocated him. He grabbed the water glass on the table and smashed it against the wall. Glass fragments flew everywhere, sparkling like diamonds in the sunlight. Hate! Wen Yu's voice came from the door. She was leaning against the doorframe, a tablet in her hands. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to peek, but the surveillance alarm went off. She pointed to the camera in the corner. Do you need to talk? Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. No need. Okay. Wen Yu walked in, stepped over the broken glass as if nothing had happened, and handed him the tablet. But you need to see this. On the screen was a surveillance video shot in a luxurious office. Su Qianshan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with her back to the camera, with documents and broken glassware scattered on the ground. Her shoulders heaved violently, and she suddenly turned around, overturning the entire desk and letting out a scream that was not human. This is the footage from 3 hours ago, Wen Yu said calmly. Her private office on the 38th floor of the Su's Sichuan branch. Since you escaped, she has fired 12 bodyguards. Zi Chenyang is under house arrest in a villa in the western suburbs and is said to have been shot. Gu Hanchuan's fingertips felt slightly cold. The Su Qianshan in the picture looked like he had never seen her before. Her hair was messy, her makeup was smudged, and her eyes were burning with crazy anger. She grabbed the photo frame on the table and smashed it against the wall. The glass fragment scratched her cheek, leaving a bloody mark, but she was completely unaware. She's looking for you. Wen Yu put away the tablet. It's like she's catching a fugitive, and she herself. She chose her words carefully, like a madman who has lost a soul. Gu Hanchuan turned his face away, unwilling to look again. So what? Nothing. Wen Yu shrugged. Just a reminder that no matter what decision you make, you're not facing a rational opponent. She walked towards the door. By the way, I've left the information about the jewelry project on the table. Take a look if you're interested. If not, the key to the back door is under the vase. The door closed again, and Gu Hanchuan's eyes fell on the project documents on the table. The South American jewelry project Su's most important international bid this year is related to whether they can open up the Latin American market. If he could help the Wen family win this project, the thought of revenge slid into my heart like a poisonous snake. Su Qianshan took away his freedom, dignity, and health, and he had the opportunity to make her taste the taste of failure. The temptation was so great that it almost made him tremble. But deeper down, a soft corner was still in pain for the collapsed Su Qianshan in the surveillance video, for the bloody mark she had drawn with her own hands, and for everything they once had but destroyed with their own hands. As night fell, Gu Hanchuan stood at the window, looking at the lights of the city in the distance. In a certain direction, Su Qianshan might also be looking at the same night sky, thinking of him with anger or despair. He picked up the project document on the table, turned to the last page, and signed his name on the letter of intent for cooperation from Wen Group. At the same time, the Su family manor was brightly lit. Su Qianshan stood in the monitoring room. With dozens of snow screens in front of her, the manor security system was paralyzed again, just like the night Gu Hanchuan escaped. Keep searching, she ordered the technical team behind her, her voice as cold as ice. Hack into the city's traffic surveillance and check all hospital and clinic records. A reward of 10 million yuan is offered to anyone who provides information. Chapter 26. I Don't Know You. The rainy night in Kyoto brought the chill of early autumn. Su Qianshan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the Yanjian private club, gently spinning the champagne glass between her fingertips. The bubbles on the wall of the crystal glass kept rising and bursting, just like her hopes that had been shattered one by one in the past few days. Qianshan, you should at least eat something. Her friend Lin Wei handed over a plate of exquisite snacks. You've lost another 3 pounds this week. Su Qianshan mechanically took the plate but did not touch the fork. Outside the window, raindrops meandered down the glass, blurring the city lights. She should be dealing with the crisis of the South American project at the company, or continuing to interrogate those incompetent bodyguards at the hotel, instead of wasting time at this boring birthday party. I know what you're thinking. Lin Wei sighed, but Gu Hanchuan has disappeared for 2 weeks. If he's deliberately avoiding you, he will show up. Su Qianshan interrupted her, her voice so soft that it seemed like she was talking to herself. He can't bear to part with those design drafts. Lin Wei hesitated to speak, and finally just patted her shoulder. At least go socialize? The young master of the Zhu family flew back from Paris specifically to see you. Her father holds the port concession rights. Su Qianshan nodded reluctantly and followed Lin Wei to the center of the banquet hall. Her black haute couture dress glowed coldly under the light, just like her expression at the moment, perfect, cold, and impeccable. The guests automatically made way for her, and the whispers stopped abruptly as she passed. Mr. Su, I've long heard of you. Young Master Zhu came forward enthusiastically. My father often mentioned your projects in Southeast Asia. Su Qianshan responded to greetings with a professional smile, but her mind drifted to Sichuan City thousands of miles away. The bodyguard reported this morning that he had found traces of Gu Hanchuan at the freight terminal, but further investigation turned up nothing. He was like a drop of water, evaporating in the sunlight. There was a sudden commotion on the other side of the banquet hall. Su Qianshan raised her eyes nonchalantly, her sight passing through the champagne tower and the bustling crowd, and fixed on a tall figure. Her heart suddenly stopped beating. The man was wearing a perfectly tailored dark blue suit. The lines of his shoulders, the curve of his neck, and even the way his hair fell when he lowered his head were so familiar that it took her breath away. He was leaning over to listen to the woman in the red dress next to him, with a smile that Su Qianshan once possessed hanging on the corner of his mouth. That's Ms. Wen Yu from the Wen Group, Ms. Zhu explained, following her gaze. The one next to her is said to be their newly hired jewelry designer, working on a South American project. Su Qianshan could no longer hear the subsequent introduction. The blood roared in my eardrums, and the champagne glass in my hand was crushed at some point. The fragments pierced my palm, but I didn't feel any pain. That turned profile, that slightly frowned expression. Gu Hanchuan. Alive and intact, Gu Hanchuan was standing 20 meters away. Qianshan. Your hand. Lin Wei exclaimed and grabbed her bleeding palm, but Su Qianshan suddenly pulled her hand back, pushed the crowd away, and walked forward. Every step felt like stepping on cotton. The surrounding scenery was distorted, and only that figure became clearer and clearer. Gu Hanchuan looked much healthier than the last time they met. His complexion was no longer pale, and his jawline had regained its sharpness. Only the new fine lines at the corners of his eyes revealed the torment he had endured in recent days. He was adjusting the clasp of Wen Yu's necklace, his fingers gently brushing the back of her neck. That action that he had only done to Su Qianshan. Gu Hanchuan. Su Qianshan's voice exploded in the banquet hall, and the surrounding conversations disappeared instantly. Gu Hanchuan's back obviously froze, but he didn't turn around immediately. Wen Yu turned around first, raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then whispered something into Gu Hanchuan's ear. He finally turned around and met Su Qianshan's gaze calmly, as if she was just an ordinary business rival. Mr. Su. He nodded slightly, his voice polite but distant. Long time no see. These 4 words were like a knife stabbing into Su Qianshan's chest. Long time no see, she repeated, her voice trembling. 2 weeks ago you were in my bed, and now you're a designer for Wen's. There was a gasp from the guests. Gu Hanchuan's expression did not change at all. He just gently protected Wen Yu behind him. This subtle movement made Su Qianshan's pupils suddenly shrink. I think you've got the wrong person. Gu Hanchuan said calmly. I'm the Wen family special consultant and have no dealings with the Su family. Lie. A blatant lie. Su Qianshan could tell that he was lying from the speed of his blinking, the curvature of his mouth, and even the rhythm of his breathing. The man who couldn't even hide his birthday surprise can now deny their past without batting an eyelid. Wen Yu took Gu Hanchuan's arm at the right moment. Mr. Su may have drunk too much. We are about to leave so as not to disturb your elegant mood. Stop. Su Qianshan's voice was not loud, but it made the entire banquet hall silent. The bodyguards had silently blocked all exits. Gu Hanchuan, look at me. She took a step forward, digging her nails into her bleeding palms. Look into my eyes and tell me again that you don't know me. Gu Hanchuan finally looked at her directly. His eyes were so unfamiliar that it was heartbreaking. I don't know you, Mr. Su. He paused and added, but I've heard that you're known for your strong control over your employees. It seems the rumors are true. A burst of laughter spread among the guests. Su Qianshan's face lost all color. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Hanchuan's tie, pulling him close enough that they could feel each other's breath. The smell of perfume hit him in the face, not his usual woody note, but some unfamiliar marine scent, which was undoubtedly Wen Yu's choice. Do you think that changing perfume or changing women can erase everything? She lowered her voice so that only the 3 of them could hear. Your body remembers me, Gu Hanchuan. Every inch of your skin, every scar, is engraved with my name. Gu Hanchuan's eyes finally showed a slight fluctuation, but soon returned to calm. Let go, President Su, he said calmly. Otherwise tomorrow's headlines will be President Su publicly harasses a business rival. Wen Yu suddenly inserted herself between the 2 of them, skillfully separating Su Qianshan's hands. Enough is enough, Miss Su. Her voice was soft, but with an undeniable firmness. You are already divorced. These words were like a bucket of ice water poured on Su Qianshan's head. She staggered back a step, watching Wen Yu naturally straighten Gu Hanchuan's messed up tie, and watching him lower his head obediently to cooperate. These were once her exclusive rights. Why? Su Qianshan asked uncontrollably, her voice breaking. Why her? Gu Hanchuan finally revealed a hint of genuine emotion, a flash of fatigue and sadness in his eyes. Because she gave me a choice, he said softly, and you never did. The bodyguards surrounded them, but Su Qianshan raised her hand to stop them. She straightened her back and armed herself with the last of her pride. See you on the South American project, designer Gu. Before turning around, she glanced at Wen Yu meaningfully. I hope Miss Wen knows that she is playing with fire. Chapter 27, The Mark of the Clavicle. The crowd automatically parted to let Su Qianshan pass, whispering like a shadow. She walked towards the elevator mechanically, with Gu Hanchuan's words, I don't know you, echoing in her ears. Years of love, 3 years of marriage, countless days and nights, ultimately degenerated into a public denial. The moment the elevator door closed, Su Qianshan's knees finally gave way and she fell heavily to the ground. Lin Wei tried to hold her in panic, but was pushed away. Check. Su Qianshan's voice was terrifyingly calm. Check when they met, check how he got involved with the Wen family, check. Her throat suddenly choked and she couldn't say any more. Lin Wei asked cautiously, should we send someone to follow them? Su Qianshan looked at her pale face in the elevator mirror and the dried blood on her palms. No need. She suddenly smiled, and that smile made Lin Wei's hair stand on end. I'll make him come back willingly. At the same time, inside the Mercedes-Benz in the underground garage, Gu Hanchuan's hands were shaking uncontrollably. Wen Yu handed him a glass of whiskey, which he drank in one gulp. The alcohol burned his throat but could not dispel the chill. You acted very well. Wen Yu started the car, but don't let her get so close next time. Your eyes will betray you. Gu Hanchuan didn't answer, but just watched the rain passing by outside the window. Su Qianshan's pale face lingered in front of her eyes. She had lost weight. There were heavy shadows under her eyes, and her dress had a gap at the waist. She hadn't had a good time in the past 2 weeks. This realization brought him both pain and satisfaction. Heartbroken. Wen Yu was keenly aware of his emotions. Don't forget who locked you in the basement and who concealed the news when your father was critically ill. I haven't forgotten. Gu Hanchuan's voice was colder than the rain outside the window. The plan for the South American project will be completed next week. I need to go to Yunnan to check out the mines. Wen Yu nodded and switched to work mode. The Su delegation will arrive in Rio next Wednesday, 4 days earlier than us. They brought the star series you designed earlier as a stepping stone. A sneer appeared on Gu Hanchuan's lips. The inspiration for the star comes from the mole on Su Qianshan's collarbone, he said calmly, and the name of our new series is Mark of the Collarbone. Wen Yu whistled. You are the most ruthless. But... She hesitated for a moment. Are you sure you want to provoke her like this? Su Qianshan is not someone you can easily mess with. The car drove into the tunnel, and darkness swallowed up Gu Hanchuan's expression. I want her to suffer 10 times more than I did. His voice was especially clear in the darkness. Then, maybe one day, we can start over. When you gave him a complicated look, you still love her. This is not a question. Gu Hanchuan did not deny it, but just rolled down the car window, letting the rain wet his face, which looked like uncontrollable tears. Returned to the apartment. Gu Hanchuan stood under the shower and let the hot water wash over his body. There was still some Su Qianshan's blood on the palm of his hand, and the light pink liquid swirled along with the water and disappeared. He closed his eyes, but saw her broken expression in the banquet hall, and heard her face turn pale when he said, I don't know you. The pleasure of revenge is fleeting, leaving only endless emptiness. The phone vibrated, and it was an encrypted message. Surveillance shows that Su Qianshan smashed the entire suite after returning to the hotel. The bodyguard said she kept repeating your name. Why? Gu Hanchuan turned off the faucet and stared at the unfamiliar self in the bathroom mirror. The mirror gradually fogged up, and the Gu Hanchuan who once loved Su Qianshan deeply became more and more blurred, replaced by a stranger full of hatred. Outside the window, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the whole Kyoto was shrouded in misty water vapor. In a high-rise building, Su Qianshan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding the sapphire necklace that Gu Hanchuan had designed in her hand, tears silently sliding down her face. Their vows were engraved on the inside of the necklace, which now reads with great irony, Love is eternal. 3 days later, when the plane landed at Kunming Changshui Airport, Gu Hanchuan saw the dark green mountains in the distance through the window. The rainy season in Yunnan has just passed, and the air still has the scent of moist grass and trees. He unbuckled his seat belt and his fingertips unconsciously stroked the ring finger of his left hand. There used to be a wedding ring there, but now there was only a faint white mark left. Designer Gu, Boss Ju has sent a car to pick us up. Wen Yu's voice came from the side, interrupting his thoughts. She was wearing a beige linen suit today, and her hair was slightly curled after flying. I heard that the Su family's people arrived last night. Gu Hanchuan paused slightly while adjusting his cuffs. He should have expected that Su Qianshan would never let go of Ju, Yunnan's largest jade supplier, so easily. Yeah, he replied briefly, putting the tablet into his briefcase. The screen was still showing this morning's entertainment news. The Su family's daughter and her fiancé sweetly appeared at Kunming Airport, suspected to be on a pre-wedding trip. In the photo, Su Qianshan is wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat, and Zi Chenyang is hugging her waist intimately. Gu Hanchuan remembered the hat she had bought it 3 years ago when they were on vacation in the Maldives. She had said with a smile, I'll wear it every time I travel from now on. Don't read those rubbish news. Wen Yu took his tablet away and handed him an iced Americano. The Ju mine is the key. The bitterness of the coffee spread on the tip of his tongue, and Gu Hanchuan looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window. The sunshine in Yunnan was so strong that it hurt his eyes. In the locker room of Kunming Lakeside Golf Club, Gu Hanchuan adjusted his tie in front of the mirror. Today's meeting is crucial. Ju owns the best jade mines on the Myanmar border, and Wen needs these raw materials to create the Mark of the Clavicle series. Nervous. Wen Yu leaned against the door and handed him a tube of sunscreen. I heard you've been playing golf for many years, so you should be able to win for sure. Gu Hanchuan squeezed out a ball of white paste and mechanically smeared it on his face. Zi Chenyang was also a key player on the school team when he was in college. So, Wen Yu raised an eyebrow. You hired a PGA coach specifically to practice with Su Qianshan. This long-lost name made Gu Hanchuan's chest tighten. He remembered how Su Qianshan learned golf, pursing her lips stubbornly, her skirt flying when she swung, and when the ball went astray, she stomped her feet and shouted, Gu Hanchuan, you are not allowed to laugh. Business negotiations are not a joke. He finally replied coldly and threw the sunscreen back to Wen Yu. Walking out of the locker room, the sunlight poured down like molten gold. Gu Hanchuan narrowed his eyes and saw several figures standing by the green in the distance. Even from a distance of 100 meters, he could recognize the slender figure at a glance. Su Qianshan was wearing a mint green sport skirt today, and the red lips under the brim of her hat were like a drop of blood falling on the snow. What a coincidence, Miss Wen. Zi Chenyang walked over first, his arm naturally resting on Su Qianshan's waist. I didn't expect you were also Mr. Ju's guests of honor. Chapter 28 Golf Tournament. Gu Hanchuan's nails dug into his palms. Zi Chenyang's fingers were pressing on the mole on Su Qianshan's waist, the place he had kissed countless times. Boss Ju suggested playing some ball before discussing business. Ju Kun, the chairman of the Ju group, was a lean, middle-aged man. When he smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes resembled an open fan. How about a 4-player best ball competition? Winner takes all. Wen Yu was about to speak when Su Qianshan suddenly chuckled. That sounds interesting. She took off her sunglasses and glanced at Gu Hanchuan. I'm in a group with Chen Yang, and Miss Wen will be in a group with this gentleman. She pretended not to know him. Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled, and his heart seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand. From a business perspective, he should cooperate with this drama, but his throat felt like it was blocked by a ball of cotton. Gu Hanchuan. He introduced himself stiffly, his voice dry and uncharacteristically his own. Design director of Wen's Jewelry. Su Qianshan's red lips curved into a perfect arc. I've heard a lot about you. She stretched out her right hand, her nails painted a familiar rose color. Su Qianshan. When their fingertips touched, Gu Hanchuan felt something sharp scratching his palm. It was a ring. The sapphire engagement ring he designed himself has "Love is Eternal" engraved on the inside. Let's begin. Su Qianshan pulled her hand back. When she turned around, the end of her hair brushed his chin, carrying the scent of gardenia. Which hole will determine the winner? 18 holes takes too long. Ju Kun wiped the sweat off his face. Let's just play the first 9. The one with the lower total score wins. Gu Hanchuan walked towards the tee in silence. The altitude in Yan'an made breathing difficult, or perhaps it was just his illusion. Wen Yu leaned close to his ear and said, She did it on purpose, don't be fooled. The first hole was par 4. Zi Chenyang took the lead and the white ball drew a beautiful arc and landed in the center of the fairway. Gu Hanchuan gripped the club tightly and tried to concentrate, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Su Qianshan wiping the sweat off Zi Chenyang's face. His swing was out of shape and the ball flew crookedly into the right bunker. Nervous? Wen Yu asked in a low voice, handing him a sand wedge. Gu Hanchuan didn't answer. He squatted down to check the position of the ball, and the sunlight reflected from the white sand hurt his eyes. 3 years ago at the Su family's annual meeting, Su Qianshan squatted in the sandpit like this, her skirt covered with sand, and she said to him coquettishly, Hubby, please help me get it out. Focus. Wen Yu's voice brought him back to reality. He hit his second shot nearly perfectly, with the ball stopping 3 feet from the hole. As he walked back to the green, he heard Su Qianshan say to Zi Chenyang, Remember that long putt we made last time in Hawaii? It was just like that. Gu Hanchuan's putt was too strong and the ball rolled 2 yards past the hole. He closed his eyes. Hawaii was the honeymoon destination they had planned but failed to go to. At the end of the first 5 holes, Su Qianshan's group was 3 strokes ahead. On the tee of the 6th hole, when Gu Hanchuan adjusted his grip, he thought of the time when he was teaching Su Qianshan. Every movement of hers seemed to remind him of the sweetness of the past, but her hand gripping the club became tighter and tighter. The next moment, Gu Hanchuan's ball flew out of bounds. Wen Yu looked at him in disbelief. What's wrong with you? Altitude sickness. He loosened his collar, sweat soaking his back. This is not a lie. Su Qianshan is his plateau, making it difficult for him to breathe and his mind confused. The turning point came at the 7th hole. Zi Chenyang was eager to show off, so he took a risk on the green with his second shot, but his ball fell into the water hazard. Gu Hanchuan seized the opportunity and sent the ball to the flagpole with a precise iron shot. Beautiful. Wen Yu high-fived him, while Su Qianshan just stood far away, the sunlight reflecting a cold light on her sunglasses. On the 8th hole, Zi Chenyang made another mistake. Gu Hanchuan felt Su Qianshan's gaze falling on his back as if it were real. He deliberately coughed lightly when Zi Chenyang swung the club, and the ball flew into the woods. Despicable. Zi Chenyang threw the club. Gu Hanchuan said expressionlessly, The wind is too strong. Only he himself knew that this was indeed revenge for those news photos, for Zi Chenyang's hand on Su Qianshan's waist, and for all the lies and hurt in the past 3 years. On the 9th hole, the winner was decided. Gu Hanchuan's team won with a 2-stroke advantage. Ju Kun laughed and patted his shoulder. Excellent. Come to my office tomorrow to sign the contract. Congratulations. Su Qianshan walked over, and the scent of perfume came flooding in, carrying with it memories. She shook his hand politely, but secretly scratched his wrist with her palm, just like she used to do when flirting. On the way back to the locker room, Gu Hanchuan felt a hard object in his pocket, the sapphire ring. Attached to it was a note, returning the item to its original owner. P.S. I remember everything you taught me. The sound of the shower drowned out all other sounds. Gu Hanchuan held the ring in front of his eyes, and the gem reflected a faint blue light under the light. The engraving on the inside was still there, but there were a few fresh scratches, as if it had been left when someone took it off forcefully. Outside the door, when Yu's voice came, Boss Ju has a dinner appointment. See you at the hotel at 7 o'clock. Okay. Gu Hanchuan responded, but he held the ring tightly in his palm until the edges pricked his skin. He knew what game Su Qianshan was playing. She wanted to use memories as bait to see if he would take the bait like a fish. What's even more ironic is that he actually took the bait, even though he knew it was poisoned and would bleed profusely. Because some addictions are hard to quit, some pains are sweet to endure. The banquet hall of the Intercontinental Hotel Kunming is brightly lit. Gu Hanchuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and adjusted his tie, the glass reflecting his tense jawline. Outside the window, the water of Jianqi Lake is rippling, and several cruise ships with colorful lights on look like scattered gems. Nervous. When Yu appeared in the reflection beside him and handed him a glass of whiskey. You've untied your tie 3 times. Gu Hanchuan took the wine glass, and the amber liquid glowed coldly under the light. Why did Ju Kun insist on arranging this dinner? The old fox wants to watch the show. When Yu's red lips curved into a sarcastic arc, the Su and when families fought over him, so of course he wants to enjoy the pleasure of being the winner. The door to the banquet hall was pushed open, and Ju Kun's resounding laughter preceded the figure. Ha ha ha, President Su looks so dazzling today. Gu Hanchuan didn't turn around, but the glass reflected Su Qianshan's figure. She was wearing a backless red dress, her long hair was tied up, and she was wearing the sapphire necklace he designed around her neck. 3 years ago, he bought this rare sapphire in Paris and spent 3 months polishing and setting it by hand. Their initials are engraved on the inside, hidden in the most inconspicuous buckle. Designer Gu. Ju Kun enthusiastically put his arm around his shoulders. Come, come, sit on my right. Miss Wen, sit on your left. Let's talk business first and then eat. The round table was decorated extremely luxuriously, with a pure gold business card holder next to the blue and white porcelain tableware. Gu Hanchuan's name tag was placed on Ju Kun's right, opposite Su Qianshan. Chapter 29 Dinner Party Incident. Zi Chenyang attentively pulled out a chair for her, his fingers lingering on her back for half a second too long. I heard that designer Gu worked at Su's before. Ju Kun asked casually, picking up a piece of matsutake and putting it on Gu Hanchuan's plate. Gu Hanchuan saw Su Qianshan's eyelashes trembling slightly, and her nails painted with red nails tapping lightly against the champagne glass. We worked together briefly, he replied calmly, cutting into the steak on his plate. It's nothing worth mentioning. Oh, President Su's ex-husband was also a designer. Ju Kun suddenly slapped his forehead. Speaking of which, who is President Su's mysterious husband who has been hiding for 3 years? The air suddenly froze. Gu Hanchuan's knife cut into the porcelain plate, making a teeth-grinding sound. Wen Yu kicked him under the table and continued with a smile. Why is Boss Ju so interested in other people's family affairs? Why don't we talk about the details of tomorrow's contract? Curious. Ju Kun took a sip of Mao Tai. The person who can make President Su willingly keep his marriage secret for 3 years must be extraordinary. Su Qianshan shook the champagne glass, a smile on her lips, nothing special. She glanced at Gu Hanchuan, her eyes brushing across a wound like a feather. He's just a designer who doesn't know how to adapt. He only gives me jewelry he made for my birthday. Gu Hanchuan's knuckles turned white. He remembered that birthday Su Qianshan had a high fever of 39 degrees. He stayed with her for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally gave her a diamond bracelet he made by himself when her fever subsided. She hugged him and said, "This is the best gift I have ever received." But now the bracelet is gone, replaced by the tacky Cartier bracelet that Zi Chenyang gave her. That does sound boring. Wen Yu suddenly interrupted, placing her fingers on Gu Hanchuan's arm in an ambiguous way. Our Hanchuan is different. He even flew to Paris last week to buy me a limited edition sachet. Su Qianshan pursed her red lips into a straight line. Gu Hanchuan knew that Wen Yu was helping him fight back, but this scene only made his stomach ache. He chewed his food mechanically, unable to taste anything. Speaking of jewelry, Zi Chenyang took out a velvet box as if presenting a treasure. Qianshan, I have prepared a new gift for you. Inside the box was a ruby necklace that looked like solidified blood under the light. Gu Hanchuan stared at the ruby. It was of poor quality and roughly cut, and it did not match her snow-white skin. Do you like it? Zi Chenyang asked. Very beautiful. Su Qianshan smiled, but her eyes were fixed on Gu Hanchuan. It's much better looking than the sapphires some people give me. Gu Hanchuan suddenly stood up. Excuse me. His chair made a dull sound as it rubbed against the carpet. The bathroom mirror reflected a pale face. Gu Hanchuan turned on the faucet and let the cold water wash over his wrists. Sapphire necklace. Su Qianshan clearly wore it to the dinner party, but she belittled its value in public. This contradictory behavior is like her usual style, hurting him to prove that he still cares. Are you hiding here and crying? The familiar voice made Gu Hanchuan look up suddenly. Su Qianshan leaned against the doorframe, her red dress like a blooming poppy. She was playing with the ruby necklace given by Zi Chenyang between her fingers. Is there something? Gu Hanchuan turned off the faucet, and water droplets dripped down his chin onto the collar of his shirt. Su Qianshan took a step closer, and the scent of perfume swept over her, carrying with it memories. Seeing you're working so hard, I came over to check on you. She raised her hand, and the ruby necklace swayed in front of his eyes. Wen Yu, do you know that you like to leave a light on to your right when you sleep? Gu Hanchuan grabbed her wrist and said, Enough is enough. Are you angry already? Su Qianshan chuckled, twisting her wrist in his palm. Didn't you act like you didn't care at the table just now? Designer Gu. The corridor was dimly lit, and her red lips were close at hand. Gu Hanchuan could count the shadows of her eyelashes and smell the champagne on her breath. The distance was too dangerous. He should have pushed her away, but for some unknown reason he tightened his fingers. How does it feel to have the item returned to its rightful owner? Su Qianshan's eyes dropped to the inside pocket of his suit where the sapphire ring was. Will you touch it every night and think of me? Gu Hanchuan pressed her against the wall, the coolness of the marble seeping through her thin red dress. What do you want? He asked in a hoarse voice. To see me go crazy for you. I want you to admit it. Su Qianshan raised her head, her lips almost brushing his chin. Admit that you care about me. Admit that you can't let me go. Okay, I admit it. I hate you. Gu Hanchuan spoke slowly, but couldn't help but let his eyes fall on her lips. I hate that every time you approach me, you have a purpose. I hate that you let Zi Chenyang touch you even though you clearly don't love him. I hate that you. Hate means you still care. Su Qianshan interrupted him, stroking her fingers on his chest. Wen Yu, do you know how fast this is beating? There were footsteps in the distance, and Gu Hanchuan suddenly let go of her. Su Qianshan smeared a lipstick mark on the collar of his shirt. This is a reward for you. I am very satisfied with your performance today. She took a step back and suddenly raised her voice. Designer Gu, don't drink so much next time. Miss Wen will be worried. Wen Yu appeared at the end of the corridor, his eyes scanning back and forth between the two of them. Boss Ju is going to cut the cake. She came over and took Gu Hanchuan's arm. Boss Su is here too. I just happened to meet designer Gu. Su Qianshan smiled, her red lips like a knife. We had a very pleasant chat. Back in the banquet hall, the waiters were distributing cakes. Gu Hanchuan mechanically swallowed the sweet cream, which tasted like chewing wax. Feeling uncomfortable, Wen Yu asked in a low voice. Gu Hanchuan shook his head, but his eyes unconsciously drifted towards Su Qianshan. She was chatting and laughing with Ju Kun, and her red skirt looked like a burning fire under the light. Zi Chenyang put his hand on the back of her chair and spoke into her ear from time to time. Gu Hanchuan had imagined the scene of reunion countless times, but he never expected it to be like this so close, yet separated by an entire past that could not be crossed. I heard that designer Gu used to be in charge of the jewelry line at Su's. Ju Kun suddenly raised his voice. Boss Su is here, so why not introduce Wen's new collection? Let your old boss, Boss Su, give his comments. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Gu Hanchuan put down his napkin and felt like he was being pricked by Su Qianshan's gaze. The mark of the clavicle focuses on emotional connection, he said in a steady voice. Each piece carries a unique story. For example, Ju Kun asked. For example, the featured sapphire necklace. Gu Hanchuan looked directly at Su Qianshan, gazing at the necklace he designed around her neck. The inspiration came from the mole on my lover's collarbone, symbolizing the most intimate memory. Su Qianshan's fingers unconsciously touched her collarbone, and there was indeed a small mole there. Gu Hanchuan remembered every detail where she was sensitive, where she was ticklish, and where she liked to be kissed. These memories were like invisible chains that bound the two together. The more they struggled, the more suffocated they felt. Sounds romantic. Ju Kun laughed. Does this sapphire necklace President Su wears have a story behind it? The banquet hall suddenly became quiet. Gu Hanchuan saw Su Qianshan's chest rise and fall slightly, and open his red lips slightly. It doesn't make any sense. Gu Hanchuan's heart sank suddenly, and the words "it doesn't make any sense" pierced his heart like an ice blade. Chapter 30. Hit again. After the dinner, Gu Hanchuan stood in the elevator with his forehead against the cold metal wall. The night breeze from Genchi Lake failed to blow away the inexplicable heat in my body, but instead made my temples throb even more violently. He loosened his tie, and as his Adam's apple rolled, he tasted a hint of blood he had bitten through the inner wall of his mouth without knowing it. Are you okay? When you pressed the top button. You look terrible. It's okay. Gu Hanchuan stared at the elevator number that kept jumping, but his vision was difficult to focus. There was something wrong with the glass of Maotai that Zi Chenyang toasted him with. He should have thought of it earlier. When that guy came over hypocritically to apologize, his eyes flashed with a venomous light. The elevator dinged and stopped on the 28th floor. When you suddenly received a call and frowned, something happened at the mine. I have to go deal with it. She looked at Gu Hanchuan worriedly. Why don't you go back to your room and rest first? Go and get busy. Gu Hanchuan waved his hand and forced himself to walk towards his room. The carpet in the corridor was like soaked cotton, sinking half an inch with every step. He took out the room card, but couldn't insert it into the card slot. Do you need help? A strange female voice came from behind. Gu Hanchuan turned around and saw a young woman in revealing clothes, her eyes flashing with calculation under her heavy makeup. She was holding a camera bag with the Star Entertainment logo on the shoulder strap. Alertness was like an electric current running through my spine. Gu Hanchuan took a half step back, his back hitting the door. No need. The woman took a step closer, the pungent smell of perfume in her eyes. Designer Gu, are you feeling unwell? I'll help you in. Her hand snaked up his arm. Gu Hanchuan pushed her away violently, but a feeling of dizziness came over him like a tidal wave. Zi Chenyang's sinister smile flashed before his eyes. There must have been drugs in that glass of wine, and this woman was obviously the arranged evidence. I staggered towards the emergency exit, the rapid tapping of high heels and the sound of camera shutters coming from behind me. Gu Hanchuan stumbled down to the 27th floor, and the edges of his vision began to turn black. He had to find a place to hide and wait for Wen Yu to come back. Warm yellow light shone through a half-open door. Gu Hanchuan pushed the door open with his last bit of clarity, locked it behind him, and leaned against it, breathing heavily. There was a faint scent of gardenia in the room, so heartbreakingly familiar. Who? The bathroom door opened, and a familiar figure walked out from the steaming water vapor. Su Qianshan was wrapped in a bathrobe, with wet hair draped over her shoulders, and water droplets sliding down her collarbone into her clothes. Her eyes widened and the towel in her hand dropped to the ground. Gu Hanchuan's sanity was almost completely burned away by the drugs. He untied his tie and forced a bitter laugh from his throat. Sure enough, it was your idea. What are you doing? Su Qianshan hurried forward, but stopped when she saw his red eyes. Have you been drugged? You're pretending so well. Gu Hanchuan slid down to the ground and dug his nails into the gap of the door panel. It felt like millions of ants were gnawing at my body, and Su Qianshan's calves were right in front of me, emitting the fragrance of a bath. He wanted to touch it, and even more wanted to tear apart this carefully designed trap. Su Qianshan squatted down, and as soon as her fingers touched his forehead, she gasped, "Oh my God, you have a fever." She grabbed the bedside phone and said, "I'll call the doctor." Calling a reporter, wouldn't it be more appropriate? Gu Hanchuan waved her hand away, but the back of his hand accidentally rubbed the collar of her bathrobe. The moment the silk slipped open, he saw the familiar mole on her chest, and memories came flooding back. He had left countless kisses there, and now, are you crazy? Su Qianshan tightened her bathrobe, her cheeks flushed with anger. Did Zi Chenyang do it? Gu Hanchuan wanted to laugh at her acting skills, but he couldn't help shaking. The effect of the medicine became stronger and stronger, and every movement of Su Qianshan left an afterimage on his retina. The way her hair fell when she bent over, the way her lips opened and closed when she spoke, were all engraved in my mind frame by frame like slow motion. Get out. He curled up, resting his forehead on his knees. Stay away from me. Su Qianshan, however, pulled him up with astonishing strength. Go to the bathroom. Cold water can relieve the effects of the medicine. The moment their skin touched, a shiver ran down Gu Hanchuan's spine. He instinctively grabbed Su Qianshan's wrist and pulled her closer. The collar of her bathrobe swayed in front of his eyes, and there were water droplets hanging on her snow-white skin, which should have been able to cool her down. Thinking of this, Gu Hanchuan moved his lips to Su Qianshan's neck, and water droplets moistened the corners of his lips. Want more? No, can't. Realizing what I was doing was like being poured with a bucket of ice water. Gu Hanchuan pushed her away with all his strength. Don't touch me. Su Qianshan stumbled and bumped into the coffee table, and her waist immediately turned red. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Do you think I arranged this? Suddenly, there were noisy footsteps and the sound of camera shutters in the corridor. Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes in pain. The reporters were here, and the show was about to begin. He waited for Su Qianshan to open the door, waited for the flashlights to light up, and waited for tomorrow's headlines to become "Wen's designer has a night out with Su's president." But the expected scene did not happen. Su Qianshan walked quickly to the door, but instead of opening it, she locked it. She grabbed the phone and dialed a number, her voice as cold as a knife. Secretary Lee, they're paparazzi on the 27th floor, deal with them. After a pause, he said, yes, now. Let's find out who Zi Chenyang met tonight. After hanging up the phone, she turned to Gu Hanchuan, her eyes filled with emotions he couldn't understand. Can you stand up? The bathtub is full of water. Gu Hanchuan's brain could no longer think normally. Drugs and reason were fighting in the body, and Su Qianshan stood in the backlight, her outline as blurry as a dream. He remembered that he had been tricked before he lost his memory. Probably 3 years ago, a gangster in school put drugs in his coffee, saying that he wanted to punish him. After all, the gangster's girlfriend had a crush on him. When Su Qianshan arrived, he was already unconscious, but he still recognized her breath. That night she stayed with him all night, and that was also the first night they fell in love. Get lost. Gu Hanchuan bit his tongue, the bloody smell temporarily bringing him back to his senses. I don't need your pity. Su Qianshan's expression shattered instantly. She suddenly pushed Gu Hanchuan onto the bed. What do you need? When you... She threw herself at him and pressed him down on the bed. Call her. The breath brushed across Gu Hanchuan's cheek. The noise of the reporters outside the door gradually faded away, and only the heavy breathing of the two people remained in the room. Gu Hanchuan struggled to stand up and crawled towards the bathroom. He needed cold water, needed to stay sober, and needed to stay away from this woman whom he loved and hated. But after taking just 2 steps, the world spun around and his knees hit the ground hard. Su Qianshan rushed over and supported him, her bathrobe mostly torn apart during the struggle. Gu Hanchuan's gaze uncontrollably fell on her chest, where there was still a shallow scar from when she blocked the beer bottle for him. Memories came flooding back like a tide. She had laughed and punched him. Gu Hanchuan, are you stupid? You didn't even try to dodge. Let go. Gu Hanchuan's voice was hoarse, but he didn't have the strength to break free. Chapter 31. You really accept everyone. Su Qianshan's skin was icy cold, like a refreshing desert rain against her burning skin. He wanted to get closer, but he also wanted to escape. Shut up. Su Qianshan's eyes were red as she half dragged and half carried him into the bathroom. If you move again, I'll call Zi Chenyang to watch and make fun of you. The bathtub was half full of cold water. Su Qianshan pushed Gu Hanchuan into the water without hesitation. His suit was instantly soaked and his white shirt became transparent. Gu Hanchuan trembled violently, but felt a sense of relief. The cold water temporarily suppressed the fire burning in his body. Take off your clothes. Su Qianshan turned her back and said in a tense voice, I'll get an ice pack. Gu Hanchuan looked at her fleeing back and suddenly smiled. How ironic. They had spent countless hours together in this very hotel's top-floor suite, with a bathtub filled with rose petals, and now, there was a knock on the door. Su Qianshan asked cautiously, Who? It's me. The people have already left. Su Qianshan opened the door a little and took the ice pack and medicine box. When she turned around, Gu Hanchuan had already taken off his shirt, and drops of water rolled down his slender waist and abdomen. The familiar scars from surgeries, a teenage bike fall, and drug trials were all exposed to the light. Take this. She handed over 2 pills, deliberately avoiding contact with his fingers. It can neutralize most of the aphrodisiac ingredients. Gu Hanchuan stared at the pills in her palm and suddenly grabbed her wrist. Why? Help me. Su Qianshan's wrist trembled slightly in his palm. I would help any stranger. Stranger. Gu Hanchuan repeated the word, his throat feeling like it had been rubbed by sandpaper. Yes, you really do accept everyone who comes. Su Qianshan pulled her hand back suddenly, and the pills fell into the bathtub. She turned and was about to leave, but stopped at the door. The reporter has already left. If you want to go back to your room, ask Wenyu to pick you up. Her voice choked with sobs. Don't worry, no one else will know what happened tonight. The bathroom door was slammed shut. Gu Hanchuan sank into the water, and the cold water flooded his mouth and nose. He should be thankful the trap was averted, the scandal averted. But why does it feel like there is a hole in my chest and cold water is pouring into it? After an unknown amount of time, Gu Hanchuan climbed out of the bathtub, pulled off the bath towel and wrapped it around his waist. When I walked out of the bathroom, the room was empty. Then walk into the suite. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Qianshan curled up on the single sofa. The moonlight outlined her thin figure, and the small piece of skin exposed by the collar of her bathrobe reflected the light of wet water marks. Gu Hanchuan stood in the shadows and looked at her for a long time. He wanted to go up and hug her, wanted to question her relationship with Zi Chenyang, and wanted to apologize for the misunderstanding just now. But in the end, he just turned around silently and closed the door gently. 2 weeks later, the crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall of Kyoto International Exhibition Center shine like stars. Gu Hanchuan stood at the entrance adjusting his cufflinks. His slender figure was wrapped in a black custom-made suit, and the sapphire cufflinks glowed faintly under the light they were made from the wedding ring that Su Qianshan had returned. Nervous. Wenyu took his arm, her red lips curled up slightly. You look like you're going to the execution ground. Gu Hanchuan glanced at the people in the hall, their eyes pausing slightly at a certain point. I'm just not used to being an exhibit. Wenyu followed his gaze. Su Qianshan had not arrived yet, but her influence had already permeated the entire space. The guests gathered in 2s and 3s, occasionally casting inquiring glances towards the entrance, and their whispers sounded like poisonous snakes spitting out their tongues. Ignore the gossip. Wenyu handed him a glass of champagne. After tonight, everyone will remember the Mark of the Collarbone series, not some old gossip. Gu Hanchuan took a sip of the wine, and the bubbles burst on the tip of his tongue, with a slightly bitter sweetness. Half a year had passed since the scandal of harassing his ex-wife, and he had not set foot in Kyoto's upper-class social circles. Now that he has returned, his identity has changed from Su's mysterious designer to Wen's signature designer, which is bound to become a topic of conversation. Is that Mr. Su's ex-husband? A deliberately raised female voice came from behind. He's quite good-looking. No wonder he was able to marry into the Wen family. I heard she was just a pretty face when she was at the Su Corporation, another voice chimed in. Now she's relying on her looks to get ahead. Gu Hanchuan's knuckles tightened against the wall of the glass, and his fingertips felt the coolness of the champagne. He had anticipated these remarks, but when he heard them in person, his throat still felt as if it was strangled by a thin string. Wenyu squeezed his arm and whispered, Boss Ju is here, smile. Ju Kun strode over with a wineglass in hand, followed by several jewelers. Designer Gu. He patted Gu Hanchuan's shoulder enthusiastically. I heard the sample of Mark of the Clavicle is already out. You'll see the finished product next week. Gu Hanchuan put on a business smile and took out a tablet from his inner pocket. This is a 3D rendering. On the screen, a sapphire necklace rotates in the light and shadow, with fine diamonds surrounding the main stone, like stars surrounding the bright moon. Several jewelers came over and exclaimed in admiration. The design is very unique. An old man pushed his glasses. This cutting method. Improved share. Gu Hanchuan pointed to the bottom of the gem. I added 12 hidden facets to the traditional 58 facets, allowing light to pass through from more angles. His words stopped abruptly. There was a commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall, and Su Qianshan walked in slowly holding Zi Chenyang's arm. She wore a silver-grey fishtail dress tonight, with her hair tied up, revealing her slender neckline. She didn't wear any necklace, only 2 diamonds on her earlobe sparkled like tears. Gu Hanchuan remembered the pair of earrings. On their first wedding anniversary, he flew to Antwerp to select a rough diamond, which he personally polished into the shape of her name and hid in a seemingly ordinary diamond facet. Mr. Su. The crowd rushed towards the entrance like a tide. Ju Kun also hurriedly took his leave, leaving only Gu Hanchuan and Wenyu standing there, like isolated islands in a torrent. Wenyu snorted softly, the emperor is on tour. Gu Hanchuan did not respond. His gaze passed through the crowd and briefly met Su Qianshan's in the air. She raised her eyebrow slightly, pursed her red lips into a smile, then turned her face away to listen to Zi Chenyang. The success of the Star Series has made Mr. Z a rising star in the industry. A resounding voice rang out. President Su has a keen eye for talent. Zi Chenyang waved his hands in mock modesty. No, these are all opportunities given to me by Qianshan. Gu Hanchuan's stomach felt like it was filled with lead. Every design drawing of the star series that Zi Chenyang mentioned was created by him. Those sketches drawn late at night, those details circled and modified by Su Qianshan with a red pen, have now all become other people's medals of honor. Don't you want to say hello? When you asked. Gu Hanchuan shook his head and drank the wine in the glass. The alcohol slid down his throat, but it couldn't extinguish the burning sensation in his chest. He should be used to this kind of scene when he was at Su's. His designs were always signed with Su Qianshan's name after the divorce. It became Zi Chenyang's credit. But getting used to it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Just like an old scar, it still itches on rainy days. The auctioneer banged the gavel and everyone took their seats. Chapter 32. He is just a vase. Gu Hanchuan was sitting in the third row, just able to see Su Qianshan's profile. She was leaning over to whisper to Zi Chenyang, her red lips almost touching his earlobe. Gu Hanchuan looked away, forcing himself to focus on the auction brochure. The first lot is a Burmese pigeon blood ruby. Halfway through the auction, Gu Hanchuan noticed someone looking at him. He tilted his head slightly, and out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Su Qianshan looking at him through the crowd, her eyes so complicated that they were difficult to interpret. When he looked back, she quickly turned her head away, pretending to be interested in the tourmaline necklace on the table. Next up is a special session, the pre-bidding round for the South American jewelry project. The auctioneer raised his voice. Designers, please present your first drafts. Wen Yu nervously grasped Gu Hanchuan's wrist. It's your turn. Gu Hanchuan straightened his suit, stood up, and walked towards the display stand. When passing by Su Qianshan's row, he heard Zi Chenyang's deliberately lowered voice. What real ability can a designer who relies on women to get to the top have? Su Qianshan didn't say anything to stop him. Gu Hanchuan paused slightly, then straightened his back and continued forward. The spotlight hit my face, burning me dizzily. Gu Hanchuan unfolded the design, his clear voice echoing in the hall. The clavicle mark series is inspired by the most vulnerable part of the human body. He explained the design concept fluently, and the audience gradually quieted down. When the main sapphire necklace was displayed, Su Qianshan unconsciously touched her collarbone. Out of the corner of her eye there had been countless kisses from him, but now it was empty, with nothing on. Every detail carries a unique emotional memory. Gu Hanchuan finished his explanation and applause broke out. He bowed slightly and glanced at where Su Qianshan was. She was staring at her handbag and didn't applaud. After returning to her seat, Wen Yu whispered excitedly, "Great. Boss Zhu just sent a message saying he's considering increasing the order volume." Gu Hanchuan forced a smile, but his attention was drawn to the conversation in the front row. "Mr. Zi, what do you think of the design just now?" A reporter came up to Zi Chenyang. Zi Chenyang curled his lips in disdain. "It's flashy but not practical. A truly good design should be like the Qianshan series, both commercial and artistic, right, Qianshan?" Su Qianshan shook her champagne glass and looked towards Gu Hanchuan. "Yeah." Just this one syllable, so light, felt like a knife stabbing into Gu Hanchuan's chest. He knew what Su Qianshan was waiting for her to come over and beg her humbly, begging her to tell the world the real author of the Star series. Just like in the past 3 years, he had begged her countless times to believe in his love and not to use other men to stimulate him. "Now we will enter the free discussion session," the auctioneer announced. The crowd began to flow again. Gu Hanchuan was surrounded by several jewelers, who asked about the design details. He answered patiently, but always paid some attention to tracking Su Qianshan's figure. She swam among the guests like a silver-grey fish, occasionally glancing over and then quickly swimming away. Designer Ji Yu, a heavily made-up woman, suddenly interrupted. "I heard you were Su's secret weapon before? Why now?" She glanced at Wen Yu meaningfully. "Changed your employer?" Wen Yu was about to retort when Gu Hanchuan gently held her hand. A designer's work speaks for itself. He pulled a pen from his inner pocket and quickly sketched a few words on the napkin. "For example, the clasp of this necklace you're wearing has a problem." The woman touched the back of her neck in surprise. "How did you know?" "The angle is wrong." Gu Hanchuan handed her the napkin. "It's an improved structure, a free gift." There was a chuckle around them. The woman awkwardly took the napkin and walked away dejectedly. Wen Yu gave Gu Hanchuan a thumbs up, but he noticed Su Qianshan standing not far away with a slight smile on her lips. That fleeting smile was very similar to the expression she had on her face when she saw him arguing with a client. "Mr. Su seems to be paying close attention to you," Wen Yu whispered. Gu Hanchuan did not respond. He saw Zi Chenyang pulling Su Qianshan towards him with a provocative smile on his face. Instinct told him to move away, but pride kept him standing still, his fingers unconsciously stroking the sapphire cufflinks. "Miss Wen." Zi Chenyang greeted with a fake smile, but his eyes were fixed on Gu Hanchuan. The presentation just now was very exciting, but... He lowered his voice. It's not good to steal other people's ideas. Gu Hanchuan's blood froze instantly. He looked at Su Qianshan, expecting her to at least frown at this ridiculous accusation, but she just sipped her champagne with a wondering look in her eyes. What do you mean, Mr. Z? Wen Yu asked coldly. Nothing. Zi Chenyang shrugged casually. I just think the mark of the clavicle is too similar to the style of the Starry Sky series. It's a suspicious coincidence. Gu Hanchuan clenched his hands into fists at his sides. Each piece of the Starry Sky series contains Su Qianshan's body code. The earrings correspond to the curvature of her earlobes. The bracelet's length is 1.618 times her wrist circumference, and the inner ring of the ring is engraved with the spiral of her fingerprint. And now, Zi Chenyang dared to imply that he plagiarized? Similar styles. Gu Hanchuan's voice was dangerously calm. Then, Mr. Z, could you explain why the clasp of the sapphire necklace, the flagship of the Starry Sky series, is designed with an angled design? Zi Chenyang was stunned. Of course it's for aesthetics. Wrong. Gu Hanchuan took a step forward. It's because the wearer has a mole below the collarbone. The angled design allows the gem to hang just above the mole. He looked at Su Qianshan. Isn't that right, President Su? Su Qianshan's pupils dilated slightly, and the champagne glass trembled between her fingers. Everyone was waiting for her response, but she suddenly turned around and said, Excuse me. Zi Chenyang hurriedly chased after him, and before leaving, he glared at Gu Hanchuan fiercely. Just wait. The storm subsided temporarily, but Gu Hanchuan knew that the trouble had just begun. When you looked at him worriedly, you shouldn't have provoked them. That's true. Gu Hanchuan loosened his tie. The hall suddenly became unbearably hot and he needed fresh air. On the terrace, the night breeze carried the chill of early autumn. Gu Hanchuan leaned against the railing and took a deep breath, trying to calm the churning emotions in his chest. He heard the sound of high heels behind him, but he didn't turn around. He could recognize the footsteps even with his eyes closed. Satisfied. Su Qianshan's voice sounded behind him, colder than the night wind. You embarrass me in public. Gu Hanchuan turned around. Su Qianshan looked like an ice sculpture in the moonlight, beautiful and cold. Her neck was still empty, with only the mole on her collarbone faintly visible in the shadows. Zi Chenyang was the first to provoke. Gu Hanchuan said calmly, You can solve it privately. Su Qianshan took a step forward, and the scent of perfume hit her face, instead of in front of everyone. Chapter 33. Su Qianshan helps him clear his name. Like you did back then to settle our marriage privately. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her. Let the media write that I harassed you, and let the whole world think I'm a lunatic. Su Qianshan's chest heaved violently. That is. Mr. Su. Zi Chenyang's voice came from the door. The auction is about to end. Su Qianshan gave Gu Hanchuan a deep look before turning and leaving. The hem of her skirt brushed against his trouser legs, like an unspoken farewell. Back in the banquet hall, the auction was almost over. Gu Hanchuan noticed that Su Qianshan was sitting in her original position with her back straight, and Zi Chenyang kept saying something in her ear. When the hammer fell on the last lot, the audience stood up and applauded. Su Qianshan stood up and walked towards the exit without looking back. After the show, Wen Yu went to the parking lot to pick up the car. Gu Hanchuan was waiting at the hotel entrance when his phone suddenly vibrated. A social media post read, Su Group official statement. The true designer of the Star Series jewelry is Gu Hanchuan, and Zi Chenyang is merely the spokesperson. The statement was released 10 minutes ago, which happened to be the time when Su Qianshan left. Gu Hanchuan stared at the screen, his chest feeling as if it were being clenched by an invisible hand. He subconsciously looked around, as if he could find that familiar figure in the crowd, but Su Qianshan was nowhere to be seen. 2 days later, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Gu Hanchuan's apartment was brightly lit. He leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips sliding across the tablet screen. The term Jinghao Su Qianshan Chenhu, Jinghao on social media remained popular. Netizens have all sorts of speculation. Some say he and Su Qianshan have never divorced, and it's just commercial hype. Some say Zi Chenyang is the mistress. Some even dug up the news about him harassing his ex-wife from half a year ago and questioned why Su Qianshan suddenly clarified on behalf of the harasser. The light from the screen reflected on Gu Hanchuan's tired face, and there was a faint dark blue under his eyes. He clicked on Su Qianshan's homepage, and the latest update stopped 2 days ago the design drawing of the sapphire necklace, with the text returned to the original owner. The comment section exploded, but she never responded. With his finger hovering above the private message interface, Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled. He wanted to ask why she suddenly clarified for him, wanted to ask about his father's recent situation in Su's hospital, and even more wanted to ask whether the scar on the back of her neck had healed in the hotel that day. But in the end, I just exited the interface and threw the tablet onto the sofa. The label on the medicine bottle on the bedside table has become blurred. It is prescription medicine for treating headaches, which have become more and more frequent since returning from Yan'an. The doctor warned that this might be a sequelae of the drug trial that year, but Gu Hanchuan knew better that the real cause of the disease was the person whose name cannot be mentioned. The phone vibrated, and when Yu's message popped up, the dress for the Liu family's birthday banquet has arrived. Remember to try it on. The old lady specifically asked to see you. Gu Hanchuan rubbed his temples. Liu Real Estate is a long-established wealthy family in Kyoto, and receiving an invitation to their birthday party is of great significance to the Wen family. But he was tired of the fake smiles, the compliments, and the backstabbing. Especially now, he could almost foresee the inquiring glances and whispers at the party. Got it, he replied briefly, then clicked on another dialog box, the latest photo of his father sent by the private detective. The old man was sitting in a wheelchair with an old photo album spread on his knees. It was an album of Gu Hanchuan's photos from college. In the corner of the photo, the logo of Su's hospital is clearly visible. My father was thinner and his eye sockets were sunken, but at least he was still alive. Gu Hanchuan's fingertips lightly touched the screen, and his chest felt like a stone was pressing on it. For 6 months, he had tried various methods to transfer his father to another hospital, but the Su family's influence in the medical community was deeply entrenched. Wen Yu suggested last week that they could contact foreign experts, but the patient would first need to be transferred to a neutral hospital. The doorbell suddenly rang. Gu Hanchuan glanced at the surveillance footage when Yu was standing outside the door, holding a paper bag in her hand, with night dew still on the ends of her hair. So late. He opened the door, his voice hoarse. Wen Yu shook the paper bag. I brought you a midnight snack. She walked in naturally, her high heels making crisp sounds on the floor. I guessed you were still awake. Gu Hanchuan noticed that she had changed her clothes, not the professional suit she wore during the day, but a silk shirt with a very low neckline, which was faintly visible as she moved. The perfume was also stronger than usual, almost suffocating in the confined space. Old Madame Liu really likes the brooch you designed. Wen Yu placed the food on the coffee table. Her granddaughter is getting married next month, and she wants you to design the wedding ring. Gu Hanchuan poured her a glass of water and handed it to her, deliberately keeping a distance. Wen's has its own series of wedding rings, but not as attractive as you. Wen Yu took the water cup, her fingertips lingering on the back of his hand for a second longer. The Liu family controls 1/3 of the commercial real estate in Kyoto. If we can get their order, I will attend the birthday party. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her and turned to get his coat, but I don't accept custom orders. Wen Yu put down the cup and suddenly reached out to straighten the non-existent wrinkles on his collar. Here. Her fingers brushed across his collarbone, and with deliberate ambiguity, she said, it's stained with something. Gu Hanchuan took half a step back and bumped into the coffee table. The cup of water fell over, soaking the carpet. I can do it myself. He took a tissue and pretended to wipe the water stains to avoid her touch. Wen Yu's red lips were pressed into a line, but she soon smiled again. I put the dress here. She walked towards the door and turned back to add, by the way, Su Qianshan will also attend the birthday party. The Liu family is a partner of Su Real Estate. After the door closed, Gu Hanchuan breathed a sigh of relief. He understood Wen Yu's good intentions and was grateful for the platform she provided, but those intentional or unintentional physical contacts always reminded him of another person. Su Qianshan never deliberately teased him, she only needed a look to make him surrender. Outside the window, the sky in the east was already turning pale. Gu Hanchuan swallowed 2 painkillers and fell on the bed. In the dream, Su Qianshan stood in the distance, reaching out to him, but every step he took forward made the distance between them grow further. A week later, the Liu family manor was decorated with lights and luxury cars drove into the gate like a stream. Gu Hanchuan sat in Wen Yu's car. His black suit made him look even thinner, and his sapphire cufflinks shone coldly in the sunlight. Nervous. Wen Yu adjusted his bow tie, and the smell of perfume hit him in the face. Gu Hanchuan tilted his head slightly to avoid her fingers. It's just a headache. Did you bring the medicine? He touched his inner pocket. The car door was opened by the waiter and the noise immediately poured in. There were many reporters standing on both sides of the red carpet, and flashes of light were flashing one after another. Wen Yu took his arm and leaned closer than usual. Smile. Gu Hanchuan raised the corners of his mouth mechanically. He could hear the whispers around him. That's Su Qianshan's ex-husband. I heard he hooked up with the eldest daughter of the Wen family. She looks good. These remarks should have been numb, but today they are particularly harsh. The Liu family's hall is magnificent. with beautiful women's hair and clothes reflected under the crystal chandelier. The old lady sat in the main seat and immediately waved when she saw Gu Hanchuan. Little Gu is here. Let me see him quickly. Chapter 34, Attending the Liu family birthday banquet. Gu Hanchuan stepped forward and saluted, handing over the carefully prepared gift box. May the old lady live as long as the southern mountains. This is a peace locket carved from Burmese jade. I hope you like it. Oh, how thoughtful. The old lady opened the box. The emerald green jade pendant shone as softly as water under the light. It's even more beautiful than the brooch you designed. When you interrupted at the right moment, Hanchuan specially selected the material for you and personally supervised the production for half a month. That's thoughtful. The old lady patted Gu Hanchuan's hand. Come, sit next to me. My granddaughter has always wanted to see you. This honor attracted a lot of attention. As soon as Gu Hanchuan sat down, he felt a sharp gaze piercing his back. He knew who it was without looking back. Su Qianshan's usual aura was like a cold breeze in winter, impossible to ignore. Sure enough, when he took the opportunity to pour tea and looked around, he saw Su Qianshan standing next to the champagne tower, wearing a dark green velvet dress. Zi Chenyang was whispering something in her ear, holding a mobile phone in his hand. On the screen was a photo of Gu Hanchuan and Wenyu walking in arm. Xiao Jiyu, the old lady suddenly lowered her voice. I heard that you and the girl from the Su family. Well, what difficulties can young people not overcome? Gu Hanchuan's teacup stopped in midair. Does the old lady know Mr. Su? I watched her grow up. The old lady sighed. That girl is very stubborn, just like her mother. But her eyes on people. She glanced at Zi Chenyang meaningfully and said, It's not going well lately. The birthday banquet officially began and the guests took their seats. Gu Hanchuan was seated at the main table, with Wenyu sitting next to him, and Su Qianshan and Zi Chenyang sitting opposite him. It was not known whether this arrangement was intentional or coincidental, but it was enough to aggravate Gu Hanchuan's headache. Designer Gu, Zi Chenyang started, his voice cloyingly sweet. I heard the Wen group has been having some trouble with their South American project recently. Wenyu held Gu Hanchuan's wrist under the table. It's just a small problem. But Mr. Zi, switching from a spokesperson to a designer is quite a leap. Zi Chenyang's face froze, and he turned to Su Qianshan. Qianshan, didn't you say you would introduce Chairman Liu to me? Su Qianshan slowly cut the steak on the plate without raising her head. Don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping, Chenyang. Her voice was very soft, but it silenced Zi Chenyang immediately. Gu Hanchuan noticed that the ring on her left ring finger was missing the Cartier diamond ring, the token of love that Zi Chenyang gave her in Yan'an. This discovery made him feel strangely relieved, but then he was filled with self-loathing. They were already divorced, so what did it matter to him whether she wore a ring or not? Designer Gu, the old lady suddenly asked, could you tell me about the inspiration for this peace locket? Gu Hanchuan retracted his thoughts. The inspiration comes from the word perfection. He pointed to the pattern in the center of the jade pendant. Here is a line from the Heart Sutra. Because there is no attachment, there is no fear. No worries. Su Qianshan suddenly repeated softly. The red wine glass stopped at her lips, and her eyes met Gu Hanchuan through the wall of the glass. Halfway through the banquet, the waiters began to serve desserts. Wenyu took the opportunity to pass the napkin to slide her fingers across the back of Gu Hanchuan's hand. The old lady just told me quietly that she wants to invite us to the family yacht party next week. Before Gu Hanchuan could respond, a bang sound came from the opposite side. Su Qianshan's fork fell on the plate. She stood up and said, Excuse me. Looking at her departing back, Gu Hanchuan's temples began to throb. The painkillers were wearing off and he needed some fresh air. I'm going to the bathroom, he said to Wenyu and quietly pressed the pocket containing medicine. The balcony was more crowded than expected. Gu Hanchuan walked around for a few times and finally found a secluded place. The side door of the greenhouse garden was half open, and it was quiet and empty inside. As soon as he walked in, he heard familiar footsteps. Su Qianshan stood next to the orchid stand, the moonlight shining on her through the glass roof, and her dark green dress looked like a forest in the middle of the night. Following me. Gu Hanchuan leaned against the doorframe, trying to make his voice sound casual. Su Qianshan smiled lightly. Because there is no attachment, there is no fear. She chuckled. You did it. Mutual. Gu Hanchuan took a step closer. Zi Chenyang seemed quite concerned. He just kept staring at us. Jealous. Su Qianshan raised her eyebrows, and her red lips curled up in a familiar arc. A reminder. Gu Hanchuan brushed past her, and when their fingertips touched inadvertently, both of them trembled. The old lady is old. Don't take advantage of her kindness. Su Qianshan suddenly grabbed his wrist. Your father. She paused, as if choosing her words. His condition is stable. Gu Hanchuan's breathing stagnated. It has been 2 months, and this is the first time she has mentioned her father on her own initiative. I don't know if I should negotiate with him again. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your concern. He pulled his hand back, his voice tense. When can we transfer him to another hospital? Anytime. Su Qianshan's words shocked him. As long as you. Hanchuan. Wen Yu's voice came from the garden entrance. The old lady is looking for you. Su Qianshan quickly took a step back and her face returned to a cold expression. Wen Yu walked over and naturally took Gu Hanchuan's arm. Boss Su is here too. Su Qianshan didn't respond to her, turned around and left, her high heels crushing the moonlight on the ground. On the way back to the banquet hall, Wen Yu held Gu Hanchuan's hand tightly. What did she say to you? Nothing, Gu Hanchuan answered absent-mindedly, his thoughts still lingering on Su Qianshan's unfinished words, as long as you. What followed? Beg her. Return to her. Or. The dance began and Wen Yu pulled him onto the dance floor. The music was soothing, but she was very close, her lips almost touching his ears. The Liu family is willing to introduce us to the Kyoto Chamber of Commerce. Gu Hanchuan nodded mechanically, but his eyes unconsciously searched for the dark green figure. Su Qianshan was standing on the second floor terrace, talking with several business leaders. Zi Chenyang stuck to her like a shadow, interrupting her from time to time. Even from such a distance, Gu Hanchuan could see her impatience, the small movement of her turning the ring, the slight frown between her brows. Focus. Wen Yu squeezed his fingers. The reporters are taking pictures. Gu Hanchuan forced himself to look away, but when he turned around he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, a private detective standing in the corner, making a news gesture to him. I'll go get a glass of wine. He let go of Wen Yu and walked quickly to the corner. The detective handed him an envelope. Su's hospital will have a system upgrade next Wednesday, when security is at its weakest. He lowered his voice. The people assigned by Miss Wen can take advantage of that time. Gu Hanchuan held the envelope tightly. This was the opportunity he'd been waiting for, but why was his chest so tight? He looked up at the terrace. Su Qianshan had left without him noticing, leaving Zi Chenyang alone, frowning at his phone. Hanchuan. Wen Yu waved in the middle of the dance floor. Come and cut the cake. Chapter 35. Being caught in an adultery. As the birthday banquet was coming to an end, the old lady cut the 9-layer cake herself, just as everyone was raising their glasses to celebrate this final moment together. Unexpectedly, a person rushed in and poured the champagne in his hand onto Gu Hanchuan. Ah! Many people in the hall exclaimed. The light from the crystal chandelier shattered into countless points of light in Gu Hanchuan's eyes, and the champagne slid down his chin, soaking the front of his shirt. The cold liquid had a slightly bitter sweetness, just like the emotions surging in his chest at that moment. Lu Mingyuan. What are you crazy about? Wen Yu's scream pierced the noise in the banquet hall. The man standing in front of Gu Hanchuan was dressed in a suit and tie, but his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses were filled with anger. He shook his empty wine glass, a sarcastic smile forming at the corner of his mouth. We haven't seen each other for only 3 months, and you found such a replacement. The whispers from the surrounding guests came like a tide. Gu Hanchuan raised his hand to wipe the wine off his face, his fingertips trembling slightly, not because of embarrassment, but because the throbbing pain in his temple was getting more and more intense. Designer Gu and I are just superiors and subordinates. He spoke calmly, his eyes sweeping across the crowd, catching a glimpse of a dark green figure not far away. Su Qianshan stood next to the champagne tower, her red lips pressed into a straight line, and a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes that he could not read. Lu Mingyuan sneered. Superior and subordinate? When you were dancing just now. Lu Mingyuan. Wen Yu grabbed her fiancé's arm tightly, her nails almost digging into his flesh. Don't embarrass yourself here. Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath, and the medicine bottle in his inner pocket pressed against his ribs. It's time for him to leave. This farce has nothing to do with him. But the moment he turned around, a cold voice cut through the clamor like a sharp blade. I wonder why Miss Wen's fiancé would misunderstand that my husband is unfaithful to me. The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Gu Hanchuan turned around suddenly and saw Su Qianshan walking slowly towards him. Her dark green velvet dress was shining dimly under the light. There was a smile on her lips, but her eyes were as cold as ice. Su. President Su. Lu Mingyuan was visibly stunned, his gold-rimmed glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. What did you say? Su Qianshan stopped beside Gu Hanchuan, and her slender fingers naturally rested on his arm. This action made Gu Hanchuan stiffen all over. She actually took the initiative to touch him at this time. Even when they were together, Su Qianshan was very disdainful to acknowledge their relationship in the upper circle. I say. Su Qianshan raised her chin slightly, her eyes sweeping over the stunned guests. Gu Hanchuan is my husband, and Miss Wen is just his employer. Mr. Lu's spilling of the glass of wine was really inexplicable. Wen Yu's face turned pale instantly. Boss Su, haven't you and designer Gu already? Divorce. Su Qianshan chuckled. We did quarrel for a while and signed an agreement, but we didn't go through the legal process. So in fact, he is still my husband. She stuffed the paper back into Hanchuan's chest pocket, and her fingertips brushed against his wine-soaked shirt. Don't you think so, Hanchuan? Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled. Qianshan. He called her softly, but fell silent when he saw the warning flash in her eyes. Was she acting to avoid embarrassing him? Or was she? I see. Old Madame Liu suddenly clapped her hands and laughed, breaking the strange silence. I knew it. There's no way Xiao Jiyu and Miss Su can really break up. It's normal for young people to have a quarrel. They quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. Su Qianshan took Gu Hanchuan's arm and said, Old Madam, please understand. She turned to Lu Mingyuan, her voice suddenly colder. Mr. Lu, can you apologize to my husband now? Lu Mingyuan opened his mouth, and his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses moved back and forth between Gu Hanchuan and Su Qianshan. Finally, he bowed stiffly under Wen Yu's glare. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. I misunderstood. Gu Hanchuan did not respond. All his attention was focused on his arm. Su Qianshan's fingers were rubbing his arm, which was very ambiguous. Let's go. Su Qianshan whispered, pulling him towards the exit. Her steps were as graceful as usual, but Gu Hanchuan could feel that she was almost dragging him forward. When passing by Zi Chenyang, the man's sinister gaze coiled around him like a poisonous snake. Gu Hanchuan subconsciously turned sideways and protected Su Qianshan on the inside. This action made her pause, and then she pulled him away with even greater force. The door of the banquet hall closed behind him, blocking out all inquiring gazes. In the corridor, Su Qianshan immediately let go of her hand, as if touching him was something unbearable. Why? Gu Hanchuan blocked her way, his voice hoarse. Why do you say that? Su Qianshan looked up at him. Moonlight poured in from the window at the end of the corridor, outlining her delicate features. Why? Did I ruin your relationship with Miss Wen? You know that's not what I meant. Gu Hanchuan took a step forward, trapping her between himself and the wall. Divorce procedures. Shut up. Su Qianshan suddenly raised her hand to cover his mouth. There was a faint scent of gardenia on her palm. The reporter is behind us. Gu Hanchuan turned his head and saw a few sneaky figures hiding in the corner. He immediately put his arm around Su Qianshan's waist and whispered in her ear, Play the whole act, President Su. Su Qianshan's body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed and let him take her to the elevator. Her hair brushed across his chin, and the familiar scent made Gu Hanchuan's chest tighten. After so many years, she was still using the same shampoo. The moment the elevator door closed, Su Qianshan pushed him away, her back pressed against the metal wall like a frightened cat. Gu Hanchuan noticed that her left hand was unconsciously stroking the ring finger of her right hand. There was a faint ring mark there. Thank you. He said softly, I don't know why you're helping me though. Su Qianshan sneered, Don't be so self-indulgent. I just don't want tomorrow's headlines to be about Su's ex-husband being splashed with wine in public. It's too embarrassing. The elevator reaches the first floor. The moment the door opened, Su Qianshan walked out quickly, her high heels making crisp sounds on the marble floor. Gu Hanchuan knew why she was angry. She was just angry that she helped Gu Hanchuan on impulse. Even though he was trying so hard to escape, she still couldn't help but help him. She was angry with herself and felt that she was not living up to her expectations. While being angry at Gu Hanchuan, he felt that he was also a person who couldn't recognize people, and when he was obviously not a good person either. After all, Su Qianshan had just helped him, and Gu Hanchuan couldn't do the same, so he broke up with Su Qianshan as soon as he left the hotel. Thinking of this, Gu Hanchuan followed her and grabbed her wrist at the hotel entrance. Let go. Su Qianshan didn't look back, her voice was as cold as ice. My car is over there. Gu Hanchuan pointed to the parking lot. I'll take you home. Chapter 36 Carry me home. No need. Su Qianshan shook off his hand. Secretary Li will be here soon. Gu Hanchuan didn't give in. The reporters are still staring at us. He lowered his voice. If you leave now, all that drama will be in vain. Su Qianshan's chest heaved violently, and her dark green dress trembled slightly in the night wind. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Give me your coat. Gu Hanchuan immediately took off his suit jacket and put it on her shoulders. The fabric still carried his body temperature and a faint scent of cologne. Su Qianshan subconsciously tightened her collar, and this action made Gu Hanchuan's heart tremble. His car was parked in the corner, the black Audi glowing coldly in the moonlight. Gu Hanchuan opened the car door for Su Qianshan. She hesitated for a second, but still got in. The space inside the car was small and private, and Su Qianshan's perfume instantly filled every corner. Gu Hanchuan fastened his seat belt and saw several people who looked like reporters looking over here in the rearview mirror. Where to? He started the car, his voice lower than usual. Su Qianshan gave an address, not the apartment where she usually lived, but a villa on the outskirts of the city. That was their former wedding house, and Gu Hanchuan never went back there after their divorce. The car drove into the night, and both of them were silent. Gu Hanchuan's temples were throbbing. The effect of the medicine had completely worn off. He should have taken a painkiller, but he didn't want to show weakness in front of Su Qianshan. Your headache comes back again. Su Qianshan suddenly spoke, her eyes falling on his temple where a blue vein was throbbing faintly. Gu Hanchuan gripped the steering wheel tightly. Old problem. Su Qianshan took out a small medicine box from her handbag and threw it on his lap. Eat it, it's not poison. There were 2 white pills in the medicine box, without any markings. Gu Hanchuan hesitated for a moment, but still swallowed it. The pill tasted so bitter that he frowned. You have my medicine with you? He asked, his voice filled with disbelief. Su Qianshan turned her head and looked out the window. It's just a habit. Her nails left a few shallow scratches on the leather seat. Gu Hanchuan's heart skipped a beat. The car drove across the river bridge, and the river water shone silver in the moonlight. Su Qianshan suddenly asked, why is Wen Yu's fiancé targeting you? He thought I had an affair with Wen Yu. Gu Hanchuan smiled bitterly, just like you thought. Su Qianshan's fingers twisted the corner of her coat tightly. I didn't think so. Really? Gu Hanchuan glanced at her. Then why, at the banquet, every time when you approached me, did you look like you wanted to kill someone? Su Qianshan turned to him suddenly, anger burning in her eyes. When did you learn to be so smooth-talking? After the divorce. Gu Hanchuan replied calmly. After all, no one controls me anymore. This sentence was like a knife, accurately piercing Su Qianshan's soft spot. Her lips trembled for a moment, then she returned to her indifference. Oh. Su Qianshan didn't say anything else. Gu Hanchuan was happy and at ease. Su Qianshan had helped him today, and there was nothing wrong with him sending her home out of moral obligation. He just wanted to understand these things quickly so that he could go home and rest early. When the car drove into the villa area, Gu Hanchuan's temples no longer throbbed. The effect of the medicine came on quickly. It must be said that Su Qianshan had locked him up for forced treatment for such a long time, and the medicine she had was indeed the most effective for him. He tilted his head and saw Su Qianshan leaning against the window with her eyes closed, her long eyelashes casting tiny shadows on her cheeks. The moonlight filtered through the car window, outlining her profile and giving the familiar outline a silver edge. Gu Hanchuan's knuckles turned slightly white from where he gripped the steering wheel. This was the first time in such a long time that they were in the same space so calmly. He was so close that he could smell the faint scent of gardenia in her hair. We are here. He parked the car in front of the villa, his voice deliberately lowered. Su Qianshan did not respond. Her chest rose and fell regularly, as if she was really asleep. Gu Hanchuan hesitated for a moment, reached out to push her awake, but stopped just as he was about to touch her shoulder. With his fingertips suspended in the air, he stared at the faint blue shadows under her eyes. Hadn't she slept well during this period? Just as he withdrew his hand, Su Qianshan suddenly opened her eyes. There wasn't a trace of sleepiness in those almond-shaped eyes. They were so clear as if they had been planned for a long time. Carry me in, she said, her voice filled with a coquettishness that Gu Hanchuan had not heard in a long time. Gu Hanchuan frowned. Stop making trouble. I twisted my ankle. Su Qianshan lied calmly, her fingertips gently resting on his wrist. It was when Lu Mingyuan pushed me at the banquet just now. It was a poor lie. Gu Hanchuan clearly remembered that Lu Mingyuan's champagne was directed at him, and Su Qianshan was standing 3 meters away. But he didn't expose it. He just silently unbuckled his seat belt and prepared to get out of the car. Su Qianshan suddenly held his hand. Not over there. She nimbly crossed the center console, and before Gu Hanchuan could react, she was already sitting on his lap. The hem of the dark green velvet dress rubbed against his suit pants, making a slight friction sound. The carriage was immediately filled with the scent of her perfume, which was sweet but not greasy, with a cool aftertaste of cedar. Su Qianshan. Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled, his hands hanging in the air, not daring to touch her. Go down. No. Su Qianshan raised her face, her red lips almost touching his chin. Unless you promise to carry me in. Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath and tried to ignore the warm touch on his thigh. You know I can throw you out now. You can't bear it. Su Qianshan chuckled, her fingers playing with the top button of his shirt. Just like I can't bear to see you being humiliated at the party. These words were like a blunt knife, slowly cutting through the wall of Gu Hanchuan's heart. He turned his face away, his voice tense. We are divorced. Not legally yet. Su Qianshan's fingertips slid along his neck to his Adam's apple. But you didn't deny it just now, husband. She pronounced the last two words lightly and softly, like a feather brushing across the eardrum. Gu Hanchuan suddenly grabbed her rebellious hand, but was stunned when he touched her cold skin. It was a late autumn night, and she was only wearing a thin dress. Are you cold? He said, his tone unconsciously softening. Su Qianshan pressed herself against him, resting her forehead against his shoulder. My stomach hurts too. After you left, I always forget to eat on time. This is the truth. Gu Hanchuan remembered Su Qianshan's stomach problems. When she was in college, she often neglected sleep and food because of her homework. Later, he cured her stomach problems by making different kinds of soup for her every day. After the divorce, no one kept an eye on her 3 meals a day. I'll cook you a bowl of noodles and leave. He finally compromised and reached out to push the car door. Su Qianshan suddenly tightened her arms around his waist. No noodles. Her breath was whispering in his ear. I want your signature porridge, the one with scallops and yam. Gu Hanchuan's body stiffened. He had specially consulted an old Chinese doctor for her health. He had thought she had never eaten it before, but he didn't expect that she actually knew what was in it. Chapter 37, Cooking a bowl of porridge. Not enough materials. He answered stiffly. There's some in the storage room. Su Qianshan's lips brushed the tip of his ear. I've always kept it ready. This sentence is like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Gu Hanchuan lowered his eyelids and looked at the woman in his arms who was once so proud and arrogant. Now she was pestering him for a bowl of porridge like a naughty child. He should have pushed her away, should have left without looking back, but somewhere in his chest he felt sore and painful. Just as he was hesitating, Su Qianshan's cell phone rang. The 3 words Zi Chenyang on the screen were particularly eye-catching in the dim carriage. Gu Hanchuan immediately released his hand from her waist, his expression turning cold. Answer it. Su Qianshan frowned and pressed the answer button. Zi Chenyang's drunken voice came from the other end of the phone. Qianshan, why did you leave first? I've been looking for you for a long time. I left with Secretary Li. Su Qianshan's tone instantly became businesslike. You should go back early too. But we agreed to discuss the South American project. Zi Chenyang's voice suddenly lowered. Did you go to see Gu Hanchuan again? Tonight you. Su Qianshan hung up the phone directly and looked up to meet Gu Hanchuan's sarcastic eyes. Go and coax your little lover. Gu Hanchuan sneered. Thank you, Mr. Su, for helping me out tonight. We are even now. As he was about to push Su Qianshan away and get out of the car, she held his shoulders tightly. He's nothing. Su Qianshan said anxiously, her fingers tightening unconsciously. He's just a business partner, The phone rang again. It was Zi Chenyang again. Su Qianshan turned off the phone without even looking at it and threw it into the back seat. The carriage fell into an eerie silence. Gu Hanchuan looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar woman in front of him and suddenly felt exhausted. For the past 3 years, there have always been other people between them, if not Zi Chenyang, then countless men. Even though she was in his arms at this moment, he could not touch the real her. Let me get off the car, Su Qianshan. His voice was very soft, but with a determination that could not be refused. Su Qianshan's pupil shrank slightly, as if hurt by his tone. The next second, she suddenly covered her stomach and curled up, burying her face in the crook of his neck. It hurts. Gu Hanchuan froze. Her trembling didn't seem fake, and even beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Where's the medicine? He subconsciously hugged her and put his palms on her cold back. Home. Su Qianshan said weakly, breathing rapidly. Carry me upstairs, please. The word please broke Gu Hanchuan's last line of defense. He sighed deeply, supported her knees with one hand, and put the other arm around her back, and carried her out of the car. Su Qianshan immediately wrapped herself around him like a vine, her cheek pressed against his chest. The night wind blew her hair across Gu Hanchuan's chin, making his heart tremble with itch. The villa password has not changed. It is still their wedding anniversary. Gu Hanchuan's fingers trembled slightly as he entered the numbers. Su Qianshan in his arms seemed to notice it and gently rubbed the side of his neck. The moment the door opened, a familiar smell hit me. The furnishings in the entrance hall were the same as before, Even the pair of slippers he often wore were still in the same place. Gu Hanchuan was in a trance for a moment, as if the 6 months of separation were just a nightmare. Kitchen. Su Qianshan whispered a reminder in his arms, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the front of his shirt. There was still a stain of the champagne that Lu Mingyuan had splashed there, which had dried into a light yellow mark. Gu Hanchuan put her on the sofa and turned to go to the kitchen to find medicine. He was stunned when he opened the drawer. Stomach medicine was neatly stacked on the left. Next to it were packaged headache medicines, and the time to take it was handwritten on each package. He returned to the living room with the medicine and water and found Su Qianshan staring at the wedding photo on the wall in a daze. In the photo, he is holding her waist, and she is smiling and throwing the bouquet towards the camera. The moment when her skirt flies up is frozen forever. Take medicine. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her recollection abruptly and stuffed the water cup into her hand. Su Qianshan swallowed the pill obediently, then looked up at him. Porridge. No porridge. Gu Hanchuan took off his wine-soaked coat and said, I'll ask Secretary Li to pick you up. Gu Hanchuan. Su Qianshan suddenly stood up and staggered because of her violent movements. Gu Hanchuan subconsciously tried to help her, but she grabbed his wrist and said, It's only a bowl of porridge. What are you afraid of? Her eyes shone surprisingly brightly under the light, as if they were burning with 2 small flames. Gu Hanchuan was familiar with this expression. This was how she looked when she was stubborn, the way she would stay up all night in college to work on the details of a thesis. I'm afraid. He sneered, but couldn't break free from her hand. Su Qianshan, you were the one who pushed me away first, retaliated against me, and wore me down. Now who are you acting this affectionate act for? I'm not acting. Su Qianshan's voice suddenly rose, then softened. I just want to drink the porridge you cooked. Her thumb unconsciously stroked his wrist bone. Where there was a shallow scar, he accidentally scratched it with a carving knife when he was making a birthday present for her in his sophomore year. Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes, and the determination that had accumulated over the years loosened for a moment at this moment. He shook off her hand and walked towards the kitchen, his voice hoarse. I'll leave after I finish drinking. In the kitchen, all the kitchen utensils were in their original places. Even his usual wooden spoon was hanging in its old place. Gu Hanchuan opened the refrigerator, which was filled with neatly arranged fresh ingredients. There was even the handmade scallops that he often bought in the freezer. This is so weird. It was like a carefully laid trap, waiting for him to fall into it. He mechanically took out the ingredients and started processing them. When cutting yam, the sound of the blade hitting the chopping board is particularly clear in the quiet villa. There were light footsteps behind her. Su Qianshan was leaning against the doorframe. She had already changed into her home clothes the oversized sweatshirt he bought. The hem of the sweatshirt fell to her thighs, revealing her slender calves. Do you need help? She asked, her voice a little more energetic than before. Gu Hanchuan didn't even turn his head. Stay away from me, you're helping me. Su Qianshan didn't move, her eyes fixed on his back. The water boiled, and the steam blurred Gu Hanchuan's outline. She suddenly whispered, You've lost weight. The blade paused, and Gu Hanchuan continued cutting vegetables without responding. When you doesn't give you food. Su Qianshan took a step closer. Or, are you thinking about me too? With a clang sound, Gu Hanchuan slammed the knife on the chopping board. He turned around, his eyes filled with emotions that Su Qianshan couldn't understand. What do you want? Su Qianshan looked up at him, the collar of her sweatshirt tilted to one side, revealing the small mole on her collarbone. Gu Hanchuan's gaze fell on that place uncontrollably, and he remembered how many times he had left kiss marks there. I want. She reached out and touched his cheek, her fingertips cold. You come back. Chapter 38. She was called away. The mist in the kitchen blurred Gu Hanchuan's vision. The porridge on the stove was bubbling, and the fresh aroma of scallops mixed with the sweetness of yam filled the air. The smell was so familiar that he suddenly thought that he had never left Su Qianshan. Where is the salt? Gu Hanchuan asked without turning his head, his hand subconsciously reaching for the second drawer on the right side of the cupboard. When my fingertips touched the cold seasoning bottle, I heard a chuckle from behind me. Su Qianshan had come close to him without him noticing. Her warm breath sprang on the back of his neck. Don't you know? Her voice carried a long-lost softness that Gu Hanchuan hadn't heard in a long time, like a tiny crack in a frozen lake. He froze in place, feeling her slender fingers brush across his waist, taking the salt shaker he had just taken out. Let me do it. Su Qianshan said, putting her arm around his waist to get the spoon. This action made her almost nestle in Gu Hanchuan's arms, and the hem of her sweatshirt rubbed against his belt, making a slight friction sound. Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled. Too close. So close that he could count the shadows cast by her eyelashes and see the small mole on her collarbone rise and fall with her breathing. For so many nights, his lips lingered there, listening to her chuckle in his ear. The porridge is about to overflow. Su Qianshan said suddenly, interrupting his memories. Gu Hanchuan suddenly came back to his senses and turned down the heat. The steam hit his face, burning his eyes. He turned sideways to avoid it, but accidentally knocked over the salt shaker in Su Qianshan's hand. White particles were scattered all over the ground, and a few of them splashed onto the back of her feet. "I'm sorry." He subconsciously squatted down to wipe it, but when his fingers touched her cold instep, he retracted them as if he had been electrocuted. Su Qianshan looked down at him, her eyes flashing with emotions that Gu Hanchuan could not understand. Suddenly, she raised her foot and gently stepped on his knee. Is designer Gu so unfamiliar now? This action caused the hem of the sweatshirt to slide to the thighs, revealing more fair skin. Gu Hanchuan's breathing hitched, and those crazy memories from 3 years ago came flooding back like a tide in this kitchen. She had sat on the countertop, her legs wrapped around his waist. "Get up." His voice was hoarse and he reached out to push her ankle. Su Qianshan suddenly leaned over, and the water cup in her hand accidentally tilted. The ice water poured into Gu Hanchuan's shirt collar and instantly soaked his chest. Oops. She apologized insincerely, but her fingertips traced the water mark across his collarbone. It's wet. Gu Hanchuan grabbed her rebellious wrist and pushed her against the refrigerator. Su Qianshan's sweatshirt slipped to the side while she struggled, revealing half of her shoulder. Her pupils glowed amber in the warm light of the kitchen, and her lips were slightly open because of the pulling just now, like a silent invitation. Su Qianshan. Gu Hanchuan gritted his teeth and rubbed his thumb over the beating pulse on her wrist. "Do you know you're playing with fire?" Su Qianshan looked up at him with a sly smile in her eyes. "What about you? Designer Gu, in what capacity are you lecturing me now? Ex-husband? Or?" The end of her voice was lost in the sudden sound of banging on the door. "Qianshan, open the door. I know you are in there." Zi Chenyang's drunken voice penetrated the door, accompanied by chaotic knocks, like a blunt knife that cut through the ambiguous atmosphere in the kitchen. Gu Hanchuan immediately let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. Su Qianshan's expression instantly turned cold, and a hint of irritation that Gu Hanchuan was familiar with flashed in her eyes. That was the expression she had when she was interrupted at work. "Ignore him." Gu Hanchuan heard himself say, his voice unusually dry, "He's drunk." Su Qianshan straightened her collar and her eyes lingered on his soaked shirt for a second. "He has a bad drinking habit and will disturb the neighbors." The knocking on the door became louder and louder, mixed with Zi Chenyang's indistinct shouts. Gu Hanchuan looked at Su Qianshan's back as she walked towards the door, and he felt like a huge rock was pressing on his chest. She didn't even hesitate or ask for his opinion, just like she had countless times in the past, putting Zi Chenyang's needs above his. "Wait." Gu Hanchuan suddenly called her. "Don't let him in." Su Qianshan turned around and raised her eyebrows. "Why?" "This is our." Gu Hanchuan choked, realizing that he almost said the word home. This villa is no longer his home, not since the day he signed the divorce agreement. Su Qianshan seemed to see through his thoughts, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a smile. "Don't worry, if you don't want me to come in, I won't let him in." She turned and went upstairs, and came down a few minutes later changed into going out clothes. Gu Hanchuan stood there, watching her bending down to put on her shoes at the entrance. Her long hair fell down, covering the side of her face, revealing a small patch of white skin on the back of her neck. "It's too late." Su Qianshan stood up and put her fingers on the door handle. "You can sleep here tonight." Gu Hanchuan's heart sank suddenly. She didn't even say if she would come back. "The porridge I cooked. Keep it." Su Qianshan interrupted him, a hint of emotion flashing in her eyes that Gu Hanchuan couldn't read. "I'll come back and eat it." The door opened and closed, and Zi Chenyang's noisy voice stopped abruptly as Su Qianshan left. Gu Hanchuan stood there, listening to the engine sound fade away, and suddenly felt ridiculous. What was he expecting? Are you expecting Su Qianshan to reject Zi Chenyang for him? Expecting that the estrangement of so many years will disappear because of her few soft words? The porridge on the stove was still bubbling, and the aroma filled the entire kitchen. Gu Hanchuan mechanically turned off the fire, scooped out a bowl and placed it on the table. Very finely chopped ginger floated on the surface of the white porridge, which was his usual way of cooking. Su Qianshan had a cold stomach, so she always added ginger to her porridge. He turned and walked towards the stairs, each step feeling like walking on cotton. The door of the master bedroom was half open, and the furnishings inside had not changed at all. Even the ceramic table lamp he made by hand was still in its old position at the head of the bed. Gu Hanchuan sat on the edge of the bed, stroking the wrinkles on the pillow with his fingers. Su Qianshan must have slept here these days, and there was still a faint scent of gardenia on the pillow. In the bathroom, He found his old toiletries neatly stacked in the cabinet. Even the toothpaste was his usual brand. It felt so weird, like time had stopped in this villa, waiting for him to come back and press the play button. Gu Hanchuan turned on the faucet, and the cold water splashed on his face, but it couldn't extinguish the fire in his chest. The man in the mirror had red eyes and a wet shirt collar, looking utterly disheveled. He remembered Su Qianshan's coquettish tone outside the door just now, and the flash of indulgence in Su Qianshan's eyes. Even if that person took the credit for his drug testing, even if that person helped him escape, Su Qianshan could still knock on this door late at night while drunk. And he, Gu Hanchuan, didn't even have the qualifications to invite her to have a bowl of porridge. It started raining outside the window, and the raindrops hit the glass like countless tiny mockeries. Gu Hanchuan took off his wet shirt and put on a t-shirt from the closet. It was his size and the label was still on. Chapter 39. It's you. Get out. The framed picture on the bedside table caught his eye. That was their wedding photo. Su Qianshan was wearing a simple white dress and leaning on his shoulder with a bright smile. Gu Hanchuan remembered that the sun was shining brightly that day, and the photographer asked them to stare at each other for 30 seconds. However, within 10 seconds, she blushed and hid in his arms. My phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Wen Yu. Signing contract with Liu's tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Don't be late. Gu Hanchuan stared at the screen and suddenly came to his senses. What was he doing? He was so lost in the illusions of the past that he almost forgot what he was supposed to do. His father was still lying in Su's hospital, and he was actually here feeling sad for Su Qianshan. The rain is getting heavier. Gu Hanchuan grabbed the car keys and left the villa without looking back. The moment the door closed, he seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Perhaps it was the last unrealistic fantasy in his heart. The rain flowed down the ends of my hair into my collar, making me feel freezing cold. Gu Hanchuan sat in the car, looking at the blurred outline of the villa in the rain, and suddenly remembered what Su Qianshan said before leaving. I'll come back to eat. She didn't say when she would be back or with whom. The engine roared as Gu Hanchuan drove into the rainy night. In the rearview mirror, the building full of memories is getting farther and farther away, and finally disappears around the corner. By the time I got back to the apartment, the headache had arrived as expected. Gu Hanchuan swallowed 2 pills and stood under the shower, letting the hot water wash over his body. My skin gradually became hot, but the ice in my chest would not melt. He remembered Su Qianshan's foot stepping on his knee, the cunning in her eyes, and the tone of her voice when she said, I regret it. How ironic. She was always like this, giving him a little sweetness and then breaking it with her own hands. Just like during the 3 years of marriage, she stayed with him while going out with other men. Just like after the divorce, she claimed to the outside world that he was unbearable, while keeping all traces of him in the villa. The water in the shower suddenly turned cold. Gu Hanchuan shuddered and turned off the faucet. The mirror was covered with thick mist. He reached out and wiped it clear, seeing the bloodshot in his eyes and the new stubble on his chin. This can't go on any longer. He needed money, connections, and to get his father out of Su's hospital. And all of this can no longer depend on Su Qianshan's charity or whim. The tablet on the bedside table lit up, and the private investigator sent the latest news. Su's hospital will be upgrading its systems next Wednesday. Security will be at its lowest between 10 a.m. and 12 a.m. We can arrange for a replacement for an additional fee. Gu Hanchuan replied with an okay and threw the tablet aside. The sound of rain outside the window gradually stopped, and the sky in the east was already turning pale. He lay down and closed his eyes, but he dreamed of Su Qianshan standing at the door of the villa in the rain, holding a bowl of cold porridge in her hand, asking him why he didn't wait for her to come back. 3 days later, Gu Hanchuan's apartment. The tablet slammed against the wall with a bang, and the screen cracked into spiderweb-like patterns. Gu Hanchuan stared at the last message sent by the private detective, his knuckles turning white. The plan was leaked. The old man was secretly transferred to another hospital by the Su family this morning, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Miss Wen and our people came to nothing. The sunlight outside the window was dazzling, but Gu Hanchuan felt cold all over. The decision I made when I left Su Qianshan's villa 3 days ago now seems like a joke. He should have known that behind that woman's gentle trap, there was always a poison knife. The phone vibrated in my palm, and the caller ID showed Wen Yu. Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath before answering the phone. Hanchuan, I just received the news. Wen Yu's voice was unusually hurried. Don't worry, I'll find another way. No need. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her, his voice frighteningly calm. I'll go get him myself. After hanging up the phone, he pulled the suit jacket off the hanger. As the fabric rubbed against each other, a faint scent of gardenia wafted out. It was the scent of Su Qianshan that I had smelled in the villa that day. Gu Hanchuan paused, then roughly threw his coat onto the sofa and changed into a pure black shirt. The Su Group building is still magnificent, with its glass curtain walls gleaming in the sun like a crystal palace. Gu Hanchuan walked through the revolving door, and the receptionist at the front desk saw him and opened her mouth in surprise. Mr. Gu, do you have an appointment? No. Gu Hanchuan walked straight to the president's special elevator and swiped the card smoothly. He had never thrown away this access card from 3 years ago. As the elevator went up, Gu Hanchuan adjusted his collar in front of the mirror. The man in the mirror had sinister eyes and a sharp jawline, completely different from a gentle designer 3 years ago. The number jumped to the 58th floor, and with a ding sound, the elevator door opened. The president's office was unusually quiet, and Secretary Li's desk was empty. Gu Hanchuan strode towards the walnut door at the end and vaguely heard voices of conversation coming from inside. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but froze in mid-air when he heard Su Qianshan's voice. Why bother with all this trouble? Just tell him that the old man is in our hands. How dare he disobey? Su Qianshan's tone was sickeningly intimate. Qianshan, you're too soft on him. It's not your turn to teach me. Su Qianshan's voice was as cold as ice. Put on your clothes and get out. Gu Hanchuan's blood froze instantly. The next second, he pushed the door open. The scene in the office was like a red-hot knife stabbing into his eyes. Su Qianshan was standing at the door of Su Qianshan's private lounge with his shirt collar wide open. 3 pairs of eyes collided in the air, and time seemed to freeze. Hanchuan. Su Qianshan was the first to come back to her senses, her fingers unconsciously stroking the corner of her lips. Why are you here? Gu Hanchuan's gaze swept across Su Qianshan's messy collar and Su Qianshan's slightly swollen lips, and the anger surging in his chest suddenly cooled into a sharp pain. What a familiar scene. After so many years, he should have been used to it, so why did he still feel so uncomfortable? Excuse me, he heard himself say, his voice unnaturally calm. Guess I should knock first. Su Qianshan straightened his collar provocatively. Designer Gu doesn't even knock when he enters other people's offices now. It seems his manners are just so-so. Get out. Su Qianshan said suddenly, but her eyes were fixed on Gu Hanchuan. Su Qianshan raised his chin proudly. I'm talking to you, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me and Qianshan. Su Qianshan frowned and looked at Su Qianshan. It's you, get out. Su Qianshan's expression changed. Qianshan. I said, get out. Su Qianshan picked up the intercom. Secretary Li, send Mr. Z out. Also, revoke all his access privileges from today onwards. Su Qianshan's eyes widened in disbelief, but he still held on when Secretary Li came in. When he passed by Gu Hanchuan, he whispered provocatively, Gu Hanchuan, do you think she really cares about you? Take him away. Su Qianshan interrupted him and waited until the office door closed before turning to Gu Hanchuan. Coffee spilled on his clothes, so I borrowed the lounge to help him change clothes, that's all. Gu Hanchuan curled his lips. Mr. Su, you don't have to explain to me. Chapter 40, I can give you what you want. He approached the desk and placed his hands on the shiny surface. I'm here to get someone. Su Qianshan leaned back into the leather seat, and the sunlight pouring in from the floor to ceiling windows gave her a golden edge. She was wearing a burgundy suit today, which made her skin look as white as snow, and a sapphire brooch was pinned to her collar, the first piece in the star series designed by Gu Hanchuan in his early years. Your father is safe. She twirled her pen slowly. Much safer than that private hospital you found yourself. You're investigating me? Then where is he? Where he is depends on you. Su Qianshan suddenly stood up and walked around the desk to Gu Hanchuan. The faint scent of her perfume wafted over. It was the midnight gardenia they had concocted together. We need to talk about your recent, less than obedient behavior. Gu Hanchuan looked down at her. Su Qianshan was wearing high heels today, and her head just reached the tip of his nose. This height difference once fascinated him when they hugged. Her ear was right against his chest, and he could hear his heartbeat. What are you going to talk about? Gu Hanchuan forced himself to take a half step back. How are you going to monitor my every move? Or how much more torture will you continue to do to satisfy me? A hint of anger flashed in Su Qianshan's eyes. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Hanchuan's tie with such force that he had to bend over. Listen, I've announced the continuation of our marriage, and now the entire Kyoto business community is watching. I need you to play the role of a good husband. Gu Hanchuan sneered. Why? Your father needs Su's medical resources. Su Qianshan loosened his tie and slid her fingertips across his chest. You will be granted visitation rights once a week. The condition is that you accompany me to all necessary occasions and act like a loving couple in front of outsiders. She spoke lightly, as if she were discussing an ordinary contract. Gu Hanchuan stared at her lips, which were so close to him, and his head ached when he thought of how she had acted coquettishly and asked for porridge in the kitchen that day. How can this woman switch between emotion and calculation so easily? What if I say no? Then you'll never know where the old man is. Su Qianshan turned and walked back to her seat, her hair tracing a sharp arc by the way. I want to remind you that when you didn't approach you because she admired your talent. So I'm going to resign tomorrow. As far as I know, the part of the project you were in charge of has been completed. Gu Hanchuan's pupils shrank slightly. As expected, nothing in Kyoto can escape Su Qianshan's eyes. Have you thought about it? Su Qianshan picked up a document. I'm very busy. The sunlight filtered through the glass, casting tiny spots of light on her face, and her eyelashes cast fan-shaped shadows on her cheeks. Gu Hanchuan suddenly realized that this might be an opportunity since he couldn't escape. He might as well stay with her to gain more bargaining chips. One day, he will let Su Qianshan taste the feeling of having his weak spot exploited. Visits will be increased to twice a week, he heard himself say, plus free access to Su's design department. Su Qianshan raised her eyebrows. Bargaining. Transactions must be fair, President Su. Gu Hanchuan imitated her businesslike tone. Since you want me to act, you have to give me some space to rehearse. The office fell silent for a moment. Su Qianshan tapped her fingers lightly on the table, and the rhythm happened to be the melody of a piano piece that Gu Hanchuan used to play. This discovery made his heart tremble. She still remembered. Deal. Su Qianshan said suddenly, pulling out a bank card from the drawer and pushing it over. Since we want to be a loving couple, you can keep my secondary card. Gu Hanchuan took the card and his fingertips touched her well-trimmed nails. In an instant, an electric sensation ran up the spine along the fingertips. He quickly withdrew his hand, but when he turned around he caught a glimpse of a small object placed in the corner of Su Qianshan's desk, their wedding ring, placed casually next to the business card box, gleaming in the sunlight. By the way, Su Qianshan suddenly spoke when he reached the door. You know, the password to the villa hasn't changed, and your things are still there. She paused, including the shirt I wet. I washed it for you and put it by the bed. Gu Hanchuan turned his back to her, his Adam's apple rolling. I know. Finally, Gu Hanchuan walked out of Su Qianshan's office without looking back. As the elevator went down, Gu Hanchuan clenched the access card tightly, and the metal edge hurt his palm. My phone vibrated. The private detective sent me a new message. We found out. The old man is in the VIP special care area of Su's private hospital and is under guard. Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes. At least now he knew where his father was. This deal may be humiliating, but he would rather be a sober prisoner than be kept in the dark and at the mercy of others. When he walked out of the Su building, the sunlight stung his eyes so much that they felt sore. The next day, the glass curtain wall of the Wen Group building reflects the morning sun, refracting a dazzling light. Gu Hanchuan stood in the elevator, holding a folder containing his resignation letter and a list of completed project handovers. He deliberately chose this time in the early morning to avoid the gaze of most of his colleagues. The elevator door opened, and the president's office was still empty. Gu Hanchuan walked straight to Wen Yu's office, but heard a fierce quarrel coming from inside at the door. I told you it's impossible. Wen Yu's voice was unusually sharp. Gu Hanchuan is more valuable than Tenzi Chenyang's. The shareholders don't think so, Lu Mingyuan said in a dark tone. Ever since Su Qianshan announced the continuation of her marriage, they've been asking me every day why my fiancé is still keeping someone else's husband as a right-hand man. Gu Hanchuan's fingers hovered in the air, and finally he knocked on the door 3 times lightly. There was an instant of silence inside the door. A few seconds later, Wen Yu opened the door. Anger still lingered on her delicately made-up face, but she quickly put on a smile when she saw Gu Hanchuan. Hanchuan? Why are you here so early? Lu Mingyuan stood behind her, his eyes narrowed behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Designer Gu. He deliberately emphasized the last 3 words, as if reminding Gu Hanchuan of his identity. Gu Hanchuan ignored his hostility and handed the folder to Wen Yu. My resignation letter and the final plan for the South American project. Wen Yu's smile froze. She didn't take the folder, but stepped aside. Come in and talk. Then she turned to look at Lu Mingyuan and said without a doubt, You, get out. Lu Mingyuan frowned and was about to retort, but when he met Wen Yu's determined eyes, his momentum weakened for a moment. Okay, I'll go out and have a cigarette. Don't talk for too long. His last words were directed to Gu Hanchuan, with a gnashing of teeth as a warning. Gu Hanchuan nodded calmly and replied softly, No. The office door was closed, and Lu Mingyuan was isolated outside. Wen Yu walked to the French window, turned her back to Gu Hanchuan, took 3 deep breaths, and then turned around. Is it because I concealed the fact that I had a fiancé? I can explain. No need. Gu Hanchuan placed the folder on her desk. All the design drawings for the project have been filed away. There won't be any obstacles for the colleague who will take over. Chapter 41, Resigning from the Wen family. When you suddenly grabbed his wrist, Su Qianshan forced you to do that, right? She threatened you with your father. Her nails almost dug into his skin. We can find a way. Gu Hanchuan gently pulled his hand back. When you... He called her by her name instead of Ms. Wen. Didn't our original cooperation aim to allow the Wen family to break through the Su family's blockade and land in Kyoto? Now we've achieved it. The sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting striped shadows on Wen Yu's face. Her carefully groomed eyebrows trembled slightly. Do you think I'm just using you? No, whether it's profitable or not is not important to me. Gu Hanchuan shook his head. But now those shareholders are really putting pressure on you, worried that I'm a corporate spy. He pointed outside the door, including your fiancé. Wen Yu suddenly smiled, and there was a bitterness in her smile that Gu Hanchuan had never seen before. He and I are just in a family marriage, and I'm already preparing to cancel the engagement. She took a step forward, the scent of perfume hitting her face. What Su Qianshan can give you, I can also give you: money, status, power. Gu Hanchuan took a half step back, his back resting on the edge of the desk. Wen Yu wore a beige suit today with a very low neckline, and a necklace from the Mark of the Clavicle series that he designed on his collarbone that was his first independent work after leaving Su's. Not everything can be solved with a deal. Gu Hanchuan said softly, even if Su Qianshan and I end. He paused, his Adam's apple rolling. I don't have the energy to start another relationship right away. Wen Yu's expression was as if someone had stabbed her in the chest. She stretched out her hand to touch Gu Hanchuan's face, but stopped midair. She treated you like that, and you still. It has nothing to do with forgiveness. Gu Hanchuan turned his face away, avoiding the warmth of her fingertips. It's just that my heart and energy are exhausted. Looking at Gu Hanchuan like this, Wen Yu felt blessed. She knew that Gu Hanchuan had made up his mind, and she also knew that it was useless to say more. But she is a businesswoman. If being direct doesn't work, she will try to be gentle. She doesn't think that exhaustion is something irreversible. After calming down, she withdrew her hand, slowly walked to the wine cabinet, and poured 2 glasses of whiskey. The amber liquid ripples in the morning light, like melted amber. Since you've made up your mind, why not have a drink? For the future of the Wen family. She handed Gu Hanchuan a cup, and her voice regained the calmness of a businesswoman. I hope you don't regret your choice. Gu Hanchuan took the wine glass and drank it all. The alcohol burned my throat, but it couldn't extinguish the ice in my chest. He put down his cup and looked around the office one last time. The walls, which had been bare when he first arrived 3 months ago, were now covered with photos of the projects they had won together. Old Madame Liu likes you very much. Wen Yu suddenly said, her granddaughter's wedding is coming soon. Forget it. She shook her head self-deprecatingly. There's no point in talking about this now. Gu Hanchuan took out a file bag from his inner pocket. Wedding ring design draft. Consider it the last thing I'd do for the Wen family. Wen Yu took the file but didn't open it. Her nails scratched a few small marks on the paper bag. You know what? I hate this most about you. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with tears. Always so decent, as if I'll never see you again. Gu Hanchuan nodded slightly, turned and walked towards the door. Just as he put his hand on the door handle, Wen Yu's voice came from behind. If I had met you first. Gu Hanchuan didn't look back. Look more at the person in front of you, Wen Yu. Outside the door, Lu Mingyuan was leaning against the wall smoking a cigarette. When he saw Gu Hanchuan come out, he immediately stood up straight. The 2 men looked at each other for a second. Gu Hanchuan nodded slightly and passed by. Wait. Lu Mingyuan suddenly called him. Are you really leaving? Gu Hanchuan stopped and didn't turn around. Treat her well. As the elevator went down, Gu Hanchuan loosened his tie. The early morning sunlight filtered through the glass cabin. Shining on the base of his ring finger, there was a faint ring mark there, a mark left by 3 years of marriage, more difficult to erase than any other mark. Walking out of the Wen building, Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath of fresh air. The phone vibrated. Su Qianshan sent a concise message. Tonight at 7 o'clock, don't be late. Attached was the location of the Qiao family manor. After a few days of playing the role of a wealthy couple with Su Qianshan, Gu Hanchuan gradually found his emotional balance. This day, it was a slightly chilly early autumn evening. Gu Hanchuan walked out of the elevator carrying a supermarket shopping bag, his keys jingling at his fingertips. Since moving back to his wedding house with Su Qianshan, he rarely returned to this apartment. Today, he came to pick up the last batch of personal belongings. Turning the corner of the corridor, he suddenly stopped. A woman in a sequined suit was standing at the door of the apartment, looking at her watch impatiently. The woman looked up when she heard footsteps, and her eyes under heavy makeup lit up instantly. Mr. Gu, I finally got you. Gu Hanchuan frowned and clenched the key in his palm. Who are you? Zi Chenyang's agent, Wang Li. The woman approached in 10-centimeter high heels, the scent of perfume making people dizzy. We need to discuss the trouble your recent behavior has caused, Chenyang. Gu Hanchuan moved aside to avoid her outstretched hand. Mr. Zi and I have nothing to discuss. Really? Wang Li suddenly raised her voice, echoing in the empty corridor. You used President Su's power to suppress Chen Yang, causing him to lose 3 endorsements. Now everyone on the internet is calling him a mistress. Gu Hanchuan's pupils shrank slightly. This woman was obviously performing, and she pronounced every word clearly, as if she was speaking to an invisible audience. He silently walked around her to open the door, but was grabbed by the arm. Don't go. Wang Li dragged him towards the elevator. Let's all be fair. How can you, a designer who relied on women to get to the top, ruin someone's future? The elevator door dinged open and several residents looked over curiously. Wang Li immediately got into the mood, her eyes reddening. Everyone, please judge for yourself. This Mr. Gu, relying on his marriage to President Su, is driving my artist to near depression. Gu Hanchuan shook off her hand, but she grabbed his collar even harder. The shopping bag fell to the ground and the oranges rolled all over the floor. More and more people gathered around, and cell phone cameras were pointed at them from all angles. Let go. Gu Hanchuan's voice was soft, yet frighteningly cold. Wang Li let go as if burned, then covered her face and sobbed. Look everyone. He's mean to me. He's so powerful just because he hooks up with a rich guy. The crowd began to whisper. Gu Hanchuan bent down to pick up an orange and heard someone say, he looks very gentle, but it turns out he's a gigolo, and no wonder Zi Chenyang has lost so much weight recently. Designer Gu. A clear voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. Zi Chenyang was wearing casual clothes, with his mask pulled down to his chin, revealing a haggard face. I'm sorry, my agent was too impulsive. The onlookers let out a small cry of surprise. It's actually Zi Chenyang. Zi Chenyang walked over quickly and bent down to help Gu Hanchuan pick up the last orange. His fingers accidentally rubbed the back of Gu Hanchuan's hand, and he immediately retracted his fingers as if he had been electrocuted, as if he had been bullied. Chapter 42. Confusion of right and wrong. Chenyang. Don't worry about it. Wang Li pulled Zi Chenyang over, like a hen protecting her chicks. We have nothing to fear if we are upright. Zi Chenyang smiled bitterly and shook his head. When he turned to Gu Hanchuan, his eyes were just red. Designer Gu, I know you hate me, but please don't take your anger out on my team. His voice trembled. Those endorsements, just let them go. What a superb performance. Gu Hanchuan looked at the tears that were about to fall from Zi Chenyang's eyelashes, and remembered how arrogant this man was in Su Qianshan's office, and his stomach churned. The onlookers' mobile phone cameras were excitedly focused on this scene, and it was obvious what would be on the hot searches tomorrow. Mr. Zi, Gu Hanchuan said calmly, we are not familiar with each other, right? In fact, apart from those scenes where he acted and pretended in front of Su Qianshan, he really had no interaction with Zi Chenyang and was indeed not familiar with him. Zi Chenyang's expression froze, then turned even more miserable. You're right. We really shouldn't know each other. He turned to the crowd and forced a smile. Please stop filming. It's my fault. I shouldn't have. Chenyang, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Li interrupted him and turned to Gu Hanchuan. Mr. Gu, you dare to say in front of everyone that you didn't let President Su suppress our Chenyang. Gu Hanchuan picked up the shopping bag and suddenly laughed. Ms. Wang, your artist lost the endorsement because his acting is too poor. He glanced at Zi Chenyang meaningfully. The audience isn't blind. Someone in the crowd burst into laughter. Zi Chenyang's face turned pale instantly, and he rubbed the corner of his clothes with his fingers. Gu Hanchuan had also seen this habitual action in Su Qianshan's office. At that time, he just thought it was artificial, but now he thinks it was probably a vulnerability performance that he had practiced thousands of times. Designer Gu. Zi Chenyang's voice choked. I know you misunderstood me for interfering between you and President Su. President Su and I are truly innocent. The engagement and marriage rumors are all nonsense made up by the media. Zi Chenyang. Gu Hanchuan suddenly called him by his full name. It was Su Qianshan who didn't give you a name. It was Su Qianshan who was ambiguous with you, and it was Su Qianshan who indulged you time and time again. It's no use pretending to be pitiful in front of me. Get out. The onlookers were in an uproar. Zi Chenyang staggered backward as if struck by lightning and bumped into Wang Li's arms. The two of them worked in perfect harmony, immediately creating a visual effect of being bullied. How could you misunderstand me? Zi Chenyang's tears finally fell, sparkling under the light. I know you are powerful now, but... Gu Hanchuan suddenly noticed a man in a baseball cap holding a professional camera on the outskirts of the crowd. I see. This farce was planned from beginning to end, just waiting for him to lose control and say something that could be edited. Make way. He pushed through the crowd and walked towards the elevator, his back straight. Wang Li's relentless shouting came from behind. You're feeling guilty, aren't you? Everyone, look carefully. This is how a mean person behaves. You're insecure, yet you misunderstand others and spread rumors shamelessly. The elevator doors closed, blocking out all noise. Gu Hanchuan leaned against the wall of the car and found that his hands were shaking slightly, not with anger, but with a deep fatigue. After so long, Zi Chenyang still only knows how to use these despicable tricks, and Su Qianshan. Has she really never known any of this? As I walked out of the unit door, the night breeze blew across my hot cheeks. Gu Hanchuan took out his cell phone, hesitated for a moment, and then called Su Qianshan. What's the matter? Su Qianshan answered quickly. There was the sound of keyboard typing in the background, so she should still be in the office. Gu Hanchuan looked at the crowd gathering in front of the apartment building. Zi Chenyang was being comforted by fans who were surrounding him. Your dog got out and bit someone. There was a 2-second pause on the other end of the phone. Zi Chenyang. You brought your agent and paparazzi and staged a scene in my apartment. Gu Hanchuan said calmly, I'm just reminding you to avoid any bad news about the Su company tomorrow. Su Qianshan's breathing rate changed. Are you okay? This concern came too late, many years late. Gu Hanchuan thought of the distorted reports by the media before his divorce, and the harassment of his ex-wife's scandal that Su Qianshan had never clarified for him. He felt like a huge rock was pressing on his chest. Gu Hanchuan. Su Qianshan's voice was unusually anxious. Speak. I'm fine, just leave me alone for a while. Gu Hanchuan hung up the phone and turned it to flight mode. In the corner of the parking lot, 2 girls were staring at their phone screens, exclaiming, Oh my God. Zi Chenyang posted on Weibo. The innocent will be cleared with a crying emoji. Gu Hanchuan walked past them and heard them talking in low voices. That original wife is so fierce. Rich people can do whatever they want. After getting into the car, Gu Hanchuan didn't start the engine for a long time. In the rearview mirror, he saw the bulging veins on his forehead and his lips that were pursed until they were pale. How ridiculous. He was the one whose lover was taken away, who was framed and drugged, whose design copyright was taken away, and who was smeared by the media. Now he has become the villain who bullies others by taking advantage of his power. He turned on the car radio, and the entertainment news was broadcasting. Popular young actor Zi Chenyang is suspected of being suppressed by capital. Today, he posted a meaningful message on the social platform. The innocent will be cleared. After turning off the radio, Gu Hanchuan suddenly remembered something and took out a spare phone from the storage compartment. After turning on the phone, an email from a private investigator immediately popped up. Someone suspected to be Zhong Dong entered the city from the Chengdong port. Since Gu Hanchuan returned to Beijing, he has been asking about his whereabouts. He wonders how his friend, who was implicated by him, is doing. Now it seems that I am back, and that is all that matters. Thinking of this, Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath, started the car and slowly drove away from this troubled place. The aroma of burnt sweet and sour pork ribs wafted from the kitchen. Gu Hanchuan adjusted the heat for the 3rd time, and the sauce was bubbling in the pot. 4 dishes and 1 soup were already placed on a table, all of which were Su Qianshan's favorite dishes. He had intentionally finished work early to prepare this meal, just so he could calmly ask her the question that had been weighing on her mind for the past few days. Where is Zhong Dong? Dusk gradually deepened outside the window. Gu Hanchuan glanced at the wall clock 7:40. Su Qianshan said she would come back for dinner tonight. He untied his apron, his fingers unconsciously stroking the screen of his phone. The last message was still at 6 o'clock. The meeting has been extended. You eat first. The smart lock at the entrance suddenly sounded a warning. Gu Hanchuan looked up immediately, but frowned when he heard the electronic female voice abnormal approach detected. Not Su Qianshan. The doorbell rang. Through the peephole, Gu Hanchuan saw 2 uniformed policemen standing outside the door. The older man was looking down to check the address, while the young female police officer was observing her surroundings vigilantly. Mr. Gu Hanchuan. The older police officer showed his ID. We are from the Chaoyang branch and would like to ask for your assistance in investigating a case of intentional injury. Gu Hanchuan opened the door. The aroma of food wafting from the kitchen formed a strange contrast with the solemn atmosphere outside the door. What case? Chapter 43 Suspect. Mr. Zi Chenyang was attacked at the film and television base this afternoon. The female police officer quickly recorded Gu Hanchuan's reaction. According to the surveillance footage, the attacker is about 183 centimeters tall and has a similar build to you. Gu Hanchuan sneered. So you think it's me? Just a routine inquiry, the older policeman said calmly. Could you tell me about your whereabouts between 4 and 5 this afternoon? The design department is having a meeting. At least 20 people can testify. Gu Hanchuan stepped aside to make way. Would you like to come in and check the surveillance footage? The two policemen exchanged glances. The policewoman put away her notepad. If it's convenient for you, we'd like you to review the surveillance video from the attack scene to confirm whether you recognize the suspect. Wait a moment. He turned to get his coat, and when he saw the dishes gradually getting cold on the table, a bitter feeling rose in his chest. It was another dinner with no one to show up, just like countless times in the past 3 years. In the police car, the young female police officer looked at Gu Hanchuan through the rearview mirror. Mr. Gu and Mr. Z have had any conflicts recently? He is my wife's lover. Gu Hanchuan looked directly into her eyes, or rather, a self-righteous lover. The policewoman was choked by this bluntness and stopped talking. In the interrogation room of the precinct, surveillance video flashed on the screen. In the black and white picture, Zi Chenyang walked towards the nanny car alone. Suddenly, a man in black rushed out from behind a pillar and knocked him to the ground with one punch. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. The attacker had his back to the camera the whole time and finally climbed over the guardrail and disappeared. Gu Hanchuan's breathing stagnated. That shoulder that tilted slightly to the right when he turned, that special jumping posture 3 years ago, Zhong Dong and his habit of climbing over the wall to skip classes, he would not admit his mistake. Mr. Gu. The officer knocked on the table. Do you know this man? Gu Hanchuan's nails dug into his palms. The figure in the picture was much thinner than the Zhong Dong in his memory, but muscle memory would not lie. If it was really Zhong Dong, why did he attack Zi Chenyang? Where had he been for the past 6 months? Did Su Qianshan know? I don't know him, he heard himself say, his voice unnaturally steady, but his skills look like he's practiced. The old policeman nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Z claimed that you threatened him. Is there any evidence? Gu Hanchuan asked back. He said you knew some of his private matters. The policewoman flipped through the transcript. About your family affairs. Gu Hanchuan's eyes moved slightly. Zi Chenyang was indeed guilty and called destroying other people's marriages a private matter. But Gu Hanchuan was more concerned about Zhong Dong's whereabouts. If he has no evidence, it's a false accusation. But how is the victim's injury? A mild concussion. The old policeman closed the folder. What's strange is that the attacker could have used more force, but he acted like he was giving a warning. The questioning lasted for half an hour, and Gu Hanchuan responded flawlessly. As I walked out of the police station, the night wind blew in my face with the coolness of early autumn. He took out his phone and saw 5 unread messages from Su Qianshan. The latest one was from 10 minutes ago. Are you home yet? Did the police give you any trouble? Gu Hanchuan stared at the message, his finger hovering above the screen. How did she know the police were coming? Unless. The phone suddenly vibrated, and countless gossip news popped up. The photos show me and the police getting into the car in the villa area, and also the incident where Zi Chenyang was attacked. From just a few words, the public opinion on the internet was certain that Gu Hanchuan attacked Zi Chenyang and wanted to destroy his face because he was jealous that Zi Chenyang had obtained Su Qianshan's true love. In an instant, Zi Chenyang's fans criticized Gu Hanchuan with their writings. Some extreme fans even used the power of the internet to dig up all of Gu Hanchuan's past information. Gu Hanchuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips sliding across the screen of his mobile phone. The top 5 trending searches on Weibo are all related to him. Gu Hanchuan is suspected of hiring someone to injure someone. Zi Chenyang's fans demand severe punishment for the murderer. Su Group emergency statement. Every time I refresh the page, there are thousands of insults in the comment section. Some people dug out photos of him from college and said that he had a sinister face. Some analyzed the jewelry he designed and asserted that his works were like his character. Full of violence, some even swore that they had seen him abuse his subordinates in the Su Group with their own eyes. The phone suddenly vibrated, and when username popped up, Gu Hanchuan hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. Hanchuan, I saw the news. Wen Yu's voice was unusually anxious. Do you need my help? Wen's public relations department. No need. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her, his eyes fixed on the distance. I'll handle it myself. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. You're still the same. Wen Yu sighed softly. You'd rather bear it yourself than ask for help. After hanging up the phone, Gu Hanchuan turned and looked towards the study. Behind the frosted glass, Su Qianshan's silhouette was working on the computer, seemingly unconcerned about the storm that swept the entire internet. 3 hours ago, she simply told him don't go out and never mentioned it again. Gu Hanchuan tightened his knuckles on the windowsill. He should have gotten used to it long ago in Su Qianshan's world. He was never the one who needed special care. Zi Chenyang could ask her to put aside the meeting and go to pick her up in person, but his reputation crisis was only worth a perfunctory warning. The study door suddenly opened and Su Qianshan walked out in high heels with a folder in her hand. She was wearing a black suit today, with a sapphire brooch pinned to her collar, which shone coldly under the light. The dinner secretary Li brought is in the kitchen. She flipped through the documents without looking up. I'm going to be out for a while. Gu Hanchuan stared at the wedding ring on her ring finger. She had been wearing it since announcing the continuation of her marriage. Go see Zi Chenyang. Su Qianshan finally looked up, her eyebrows slightly raised. The hospital needs someone to deal with the media. Is Su's public relations department just a decoration? Gu Hanchuan's voice was calm, with only his slightly white knuckles revealing his emotions. Do you mind? Su Qianshan closed the folder, and her red lips curled up in an arc that seemed to be a smile. Gu Hanchuan turned and looked out the window. The city is brightly lit at night, like a huge glass cage. I dare not. It's your freedom to meet whoever you want, Mr. Su. The crisp sound of high heels came from behind, and Su Qianshan's breath suddenly approached. The scent of gardenia mixed with a hint of ink is a unique fragrance. Gu Hanchuan. Her voice was very soft, but it was like a knife scraping across the eardrum. When will you learn to? She was interrupted by the ringing of her cell phone. Su Qianshan glanced at the caller ID, frowned slightly, and turned to the entrance. Secretary Li, has the car arrived? Okay, I'll be right down. The sound of the door closing was like a dull hammer hitting Gu Hanchuan's chest. He walked mechanically to the kitchen, where the dinner in the microwave had gone cold and the sauce had congealed into a gelatinous consistency. Just like between them, no matter how much it is heated, it will never return to its original taste. Entertainment news was playing on TV. Su Qianshan, president of the Su Group, appeared in the hospital today to visit Zi Chenyang. The two had a pleasant conversation. Gu Hanchuan turned off the TV and picked up the car keys. He needed fresh air and needed to get away from this cage full of memories. Chapter 44 Zhongdong surrenders. The underground garage was as deserted as a tomb. As soon as Gu Hanchuan opened the car door, he heard a light cough coming from the shadows. Mr. Gu. A man in a baseball cap came out. He was the paparazzi who had been secretly filming downstairs of the apartment building that day. Are you interested in making a deal? Gu Hanchuan narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Xing Entertainment reporter Xiao Wang. The man handed over a business card. I have enough dirt on Zi Chenyang to clear your name. I'll just pay this much. He gestured. Gu Hanchuan sneered. No need. Don't be so quick to refuse. The paparazzi lowered his voice. I know Zi Chenyang and President Su don't have that kind of relationship at all. He has someone behind the scenes directing him, specifically targeting you. Gu Hanchuan's fingers tightened on the car door. Evidence. The paparazzi smiled mysteriously. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, East City Cafe. Bring money and I will show you the video. Watching the paparazzi disappear around the corner, Gu Hanchuan's temples began to throb. If it were in the past, he would have told Su Qianshan about this without hesitation. But now he took out his cell phone and dialed the private detective S number. Help me find someone. The night rain fell without warning. Gu Hanchuan drove aimlessly on the street, and the rain meandered like a river on the windshield. On the radio, the host was making fun of the feuds among wealthy families and calling him the most miserable son-in-law. The phone vibrated in the storage compartment and Su Qianshan's name popped up. Gu Hanchuan let it ring for a long time and finally picked it up at the last second. Where? Su Qianshan's voice came through the sound of rain, with a rare hint of urgency. Go for a ride. Come back. She paused. Now. Gu Hanchuan looked at his red eyes in the rearview mirror and asked, why? President Su finally remembered to take care of me. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. Gu Hanchuan. Su Qianshan's voice suddenly turned cold. Don't be childish. The wipers drew regular arcs across the glass. Gu Hanchuan recalled a rainy night 3 years ago when he was waiting for her to come home despite having a high fever. It was only at 3 in the morning that he heard her say, "I'm working overtime. Go to bed first. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble." He hung up the phone and parked the car on the side of the road. The incandescent lights in the convenience store hurt my eyes. Gu Hanchuan took a pack of cigarettes he had quit smoking many years ago, since the day Su Qianshan said she hated the smell of cigarettes. "Hey, isn't this the designer Gu who was trending on the internet?" The cashier was a young girl, and she was looking at him inquiringly. "I heard you beat Zi Chenyang so hard that he had to be hospitalized." Gu Hanchuan paused as he scanned the QR code to pay. "Rumor." "I told you." The girl suddenly became excited. "Zi Chenyang is obviously a green tea. He's not as handsome as you. I support you." Gu Hanchuan was speechless. In this era of universal trial, there are still people who take sides based on their intuition. Back in the car, he lit a cigarette. The acrid smoke rushed into my lungs, causing me to cough. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the sound of it hitting the roof was like countless tiny mocking noises. The phone rang again. This time it was Secretary Lee. "Mr. Gu, President Su asked me to inform you that there will be a media interview at 9 a.m. tomorrow and you need to be present." Gu Hanchuan put out his cigarette. "What's the topic?" "Regarding the misunderstanding between you and Mr. Z." Secretary Lee said cautiously, "Mr. Su said you must cooperate with the PR department's arrangements." "Tell her I'm busy." After hanging up the phone, Gu Hanchuan opened the car window and let the rain wet his face. He was tired of being a chess piece on Su Qianshan's chessboard, put out when needed and put into the box when not needed. The phone screen lit up again, this time with an MMS message from an unknown number. In the photo, Su Qianshan was sitting beside the hospital bed, bending over to tidy up the corner of the quilt for Zi Chenyang. The angle is tricky. It looks like a kiss. The caption only had one sentence: "See you tomorrow, designer Gu." Gu Hanchuan's knuckles turned white from pinching. It was obviously a trap, but he still uncontrollably enlarged the photo, looking for any signs of Photoshop. Su Qianshan's profile was as perfect as an ice sculpture under the light, and the pride in Zi Chenyang's eyes almost overflowed the screen. In the rain, a black car slowly stopped beside him. The car window rolled down, revealing Su Qianshan's frosty face. "Get in the car," she ordered. Gu Hanchuan didn't move. "Follow me." "Secretary Lee has located your phone." Su Qianshan's eyes fell on the cigarette in his hand, and her brows furrowed slightly. "I have something to tell you." The rain dripped into his collar from the ends of his hair, and Gu Hanchuan finally opened the car door. The heater in the car, carrying the scent of Su Qianshan's perfume, hit his face, making his temples throb. "Zhong Donghui has come back to turn himself in," Su Qianshan said suddenly. Gu Hanchuan turned his head suddenly. "What?" "Half an hour ago, he walked into the police station and admitted to attacking Zi Chenyang." Su Qianshan tapped her nails lightly on the tablet. "He said it was a personal grudge and had nothing to do with you." Gu Hanchuan's breathing stopped for a second. Zhong Dong, his good friend who had been missing for more than half a year, actually showed up at this time? "Where is he? I want to see him." Su Qianshan handed him the tablet. "The police have ruled you out as a suspect. But the media won't let this hot topic go easily. Tomorrow." "Media?" Gu Hanchuan sneered. "Isn't the only thing Mr. Su cares about Su's stock price?" Su Qianshan's expression instantly turned cold. "Whatever you think." As the car entered the villa area, the rain gradually subsided. Gu Hanchuan looked at the blurry scenery outside the window and suddenly asked, "Why?" Why do you know so much about Zhong Dong?" Gu Hanchuan turned to her. "Did you know he was back a long time ago?" Su Qianshan's eyelashes trembled slightly, casting a small shadow under her eyes. The Su family has its own information channels. Gu Hanchuan stared at the wedding ring on her ring finger and suddenly felt absurd. There is always a wall between them. Su Qianshan stands behind the wall, holding all the answers in her hands, but never willing to hand him a key. "Stop the car," he said suddenly. Su Qianshan frowned. "I haven't reached home yet." "I said stop." Amid the harsh sound of brakes, Gu Hanchuan pushed the door open and walked out. The rain instantly soaked his shirt, and the cold touch made him a little more sober. Gu Hanchuan. Su Qianshan caught up with an umbrella, her high heels stepping into a puddle. "What are you crazy about?" Rain dripped down the edge of her umbrella, forming a transparent barrier between them. Gu Hanchuan looked at her trouser legs soaked by the rain and her slightly red nose, and the depression in his chest suddenly dissipated for the most part. "Zhong Dong is my friend," he said in a hoarse voice. 3 years ago, he was framed and imprisoned because he stood up for me." Su Qianshan's pupils dilated slightly. "I know." You know. Gu Hanchuan stepped closer. Then did you know that his mother has uremia? Did you know that his sister is still in college? The umbrella tilted slightly, revealing Su Qianshan's face, which was half bright and half dark. The Su family has always been supporting Mrs. Zhong's medical expenses. These words were like a thunderclap in Gu Hanchuan's ears. Chapter 45. He only asks Su Qianshan. He stared blankly at the woman in front of him, and suddenly realized that he had never really understood her. Why? Didn't you tell me? Su Qianshan turned her face away, the rain running down her jawline. You never asked. A drop of water fell from her eyelashes, and Gu Hanchuan couldn't tell whether it was rain or something else. He wanted to reach out and wipe it off, but Su Qianshan took a step back to avoid it. Get in the car. She turned and walked towards the car, her back straight. We have a lot of things to deal with tomorrow. Gu Hanchuan stood there, watching the rain leave a trail of wet footprints behind her. She is still like this, running away at the critical moment. Gu Hanchuan didn't want to ask anymore. He was really tired. Everyone around him was dragged down by him, and he didn't know what to do. The next day, he went to the detention center to see Zhong Dong. Through the bulletproof glass, Zhong Dong's face shone bluish-gray under the cold white light. His left pinky finger twisted unnaturally. How did you get hurt? Zhong Dong tugged at his long sleeves and said, Well, after all, Su Qianshan locked me up in the basement and beat me up for a week. Gu Hanchuan unconsciously recalled the surveillance video of Zi Chenyang beating Zhong Dong that Su Qianshan played in Sichuan City in order to make him sign the consent form for the experiment. Zhong Dong saw the guilt in Gu Hanchuan's eyes, pulled the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, This time I beat Zi Chenyang not for you, but for my own revenge. But your hands are also used for painting. Zhong Dong said calmly, It's really nothing. President Su gave me compensation and a place to stay. It's just that I saw your recent situation on the internet and I couldn't help but come back to see you. But seeing how they slandered you, I couldn't help it. Visiting hours are up. The sudden sound of an alarm interrupted their gaze, and Gu Hanchuan could only hurriedly say, I will definitely rescue you. 3 hours later, raindrops dripped down Gu Hanchuan's hair, leaving a dark stain on the shiny floor tiles of the Su Group building. He ignored the front desk clerk's gaze and walked into the elevator. As he watched the elevator numbers climb, his eyes were empty. Zhong Dong's haggard face lingered in my mind. 3 hours ago in the detention center's visiting room, the wound on his friend's finger and the forced smile were like a blunt knife, slowly cutting his heart. Mr. Gu. Secretary Li stood at the elevator entrance, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Mr. Su is in a meeting. You. I'll wait for her. Gu Hanchuan walked straight to Su Qianshan's office. His wet shirt stuck to his back, and it was icy cold. Secretary Li hesitated to speak, and finally handed over a towel. Do you want me to inform President Su that you are here? Gu Hanchuan shook his head, his fingertips trembling slightly as he took the towel. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, heavy rain was pouring down. Gu Hanchuan stood in front of the window, watching the rain twist into strange patterns on the glass. The scene of Zhong Dong being framed and imprisoned 3 years ago overlaps with today. That was their first time participating in a design competition. The selected contestants felt they were a threat, so they had thugs corner them in an alley and beat them up so their work wouldn't be accepted into the competition. In order to allow him to break through the siege, Zhong Dong resisted everyone by himself. But he accidentally injured one. That little bastard is still a fool. In order to pay the millions of dollars in compensation, Zhong Dong only had to serve 1 year in prison. Only then did Gu Hanchuan agree to marry Su Qianshan. Now, after so many years, that feeling of powerlessness comes over me again. The only person he could think of who could break the deadlock was Su Qianshan. Pulling himself away from his memories, he clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. The sound of the door lock turning made him turn around. Su Qianshan walked in wearing high heels, her black suit outlining her slender waistline. When she saw Gu Hanchuan, she paused slightly and pursed her red lips into a straight line. Did you get caught in the rain? Her eyes swept over his wet shirt, and her tone was as calm as if she was discussing the weather. Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled. Zhong Dong's case. I know. Su Qianshan walked around him and placed the documents on the table. The police have ruled you out as a suspect. But he's still in detention. Gu Hanchuan stepped forward. If Zi Chenyang doesn't forgive, he faces at least 3 years in prison. If he forgives, he might be able to get a suspended sentence. Su Qianshan unbuttoned her suit, revealing the burgundy silk shirt underneath. When she turned around, Gu Hanchuan smelled the familiar scent of gardenia, mixed with a hint of hospital disinfectant. Did she just come back from Zi Chenyang? She wasn't going to a meeting. So? She raised her eyebrows, and a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes that Gu Hanchuan could not understand. I need your help. Gu Hanchuan's voice was dry. Get Zi Chenyang to sign the letter of understanding. The office suddenly became eerily quiet, with only the faint sound of the air conditioner running. Su Qianshan's fingers tapped lightly on the table, and each tap was unusually clear in the empty office. Why me? She asked suddenly. Gu Hanchuan felt a tightness in his chest and didn't know how to answer. Was it because he was desperate? Because Su Qianshan was the only one who could make Zi Chenyang obey? Or was it because, deep down, he still shamefully hoped she would make an exception for him? You know what Zhongdong means to me. He whispered. If it weren't for me 3 years ago, nothing would have happened to him. I know. Su Qianshan interrupted him and turned to walk towards the wine cabinet. 3 years ago, I gave you 5 million and you married me. So what about now? Why should I help you? The crisp sound of glasses colliding was particularly harsh in the silent office. Gu Hanchuan looked at her back as she poured the wine, and a chill ran down his spine. She knew that Zhongdong accidentally hurt someone because of him, and knew how guilty he felt over the years, but she could still bargain so calmly? Conditions, he heard himself say, his voice so unfamiliar it didn't seem like his own. What do you want? Su Qianshan's hand stopped in midair, and the amber wine swayed in the glass. She turned around slowly, a storm in her eyes that Gu Hanchuan had never seen before. Is this your solution? She chuckled, her red lips curled up in a cold arc. Another deal. Gu Hanchuan's temples were throbbing. He didn't quite understand why Su Qianshan was angry, since trading wasn't her best thing. But at this moment he had no choice. If you want this. Gu Hanchuan raised his hand to unbutton the top button of his shirt, his fingertips trembling slightly. That's fine. Su Qianshan's expression froze instantly. The wine glass slipped from her fingers and hit the carpet with a dull thud, and the wine splashed onto her calves like a pool of dried blood. Gu Hanchuan. She spoke each word with a frighteningly soft voice. What do you take me for? Gu Hanchuan's fingers stopped at the second button. The anger in Su Qianshan's eyes made his skin hot, but he had no way to retreat. Haven't you always wanted this? He took a step forward, deliberately letting his voice sound frivolous. In the kitchen, in the car, didn't you just want our relationship to take a step closer? Chapter 46. I want you to give me a child. Shut up. Su Qianshan grabbed the folder on the table and threw it at him. The papers scattered in the air and fell like snowflakes. How dare you? Putting herself in such a cheap position. How dare I? Gu Hanchuan grabbed her wrist with such force that she frowned in pain. Su Qianshan, you taught me that everything in this world has a price. What do you want? My dignity. My body. Or to see me beg you like a dog. Su Qianshan was so angry that her breathing became rapid and her chest heaved violently. Gu Hanchuan smelled the faint scent of gardenia in her hair, and vaguely remembered that when they were in love, she was pressed against the wall by him like this, but she smiled like a cat stealing fish. Let go, she ordered, her voice trembling slightly. Gu Hanchuan didn't move. He could feel Su Qianshan's pulse beating wildly under his palm, like a trapped bird. How ironic that this woman who was so decisive in the business world would tremble at his touch. Zhongdong's letter of understanding. He whispered, as long as you ask, Zi Chenyang will definitely sign it. Su Qianshan suddenly smiled, and in her smile was a weariness that Gu Hanchuan had never seen before. You know what? This is what I hate most about you. She broke free from his hand and took a step back to create some distance. You always fight for others, but you never bow down to me for yourself. Gu Hanchuan was stunned. The sound of rain outside the window suddenly became very loud, and the sound of rain hitting the glass sounded like countless tiny mocking sounds. I begged you. His voice was hoarse. After so many years of marriage, I begged you to look at me. I told you that I just forgot what happened before and that I had fallen in love with you, but you didn't believe me. Then what? Su Qianshan sneered. Can't you get closer to me? Try harder. I almost gave in, but you backed off. After that, no matter how many men I brought home, you didn't react. You only care about your own pride and never love me. Under Su Qianshan's accusation, it seemed as if Gu Hanchuan was the unfaithful person. But when their feelings tortured him, he did kneel down, but Su Qianshan just looked at him coldly and said, Is this your attitude when begging someone? He thought it was a rejection, but he didn't expect that Su Qianshan was actually saying one thing and thinking another. Now looking back on the past, it seems that it has lost its meaning. He took a deep breath, not daring to delve into the details, and changed his tone. Qianshan. He reached out subconsciously, but stopped just before touching her. Su Qianshan turned around abruptly, her eyes flashing with emotions that Gu Hanchuan couldn't read. Don't call me that. Her voice choked with sobs. In your heart, I will always be that cold-blooded and ruthless President Su, right? Gu Hanchuan's hand froze in mid-air. He wanted to deny it, to say that he had never really seen through her, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into Zhongdong's letter of forgiveness, I beg you. Su Qianshan's expression turned cold instantly, and she looked at Gu Hanchuan's lowered head with earnestness and despair. Finally, she walked back to her desk and dialed the intercom. Secretary Li, contact Zi Chenyang's lawyer. They said Su is willing to use the male lead of an S-plus drama from the entertainment company in exchange for him signing a letter of apology. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Gu Hanchuan, her eyes calm. Are you satisfied? Gu Hanchuan's throat tightened. He should have said thank you, but Su Qianshan's look at that moment made him unable to say a word. Why help me? He asked finally. Su Qianshan picked up the photo frame on the table. It was their wedding photo. She gently wiped off the non-existent dust and said, an S-plus play is worth 100 million. She put the picture frame back in its place. I want you to give me a child. Thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and Gu Hanchuan's expression was as if he was struck by lightning. Do you know what you're talking about? What? Su Qianshan looked up at him, her red lips close to him. Isn't it because Zhongdong wants to sell you out? Wouldn't you rather be scolded than ask me for help? Gu Hanchuan, my entire Su family needs an heir. I'm not prepared. Gu Hanchuan's breathing became heavy. Su Qianshan stared at him with interest. What? Are you scared? What are you afraid of? What was he afraid of? Of trusting her again and being abandoned? Of their bond growing deeper? Gu Hanchuan remained silent for a long time. Coward. Su Qianshan sneered. She pushed Gu Hanchuan away and directly picked up a wine glass from the table and stuffed it into his arms. I'll ask you for the child when you're ready. You look like you've been forced into prostitution. I'll collect some interest today, and then drink with me all night. 2 hours later, rain trickled down the floor to ceiling windows, blurring the city lights outside. Gu Hanchuan watched Su Qianshan pick up the second bottle of whiskey. The amber liquid swayed in the crystal glass in her hand, reflecting a cold luster. 100 million. She raised her head and drank it all, her Adam's apple rolling slightly. Gu Hanchuan, is this the only amount your self-esteem is worth? The wine bottle made a crisp sound when it hit the glass table. Gu Hanchuan's fingertips rubbed the rim of the cup. The alcohol burned in his blood vessels, but it couldn't extinguish the depression in his chest. He looked at Su Qianshan's lips wet with wine, and remembered that she was like this before. On the night when she forced him to get married, she drank half a bottle of tequila alone. Mr. Su, you're joking. He untied his tie, his Adam's apple rolling. My self-esteem has long been worthless. The lights in the office suddenly became dazzling. Su Qianshan unbuttoned her suit jacket, revealing some ambiguous marks on her collarbone, faintly visible under her burgundy silk shirt. She wondered if they were left by Zi Chenyang. He didn't dare to look or ask. Gu Hanchuan turned his face away. You know what? Su Qianshan suddenly leaned forward, the scent of gardenia mixed with whiskey blowing in her face. I hate this expression of yours the most. Her fingertips traced across his brow bone. It's like the whole world owes you. Gu Hanchuan grabbed her restless hand and his palm touched the beating pulse in her wrist. On his wedding night, he was dragged into the abyss by such a slender wrist, and there was no way out. Su Qianshan. His voice was hoarse. You've drunk too much. Really? She chuckled, pulled her hand out and poured another glass. That's perfect. When I'm drunk, I don't have to think about the bad things in the past. The wine slid down the wall of the glass like a tear that had not yet fallen. Gu Hanchuan's temples were throbbing. Secretary Li. Su Qianshan suddenly pressed the intercom. Drive the car to the underground garage. I want to go home. Gu Hanchuan frowned. How can you drive like this? Who said I was going to drive? She stood up unsteadily, her high heels stepping over the scattered documents. Let him take us. The parking lot on a rainy night was as cold as an ice cellar. Su Qianshan staggered, and Gu Hanchuan subconsciously held her waist. His palm touched the protruding shoulder blades on her back. She had lost weight, so much so that it made his heart tremble. Let go. She struggled a bit, but her voice was unnaturally soft. Gu Hanchuan didn't let go, but tightened his grip. Don't move. Chapter 47. Do you dare to get drunk with me once? His lips were almost touching her earlobe. There are reporters. Su Qianshan's body stiffened for a moment. Then she leaned obediently into his arms. This subconscious reaction made Gu Hanchuan's chest tighten. Even though she was so drunk, she still remembered to maintain the image of the Su family. The heater in the car made me dizzy. Su Qianshan took off her high heels and curled up in the back seat, her toes unconsciously rubbing against the leather seat. Gu Hanchuan forced himself to look away, but heard her chuckle. Why are you shy? It's not like you haven't seen it before. The wipers drew regular arcs across the windshield. Gu Hanchuan sat upright in the back row, his knuckles turning white from his clasped hands. The scent of Su Qianshan's perfume became stronger in the enclosed space, overlapping with the lingering nights in his memory. Do you remember? Her voice suddenly softened. You took me on your bike during my junior year. It was also a rainy day like this. Gu Hanchuan's breathing stagnated. That was one of the few beautiful scenes they had. Su Qianshan hid behind his raincoat, her arms around his waist, her wet school uniform sticking to his back. I don't remember. He answered stiffly. Su Qianshan was silent for a while, then suddenly reached out and turned on the radio. Old jazz music floated out, and no one spoke again. The villa's porch light was on, like a beacon. After entering the house, Su Qianshan stumbled towards the wine cabinet and took out 2 more bottles of red wine. Continue. You can't drink anymore. Gu Hanchuan tried to grab the bottle, but she dodged it nimbly. Gu Hanchuan. She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with tears. Do you dare to get drunk with me once? Just once. The moonlight shone through the gauze curtains, casting tiny spots of light on her face. Gu Hanchuan vaguely saw the 18-year-old Su Qianshan, who was pulling his tie and saying, "Do you dare to like me?" under the sycamore tree behind the teaching building. The wine bottles collided, making a crisp sound. They were like 2 thirsty travelers, desperately using alcohol to irrigate the dry desert in their hearts. The red wine slid down the corner of Su Qianshan's mouth. Gu Hanchuan reached out to wipe it away as if possessed, and his fingertips rubbed across her soft lips. You know. Su Qianshan suddenly grabbed his fingers. I miss you so much. Her voice gradually became smaller and smaller, finally turning into a whimper. Gu Hanchuan's heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by someone. He lowered his head to look, only to find that Su Qianshan had fallen asleep on his shoulder, with tears still hanging on her eyelashes. When I picked her up, she felt so light that it felt like an illusion. After going upstairs, Gu Hanchuan gently put her on the bed, but when he turned around, she grabbed his wrist. Don't go. She said vaguely, her fingers unconsciously stroking his wrist. Don't go this time. Because she was drunk, she turned back into Su Qianshan, the girl who would act coquettishly towards him, depend on him, and love him wholeheartedly. She is no longer the cold, mean, and awkward Su Qianshan she is now. The string of reason snapped. Gu Hanchuan leaned over and kissed her lips, tasting the sourness of red wine and the saltiness of tears. Su Qianshan's response was unusually enthusiastic, her nails digging deep into his back, as if she wanted to carve him into her bones and blood. In the moonlight, they were like 2 drowning people, desperately trying to draw oxygen from each other. Gu Hanchuan kissed the small mole on her collarbone and heard her calling his name in a crying voice. At this moment, the 2 scarred souls embraced each other briefly. The morning light stung Gu Hanchuan's eyes. The hangover headache felt like someone was beating a drum in his skull. He subconsciously reached out to touch his side, but only felt the cold sheets. Woke up. Su Qianshan's voice came from the door, as cold as ice. Gu Hanchuan forced his eyelids open and saw that she was wearing a neat suit and holding his cell phone in her hand. Explain yourself. She turned the screen towards him. Why did you meet with the reporter from Star Entertainment? Gu Hanchuan's blood froze instantly. I actually forgot about this. It's not what you think. He struggled to sit up, and the sheets slipped off to reveal his scratched chest. So what? Su Qianshan sneered. You've also learned to use the media to manipulate public opinion? Gu Hanchuan, I really underestimated you. Her fingertips swiped across the screen. What? You still want someone to investigate me? You want to collect evidence of my infidelity so you can file for divorce. Gu Hanchuan's temples were throbbing. Listen to my explanation. A private detective is. No need. Su Qianshan threw the phone on the bed. I don't have time now. You stay at home from today on. You are not allowed to go anywhere. The door lock closed with a click. Gu Hanchuan was stunned for 2 seconds before he realized that he was under house arrest again. There was hangover remedy and warm water on the bedside table. This time, Su Qianshan was so angry that she tied him up at home for 7 days. The sunlight shines through the gauze curtains, casting fine spots of light on the wooden floor. When Gu Hanchuan stared at the second hand and counted to 1,276 ticks, the sound of the electronic lock on the villa door finally opened was heard. How are you feeling today? Su Qianshan's voice came from far away, accompanied by the crisp tapping sound of high heels. She was holding a paper bag with the logo of a time-honored brand printed on it. Gu Hanchuan didn't look up, but turned over on the sofa with his back to Su Qianshan. Secretary Li said you didn't have lunch. Su Qianshan placed the paper bag on the coffee table, leaving shallow water stains on the sandalwood. That wanton shop in the west of the city, you used to. Has Zhongdong been released? Su Qianshan's fingers paused as she unbuttoned her coat. This was the question Gu Hanchuan asked the most in the past 7 days. The more anxious he was, the less she wanted to talk about it. Even though Zhongdong has reunited with his family now, she doesn't want to tell him. So she changed the subject. Try it. I asked the chef to put more shrimp in it. As she bent down, her hair fell, revealing a small patch of fair skin on the back of her neck. I remember you always said there. I want to go out. The ceramic spoon made a harsh sound when it hit the edge of the bowl. Su Qianshan stood up straight. A hint of anger flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly covered up by more complicated emotions. She wore coral lipstick today, which made her skin look even colder and whiter, but there was a faint blue shadow under her eyes. The case has been dropped, she said suddenly. Gu Hanchuan raised his head suddenly and met her amber pupils. The sunlight reflected there, giving off a honey-like glow, but it could not penetrate deep into the cave. Su Qianshan turned and walked towards the wine cabinet, the crystal glass reflecting a cold light in her hand. But you can't go out. Why? Just because you're still not listening. The wine glass slammed heavily on the marble countertop, and the red wine splashed on her snow-white watch. Gu Hanchuan, can you please pay a little attention to me? Her voice stopped abruptly, and her chest heaved violently. Gu Hanchuan smelled the familiar scent of gardenia, mixed with a hint of unfamiliar medicine. Silence condensed in the air. Finally, Su Qianshan took a deep breath and took out a velvet box from her bag. For you. Inside the box was a platinum wristwatch with their initials engraved on the back of the dial. Don't like it. Su Qianshan frowned. The last time I saw you in a magazine. I want my phone. Su Qianshan's expression turned cold instantly. Chapter 48. I just want to please you. Secretary Li will deliver a new phone tomorrow. She turned and walked towards the cloakroom. The old one is not safe. Gu Hanchuan stared at her straight back and suddenly stood up to block her way. Unsafe. He sneered. Are you afraid that I'll contact the reporters, or are you afraid that the photos I saved before will be detrimental to the Su family? Su Qianshan's pupils suddenly contracted. Before Gu Hanchuan could react, she suddenly grabbed his tie and forced him to lower his head, and the scent of red wine hit her face. Are there any intimate actions in those photos of you? She chuckled, her fingertip stroking his Adam's apple. Like this? Or? Her other hand suddenly reached under the hem of his shirt, and the cold touch made Gu Hanchuan shudder. Like this. Gu Hanchuan stepped back suddenly, and his lower back hit the edge of the dining table. Su Qianshan took advantage of the situation and moved closer, trapping him between herself and the furniture. This position reminded him of their first kiss, in the corner of the university library, when she pressed him against the bookshelf in the same way. Open. What's wrong? Su Qianshan raised her head, her breath spraying on his chin. You didn't behave like this when we were in bed these days. Gu Hanchuan's ears felt hot. He couldn't help but recall the scenes of these days. Su Qianshan sat astride his waist, her long hair falling like a black waterfall. She bit his ear and said, Call my name. The floor-to-ceiling windows reflected their overlapping figures. We're just trading. Really? Su Qianshan suddenly pulled away and took out a tablet from her bag. Let me review the surveillance footage. Did you install surveillance? Gu Hanchuan grabbed her wrist. Su Qianshan frowned in pain, but did not break free. Living room, dining room, study. With every word she spoke, Gu Hanchuan's face turned paler. But not in the bedroom. She suddenly softened her voice. Gu Hanchuan let her go, feeling an indescribable nausea in his chest. He should have thought of it earlier. Every corner of this villa could not escape Su Qianshan's eyes. Abnormal. Su Qianshan's expression was as if she had been slapped in the face. She opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing, turned around and slammed the door. As night fell, Gu Hanchuan found an old radio in the attic. The FM knob is a bit iffy, but still functional. He carefully tuned in to the traffic broadcast, and a vague announcement came through the electrical noise. Zi Chenyang was discharged from the hospital today. In an interview, he stated that he had signed a letter of understanding. The rest of the conversation was interrupted by the sudden ringing of the phone. Gu Hanchuan turned around and saw that the intercom phone on the desk had a red light on. This is Su Qianshan's dedicated line. Usually only Secretary Li uses it. Mr. Gu. Secretary Li's voice was filled with formal respect. Mr. Su asked me to remind you that your family doctor will come to perform a routine checkup on you at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Gu Hanchuan gripped the microphone tightly. Zhong Dong's case. The letter of forgiveness has taken effect. Mr. Zhong has received a suspended sentence and has been reunited with his family. Secretary Li paused for 2 seconds. Boss Su said that if you cooperate with the inspection, we can arrange a video call the day after tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Gu Hanchuan stood in front of the window for a long time. The night wind blew up the curtains, revealing the newly installed surveillance camera in the courtyard. The red light looked like a malicious eye in the darkness. The next morning, Gu Hanchuan found the lost tablet computer in the gym. The screen is cracked, but still usable. He tried to log into his email, but the web page redirected to Su's internal system. It turned out that all external networks were blocked. What are you doing? Su Qianshan's voice came from behind. Gu Hanchuan turned around and saw her leaning against the doorframe, shaking a USB flash drive in her hand. The morning light gave her a furry golden edge, making her look incredibly soft. I helped you perfect the design software I developed in college. She placed the USB drive on the treadmill. I remember you wanted to finish it before. Gu Hanchuan didn't move. Su Qianshan wore a beige turtleneck sweater today, which made her neck look as swan-like. When he was in college, he loved to kiss that place the most and listen to her whimper like a little animal in his ear. Would you like me to bring you my computer so I can try it out? Su Qianshan approached, her aura as cool as the first snow. It took me 3 all-nighters to finish this. Gu Hanchuan didn't respond. I've asked the family doctor to check as you asked. I want to make sure Zhong Dong is okay, and that it's time for me to visit my father. Su Qianshan's smile froze on her face. She suddenly grabbed Gu Hanchuan's hand and pressed it against her waist. Her warm skin under her sweater trembled slightly. Did you feel it? Her voice was tight. Ribs. I lost 4 pounds this week because I had to drive to that lousy wonton shop every day for lunch. Gu Hanchuan tried to pull his hand away, but she held him tighter. Su Qianshan's nails dug into his wrist, like a dying bird grabbing the last branch. What do you want? She asked, her voice as light as a feather. Watches, software, wontons. I even bought the model airplane you loved when you were 16. What do you want? Freedom. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her. I want to leave here. Su Qianshan took 2 deep breaths. Finally, he turned around and took out a box of medicine from the cabinet. Painkillers. She threw the medicine box on the sofa. You pressed your temples 3 times this morning. Gu Hanchuan was stunned. Su Qianshan noticed the details that he himself didn't notice. This terrifying observation that once fascinated him now only made him feel terrified. Thank you, he said stiffly. Su Qianshan shook his head and suddenly took out the crystal sailboat ornament from the display cabinet. It was exactly the same as an assignment he had designed for his research group before. Her fingers lingered on the sail, and the sunlight filtered through the crystal, casting tiny specks of light on her palm. Remember, you said you'd take me to the Caribbean, she trailed off, on a real sailboat. The crystal ornament suddenly shattered in her hands. Su Qianshan looked at the blood beads oozing from her palm blankly, as if she didn't understand what was happening. Su Qianshan. Gu Hanchuan rushed over and grabbed her wrist. Blood dripped onto the floor, and a few small red flowers bloomed. Su Qianshan looked up at him, her eyes unfocused. I'm tired. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Guessing what you want every day. It's so tiring. Gu Hanchuan felt a tightness in his chest. He subconsciously tried to wipe the blood off her palm, but was pushed away by Su Qianshan. Can't you see? She suddenly raised her voice and swept the items off the display case to the floor. I collect everything you like a madman every day. The bookstore you often went to in college closed down, and I bought out the entire stock. The chef at the restaurant you loved retired, and I hired him back at a high price. Her voice broke into sobs. And you only thought about how to escape from me. Gu Hanchuan froze in place. Su Qianshan's tears were like beads that had broken off the string, ruining her carefully applied eye makeup. She looked so small and disheveled, nothing like the business-dominant CEO Su Qianshan. He reached out subconsciously. Chapter 49. Another crisis of trust. Don't touch me. Su Qianshan backed away and bumped into the coffee table, spilling wonton soup on her expensive cashmere carpet. Gu Hanchuan was pushed away and bumped into the corner of the table. The nameless anger in his heart instantly burned him out. He also yelled at her, if you need emotional value, go find someone else. Isn't this how we have been living for the past 3 years? This sentence was like a double-edged sword, stabbing both of them and making them tremble at the same time. Gu Hanchuan recalled the times when he waited alone late at night, while the TV was playing scandals about Su Qianshan and different men. At this moment, Su Qianshan's expression seemed as if she was burned by her own words. Deathly silence filled the air. Finally, Su Qianshan bent down to pick up the bag, but her fingers were shaking so much that she failed to fasten the buckle several times. "I'll have the maid come and clean up later." She walked towards the door without looking back, her back straight. "You, go to bed early." The sound of the door closing was very light, but it hurt Gu Hanchuan's eardrums. The lights on the top floor of Su Group stayed on until the early morning. When Secretary Li knocked on the door for the third time, Su Qianshan was staring at the computer screen in a daze. The surveillance footage froze on Gu Hanchuan's back as he bent over to pick up the fragments. When zoomed in, his red eyes could be clearly seen. "Mr. Su, Mr. Z's physical examination report." Secretary Li placed the folder on the table. "All indicators are normal. Suitable for." "Leave it there." Su Qianshan rubbed her temples. "Arrange for him to go to Switzerland tomorrow." Secretary Li hesitated. "Do you want to take a break? You look terrible." Su Qianshan shook her head, her eyes falling on the wedding ring on her ring finger. Gu Hanchuan's name was engraved on the inside of the platinum ring. She had added it in the past few days. "Secretary Li," she suddenly said, "do you think I'm wrong?" The older secretary sighed and, in a rare display of his own, expressed his thoughts. "Boss, you should tell him the truth. About Zi Chenyang, about the medical team, especially about the Gu family's genetic disease." "What did I tell him?" Su Qianshan sneered. "That I kept Zi Chenyang by my side for 3 years, obeying his every command just to extract his bone marrow? That I was searching the world for volunteers whose genes matched Gu Hanchuan's?" Her nails dug into her palms. "He's going to hate me." "Doesn't he hate it now?" Su Qianshan felt like she was stabbed in the vitals. She stood up suddenly, and the chair scraped against the ground with a harsh sound. "That's different." Her voice echoed in the empty office. At least now he just hates me for breaking up him, and when you hates me for controlling him. If he knew." Her voice stopped abruptly and her whole body swayed. Secretary Li quickly supported her, and her touch was cold. "You didn't take any special medicine." Su Qianshan waved her hand and took out the injection from the drawer. She rolled up her sleeve skillfully and didn't frown as the needle pierced her pale arm. "Mr. Gu's headaches have increased recently," Secretary Li said suddenly. "The medical team believes this is a recurrence." "Shut up." Su Qianshan threw the empty syringe into the trash can. "He won't get sick. I won't let that happen." Her cell phone suddenly lit up, and the surveillance prompt showed that Gu Hanchuan was looking for something in the study. In the picture, his profile is angular under the desk lamp. Su Qianshan's fingertips gently stroked the screen, her eyes soft and messy. "Uncle Li, do you know when I first met him?" "University commencement ceremony." "Even earlier." Su Qianshan smiled. "When I was 10 years old, before the Gu family went bankrupt. That young master gave me his umbrella while I was getting wet in the rain, and ran away in the rain himself." Her voice gradually softened. "When we met again in college, I recognized him right away, but he didn't remember me." Secretary Li handed over the handkerchief silently. Only then did Su Qianshan realize that she was crying. "Is it worth it?" Secretary Li asked softly. "I did so much for him, but he treats me like a villain." Su Qianshan wiped away her tears and put on her cold mask again. "Go and prepare the helicopter. I will personally send Zi Chenyang to Switzerland tomorrow." She took one last look at the surveillance footage and said, "As for Gu Hanchuan, have the bodyguards keep a close eye on him." At 6 o'clock in the morning, Gu Hanchuan was awakened by the sweet voice of the female anchor on the radio. This morning, netizens photographed Su Group President Su Qianshan and popular artist Zi Chenyang at Zurich Airport, leaving in the same car. It's reported that Zi Chenyang was depressed due to the recent attack, and President Su made a special trip to accompany him to relax. Gu Hanchuan's fingers hovered above the knob, his joints turning white from force. Amid the murmur of electricity, the female anchor's gossipy chuckle sounded like a mockery of him. He turned off the radio and silence returned to the room. Outside the window, the gardener is pruning the bushes. He went downstairs and saw the servant at the entrance ironing the newspapers that had just been delivered to the yard that day. "Bring up the newspaper and let me see it." The servant obediently handed over the newspaper. The front page was a photo of Su Qianshan and Zi Chenyang at the airport. She was wearing the beige windbreaker he bought for her, and Zi Chenyang's hand was intimately on her waist. Gu Hanchuan sighed, handed the newspaper back, turned around, and went upstairs in one go. The man in the bathroom mirror had dark circles under his eyes. Gu Hanchuan swallowed the pill mechanically. The cold tap water rushed over his Adam's apple, but it couldn't dispel the sour feeling in his chest. Mr. Gu. Secretary Li's voice came from downstairs. Are you awake? Gu Hanchuan put on his shirt and buttoned it up to the top to hide the traces of ambiguity that had faded after so many days of entanglement. Woke up. Secretary Li stood at the stairs with a tablet in his hand. Boss Su has instructed that you can move around in the garden today. How generous. Gu Hanchuan sneered, his eyes sweeping over the newly installed camera in the corner of the living room. The red light flashed as if mocking him. Secretary Li hesitated to speak and finally just handed over the tablet. The painting software you requested has been installed. Gu Hanchuan took the tablet and swiped his fingertips across the screen a few times. The software interface is very familiar. It was a prototype designed by him in college and has now been perfected to almost perfection. Secretary Li said appropriately. Boss Su said, I hope you like it. His Adam's apple rolled and he threw the tablet on the sofa. I want to go out. This. Lake Bell. Gu Hanchuan interrupted him. I just want to sketch. You can send 10 bodyguards to follow me. Secretary Li hesitated. Gu Hanchuan knew that he was weighing the pros and cons. Su Qianshan must have given strict orders before leaving, but a cooperative prisoner is always easier to manage than a rebellious one. I need to ask Mr. Su for instructions. It's up to you. Gu Hanchuan walked towards the dining room. There were steaming wontons on the table, and the fresh aroma of shrimps wafted in the air. He remembered that Su Qianshan might be having breakfast with Zi Chenyang this morning, and suddenly lost his appetite. 2 hours later, Gu Hanchuan stood by Lake Bell with his drawing board set up under a willow tree. 4 bodyguards were scattered around him, the closest one no more than 5 meters away from him. The lake water in late spring is shimmering with tiny silver lights, and children are flying kites in the distance. Gu Hanchuan's pencil moved mechanically on the paper, outlining the outline of the scenery before him. Hanchuan. Chapter 50. Sing a good play. The familiar voice made him pause. Wen Yu stood a few steps away, her light-colored dress blown against her calves by the wind. She glanced at the bodyguard and hesitated before approaching. Gu Hanchuan signaled the bodyguards to step back. Miss Wen. Can I sit down? Wen Yu asked softly, her eyes sweeping across his thin cheeks. Gu Hanchuan nodded and moved the painting tools away. The faint scent of jasmine wafted over from Wen Yu's body, which was completely different from Su Qianshan's gardenia scent. I saw the news. Wen Yu took out a piece of candy from somewhere and handed it to him. Are you okay? The sugar was very sweet, and the sweetness exploded on the tip of the tongue, making Gu Hanchuan feel much better. Very good. Don't lie to me. Wen Yu lowered her voice. You look like you're under house arrest now. This bracelet on your hand is a locator, right? Gu Hanchuan sighed and looked at the lake, where the broken shadows of clouds were reflected. Wen Yu, don't interfere. I've already broken off the engagement, Wen Yu said suddenly, clasping her fingers tightly together. The Wen family's roots in the capital are more solid than you think. If you're willing, she took a deep breath, I can help you leave. Gu Hanchuan's pencil drew a deep mark on the paper. Free. The word is so tempting, yet it is like a mirage in the desert. But he thought of Zhongdong, his father, and how everyone around him seemed to be implicated by him. It's not worth it. He finally said, you know the power of the Su family. Wen Yu's fingertips gently touched the back of his hand and then left. For you, it's worth it. The bodyguards in the distance began to look over here. Gu Hanchuan withdrew his hand, his voice frighteningly calm. Wen Yu, don't be naive. Su Qianshan will not let go of anyone who opposes her. You still care about her. Wen Yu smiled bitterly, even though she treated you like this. Gu Hanchuan didn't answer. A dragonfly landed on his sketchpad, its transparent wings gleaming in the sunlight. At least let me help you collect evidence of Su Qianshan's infidelity, Wen Yu insisted. I know a few lawyers. Thank you. Gu Hanchuan interrupted her, but it's really not necessary. They sat in silence for a while, watching the cruise ships coming and going on the lake. Wen Yu finally stood up, her skirt rustling as it swept across the grass. I'm going to Milan next week and will be very busy for a while. I won't be able to pay attention to you all the time. She said softly, if you change your mind. A business card was quietly slipped into his paint box. Call this number. Gu Hanchuan watched her walk away, and her back gradually disappeared among the willow trees. He picked up the business card, which had only a phone number on it. After hesitating for a moment, He put the business card into the last page of the sketchbook. The bodyguard came over and reminded that the time was up. When Gu Hanchuan was packing up his painting supplies, he noticed a flash of reflection in the bushes not far away. It seemed to be a camera lens, but he was not sure. In the car on the way back, Gu Hanchuan leaned against the window glass and watched the city lights gradually light up. The car radio was playing Zi Chenyang's new song, and the lyrics were so pretentious that he rolled his eyes. The villa was empty, with only the butler greeting us at the door. Gu Hanchuan walked straight to the study. He was very frustrated because he hadn't found a chance to escape all day. He sighed as he sat in the swivel chair and subconsciously picked up the photo frame on the desk. Su Qianshan is smiling brightly in the photo. As his fingertips stroke her flying hair, Gu Hanchuan suddenly remembered the news photo of her and Zi Chenyang leaving the airport together. Feeling inexplicably annoyed, he smashed the photo frame against the wall the next moment. The sound of shattering glass alerted the bodyguard outside the door. "Mr. Gu." "It's okay." Gu Hanchuan panted and looked at the debris on the ground. "My hand slipped." Late at night, Gu Hanchuan lay on the bed, staring at the surveillance camera on the ceiling. The red light has gone out. I wonder if Su Qianshan was so busy being affectionate with Zi Chenyang that she forgot to monitor him. He turned over to face the window, and the moonlight shone through the gauze curtains, casting blurry spots of light on the ground. In a trance, he seemed to hear the sound of Su Qianshan's high heels coming from far away, and then the sound of keys turning. The door opened. Gu Hanchuan sat up suddenly. Su Qianshan stood at the door, looking exhausted. Her makeup was delicate, but there was fatigue in her eyes that could not be concealed. "You're back." Gu Hanchuan's voice was dry. Su Qianshan didn't turn on the lights, and the moonlight outlined her slender figure. "Did you have fun?" she asked, her voice cold as ice. Gu Hanchuan's heart skipped a beat. She knew that he had met Wenyu. Just going to sketch. "Did you get along well with Wenyu?" Su Qianshan walked closer, her high heels tapping out a dangerous rhythm on the floor. She smelled faintly of disinfectant, mixed with the fatigue of a long flight. Gu Hanchuan got out of bed and stood up straight, half a head taller than her. "Aren't you spying on me? Don't you know whether we are having a good chat or not?" She could hear the sarcastic tone in Gu Hanchuan's voice. He was clearly doing something wrong, but he was acting so confidently. Her nails dug into her palms, leaving half-moon marks. "Do you know why I came back early? Because Secretary Li told me that my husband was having a great time with his ex-lover by the lake." "We don't." "Shut up." Su Qianshan grabbed the water cup on the bedside and smashed it against the wall, sending fragments flying everywhere. "How many chances have I given you? Huh? I tolerated when you by your side, and I even helped you get rid of all the troubles. And how did you repay me?" Gu Hanchuan grabbed her raised wrist and said, "Are you going to hit me?" "Su Qianshan, calm down. Don't touch me." She struggled and suddenly staggered. Gu Hanchuan subconsciously held her waist, and the two struggled and fell on the bed together. Gu Hanchuan felt very uncomfortable when he thought that Su Qianshan might have just had an intimate relationship with Zi Chenyang. Immediately pushed Su Qianshan away. The voice said coldly, "I don't care about you and Zi Chenyang's honeymoon, and you don't need to care about how many words when you and I said today." Su Qianshan originally disdained to explain, but now she was even more furious. "You mean, we just need to be a couple on the surface in front of outsiders? I see you're disgusted by the mere fact that you touch me now." Gu Hanchuan's heart was touched and his eyes dodged for a moment. Su Qianshan sat up and straightened her clothes. "The recent public opinion is very unfavorable to the Su family. Since you agreed to help me, you must play the role of a good husband to me. I see you're so unfamiliar with the show now. Why don't we find a stage tomorrow and perform a good show?" Then, without waiting for Gu Hanchuan to reply, Su Qianshan walked out of the room. With the sound of the door closing, the room fell into silence again. The next day, Gu Hanchuan thought a lot about where the stage that Su Qianshan mentioned yesterday would be, but he never expected that he would be at his father's bedside. The smell of disinfectant made Gu Hanchuan's nose sore. He stood at the door of the ward, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the folds of his cuffs. The sound of Su Qianshan's high heels came from far away, like a death warrant. "Are you ready?" She reached out to adjust his tie, her fingertips lightly brushing against his Adam's apple. Chapter 51. Let us visit father together. Gu Hanchuan's fingertips paused on the ward door handle for 3 seconds, and the coolness of the metal penetrated his skin. He took a deep breath, and just before he pushed open the door, Su Qianshan's hand suddenly covered the back of his hand. "Smile," she whispered, her red lips almost touching his earlobe. "Your father will see it." Gu Hanchuan forced a perfect smile, his jawline tensed as he turned his head. "Don't worry, Mr. Su. I'm the best at acting. He glanced meaningfully at the wedding ring on her ring finger. After all, I learned it from you. The moment he pushed the door open, he put on a gentle smile. Dad, I brought Qianshan to see you. Father Gu on the hospital bed struggled to sit up, but his cloudy eyes were surprisingly bright. Xiaochuan, Qianshan. The old man's cracked lips trembled. You are finally here together. Su Qianshan quickly stepped forward and skillfully adjusted the height of the bed, as if she had done this job countless times. Dad, don't move. Her voice was as sweet as honey, completely different from what she had just said. The doctor said you're recovering well, but you still need to rest more. Gu Hanchuan stood by the bed, watching Su Qianshan tuck in the quilt for her father. The sunlight filtering through the curtains cast a golden edge on her body, and her beige dress highlighted her slender waistline. This scene was so warm that it was blindingly warm. If it weren't for the torture he had endured over the past few years, he would almost believe that Miss Su was a virtuous wife. Xiaochuan, his father's weak voice brought him back to reality. Don't stand, sit here. He mechanically moved to the other side of the bed. Su Qianshan happened to look up, and the moment their eyes met, a hint of provocation flashed in her eyes. It was as if he was saying that she was doing better than his own son. The curve of Gu Hanchuan's mouth remained unchanged, and he reached out to cover her hand on the bed. It feels cool to the touch. Dad, I came here this time just to tell you not to worry about us. He gently rubbed his thumb on the back of Su Qianshan's hand, feeling her momentary stiffness. Qianshan and I have reconciled. His father's voice suddenly rose, and his bony hand grasped their folded hands. Really? Gu Hanchuan's nails almost dug into Su Qianshan's skin. She gasped, but smiled even sweeter. Of course it's true. Thank you for telling me the truth of that year. Your son has a bad temper. I have been chasing him for a long time. The coquettish tone did not seem fake, but it was done from an angle where her father could not see. Gu Hanchuan saw Su Qianshan giving him a blank look, and he didn't quite understand what she was dissatisfied with. Okay. Tears welled up in the father's eyes. This old man, have finally waited for this day. You should live well. It would be even better if you could have a child. Gu Hanchuan frowned reflexively. He looked at Su Qianshan's perfect profile and recalled the photo of her and Zi Chenyang at Zurich Airport in the news not long ago. I unconsciously thought negatively that maybe Su Qianshan would have a child, but it might not be his. Dad, the doctor said you can go out and get some sun this afternoon. He forced himself to look away. Shall Qianshan and I accompany you for a walk in the garden? Good. For the next 2 hours, they really seemed to have returned to the old times. Gu Hanchuan pushed the wheelchair, Su Qianshan held his arm, and bent down from time to time to tidy up the blanket for her father. The nurses passing by cast envious glances at them and whispered to each other, saying that they were a perfect match. Xiaochuan, his father squinted in the sunlight. Qianshan is the president of the Su Corporation, so it's inevitable that she'll have some social engagements and gossip. Don't take it to heart. The most important thing between husband and wife is trust. Su Qianshan chuckled at the right moment and said in a sarcastic tone, Dad, Hanchuan is very sensible and never loses his temper with me. Helplessness flashed in Gu Hanchuan's eyes. He could hear that she was accusing him of not even being jealous and not loving her at all. She didn't know how to respond for a moment, and her father didn't understand what she meant. I'll go get a bottle of water. He suddenly let go of the wheelchair handle, his voice a little unnatural. Look at him, he's still shy. His father tried to cover it up himself. Gu Hanchuan walked away quickly, leaving the two people's teasing behind him. In front of the hospital's vending machine, a coin was stuck in the coin slot. Gu Hanchuan was upset. He was obviously unhappy but forced himself to smile. Looking at his reflection in the glass, he couldn't help but punch the machine. Do you need help? Gu Hanchuan turned around and saw a young doctor in a white coat looking at him with concern. No. He subconsciously used his body to shield his red knuckles. Thank you. When they returned to the garden, Su Qianshan was leaning over and whispering something in her father's ear. The old man was smiling so hard that all the wrinkles on his face were smoothed out. The sunlight danced in her hair, outlining a furry halo. Gu Hanchuan stood under the shade of a tree, trying to calm himself down. Xiaochuan. His father waved to him. What are you standing there for? Come here. Su Qianshan turned her head and her eyes fell on the mineral water in his hand. Hubby, do you still remember that I like to drink lemon-flavored soda water? She hadn't called him that in a long time, and for a moment she was dazed. Gu Hanchuan mechanically handed her the bottle and watched her red lips wrap around the bottle, her Adam's apple rolling slightly as she swallowed. Dad, we should go home. He glanced at his watch. You should take your medicine. On the way back to the ward, Su Qianshan's cell phone rang 3 times. She glanced at the screen, frowned slightly, and turned off all the buttons. Gu Hanchuan didn't know who it was, nor did he want to care. When saying goodbye to his father, the old man held their hands tightly and said, "Come together next time." "Sure." Su Qianshan smiled gently. "Dad, you should have a good rest." The two walked out of the ward, and Su Qianshan's smile receded like the tide. She took out her cell phone and typed quickly, her nails making crisp sounds on the screen. Gu Hanchuan sighed in his heart. She still couldn't give him any preference. She said that she wanted to go back to the past with him and tie him to her side. "In fact, my heart and eyes are full of others." Satisfied. He suddenly spoke as they entered the elevator, his voice particularly harsh in the small space. "You performed well." Su Qianshan didn't even raise her head. "It's the same with you. When you smiled at me today, your expression was so affectionate that I almost thought you still loved me." The elevator reached the first floor. The moment the door opened, Gu Hanchuan suddenly grabbed her wrist and said, "I think I've done well. When will you let me go free?" Su Qianshan was about to speak, but the next second, her body suddenly shook and her face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Qianshan." Gu Hanchuan felt a moment of panic in his heart. Something was wrong with her. Her eyelashes trembled like frightened butterfly wings, and her lips lost their color. Before she could finish her words, she fell forward. Gu Hanchuan subconsciously caught her. Su Qianshan's body was as light as a fallen leaf and she slipped softly in his arms. The noise in the hall suddenly faded away, leaving only my own panicked cries for help. Chapter 52. Pregnant? "Doctor," he heard his own hoarse voice. When the medical staff rushed over pushing a stretcher, Gu Hanchuan realized that his hands were shaking. He followed the movement mechanically, watching Su Qianshan being placed on a stretcher, her long hair spread out on the white sheets, her dark green skirt hanging by the side of the bed. The lights in the emergency room were blindingly pale. Gu Hanchuan stood in the corridor, and the moment when Su Qianshan fell down flashed repeatedly before his eyes. Her wrist was so thin that it seemed as if it would break if bent, and there was no trace of blood on her lips. "Mr. Gu." A female nurse pushed open the door of the clinic. "Your wife is awake. The doctor asks you to come in." In the clinic, Su Qianshan was half leaning against the head of the bed, receiving in 4. Seeing him come in, she forced a weak smile. What does that mean? She seemed to be in a good mood. Why is she in a good mood even though she fainted? The doctor gave him the answer the next moment. "The patient is about 2 weeks pregnant," the doctor said, adjusting his glasses. "She fainted due to hypoglycemia and excessive fatigue. The fetus is currently in good condition, but the pregnant woman needs plenty of rest." Gu Hanchuan's world suddenly stopped. He stared at the doctor's lips, but heard no sound. Pregnancy? 2 weeks. That's the time they spent being intimate. "Mr. Gu," the doctor raised his voice doubtfully. "Do you understand?" "I understand." His voice seemed to come from far away. "Thank you, doctor." The moment the door closed, the clinic became eerily quiet. Su Qianshan looked at the expression on Gu Hanchuan's face seriously, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the sheets. He seems unhappy. Why? Is it because this child is not what he expected? Why? Su Qianshan's mind was in a mess for a moment, and her eyes became colder and colder. Gu Hanchuan stood there, with unfamiliar emotions surging in his chest. He was happy, but his joy was cut short in an instant. As far as he knew, during that period, Su Qianshan went to the hospital almost every day to visit Zi Chenyang, who was injured by Zhongdong. Come back to be a loving father to him in the evening. Originally, he had been turning a blind eye, thinking that if he could make her happy, he might have a chance to escape from her control. But he never expected that Su Qianshan would be pregnant at this time. But whose child is it? Gu Hanchuan was frightened by the question that suddenly popped into his mind. He knew that he shouldn't question Su Qianshan, but he couldn't help it. After all, Zi Chenyang has always been very important to Su Qianshan. After so many days, can they really act out of affection and remain polite? Looking at Gu Hanchuan's expression, Su Qianshan tightened her fingers on the sheets, and her knuckles turned white. She looked up at him with a last glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Are you unhappy?" Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid to hear his answer. Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled. He should be happy, as this should have been a turning point in their relationship, but the image of Zi Chenyang hugging Su Qianshan's waist kept flashing in his mind. "Of course I'm happy," he heard himself say, his voice dry. "It's just too sudden." The doctor tactfully left the room, and the sound of the door closing was particularly harsh in silence. Su Qianshan slowly sat up straight, and the 4 tubes swayed gently with her movements. The sunlight filtered in through the gaps in the curtains, casting tiny spots of light on her pale face. Gu Hanchuan, she suddenly smiled, with an emotion he couldn't read in her smile. Do you know that when you lie, your thumb and index finger will rub against each other unconsciously? Gu Hanchuan quickly adjusted the position of his fingers. He wanted to defend himself, to say that he hadn't lied, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into, "Do you know whose child it is?" He regretted the words as soon as they left his mouth. Su Qianshan's expression was as if she had been stabbed in the chest. Whose? She lifted the quilt, and the needle was pulled out, and a drop of blood immediately appeared on the back of her hand. She didn't care. You mean you think this child is Zi Chenyang's? Gu Hanchuan didn't answer, but his silence said it all. Su Qianshan grabbed the water cup on the bedside table and smashed it against the wall, sending glass fragments flying everywhere. Her chest heaved violently and her eyes were filled with anger. Get out. Her voice trembled. Right now, right now. Qianshan. Don't call me Qianshan. She grabbed the medical record and threw it at him. It's been 10 months. I've been begging you to love me, begging you for 10 months. We've been on and off for so long, and I've done so much for you, and you actually say something like this. Her voice choked and tears rolled down her face. Gu Hanchuan had never seen her lose control like this before, and subconsciously took a step forward, but was stopped by her stern voice. Don't come over. Su Qianshan pressed the call bell. Secretary Lei, call the bodyguard in. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor. Gu Hanchuan stood there, watching Su Qianshan wipe away her tears and then put on the cold mask again. Send Mr. Gu back, she said to the bodyguard who came in, her voice returning to its usual coldness. Without my permission, he is not allowed to leave the villa. The bodyguard looked at Gu Hanchuan hesitantly. Mr. Gu, please. Gu Hanchuan took one last look at Su Qianshan. She turned her face away from him, her long hair falling to cover her profile. He wanted to say something, but in the end he turned and left silently. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa reflected Gu Hanchuan's tired figure. He stood at the window, watching the sunset dye the garden blood red. His cell phone was confiscated and the internet was cut off, and he once again lost contact with the outside world. The dinner on the table had already gone cold, and when the servant came in to clean it up, he didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Gu Hanchuan's fingertips unconsciously stroked the ring mark on his ring finger, which had faded a lot. He remembered the moment when Su Qianshan fell today. She was so light and so fragile. She was once the little girl he held in his hands. Kid. He muttered, a dull pain in his chest. What if the child was really his? What if he had betrayed her trust again? The thought coiled around him like a venomous snake, nearly suffocating him. As the night deepened, Gu Hanchuan lay on the bed, staring at the surveillance camera on the ceiling. The red light flashed. He had become accustomed to being watched by Su Qianshan. His thoughts raced, and he finally sighed. In any case, he whispered into the void, the child is innocent. Then he fell into a deep sleep. The early morning sunlight shone through the gauze curtains. Gu Hanchuan got up early and took a cold shower to wake himself up. In the kitchen, the nanny was stewing chicken soup, and the rich aroma filled the entire first floor. Is this for President Su? Gu Hanchuan asked, his voice lazily after taking a bath. The nanny was startled and almost knocked over the spoon. Yes, yes, Mr. Gu. Secretary Lei said that Mr. Su will be discharged from the hospital today. This soup is. Let me take it. Gu Hanchuan rolled up his sleeves. Add some wolfberries to it, she likes it. The nanny looked at him in surprise and hesitated to speak. Gu Hanchuan knew what she was thinking, but he didn't want to explain too much, so he let the servants at home think that it was okay for his masters to reconcile. Anyway, he has decided that no matter whose child it is, he will fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. At least he should apologize for his gaffe yesterday. Chapter 53. Whose child is it? After the chicken soup was cooked, Gu Hanchuan carefully poured it into the thermos. He specifically chose the celadon bowl that Su Qianshan liked. The doorbell rang. Secretary Lei, who was standing at the door, was obviously startled when he saw the lunchbox in Gu Hanchuan's hand. Mr. Gu wants to go with us. Yeah. Gu Hanchuan replied briefly, let's go. In the car, Secretary Lei secretly looked at him through the rearview mirror. Gu Hanchuan pretended not to notice and focused on watching the scenery passing by outside the window. Mr. Su didn't sleep well last night. Secretary Lei suddenly said, I've been watching the surveillance camera in your bedroom. Gu Hanchuan tightened his fingers on the handle of the lunchbox without saying a word. She actually cares about you very much. Secretary Lei continued, over the years. We are here. Gu Hanchuan interrupted him, not wanting to hear these ambiguous words. If Su Qianshan really cared about him, there would be no Zi Chenyang, no scandals, and no 3 years of mutual torture. The smell of disinfectant in the hospital corridor made Gu Hanchuan frown. He carried the lunchbox and unconsciously quickened his pace. After turning the corner, Su Qianshan's ward was right in front. Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath and straightened his collar, but froze when he raised his hand to knock on the door. Through the glass window on the door, he saw Zi Chenyang sitting beside the bed, holding a bowl of porridge and coaxing Su Qianshan to drink. Su Qianshan frowned and took a bite reluctantly. Zi Chenyang immediately smiled brightly and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth. The food box slipped from Gu Hanchuan's hand and hit the ground with a dull thud. Gu Hanchuan stood at the door of the ward, his fingers trembling slightly. Su Qianshan looked up and saw him. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, followed by panic. She subconsciously pushed away the bowl of porridge handed to her by Zi Chenyang, and her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to explain something. But Zi Chenyang had already stood up, with an innocent smile on his face. "Mr. Gu, don't get me wrong, I just heard that Mr. Su was in the hospital, so I came to visit him. There is nothing wrong between us." Gu Hanchuan's knuckles were clenched white, and his chest felt like it was being pressed down by a huge rock, making it difficult to even breathe. He bent down to pick up the food box and forced himself to remain calm, but the veins on his forehead revealed his current emotions. The soup was cooked by Sister Li. "She is very worried about you," he said in a low voice, put the lunchbox on the bedside table, but his eyes never looked at Su Qianshan. He wanted to apologize, to ask how she was, to tell her he had been thinking about her all night. But all the words were stuck in my throat the moment I saw Zi Chenyang. In the end, he could only ask with a hoarse voice, "When will Mr. Su set me free?" Su Qianshan's eyes turned cold instantly. She stared at Gu Hanchuan, a sarcastic smile on her lips. "Just sending a bowl of soup. You want to exchange it for your freedom? Mr. Gu's freedom is too cheap." She slowly sat up straight, her fingertips tapping lightly on the edge of the bed, her voice frivolous and cruel. "At the very least, you have to be available at my beck and call and satisfy me, then you can have a chance of being free." Gu Hanchuan's breathing stagnated. He looked up at her, his eyes filled with mixed emotions: anger, disappointment, pain, and a hint of hurt that he himself wasn't aware of. "What kind of satisfaction does Mr. Su want?" His voice was hoarse. "Like Mr. Z, who will be your bootlicker?" Zi Chenyang's expression changed, and he immediately pretended to be aggrieved. "Mr. Gu, you really misunderstood. I just—" "Shut up." Gu Hanchuan interrupted him coldly, but his eyes remained fixed on Su Qianshan. "Boss Su, since someone is taking care of you, I won't bother you anymore." He turned to leave, but Su Qianshan suddenly called him. "Stop." Gu Hanchuan paused and didn't look back. "Did I let you go?" she said in a cold voice. "Come here and give me the soup." Gu Hanchuan's back was tense and his knuckles were clenched white. "What? Didn't you promise your father yesterday to take good care of me?" It turns out Mr. Gu even lied to his closest relatives. Gu Hanchuan took a deep breath, turned around and walked back to the bed, silently opened the lunchbox, filled a bowl of soup and handed it to her. Su Qianshan didn't answer, but just looked at him with a provocative and challenging look in her eyes. "Feed me." Gu Hanchuan's fingers tightened slightly, and the edge of the bowl was almost crushed by him. The two of them were in a stalemate, and Zi Chenyang showed an attentive expression on the side. "Boss Su, how about I do it?" "Get out," Su Qianshan said without turning her head. Zi Chenyang was stunned. "What?" "I said, get out." Her tone was calm, but unquestionable. "Now." Zi Chenyang's face looked ugly, but he didn't dare to disobey Su Qianshan, so he could only leave in disappointment. Before leaving, he did not forget to glare at Gu Hanchuan. After the ward door was closed, the air instantly became stagnant. Gu Hanchuan held the bowl of soup and stood there without moving. Su Qianshan raised her eyes to look at him, and said lightly, "Why, you don't want to serve a pregnant woman?" Gu Hanchuan closed his eyes, suppressed the emotions surging in his chest, and finally sat down beside the bed, scooped a spoonful of soup and handed it to her lips. She was pregnant, so there was really no need for him to argue with her about this. Su Qianshan stared at him but didn't drink. "Gu Hanchuan." She suddenly spoke in a very soft voice, and suddenly laughed at herself. "Do you think I'm particularly mean?" Gu Hanchuan's hand trembled and the spoon almost dropped. "You clearly doubted me, didn't trust me, and even thought the child wasn't yours." She smiled, but there was no warmth in her eyes. "But I still won't let you go. Isn't that ridiculous?" Gu Hanchuan's throat tightened. He wanted to deny it, but he didn't know what to say. "I didn't." His voice was hoarse. "You do." Su Qianshan interrupted him. "Every time you look at me, you tell me that you don't believe me. She raised her hand and gently stroked his cheek with her fingertips. The movement was gentle, but it made Gu Hanchuan stiffen all over. "But what can I do?" She murmured softly, as if talking to herself, "Even if you treat me like this, I still don't want to leave you." She didn't actually finish her words. She slowly withdrew her fingertips and the emotions surging in her eyes were hidden again. She didn't want to admit defeat. She had bowed her head too many times in recent times. "Put down the soup," she said calmly. "If you don't want to feed it, don't force it." Gu Hanchuan looked at Su Qianshan's disheartened look and felt that he seemed to be really wrong. He looked at her pale face and her slightly furrowed brows, and suddenly realized that she was actually not feeling well. "Qianshan." He called her softly, with a hint of pleading in his voice that he himself didn't even notice. Su Qianshan looked up at him, her eyes frighteningly calm. "Gu Hanchuan," she said slowly, "if you really want freedom, prove it to me." "Prove what?" "Prove that you're worthy." She raised the corners of her lips, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. "Prove that you won't abandon me again." Chapter 54 on call. Gu Hanchuan's heart trembled violently. He opened his mouth, but found that he had nothing to say, because even he himself doesn't know whether he can do it. In the end, he could only lower his head in silence, scoop another spoonful of soup, and hand it to her lips. This time, Su Qianshan did not refuse. She lowered her head and took a sip, her eyelashes trembling slightly, casting a small shadow under her eyes. Gu Hanchuan looked at her and suddenly realized that there seemed to be an abyss between them that could never be crossed. After Su Qianshan was discharged from the hospital, her relationship with Gu Hanchuan entered a delicate period. Gu Hanchuan seemed to have gradually lost his temper and began to work hard to meet Su Qianshan's various needs. For a whole week, Gu Hanchuan was available whenever she called. That day, Gu Hanchuan received a call from Secretary Li, saying that Su Qianshan was attending a friend's party and was a little late, so Gu Hanchuan needed to pick her up. As the night deepens, neon lights cast mottled shadows on the car windows. Gu Hanchuan gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles turning slightly white. Secretary Li's call came suddenly after he learned about the situation. He drove over without hesitation, and without even having time to change out of his casual home shirt. At the door of the bar, the loud music was deafening. Gu Hanchuan frowned, walked through the crowded crowd and went straight to the VIP box on the second floor. At the end of the corridor, the door of the box was half open, and bursts of laughter came from inside. "Mr. Z has been the Black Knight all night," a man said drunkenly. "Boss Su, you have to show some appreciation, right?" "Yeah. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss." Gu Hanchuan's footsteps suddenly stopped, and his blood seemed to freeze in an instant. He stood outside the door and through the crack saw Su Qianshan leaning on the sofa, holding a drink in her hand with a lazy look on her face. Zi Chenyang sat next to her, smiling gently, but glancing at her from time to time. "Stop making trouble," Su Qianshan said calmly, with a hint of impatience in her tone. "My family has finally been quiet for a few days. Don't make things worse for me." "Hey, when did President Su become so family-oriented?" Someone came over with a playful smile. "Besides, it's just a kiss on the cheek. It won't cost you a piece of meat." Zi Chenyang also revealed an embarrassed expression at the right time. "Everyone, please stop making trouble. President Su is not available right now. It is my duty as an employee to protect President Su." "Boss Su, this is really not nice of you." Someone put an arm around Zi Chenyang's shoulders. "Our young actor has been so kind tonight, and Boss Su didn't even give him a thank you gift." "That's right. Come on, let us help you." A few drunken people started to make a fuss, pushing and shoving, and tried to push the two people's heads together. A hint of coldness flashed in Su Qianshan's eyes. Just as she was about to raise her hand to push away, a bony palm suddenly inserted itself in, separating her and Zi Chenyang. The laughter in the box stopped abruptly. Everyone looked up and saw Gu Hanchuan standing there expressionlessly, the air pressure around him frighteningly low. Zi Chenyang's expression changed instantly. "Mr. Gu? Why are you here?" Gu Hanchuan ignored him and looked straight at Su Qianshan. She was wearing a black velvet dress today, which made her skin look as white as snow. Her red lips were slightly pursed, and there was a hint of teasing in her eyes. When she saw him, she raised her eyebrows slightly, as if a little surprised, but quickly returned to her nonchalant expression. "Come pick me up," she asked lazily. Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was low. "Hum." The atmosphere in the box froze instantly. The few people who had just started the commotion looked at each other, and no one dared to speak again. Zi Chenyang's face turned pale and blue, and he forced a smile. "Mr. Gu, don't get me wrong, we were just joking." Gu Hanchuan still didn't look at him, but just stretched out his hand toward Su Qianshan. Going home. Su Qianshan stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly chuckled and placed her hand on his palm. Okay. Her fingertips were slightly cool, with a faint scent of gardenia. Gu Hanchuan held her hand tightly, turned around and was about to take her away. Zi Chenyang chased after him unwillingly. Boss Su, let me take you there. I'll consider it my apology. No need. Gu Hanchuan interrupted him coldly. I can take care of my wife myself. Zi Chenyang was choked and stood there with a grim expression. Su Qianshan let Gu Hanchuan lead her out, the corners of her lips slightly raised, and a warm smile in her eyes. He felt that Gu Hanchuan had been very obedient recently, and she really liked him. Only after they got into the car did Gu Hanchuan let go of her hand and started the car silently. The carriage was eerily quiet. Su Qianshan leaned back in her seat and looked sideways at him. Are you angry? Gu Hanchuan tightened his knuckles on the steering wheel and said in a low voice, No. Really? She chuckled. Then why don't you dare look at me? Gu Hanchuan frowned slightly and changed the subject. You are pregnant. You shouldn't come to this kind of place. Su Qianshan didn't care. It's nothing. I didn't drink. If you are worried, I will bring you to this kind of game next time. No, you have the black night already. You don't need to involve me. I just came to take you home. He finally said this and stopped talking. Su Qianshan stared at his profile for a long time, then suddenly reached out and gently stroked his chin with her fingertips, forcing him to turn his head. Gu Hanchuan. She called him softly, with a hint of inquiry in her eyes. Are you jealous? No, I'm only doing my duty as a husband, mind you, he murmured. Su Qianshan's fingertips paused slightly, then slowly retracted. She leaned back in her seat, closed her eyes, and said in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible, Liar. He glanced at her sideways and found that she was resting with her eyes closed. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyes, and there seemed to be a faint smile at the corner of her lips. She seemed to be in a good mood. This realization made Gu Hanchuan's heartbeat slightly faster. Perhaps it was because of his behavior in the box just now that she realized his concern? Or perhaps she just enjoyed the feeling of having him under her control. He took a deep breath, tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingertips, and spoke carefully, Qianshan. She responded lazily, her eyes still closed. I want to get back to work. Su Qianshan's eyelashes trembled slightly and she slowly opened her eyes. Gu Hanchuan didn't look at her, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead, and he tried his best to hide his anxiety in his tone. I can't stay at home all the time. Su Qianshan turned her head, her eyes fell on his tense face, and chuckled softly. Why, are you feeling wronged by being locked up? Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled, and his voice was low. No. He paused and continued. It's just that now, we have a child, I won't run away anymore. This was the first time he promised Su Qianshan that he would not run away again. She stared at him, the smile in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable complex emotion. Are you using the child as a bargaining chip? Her voice turned cold. Chapter 55 Going Out to Work. Gu Hanchuan's fingers tightened slightly, and his voice became hoarse. I'm just stating the facts. He glanced at her sideways, his eyes serious. My father needs the Su Corporation's medical resources, and I don't want to burden the people around me. I will stay in Kyoto and stay by your side. Su Qianshan tapped the armrest of the seat with her fingertips, as if she was thinking about the truth in his words. Gu Hanchuan struck while the iron was hot and continued. If you're worried, I can go work in Su's design department. He paused, then lowered his voice. This way, I can work without being out of your control. Moreover, it will be more convenient to take care of you. He didn't say this out loud. Su Qianshan was silent for a long time, so long that Gu Hanchuan thought she would not respond again. Then she slowly said, Why do you suddenly want to go to work? Gu Hanchuan's fingertips curled slightly, and he whispered, I don't want to be a useless person. Su Qianshan stared at him for a long time, then suddenly chuckled. Okay. Gu Hanchuan was stunned, as if he didn't expect her to agree so readily. But, she added slowly, I have a condition. What conditions? Come to the CEO's office every day at noon to have lunch with me. Her fingertips gently tapped the back of his hand, her tone unquestionable, and stay away from those girls in the design department. Gu Hanchuan nodded. Okay. Su Qianshan withdrew her gaze with satisfaction, leaned back in her chair, and closed her eyes. Let Secretary Li take you to the design department to report tomorrow. This was the first step. He no longer had to isolate himself from the world in the villa every day. The next day, the design department of Su Building is located on the 23rd floor. The entire floor has excellent lighting, and outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the bustling skyline of Kyoto. When Gu Hanchuan followed Secretary Li into the office area, the noisy conversation instantly quieted down. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at him at once. Some were curious, some were probing, and most were filled with undisguised hostility. Everyone, Secretary Li cleared his throat. This is... I'm Gu Hanchuan. Gu Hanchuan interrupted him with a smile, his voice gentle but forceful. From today on, I'll be the Deputy Director of the Design Department. I hope to have a pleasant cooperation with everyone. He glanced across the office area and keenly noticed that everyone's eyes unconsciously glanced at a man in the corner. The man was in his early 30s, with a neatly slicked back hair and a well-ironed suit. He was slowly tapping the table with a pen, staring at him with a sinister look. Secretary Li coughed awkwardly. This is Zhao Tingzhu, a senior designer in the design department. When Secretary Li brought him here just now, he had actually briefly explained the current situation of the design department. Zhao Tingzhu originally had the opportunity to get a promotion and a raise, but because he messed up a project, his promotion report was shelved by Su Qianshan. Now that Gu Hanchuan had airdropped in, he naturally felt that the paratroopers were blocking his way. She was definitely going to give him a cold shoulder, and sure enough, that's what happened as soon as he entered the door. Gu Hanchuan was mentally prepared, so he held out his hand calmly. Designer Zhao, I'll be happy to give you my guidance in the future. Zhao Tingzhu stared at his hand for 2 seconds before reluctantly shaking it. Director Gu looks very young. Zhao Tingzhu narrowed his eyes. I wonder where he worked before. The air froze instantly. Everyone pricked up their ears, waiting to hear the origins of this paratrooper. Gu Hanchuan withdrew his hand, his smile unchanged. I worked at the Wen family for a while before. Oh tilde, Zhao Tingzhu said in a long tone. So it's from the Wen family. He looked around meaningfully, and someone immediately responded. I heard that Wen's company has been competing with us for a lot of projects recently. Isn't this a risk of competition? Could it be that Director Gu sold his old company to join Su's? Then will he sell Su's as well in the future? Although the murmur was very low, everyone present could hear it. Secretary Li had cold sweat on his forehead. He was about to speak up to explain the relationship between Gu Hanchuan and Su Qianshan to dispel their concerns. But Gu Hanchuan gently pressed his arm. Everyone, you're worrying too much. Business wars are the boss's business. Gu Hanchuan's voice remained steady. I'm an employee of the Su Corporation now. I wouldn't do anything illegal just for a job. Zhao Tingzhu sneered. Designer Gu is really good looking. I'm sure there are many bosses who wouldn't want you to do such dirty things. He was praising someone openly but criticizing him secretly. Some people couldn't help laughing out loud, but then quickly pretended to cough to cover it up. Gu Hanchuan clenched his fists, but the smile on his face did not change at all. Designer Zhao, you are too kind. The boss is also impressed by my ability. If it depends on my looks, I will go into the entertainment industry. Secretary Li saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Director Gu, I'll take you to see the office. He took Gu Hanchuan out of the hall without saying anything. Secretary Li finally breathed a sigh of relief after closing the office door. Mr. Gu, why didn't you let me introduce your relationship with the president? No need. Gu Hanchuan walked to the French window and looked down at the city below. It's just a workplace struggle. I can handle it. Secretary Li hesitated, but Zhao Tingzhu will definitely report any flaws. I know. Gu Hanchuan turned around, the sunlight outlining a slender silhouette behind him. He wanted this position and felt that I stole his opportunity. Not only that, Secretary Li lowered his voice. He has a good relationship with Zi Chenyang. Gu Hanchuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is Mr. Su using him because of Zi Chenyang's kindness? No, Secretary Li smiled bitterly. Zhao Tingzhu is indeed very capable. You know that President Su has always kept his public and private lives separate. Gu Hanchuan suddenly smiled. Are you sure? Secretary Li was speechless. He knew that Gu Hanchuan was referring to the fact that the current consultant of the design department was still Zi Chenyang, who knew little about anything. Gu Hanchuan didn't ask any further questions. He walked to the desk and gently stroked the smooth surface with his fingers. Secretary Li, I have a favor to ask of you. You say. Don't tell anyone about my relationship with President Su. Gu Hanchuan looked up at him with a firm gaze. I want to stand firm on my own. Secretary Li opened his mouth, but finally nodded. Okay, but I need to ask Mr. Su's opinion. Isn't she clear about the distinction between public and private affairs? She will agree. Gu Hanchuan spoke in a sarcastic tone, choking Secretary Li so that he couldn't respond. He told him to have lunch and then closed the door and left. After the door closed, Gu Hanchuan slowly exhaled. He turned on his computer, and a message popped up in the workgroup on the screen, saying that the file he was tagged in was sent by Zhao Tingzhu. He was asked to familiarize himself with all the information about the Guangzhou project as soon as possible. The attachment is a full 5G. Gu Hanchuan stared at the screen, a wry smile forming on his lips. This battle was much more difficult than he had imagined. But strangely, he felt a long-lost excitement. At least here, his title is no longer Mr. Su's husband, but just Gu Hanchuan. Chapter 56 being considered a relationship. The sky outside the window gradually darkened, and the lights in the office area went out one by one, leaving only Gu Hanchuan's office still on. He rubbed his sore eyes and looked away from the computer screen. The information on the Guangzhou project was more complicated than he had imagined. The files Zhao Tingzhu gave him contained a lot of redundant information, and it would take a lot of time just to sort it out. Director Gu, you haven't left yet. A clear female voice came from the door. Gu Hanchuan looked up and saw a young girl with a ponytail standing there, holding 2 cups of coffee in her hands. Who are you? I'm Lin Yimu, an intern in the design department, the girl said shyly as she walked in and placed a cup of coffee on his desk. Since you haven't come out yet, I took the liberty of making you a cup of coffee. The aroma of coffee filled the air, and Gu Hanchuan realized that he hadn't had any water for several hours. He thanked him, picked up the cup and took a sip. The temperature was just right. Why haven't you gotten off work yet? Gu Hanchuan asked casually. Lin Yimu pointed to the empty workstation outside and said, I'm sorting out the materials. I've almost finished. She paused and spoke cautiously. By the way, I've categorized and marked all the information about Guangzhou in the group. It will be faster for you to read it this way. She handed over a USB flash drive, and Gu Hanchuan took it and plugged it into the computer. He found that the originally messy files had been carefully classified, and even each folder had a brief description. You? Why are you helping me? Gu Hanchuan was a little surprised. When did you do this? Just this afternoon, Lin Yimu smiled sheepishly. Because I feel like everyone wants to isolate you, but I was isolated when I was a child, and I don't want to be the perpetrator of indifference. Only then did Gu Hanchuan look at the girl seriously. She was wearing a simple white shirt and jeans, with almost no makeup on her face. She looked clean and fresh, completely different from the female colleagues in the design department who wore heavy makeup. Which school are you from? Kyoto Institute of Design, senior this year. Gu Hanchuan was slightly startled. Then we are alumni. Really? Lin Yimu's eyes widened in surprise. Then do you know Professor Zhong? He always told us that he has an exceptional student named Gu Hanchuan. Gu Hanchuan showed his work badge. Are you here to confirm with me whether I am your senior? Lin Yimu stuck out his tongue and said, I've been discovered. When I heard you introduce yourself this morning, I was afraid it was someone with the same name. So when everyone else left, I wanted to come and confirm with you. I didn't expect it was really you. The two chatted about school for a while, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. Gu Hanchuan noticed that Lin Yimu's phone on the table lit up, and the lock screen wallpaper was a photo of Zi Chenyang. Do you like Zi Chenyang? He asked casually. Ah. Lin Yimu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. No, I set it as my wallpaper because of the Starry Sky series he endorses. The Starry Sky series was recently officially recognized as the work of President Su's secret husband. If I had to say who I like, I definitely prefer his. Good taste. He said softly, a smile unconsciously rising at the corner of his mouth. Lin Yimu also laughed. I have loved jewelry design since I was a child, especially the simple and exquisite ones in the Star series. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting the conversation. After answering the phone, her expression became a little flustered. Director Gu, I'm sorry, I have to go first. What's wrong? Secretary Lee said there were problems with my internship report and that I should go to the Human Resources Department right away, she said, hurriedly packing her things and looking back before leaving. Don't be too late. There's still time to review the materials tomorrow. After the office door closed, Gu Hanchuan stared at the coffee in his hand thoughtfully. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Why would Secretary Lee care about the internship report of a small intern? The next moment a voice broke in, confirming his premonition. Working overtime on the first day, Director Gu is truly dedicated. A cold female voice came from the door. Gu Hanchuan looked up suddenly and saw Su Qianshan leaning against the doorframe, her red lips slightly curled, but there was no smile in her eyes. She was wearing a burgundy suit skirt today, which made her skin look as white as snow. The sound of her high heels stepping on the floor was like a wake-up call in Gu Hanchuan's heart. If I hadn't come, how would you have known that my husband was having such a happy chat with the female in turn? Su Qianshan walked in slowly. The sound of her high heels was particularly harsh in the quiet office. She stopped in front of Gu Hanchuan's desk and lightly ran her fingertips along the edge of the desk. Have you forgotten what you promised me? Huh. Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled. It's just a normal chat between colleagues, Su Qianshan, don't overreact. Really? Su Qianshan suddenly leaned over, supported her hands on the desk, and her red lips almost touched his earlobe. Just happened to like your design. Just happened to go to the same school as you. Just happened to. Her voice became colder and colder. After everyone left, I stayed alone with you. Gu Hanchuan felt that Su Qianshan was about to explode, and didn't care that he had nothing to do with this young intern. But in order to keep his freedom and Lin Yimu's job, he subconsciously wanted to explain, but when he looked up, he met her cold eyes. The familiar possessiveness and desire for control surged in there. In an instant, he suddenly understood something. It was you who asked Secretary Li to call her away. This is not a question, but a statement. Su Qianshan chuckled and straightened up. What else? Watch her continue to be attentive to you. Gu Hanchuan knew that now was not the time to confront each other. He suddenly changed his posture, leaning back in his office chair and looking at Su Qianshan leisurely. Boss Su, are you denying your own charm? Do you think you're not even as good as a little girl? Su Qianshan didn't expect that Gu Hanchuan didn't get angry and argue with her today, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. She blinked, a hint of doubt in her eyes. At this time, Gu Hanchuan reached out and held the person in his arms. Okay, stop being weirdly jealous. You're pregnant now, so don't let your emotions get too wild. I still have so much work to do, and I don't have the energy to flirt with a little girl. Su Qianshan followed Gu Hanchuan's gaze and saw that he was looking at the project in Guangzhou. The Guangzhou project is a major order in cooperation with Qianshan Group, aiming to enter the international high-end luxury market. Don't watch it at the company. Go home and watch it. Su Qianshan saw that at Gu Hanchuan's speed, it would definitely take him all night to finish watching it. Gu Hanchuan hesitated a bit. No, doesn't the company stipulate that the design department must pay attention to protecting intellectual property rights and cannot take data out of the company? Su Qianshan didn't answer, but just reached out and unplugged the USB drive and put it in her pocket. Now this is the information I took away. Does it have anything to do with you? Gu Hanchuan was stunned by Su Qianshan's playful look. He couldn't help but pinch Su Qianshan's cheek. Both of them were stunned. Chapter 57. Cleaning up Zi Chenyang. On the way back, Gu Hanchuan tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingers. He had made up his mind these days. The gap between him and Su Qianshan was too big now. He needed to borrow Su Qianshan's strength and could no longer go against her. It was late at night when we returned to the villa. Gu Hanchuan parked the car in the garage and turned around to find that Su Qianshan had unbuckled her seatbelt and was trying to open the car door. He took the initiative to go around to the passenger seat and open the door for her. No need to be like this. Su Qianshan said with a smile, but her tone was full of enjoyment. I'm not that delicate. Gu Hanchuan's hands were suspended in the air, his smile unchanged. I know. He deliberately lowered his voice, but I want to do this. Under the moonlight, the tips of Su Qianshan's ears turned slightly red. Gu Hanchuan watched her back as she walked quickly towards the villa, and the smile on his lips gradually cooled. As soon as he got home, Gu Hanchuan put down his things and went into the kitchen. After Su Qianshan finished washing up and went downstairs, she smelled a faint sour smell coming from the kitchen. Standing at the kitchen door, she saw Gu Hanchuan wash his hands and take out the soaked black plums and hawthorns from the refrigerator. The water in the casserole had just begun to boil, and he put in the ingredients and added 2 slices of dried tangerine peel. What are you doing? Su Qianshan's voice made his back tighten. Gu Hanchuan didn't look back and concentrated on stirring the soup, sour plum soup. I saw that you didn't eat much when we had lunch together today. There was silence behind him. There were no footsteps, which meant that Su Qianshan was still standing there, neither moving nor speaking. He could feel Su Qianshan's gaze on his back and wondered what she was thinking. You've been so obedient these days that it makes me a little nervous. I wonder if you're planning something bigger that I'm not aware of. Her voice was rarely hesitant. Gu Hanchuan turned down the fire and turned around with a helpless smile on his face. Pregnant women need nutrition. He took a step forward and gently brushed his fingers across the faint shadows under her eyes. And you haven't been sleeping well lately. Su Qianshan suddenly grabbed his wrist, a complicated look flashing in her eyes. Gu Hanchuan. Her voice was tense, and the anxious look in her eyes could not be hidden. What do you want? The soup in the casserole was bubbling, and steam was swirling between the two of them. Gu Hanchuan let her hold him, his eyes calm. I want you to eat well and sleep well. He paused, his voice lowering. I want our child to be healthy. I won't run away again. I know you don't believe me for now, but I will do more to make you feel safe. The friendship in Gu Hanchuan's eyes could not be faked. Su Qianshan had been truly loved by him, so she could feel whether he loved her or not now. Su Qianshan's pupils dilated slightly, and she unconsciously loosened her grip on his hand, thinking that what he said was true. Gu Hanchuan took the opportunity to pull his hand away, turned around and filled a small bowl of sour plum soup. The crimson liquid sloshed in the porcelain bowl, reflecting his distorted image. He blew on the hot air and handed it to Su Qianshan's lips. Try it. Su Qianshan didn't answer. Her eyes moved between the bowl and him, habitually alert, without concealing the slightest bit of her emotional fluctuations. Gu Hanchuan felt a sharp pain in his chest. He should have gotten used to it long ago. They had already completely lost their trust in each other. Are you afraid that I'll poison you? He chuckled and took a sip himself. The sour liquid slid down his throat, making his eyes hot. The next second, he grabbed the back of Su Qianshan's head and pressed his lips against hers. When the sour plum soup entered her mouth, Su Qianshan opened her eyes wide in surprise. Gu Hanchuan's tongue swept across her lips, tasting the remaining sweetness and a hint of sourness. When they separated, he deliberately rubbed her wet lower lip with his thumb. Why, do you still want me to feed you like this? Su Qianshan's eyelashes trembled violently, and a rare blush appeared on her cheeks. She snatched the bowl, drank it all in one gulp, then placed the empty bowl back in Gu Hanchuan's hand and said coquettishly, "It's so unpalatable." Gu Hanchuan laughed out loud, and when he took the bowl, his fingertips deliberately brushed the back of her hand. "I'll put less hawthorn in it tomorrow." The moment he turned around to wash the dishes, the gentleness on his face disappeared. The water from the faucet flowed, washing the porcelain bowl and also washing away the last bit of warmth in his eyes. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly. Su Qianshan glanced at the caller ID and frowned slightly. Sister Wang. Gu Hanchuan's back tensed. Wang Li, Zi Chenyang's agent. What? Su Qianshan's voice suddenly rose. Which hospital? No, I'll go there myself. Gu Hanchuan turned off the faucet and slowly dried his hands with a towel. What happened? Zi Chenyang got into a fight with someone in a nightclub and broke his head. Su Qianshan had already picked up her coat. He's at the police station now. Gu Hanchuan stood in front of the door. It's too late. It's inconvenient for you to be pregnant. I'll go and take care of it. Su Qianshan's eyes flashed with doubt and vigilance. You going? Why? Are you afraid that I'll take the opportunity to take revenge? Gu Hanchuan chuckled and took the car keys from her hand. Don't worry, I know he's very important to the Su group. He pretended to be indifferent and said, after all, he is now the cash cow of Su Entertainment, isn't he? Su Qianshan's lips moved, and finally she just said, don't let him have a criminal record. Yes, Mr. Su. Gu Hanchuan saluted exaggeratedly and turned around with a sneer on his face. A cash cow? He must be her dearest child. The fluorescent lights in the police station were blindingly pale. Gu Hanchuan pushed open the door of the mediation room and saw Zi Chenyang sitting with his legs crossed, playing with his mobile phone. There was a small bruise on his forehead and wine stains on his expensive suit. Why are you here? Zi Chenyang looked up, his face full of disgust. Where's Qianshan? Gu Hanchuan pulled out a chair and sat down, slowly adjusting his cuffs. Mr. Su is not feeling well. He glanced at the mediation document. Intentional injury, second-degree minor injury. Mr. Z is very skilled. That guy deserved it. Zi Chenyang stood up suddenly, his chair scraping against the ground. He dared to call me a mistress. He must be tired of living. Gu Hanchuan's eyes instantly turned cold. Oh, aren't you? Zi Chenyang glanced at Gu Hanchuan and snorted coldly. If I were, you, the wife, would be too cowardly to protect me. Gu Hanchuan didn't care. Then if you say it's not true, then it's not true. If you don't want to sign the mediation agreement, then continue to be detained here. You. Zi Chenyang didn't expect that Gu Hanchuan would just come in and say a few words to him before leaving. Gu Hanchuan walked out of the mediation room and stretched lazily. The bodyguard was still guarding outside in the yard. It seemed that Su Qianshan was still very afraid that he would escape. But he didn't want to escape. He was more curious about who was standing up for him and was hurt by Zi Jingyang. Just when his thoughts were drifting, the victim has arrived and is in interrogation room number 3. The young police officer's voice came from behind. Gu Hanchuan had a perfect smile on his face when he turned around. Thank you, I'll be right there. His leather shoes made a regular sound on the floor, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Chapter 58 Lezhan Giant Buddha is for you to sit on. The second before he pushed open the door, he was still thinking about what words to use to get this hero, whom he had never met, to sign a letter of understanding. But when he saw the person sitting at the other end of the long table, he raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. He was a young man in his early 20s, wearing a washed-out denim jacket and a bandage on his right forehead, but he didn't look disheveled at all. He leaned lazily back in his chair, his slender fingers spinning a pen, drawing silver arcs under the light. What shocked Gu Hanchuan the most was that pair of eyes, which looked very familiar. His amber pupils suddenly constricted when he saw him, as if he was surprised to see Gu Hanchuan enter this meeting room. Mr. Gu. The police officer's voice brought Gu Hanchuan back to reality. This is Mr. Lin, who was injured by Mr. Z. The young man suddenly smiled, revealing a pair of pointed fangs. Seeing is believing, Mr. Gu, the great designer. He looked at Gu Hanchuan and muttered unconsciously, "You are really a model husband of 24 filial piety." Gu Hanchuan's lips curled up slightly. This name came out of the young man's mouth with indescribable irony. He pulled out a chair and sat down calmly. Mr. Lin looks seriously injured. Thanks to your family's cash cow. The young man played with the pen. But compared to the injustice you've suffered, my injury is nothing. The police officer cleared his throat and began to recount the case. According to the surveillance footage, Mr. Lin had an argument with Mr. Z at the Rosemary Bar. Mr. Z started at first, using a bottle. He said, "I was your dog." The young man suddenly interrupted, staring straight at Gu Hanchuan, because I told him that a mistress like him should explode in the sky along with the early morning fireworks. The trajectory of the boy's pen left an after-image in his sight, and his eyes seemed strangely familiar to him. He was sure that he had seen this young man before, but he could not remember where. Mr. Z's attorney is here now, the officer continued awkwardly. Is Mr. Lin willing to accept mediation? The young man sneered and suddenly leaned forward. Designer Gu, you are really generous. His voice was as sweet as honey, but his eyes were frighteningly cold. You should sit at the Lezhan Giant Buddha, really. Watch your words, the officer warned sternly. Gu Hanchuan raised his hand to stop him. He said to the officer, "Can we talk alone?" The police officer looked at the two of them and sighed. Just talk it over. Then he stood up and closed the door of the conference room. He looked at the young man, his lips curled up just right, regarding the amount of compensation. The moment the door closed, the young man's expression changed immediately. He stood up suddenly, the chair scraping against the ground with a harsh sound. Are you fucking sick? That bitch stole your wife, and you're here to clean up his ass. Gu Hanchuan calmly took out his checkbook from his inner pocket. Mr. Lin looks like he's short of money. The pen fell onto the table with a thud. The young man narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? This suit, Gu Hanchuan tapped his cuffs lightly with his fingertips, is an old model from 2 years ago. The cuffs are worn, but they are clean. Your watch, he glanced at the other man's wrist, is a replica of Patek Philippe. The young man's Adam's apple rolled. Gu Hanchuan continued, but the way you spin the pen is something you've practiced specifically. And these hands. He looked at the other person's bony fingers meaningfully. He has never done rough work, and his nails are trimmed more carefully than Su Qianshang's. So I don't know which family you are from, a young master who is experiencing the sufferings of the world, but since you have a conflict with your family, you must be short of money now. Su Qianshang just happened to give you some money. Don't you want it? The air froze for a few seconds. Fuck. The young man suddenly laughed out loud and slumped back into his chair. Gu Hanchuan, you're much more interesting than I thought. Gu Hanchuan pushed the check over and said, fill in any number you want, and I'll get half of it. Brother, you are really awesome. You are such a jerk. I have changed my mind. I think you should not be so wronged. The light in the master bedroom of the Su residence was still on. Gu Hanchuan pushed the door open quietly and found Su Qianshan leaning against the head of the bed. The light from the notebook reflected on her pale face. Is it taken care of? She asked without looking up. Gu Hanchuan untied his tie. Well, the other party agreed to mediation. He deliberately let fatigue seep into his voice. Su Qianshang is fine. He will be out tomorrow. Su Qianshan's fingertips paused on the touchpad for a second. Who is the other party? I'm just a resident singer in a bar. I just want the money. Gu Hanchuan walked into the bathroom. The sound of running water covered up the strangeness in his voice. The man in the mirror had red eyes and a strange smile on his lips. When he came out in his pajamas, Su Qianshan had already closed the computer. She rarely took the initiative to speak. There is a charity dinner tomorrow. You and I will attend it together. Gu Hanchuan paused as he lifted the quilt. Okay. A week later. The coffee shop downstairs of Suez. The corner seat was shrouded in shadow. Gu Hanchuan adjusted the position of his mask for the third time, making sure it covered most of his face. His fingers drummed unconsciously on the table, his knuckles turning white from the effort. What are you doing? Stealing downstairs of your own company. A frivolous voice came from above his head. Gu Hanchuan looked up suddenly and saw Lin Yang leaning on the table, playing with a glass of iced American coffee in his hand. The sunlight shone from behind him, casting tiny spots of light on his well-defined face. Gu Hanchuan quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming there were no familiar faces before lowering his voice and saying, "This isn't my company. Why are you asking me out?" "Oh." Lin Yang pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his long legs casually. "Su Group, your wife's company. Isn't it yours after rounding it off?" The coffee cup was placed on the table with a crisp clinking sound. Gu Hanchuan looked at him with interest and said, "Mr. Lin asked me to come here just to talk nonsense." Lin Yang raised his eyebrows and shrugged indifferently. He was wearing a black turtleneck sweater today, which made his skin look even paler. The gauze on the right corner of his forehead had been removed, leaving a shallow scar. Looking closely, his eyes appeared a strange amber color in the sunlight, with a faint gold hue around the edges of his pupils. He must be wearing cosmetic contact lenses. "I'm short of money." Lin Yang said bluntly, "I found it easy to make money with you last time, so I want to continue our cooperation." Gu Hanchuan frowned warily. Did he misjudge the guy? Was this guy a thug who had the pleasure of hitting someone with a car? He leaned back calmly, putting some distance between him and Lin Yang. "Zi Chenyang has already compensated you 1 million. Didn't I say I'd give you half?" Lin Yang shrugged and took out a bank card from his pocket. Gu Hanchuan didn't expect that the child actually took his joke seriously. Gu Hanchuan narrowed his eyes and looked carefully at the young man in front of him. There was a deliberate frivolity in Lin Yang's demeanor, but his eyes were terrifyingly calm. He was obviously very interested in him, the kind of interest that a pet dog has in wanting to be closer to its owner. Chapter 59. It turns out to be an old friend. It was very strange. Gu Hanchuan never thought that he had any outstanding personal charm that could make this kid treat him like this. "Why me?" Gu Hanchuan said slowly, "What Kyoto lacks the least is rich people." Lin Yang suddenly smiled, revealing a sharp fang. "Because I like you." He paused, his voice lowered. "Besides, I think you need a friend." The word friend directly touched upon Gu Hanchuan's stress response zone. His fingertips trembled slightly under the table, and Su Qianshan's cold gaze flashed through his mind. She once said viciously, "Gu Hanchuan, you don't need friends, you only need me." Gu Hanchuan was afraid that what happened to Zhongdong would happen again, so he subconsciously said, "I don't need it." "You need it." Lin Yang interrupted him, pulled out a card from his shoe pocket and pushed it across the table, especially within the Su Corporation. Gu Hanchuan's eyes fell on the card and his pupils suddenly contracted. It was an employee ID card of the Su Group. Lin Yang in the photo had a harmless smile on his face, and the position column clearly read Design Department Assistant. "You joined Su Corporation." Gu Hanchuan was very surprised. He hadn't expected this guy to make such a big move without making any noise. "When?" "This morning." Lin Yang proudly waved his work badge. "I made it through 4 rounds of interviews and made it through." Gu Hanchuan's brain was working rapidly. "What exactly do you want?" Gu Hanchuan's voice was low. He subconsciously felt that Lin Yang seemed dangerous. Lin Yang tilted his head to look at him, and suddenly reached out to take off Gu Hanchuan's mask. The action was too sudden, and Gu Hanchuan didn't even have time to react. He only felt the slightly cool fingertips brushing against his earlobe, causing a shudder. "I told you, I like you. I want you to be my brother." Lin Yang's thumb stroked the edge of his ID card. "By the way, let's see how the legendary designer Gu managed to live under his wife's control." Gu Hanchuan didn't want to play around with him. If he left the office for too long, Su Qianshan might notice that he was gone and further restrict his freedom. "Have you investigated me? Do you understand me?" Gu Hanchuan sighed and decided to be frank. Lin Yang did not deny it. He pulled out a photo from his phone and pushed it in front of Gu Hanchuan. "This is an old photo of you winning the award for the first time. Do you remember? There was a light in your eyes back then." Lin Yang said softly, "What about now?" Gu Hanchuan didn't say anything, but just stared at the person in front of him, trying to judge whether this person was an enemy or a friend. "Listen, little friend." Gu Hanchuan lowered his voice, each word sounding like it was being ground out from between his teeth. "You don't need to worry about my affairs. Take the remaining 500,000 yuan and stay away from me." He stood up and tried to leave, but Lin Yang grabbed his wrist. Are you willing? Lin Yang's voice suddenly became unusually clear. Being locked in a golden cage and being a beautiful pet bird. Let go. Gu Hanchuan said coldly. Lin Yang held it tighter instead. I can be your eyes in the Su group. I know you're unwilling to accept this. You definitely are unwilling to accept this. Why help me? Gu Hanchuan finally asked the most crucial question. Lin Yang let go of his hand and leaned back lazily. You suspect me. Do you have any other purpose? Gu Hanchuan didn't respond, which was considered as his agreement. Lin Yang sighed. Then stop talking, let me do it. He took out his wallet from his pocket and pulled out a photo from it. Brother, do you think I was good looking when I was a child? A completely irrelevant statement. Gu Hanchuan was puzzled, but his eyes still fell on the photo in his hand. His thumb blocked a person, and the child revealed was very good looking. Is that you? You're really cute. Lin Yang's expectant gaze gradually faded. Brother really doesn't remember me. Then he slowly moved the finger that was blocking the person away, and Gu Hanchuan could see clearly that this was a photo of the two children. And the person who just appeared was obviously him. You. It's actually you. In the photo, two boys stand side by side under a cherry blossom tree. The young Gu Hanchuan was wearing a junior high school uniform and was hugging a thin boy's shoulders with a bright smile. The child's eyes were red and swollen, but he tried hard to force a smile in front of the camera, and his right hand was tightly grasping the corner of Gu Hanchuan's clothes. Gu Hanchuan's fingertips hovered above the photo, trembling slightly. Memories came flooding back. On a rainy night 12 years ago, he found a little boy soaking wet in front of a convenience store. The child couldn't tell where his home was and could only repeat, "Daddy doesn't want me anymore." He took the boy home and stayed there for 3 days until the anxious Lin family housekeeper came to visit. It's you. Gu Hanchuan's voice was dry. Little brat. Lin Yang took the photo back and gently stroked it with his fingertips. I was 7 years old that year. My father was busy with the merger and acquisition case and didn't even know I was missing. He raised his eyes, his amber eyes almost transparent in the sunlight, but I have spent the happiest 3 days of my life. The noise from the cafe suddenly faded away. Gu Hanchuan's heart softened instantly. The little boy curled up on his bed and shivered overlapped with the cynical young man in front of him. He subconsciously reached out to touch the scar on Lin Yang's forehead, but stopped abruptly in mid-air. Why did you show up now? Gu Hanchuan retracted his hand and lowered his voice. Su Qianshan doesn't want me to communicate with other people. You. So what if she knows? Lin Yang stirred his coffee nonchalantly. You're her husband. She treats you like a pet. Do you really want to be a dog? He suddenly leaned forward. Brother, why did you become like this? The cold metal chain slipped out from Lin Yang's collar. It was a crudely made silver pendant with a crooked LY engraved on it. Gu Hanchuan's breathing stopped. This was the parting gift he had made for him personally. You've always. Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled, paying attention to me. From winning your first design competition to being forced into marriage by Su Qianshan. Lin Yang stuffed the pendant back into his collar. A cold smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. I watched the light in your eyes disappear bit by bit. Gu Hanchuan was silent for a long time, his thoughts complicated. Lin Yang said anxiously, Brother, can you believe me now? I just want the truth, brother. Are you willing? I'm not willing to accept that. After finally saying these 3 words, Gu Hanchuan seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions. He closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and let the resentment and anger in his heart surge. Seeing this, Lin Yang curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile. He knew that he had made the right bet and he had not misjudged the person. Brother, you must have a plan, right? Lin Yang's eyes were burning, and he looked like he was willing to obey Gu Hanchuan's orders. Gu Hanchuan nodded. Let's start our own company. At least when I escape from Su Qianshan, I will no longer be controlled by her. Okay, brother, as you say, brother, you can order me around as you please. Gu Hanchuan burst out laughing and reached out to rub Lin Yang's furry head. Chapter 60. Receiving Zhao Tingzhou's declaration of war. The glass door of the cafe closed behind him, and Gu Hanchuan subconsciously looked up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves. The bright sunlight made him squint his eyes, and Lin Yang was already walking ahead with big strides. Brother, hurry up. Lin Yang turned around and smiled at him, revealing his beautiful fangs. If you dawdle any longer, you'll be late. Gu Hanchuan quickened his pace, and his heart unconsciously warmed up a little. Since his father's business failed when he was 10 years old, he had lost all his relatives. Friends and family are few and far between. It was Su Qianshan who healed him when he was in high school and college, so he valued her more than his life. Now Lin Yang came towards him firmly with the sunshine of the past, which made his heart soften unconsciously. He looked down at his watch. It was 1:45, 15 minutes until the end of lunch break. In the elevator, Lin Yang was humming a tuneless song, tapping out a rhythm on the elevator buttons with his fingers. It was obvious that he was very happy to be honest with Gu Hanchuan. "Don't call me brother in the company." Gu Hanchuan lowered his voice. Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "What's his name?" "Director Gu." He deliberately dragged out the tone, causing Gu Hanchuan to frown. The elevator dinged and stopped on the 23rd floor. The moment the door opened, Gu Hanchuan noticed something was wrong. The noisy conversations in the design department's office suddenly stopped, and more than a dozen pairs of eyes were cast towards them. "Hey, isn't this our director of connections?" A sarcastic voice came from the tea room. Gu Hanchuan knew who it was without looking back. It was Zhao Tingzhou's follower Xiao Wang. Just as Lin Yang was about to speak, a young man in a plaid shirt suddenly rushed over and grabbed his arm. "Lin Yang, why are you walking with him? Engineer Zhao is looking for you." Gu Hanchuan stood there, feeling as if countless gazes were piercing his back like needles. He straightened his back and walked towards his office with an expressionless face, catching the sound of scattered discussions in his ears. "I heard that Mr. Zhao reported him to the audit department. Airborne troops are different. They don't even need to punch in for attendance." "Sure, keep your voice down. I have a backstage." He doesn't care about these verbal attacks, but such an unhealthy working environment does have a certain impact on his creation. It was a bit of a headache as he hadn't found a way out of the situation yet. Just as I was lost in thought, a strong reminder came from the work group on my phone. "Audit department temporary meeting, meeting room 12 in 10 minutes. Gu Hanchuan raised his eyebrows. His job had nothing to do with auditing, so it was probably Zhao Tingzhou who was causing trouble. He didn't go into the office, but turned and went straight to the elevator hall. Lin Yang followed in and said, "Brother, I heard about the audit department." He took several steps towards Gu Hanchuan and whispered in his ear, "Zhao Tingzhou's grandson reported you for abusing your power and for violating company regulations by taking project materials away from the company." Gu Hanchuan sneered, as expected. He looked up at Lin Yang and said, "Go back to work. I have a solution." "Who cares?" Lin Yang shrugged nonchalantly and took out a piece of candy from his pocket and stuffed it into Gu Hanchuan's pocket. "I just joined the company. What can they do to me?" Gu Hanchuan was stunned and looked at the candy in his palm. He suddenly realized that the boy was serious about protecting him. He remembered the little boy who was huddled and shivering in front of the convenience store door on that rainy day 12 years ago. The child has grown so big now. "Thank you," Gu Hanchuan said softly, then subconsciously reached out and rubbed Lin Yang's head. Lin Yang waved his hand. "Don't be so quick to thank me. I'm a newbie in the audit department and I can't help you much." He glanced at his watch and said, "I really should go back. I don't know if Su Qianshan will take care of you. You better be careful." Gu Hanchuan nodded, watched Lin Yang leave the elevator hall, and stepped into the elevator car. When he pushed open the door of conference room 12, there were already 5 people sitting there. When Audit Minister Zhu Ming saw Gu Hanchuan coming in, his eyes flickered for a moment, but he quickly returned to his businesslike expression. Zhu Ming is considered a senior executive in the company and obviously knows him. Zhao Tingzhou sat at the other end of the long table, his suit neatly tailored, a confident smile on his face. "Director Gu, please take a seat." Zhu Ming pushed up his glasses. "We are calling this meeting today because we've received questions about your qualifications." Zhao Tingzhou couldn't wait to interject. "Minister Zhu, I think this matter is very simple. Gu Hanchuan has no well-known works, but he was parachuted into the position of Deputy Director of the Design Department. This is extremely unfair to his colleagues who have worked hard for many years." He glanced at Gu Hanchuan meaningfully, unless he can prove that he really has this ability. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Gu Hanchuan noticed that Zhu Ming's fingers were tapping nervously on his knees under the table. The minister obviously recognized him, but he couldn't point it out because I didn't want to reveal my identity. I guess Secretary Li had told him about it before. "How does designer Zhao want me to prove it?" Gu Hanchuan asked calmly. Zhao Tingzhou was well prepared. The Guangzhou project is Su's key project this year. We will each submit a design proposal, and then vote anonymously on it on the company's intranet in a week. There was a calculating glint in his eyes. "If I win, you resign voluntarily if you win." "If I win," Gu Hanchuan took over, speaking neither servilely nor arrogantly. "Designer Zhao will have to apologize in front of the entire company for spreading rumors that I'm a connected client." There was silence in the conference room. Zhu Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. "This is it too." He knew that Zhao Tingzhu and Zi Chenyang had a good relationship. One was General Manager Su's legitimate husband, and the other was a friend of General Manager Su's lover. It seems like he can't afford to offend either side. I agree, Zhao Tingzhu said firmly. Minister Zhu, please testify. Gu Hanchuan stood up and looked down at Zhao Tingzhu, then it settled. As he turned to leave, he heard Zhao Tingzhu sneer softly. Why are you pretending? You're the one who relies on your looks to get ahead. Gu Hanchuan's footsteps did not pause at all. In the corridor, Lin Yang followed like a puppy waiting for its master. How is it? 1 week, design showdown. Gu Hanchuan said briefly, still walking. I need you to help me collect reports on jewelry design trends from the past 3 years, especially the styles preferred by Qianshan Group. Lin Yang trotted after him. No problem. But he hesitated for a moment. Brother, can you really win? Although Zhao Tingzhu has a bad character, his design skills are indeed. Gu Hanchuan suddenly stopped, turned around and looked directly into Lin Yang's eyes. Why, you don't believe me? How is that possible? In my heart, brother, you are the best. After saying this, Lin Yang looked at Gu Hanchuan but was dazed for a moment. At this moment, sunlight poured in from the floor to ceiling windows in the corridor, casting fine shadows on Gu Hanchuan's well-defined profile. Perhaps Gu Hanchuan himself didn't realize it. At this moment, Lin Yang seemed to see the high-spirited young man from many years ago. Chapter 61. Start building connections. After returning to the office, Gu Hanchuan immediately got to work. He dug out the sketches he had made in the past few days and began to refine the design. The rustling sound of the pen tip scratching on the paper became the best sedative, allowing him to temporarily forget everything around him. Until the phone vibrated and broke the silence. The 3 words Su Qianshan were displayed on the screen. Gu Hanchuan frowned and took a deep breath before answering the phone. You don't need to get angry with Zhao Tingzhu. Just reveal your identity and you can save yourself a lot of trouble. Su Qianshan seemed to have a headache. Obviously, in his opinion, what Gu Hanchuan did was a bit unnecessary. But the next moment she seemed to be afraid that Gu Hanchuan would be angry, so she added softly, I'm just worried that you're too tired. After all, there's no need to argue with a villain. Gu Hanchuan's pen paused on the paper, leaving a small smudge of ink. Oh, President Su thinks he's a villain? Then why does he use him so responsibly? Could it be because of Zi Chenyang? But he didn't ask the second half of the question. Su Qianshan chuckled and changed the subject. Do you need my help? Gu Hanchuan threw away the paintbrush in his hand, leaned back in his chair, and said calmly, No need. Isn't President Su the most particular about keeping public and private affairs separate? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. I have a social event tonight. Please accompany me. Su Qianshan suddenly changed the subject, her tone brooking no refusal. Come to the underground parking lot at 7 o'clock. The busy tone of the phone being hung up echoed in my ears. Gu Hanchuan stared at the phone screen until it turned off automatically. Outside the window, the setting sun dyed the clouds blood red. In fact, there are many things that do not need to be said openly. The reason why Zhao Tingzhu hated people with connections so much was not because he hated evil, but because he himself was a person with connections. Gu Hanchuan was actually a little curious. In this competition, he wanted to see whether Su Qianshan would remain neutral or choose Zi Chenyang as usual. There was a knock on the door, and Lin Yang came in with 2 cups of coffee. Brother, take a break. He glanced at the pile of information on the table and said, I found something interesting. Gu Hanchuan took the coffee, the warmth passing through the cup wall to his fingertips. What? Lin Yang lowered his voice mysteriously. People in our department have already started betting on who will win between you and Zhao Tingzhu. Gu Hanchuan's lips curled up into a helpless smile. It was you who opened the game, right? Brother, guess what? Lin Yang waved his phone and approached Gu Hanchuan's desk with a smug look on his face. Even though I opened the betting, the odds are now 1:5. Gu Hanchuan didn't even look up, his pencil quickly sketching on the design. So I bet on you to win. Lin Yang sat down on the edge of the desk, swinging his long legs. If you win, I can earn this much. He stretched out 5 fingers and shook them in front of Gu Hanchuan. Gu Hanchuan finally raised his head and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. 5,000? When did the young master of the Lin family become so shabby? I'm running away from home right now, and I'd rather break $1 into 2 halves to spend. Lin Yang curled his lips and suddenly reached out to poke Gu Hanchuan's cheek. Besides, I'm supporting my brother with practical actions. Do you understand? Gu Hanchuan slapped his hand away and was about to speak when the phone on the table suddenly rang. Lin Yang poked his head out curiously. You're almost getting off work and you're still setting the alarm. I have an appointment. Gu Hanchuan stood up and adjusted his suit cuffs. Just then, his phone vibrated. Su Qianshan sent him an email with an electronic invitation attached. Lin Yang glimpsed the content with his sharp eyes and whistled. Hey, the Zhu family's banquet. His expression suddenly became playful. Brother, do you know Zhu, the young master of the Zhu family? Gu Hanchuan frowned and shook his head. He has been under Su Qianshan's control too tightly over the years, and has almost lost contact with the outside world, let alone paying attention to her suitors. You are so incompetent. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. Zhu was your junior in college. He witnessed your fairy love firsthand back then. I heard he was a huge fan of your relationship in the early days. But after you abandoned Su Qianshan, he immediately became her ardent admirer. Gu Hanchuan's fingers paused on his tie. Lin Yang continued. During the years when Su Qianshan hid you, he and Zi Chenyang were fighting fiercely. Now that Su Qianshan has publicly announced that her marriage to you is normal, I heard that he's been getting close to Zi Chenyang recently. Lin Yang looked at Gu Hanchuan meaningfully. You better be careful tonight. Gu Hanchuan tied his tie and sighed softly. I understand. The Zhu family villa was brightly lit, and the crystal chandeliers illuminated the hall as if it were daytime. Gu Hanchuan stood beside Su Qianshan, feeling the inquiring gazes from all directions. Mr. Su, long time no see. A young man in a dark blue suit walked over, his eyes directly passing over Gu Hanchuan, and extended his hand to Su Qianshan. Su Qianshan shook hands with him politely. Mr. Zhu. Just call me Zhu. The man smiled gently, as if he had just discovered Gu Hanchuan. Who is this? Gu Hanchuan clearly saw the hostility flashing in his eyes. Just as Su Qianshan was about to speak, a familiar voice interrupted. Hey, isn't this our designer Gu? Zi Chenyang appeared beside Zhu at some point, and put his arm around his shoulder affectionately. Zhu, this is President Su's husband, Gu Hanchuan. He deliberately lowered his voice, making sure everyone around him could hear. He's the designer of the Star series who became somewhat famous in the design world thanks to President Su. There were a few chuckles around. Gu Hanchuan's expression remained unchanged. He just clenched the champagne glass in his hand. Su Qianshan gave Zi Chenyang a warning look, then turned to Zhu. I heard that Zhu's company is planning a new project recently. Zhu smiled. Yes, my father wanted to talk to Mr. Su. He glanced at Gu Hanchuan meaningfully. However, there are some business secrets that may not be convenient for outsiders to be present. The air froze instantly. Gu Hanchuan was always tactful. He didn't wait for Su Qianshan to speak, but took the initiative to say, I'll go get you some batteries, you two can chat. Su Qianshan was displeased by Zhu's clear order to expel her. But in the Zhu family's territory, she didn't want to ruin the overall cooperation because of these trivial matters. When the seat next to her became vacant, Zi Chenyang stepped forward to take over, with a smug smile on his face. Gu Hanchuan saw all of this, but he didn't care. He followed Su Qianshan to the banquet not to be a vase, but to find a stepping stone for himself. As he walked through the crowd of people toasting each other, Gu Hanchuan's eyes were suddenly dazzled by the light reflected from the crystal chandelier. He stopped and looked at the buffet area, and unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Yang Xuezheng, the jewelry purchasing director of Qianshan Group, was standing alone in front of the buffet, fiddling with salmon sashimi with silver tongs. Director Yang also likes Japanese food. Gu Hanchuan stood beside her calmly and took a piece of Japanese confectionery. Yang Zhu's hand trembled, and the crushed ice from the ice sculpture peony splashed into the champagne glass. Mr. Gu. Chapter 62, betting on her as a talent. She quickly adjusted her expression, tapping the edge of her plate with her burgundy-painted fingers. I heard the Su Corporation wants to collaborate with us on the Guangzhou project. That depends on whether the final plan can pass Qianqing's review. Gu Hanchuan placed the wagashi back on the bone china plate and traced the water stains on the tablecloth with his fingertips. I heard that your company is planning to launch a traditional Chinese style series this year. Yang Zhu raised her eyebrows. Mr. Gu is well informed. In an interview with Vogue Jewelry last week, Director Yang mentioned that she was attracted by the Ming Dynasty inlaid kingfisher feather craftsmanship at the Paris Antiques Biennale. Gu Hanchuan pulled a pen from his suit pocket and quickly sketched out half the outline of a jade pendant on a napkin. What do you think of this design? Would it fit in with your company's traditional Chinese style collection? Yang Zhu was puzzled. What are you doing? Gu Hanchuan chuckled. Just a humble opinion. I hope it can add luster to your company. Yang Zhu's eyes lit up slightly, and then she spoke cautiously. Mr. Gu wants to change jobs. No, I just want to do some part-time work. I know you value talent, so I came to try my luck. Yang Zhu pondered for a moment, then looked at Su Qianshan, who was chatting and laughing with Juju not far away, and asked softly, "Does President Su know? How can an employee need the boss's approval for a part-time job? It wouldn't be good if President Su knew about it." As Gu Hanchuan spoke, he signed his name in the lower right corner of the napkin. Heretic. Yang Zhu took the napkin and became interested. "How can you be sure that I will help you?" Gu Hanchuan smiled slightly, his eyes deep. "Because I know you hate all unfaithful marriages, I think you will help me escape from the grave she gave me." Yang Zhu looked at Gu Hanchuan deeply and said, "It seems I was wrong. I thought you were enjoying this marriage." 10 minutes later. The light from the crystal chandelier reflected tiny spots of light in the champagne glass. Gu Hanchuan's fingertips gently stroked the wall of the glass, and his eyes fell on Yang Zhu and Su Qianshan, who were talking not far away. Yang Zhu was raising her glass elegantly, and her red lips moved as she said something that made Su Qianshan frown slightly. Gu Hanchuan didn't know what Yang Zhu was talking about, and whether she would tell Su Qianshan that he was restless. Su Qianshan called Yang Zhu away because she saw that he and Yang Zhu were having a very pleasant conversation. Gu Hanchuan was confused, but another person's voice came from behind him. "Mr. Gu seems very interested in Director Yang." Juju's voice came from the side. Gu Hanchuan turned around and saw the young master of the Ju family shaking his wine glass with an inquiring gleam in his eyes. "We just talked about some design matters." Gu Hanchuan's tone was flat, but his eyes unconsciously drifted towards the two people. Juju followed his gaze and suddenly chuckled. "Director Yang just got divorced recently. Does it seem like Mr. Gu has some other ideas?" "Mr. Gu," Gu Hanchuan interrupted him with a polite smile on his face, "don't impose your own ideas on others. It's not appropriate." "Gu Hanchuan, say it again if you can." At this moment, the conversation between Yang Zhu and Su Qianshan seemed to end. Yang Zhu nodded slightly, turned around, and blended into the crowd. Su Qianshan walked towards Gu Hanchuan, her high heels making crisp sounds on the marble floor. She wore a dark green velvet dress today, which made her skin look as white as snow. "Did you enjoy the chat?" Su Qianshan stood beside him, her red lips slightly curled, and she looked at Juju with a warning look. Su Qianshan's eyes swept over Juju, who tactfully stepped back. "What were you two talking about?" Gu Hanchuan remained calm. "Mr. Ju asked me if I had ever considered changing jobs." Su Qianshan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and her fingers unconsciously touched her lower abdomen. "How did you answer?" "I said." Gu Hanchuan leaned over, his thin lips almost touching her earlobe. "Boss Su's treatment is too good. I can't bear to leave." Warm breath sprayed on her ears, and Su Qianshan's eyelashes trembled slightly. She reached out to push Gu Hanchuan away, but he took the opportunity to grab her wrist. "Are you tired?" he asked softly, his thumb gently stroking her wrist. "Do you want to go to the terrace and get some fresh air?" Su Qianshan's gaze lingered on his face, and finally she nodded slightly, allowing Gu Hanchuan to lead her through the crowd. They didn't notice that in the corner, Zi Chenyang was whispering in Juju's ear, and their eyes followed their backs like shadows. On the terrace, the night breeze, carrying the coolness of early autumn, blew across my cheeks. Gu Hanchuan took off his suit jacket and draped it over Su Qianshan's shoulders, his fingertips accidentally brushing against her shoulders. "Yang Zhu seems to be very interested in you." Su Qianshan said suddenly. "She asked me if she could steal my girl." Gu Hanchuan tightened his fingers on the railing, not knowing if this was Su Qianshan's test. The coolness of the metal seeped into his palms. "What did you say?" "I said." Su Qianshan suddenly reached out and touched his cheek. "No." Her fingertips were cold and had a slight scent of champagne. Gu Hanchuan grabbed her hand, lowered his head and kissed her fingertips. "Thank you, President Su, for your kindness and for never leaving me." Su Qianshan chuckled, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. "Gu Hanchuan, what you said is really heartwarming." She pulled her hand back and turned to look at the night scene in the distance. "But, you know, I hate betrayers the most." Gu Hanchuan's Adam's apple rolled, and the moonlight condensed into frost in his eyes. He reached out and tucked Su Qianshan's scattered hair behind her ear. This action was so gentle that it was almost pious. "You know, I no longer have the qualifications to betray you." Su Qianshan didn't say anything else, just looked into the distance quietly. The terrace fell into a brief silence, with only the rustling of leaves in the night wind. Gu Hanchuan's gaze fell on Su Qianshan. Her profile looked soft and beautiful in the moonlight, but he could not see the emotions in her eyes. After a long time, Su Qianshan finally broke the silence. "Let's go. I still have to go back and say hello to the head of the Ju family." Gu Hanchuan nodded, and the two walked down the terrace side by side and returned to the banquet hall. The head of the Zhu family was surrounded by a group of people, chatting and laughing. Su Qianshan and Gu Hanchuan walked over and greeted politely. People from the business world gathered together, toasting each other with their glasses, and gradually pushed Gu Hanchuan away. Gu Hanchuan didn't care. He took a glass of champagne and stood aside, watching Su Qianshan deal with everyone with ease. His eyes wandered aimlessly among the crowd, and soon he found Zi Chenyang and Juju. The two seemed to be talking in low voices, and it was unknown what they were plotting. Gu Hanchuan frowned slightly, a trace of uneasiness passing through his heart. He took a sip of champagne, but his eyes never left the two people. But they didn't seem to notice him and went up to the terrace together. Maybe he was overthinking it. Gu Hanchuan withdrew his gaze and took a deep breath. At this moment, a woman in a gorgeous dress suddenly walked towards him with a charming smile on her face. "Mr. Gu, are you alone?" The woman's voice was gentle, and her eyes revealed teasing. Gu Hanchuan glanced at her indifferently without saying anything. The woman didn't get angry and continued, "I'm Lin Wana from the Lin Group. I've heard of Mr. Gu's great name for a long time, and seeing him today, I can see he's truly worthy of his reputation." Gu Hanchuan nodded slightly, politely yet distantly. "Ms. Lin, you are too kind." His last name is Lin. I wonder if he's related to that kid Lin Yang. Chapter 63, The Tricks and Prostitutes. Lin Wana parted her red lips slightly, her fingertips gently stroking the rim of the champagne glass, and her eyes looked at Gu Hanchuan without any concealment. This man was more attractive than she had imagined, with highbrow bones and a distinct jawline. Especially his eyes, which were like ice-hardened amber, with a stubbornness in their coldness. "Mr. Gu seems to be very wary of me." Lin Wana chuckled and deliberately took a step forward, the scent of rose perfume blowing in her face. Gu Hanchuan stepped back calmly, trying to keep half a step away from her. "Ms. Lin, you're joking. It's just that my wife doesn't like me getting too close to the opposite sex." "Oh." Lin Wana raised an eyebrow, her eyes sweeping over Su Qianshan, who was surrounded by business tycoons not far away. "Boss Su looks quite busy. He probably doesn't have time to deal with these trivial matters, right?" Gu Hanchuan's lips curled into a polite arc. "Miss Lin, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I heard that my good-for-nothing brother has been following you lately." Lin Wana suddenly lowered her voice, her eyes sharp as a knife. "That brat, Lin Yang, gave up even his family inheritance for you." A look of understanding flashed across Gu Hanchuan's eyes. It turned out to be related to Lin Yang. "Since you can track his every move, why don't you bring him back?" Gu Hanchuan asked calmly. Lin Wana didn't care. The old man is fighting with him. "I wish he would come back later. The later he comes back, the more power I have." "If that's the case, I don't understand what Miss Lin is questioning me about. The more he pesters me, shouldn't you be happier?" His voice was steady, but his heartbeat was uncontrollably accelerating. Lin Wana curled her lips. "Indeed, but I'm just curious, what's so good about you? If you were a woman, I could understand why that guy was just in love, but you're a man, and it seems like you two don't have much in common." Gu Hanchuan thought that perhaps the 3 days that Lin Yang was missing was not a big deal in the eyes of the Lin family, so it was normal that they didn't recognize him. "Miss Lin, if you don't have anything else to say, I won't keep you company." Gu Hanchuan didn't know whether this woman was a friend or an enemy, so he wanted to get away as soon as possible. Lin Wana was about to say something else when she caught a glimpse of Juju and Zi Chenyang's furtive figures towards the terrace. She curled her red lips, suddenly reached out and grabbed Gu Hanchuan's tie, pulling him closer. "I feel like you've been plotted against. Do you want me to help you lure the snake out of its hole?" Gu Hanchuan's body stiffened, but he didn't push her away immediately. He followed Lin Wana's gaze and saw Zi Chenyang's back. "What do they want to do? What do you want to do?" Gu Hanchuan asked in a low voice. "Who knows?" Lin Wana pretended to lean close to his ear, her red lips almost brushing his cheek. "But what they think about are all these thieves and whores." Gu Hanchuan's breathing stagnated. "Why are you helping me?" Gu Hanchuan asked warily. Lin Wana loosened his tie and smiled meaningfully. "Who said I was helping you? I'm just curious. What's so special about someone like Lin Yang that could make him so devoted to her?" She glanced meaningfully at the wineglass that Gu Hanchuan had just taken from the waiter. He immediately understood and placed the wineglass on the waiter's tray beside him. "Thanks for the reminder." Lin Wana's red lips curled slightly. "Don't be so quick to thank me. Juju has already gone to distract Su Qianshan. The fun has only just begun." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Hanchuan saw Juju walk up to Su Qianshan and say something politely. Su Qianshan looked hesitantly in the direction of Gu Hanchuan, and finally followed Juju out of the hall. Do you need me to play along? Lin Wenna suddenly asked. We'll use their tactics against them and see what they're up to. Gu Hanchuan frowned. Reason told him that he should leave this dangerous place immediately, but a voice deep in his heart urged him that since he had the opportunity to take revenge on Su Qianshan, why not seize it? How? Lin Wenna's eyes flashed with cunning. It's simple, have a drink with me. She called the waiter, took 2 glasses of champagne, and handed one to Gu Hanchuan. He took the glass but did not drink it immediately. Don't worry, this one should be fine. Lin Wenna gently clinked her glass against his. The problem is in the glass you just put down. Gu Hanchuan's eyes were full of doubt. Did you see it? Su Qianshan added some ingredients to it. Lin Wenna took a sip of champagne. But now, he must be very anxious about how to make you drink that glass of wine. Sure enough, Gu Hanchuan caught a glimpse of Su Qianshan anxiously searching for the waiter in the crowd. So what's your plan? I'll pretend to be drunk, and you take me back to the guest room. Lin Wenna lowered her voice. They will definitely follow and catch us in the act. Gu Hanchuan immediately understood her intention. Do you want to turn the tables on them? Lin Wenna blinked. Why, you don't dare. It's too dangerous. Gu Hanchuan shook his head. If this gets out of hand, it will be bad for your reputation. Huh? Lin Wenna said, as if she had just heard a joke. Do I need to worry about my reputation in the industry? She suddenly leaned closer. Besides, will you really take advantage of me? The scent of her rose perfume hit him in the face, and Gu Hanchuan subconsciously held his breath. The woman's audacity caught him off guard. I have a better idea. He thought for a moment. Give me 5 minutes. Gu Hanchuan used the excuse of going to the bathroom and quickly sent a message to Lin Yang in a place where no one was around. When he returned to the hall, Lin Wenna was already leaning on the sofa, slightly drunk. She spotted Gu Hanchuan and grabbed his wrist. Are you getting into the role so quickly? Gu Hanchuan asked in a low voice. Lin Wenna looked at him with a dazed look in her eyes. Mr. Gu, I feel a little dizzy. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for people nearby to hear. Gu Hanchuan noticed that Su Qianshan's eyes immediately lit up and he was quietly moving towards him. Let me take you to rest. Gu Hanchuan cooperated and helped her up. Lin Wenna leaned softly against him, her red lips almost touching his ear. 3rd floor, room 307. I asked the waiter to leave the door open. Gu Hanchuan's arm stiffened, but he still held her waist firmly and left the hall in full view of everyone. He could feel the piercing gazes behind him, and he knew without turning around that Su Qianshan was excitedly taking out his cell phone. The moment the elevator door closed, Lin Wenna stood up straight and said, Not bad acting. You too. Gu Hanchuan released his hand. Lin Yang will be here soon. He will take me out through the back door. You can do whatever you want. Acting. Lin Wenna smiled slyly. Don't worry, I'm good at this. The elevator stops at the 3rd floor. Gu Hanchuan looked around cautiously and confirmed that there was no one in the corridor before helping Lin Wenna walk towards room 307. The door was indeed ajar. He pushed it open and walked in, immediately smelling a faint scent of lavender. Lin Wenna kicked off her high heels as she entered the room, pulled out her phone from her purse, and quickly checked it. The back door is at the end of the corridor, in the stairwell. Choose the right time to go out. Gu Hanchuan frowned. You seem very sure that Lin Yang will come. I guessed. Lin Wenna didn't even raise her head. After all, he's deeply in love with you. She suddenly walked to the bed, crumpled the sheets vigorously, and then picked up a pillow and pressed it against her chest, making her clothes messy. Chapter 64. Another crisis of trust. Gu Hanchuan was stunned. You are too skilled, aren't you? Be more professional. Lin Wenna rolled her eyes at him, grabbed his wrist, ripped off one of his cufflinks and threw it on the bed. Okay, you can leave now. Gu Hanchuan was about to speak when he suddenly felt dizzy. He held onto the wall as the scene before his eyes began to blur. What's going on? His voice was hoarse. Lin Wenna's expression suddenly changed. What did you drink? I didn't drink anything. Gu Hanchuan tried to stay sober. I just took a sip of the champagne you said was okay. Damn it. Lin Wenna cursed. There's something wrong with that glass of wine too. She immediately dialed the phone. Lin Yang, come up immediately. Gu Hanchuan has been infected. Gu Hanchuan's legs became weak and his consciousness gradually became blurred. The last thing he remembered was Lin Yang's anxious face as he burst through the door, and Lin Wenna's calm voice. Take him away, leave this here to me. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Hanchuan opened his eyes slightly during the bumpy ride and found that he was being supported by Lin Yang and was getting into a taxi. Brother! Hold on! Lin Yang's anxious voice seemed to come from far away. Gu Hanchuan wanted to respond, but no sound came out. His vision fell into darkness again. At the same time, Su Qianshan was trapped in the study on the second floor by Juju on the pretext of discussing cooperation. When she checked her watch for the third time, her phone suddenly vibrated. An anonymous text message read, "Room 307, your husband is making love with the eldest daughter of the Lin family." Attached photo. In the photo, Gu Hanchuan was walking into the hotel room with his arm around Lin Wenna's waist. Su Qianshan's fingers tightened instantly, and her nails dug deep into her palms. 3 hours later, Gu Hanchuan was awakened by being splashed with cold water. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the glaring light shone directly into his pupils. Cold water droplets dripped down the ends of his hair, and his shirt stuck to his body wetly. His vision gradually focused, and Su Qianshan stood in front of him, holding a silver cufflink in her hand. "Those are his cufflinks. Explain it." Su Qianshan's voice was colder than ice water. "Why did it appear on Lin Wenna's bed?" Gu Hanchuan propped himself up, his temples throbbing. He looked around and found himself lying on the sofa in the villa. It was dark outside the window and the clock on the wall showed 3:15 in the morning. "I was walking her back to her room and accidentally dropped it." He rubbed his aching temple and tried to recall the details of the banquet. "Where's Lin Yang?" "Lin Yang?" Su Qianshan sneered. "You still have the mind to care about others." She threw the phone in front of him. On the screen was a photo, messy hotel sheets, lipstick marks on the pillow, and the lone cufflink. "It was sent anonymously to my phone." Su Qianshan's voice trembled slightly, "And there's a photo of you two entering the room together." Gu Hanchuan stared at the photo, feeling helpless. He thought Lin Wenna stayed to help him block someone, but he didn't expect that she was trying to trick him. He vaguely remembered Lin Yang helping him away. Since someone had drugged him and was guiding him, shouldn't Su Qianshan have arrested those people? Why was she questioning him here? Gu Hanchuan took a few deep breaths and planned to appeal to Su Qianshan's emotions and reason with her. "Qianshan, listen to me. What did you say?" Su Qianshan interrupted him. "You said you were just being kind? You said you made the bed messy yourself? Or that Lin Wenna drew the lip prints herself?" Gu Hanchuan stood up and water droplets fell from the ends of his hair. "Someone drugged my wine." He looked directly into Su Qianshan's eyes. "Lin Wenna found out and deliberately acted to lure them in. So now you have to find out who sent you the text message and who drugged me." What a perfect excuse. Su Qianshan raised the corner of her mouth sarcastically. "Gu Hanchuan, your ability to make up stories is getting better and better." "You don't trust me." Gu Hanchuan said in a low voice, "After so many years of relationship, Su Qianshan, can you give me a little bit of basic trust?" "Trust?" Su Qianshan suddenly raised her voice. "How can I trust you? Why did you follow Lin Wenna into the room when I wasn't watching you?" She swiped open her phone and pulled up another photo. In the photo, Gu Hanchuan put his arm around Lin Wenna's waist, and the two of them walked into the elevator in an intimate manner. "Is this you? Didn't you leave voluntarily? How can your steady steps be like those of a Chinese medicine doctor?" Su Qianshan pressed. "Where did you go after that? Why didn't you answer my calls?" Gu Hanchuan stared at Su Qianshan, confusion flashing in his eyes. "You are deceiving me. Lin Yang must have sent me to the hospital. You took me out of the hospital, but instead of looking for the culprit, you questioned me here. I'm luring the snake out of its hole, can't you see?" "Oh, what a good excuse. Who knows if you're just trying to lure the snake out of its hole or just go along with it?" Su Qianshan slammed her cufflinks against his chest. "Gu Hanchuan, can you even make up a decent lie?" The cufflinks landed on the carpet with a dull thud. Gu Hanchuan stared at the small metal object, with indescribable emotions surging in his chest. "Why didn't you check who sent you the anonymous text?" He suddenly looked up, his voice filled with suppressed anger. "Why didn't you check the hotel security? Why was your first reaction to question me?" Su Qianshan was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "No fly will bite an egg without a crack. If you hadn't sent her back to her room, how would others have had the chance to frame you? So it's all my fault." Gu Hanchuan took a step forward, his soaked shirt sticking to his body, outlining his taut muscles. "Do you want me to stay locked up at home every day and not see anyone? Only then will you be satisfied. All I want is an explanation." Su Qianshan pushed him hard. "Not your perfunctory attitude." Gu Hanchuan staggered back and knocked over the vase on the coffee table. The sound of shattering glass was particularly harsh in the silent night. Okay, you want an explanation. Gu Hanchuan's voice was hoarse. Juju deliberately distracted you. Zi Chenyang drugged my wine, and Lin Wanna used the same tactic to help me escape. Is this explanation clear enough? Where's the evidence? Evidence. Gu Hanchuan smiled bitterly. When have you ever needed evidence? You only believe what you want to believe. Su Qianshan's face turned pale. What do you mean? What I mean, Gu Hanchuan said word by word, is that you don't care about the truth at all. You just want a puppet that is completely under your control. These words were like a knife, piercing Su Qianshan's heart. Her breathing hitched, and she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. She subconsciously covered her stomach and bent down. Gu Hanchuan immediately stepped forward to support her. What's wrong? Don't touch me. Su Qianshan shook off his hand, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. I'm fine. Before she could finish her words, her legs suddenly went limp. Gu Hanchuan caught her quickly, but his touch was hot and wet. He looked down and saw that Su Qianshan's skirt was stained with glaring red. Chapter 65. The office was soaked. Qianshan. Gu Hanchuan's heart almost stopped beating. He picked her up and said, Hold on, I'll take you to the hospital. Su Qianshan curled up in pain in his arms, her fingers tightly grasping his collar. Child, our child. It's okay, it's definitely okay. Gu Hanchuan hugged her and rushed to the garage, his voice trembling. In the darkness of the night, the black car rushed towards the hospital like an arrow. Gu Hanchuan held the steering wheel with one hand and tightly grasped Su Qianshan's cold fingers with the other. In the rearview mirror, Su Qianshan was curled up in the backseat, her face as pale as paper. Hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon. He kept repeating it, not knowing whether he was comforting her or himself. The lights in the emergency room were harsh and cold. The medical staff pushed Su Qianshan on a stretcher and quickly sent her to the examination room, leaving Gu Hanchuan standing alone in the corridor with her blood on his hands. He mechanically walked to the bathroom and rinsed his hands with cold water. The man in the mirror had red eyes, messy hair, and his shirt was wrinkled and stained. He looked disheveled. Gu Hanchuan, Gu Hanchuan. He smiled bitterly at the mirror. What on earth are you doing? The phone vibrated in my pocket. It was a message from Lin Yang. Brother, are you okay? Su Qianshan rushed to the hospital and snatched you away. I couldn't stop her. Gu Hanchuan replied, I'm fine. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yang arrived at the hospital. He was obviously shocked when he saw Gu Hanchuan's appearance. Brother, you look terrible. Gu Hanchuan shook his head. The doctor is still checking. Lin Yang handed him a paper bag, a change of clothes, and hot coffee. Only then did Gu Hanchuan realize that he was still wearing a wet shirt. He thanked me and went to the bathroom to change his clothes. The hot coffee slid down my throat, slightly easing my tense nerves. 2 hours later, the doctor finally came out. Gu Hanchuan immediately went over to him and asked, Doctor, how is my wife? The patient's excessive emotions caused uterine contractions and slight bleeding. The doctor took off his mask, his expression serious. The fetus is currently stable, but requires hospitalization for observation. As a family member, you must be aware that a pregnant woman's mood swings can directly affect the health of the fetus. Gu Hanchuan breathed a sigh of relief, his heart finally settling down. Can I see her? The patient is asleep now. The doctor looked at his tired appearance and said, You should go and rest too. Come back tomorrow. After sending the doctor away, Gu Hanchuan leaned against the wall, his legs weak. Lin Yang supported him. Brother, you need to rest. I'll stay here. Gu Hanchuan slid down onto the bench in the corridor. What if she wakes up? Lin Yang sighed and sat down beside him. I'll accompany you. It was late at night and the hospital corridors were empty and silent. Gu Hanchuan stared at the small window on the ward door, and Su Qianshan's pale face was looming in the shadows. Lin Yang, he suddenly said, I've contacted Yang Zhu, and our plan has taken another step forward. Lin Yang raised his eyebrows. But you are unhappy. I don't know. My mind is in a mess. Gu Hanchuan's voice was low and firm. But I want to speed up the plan. Because of what happened tonight. Gu Hanchuan shook his head, his eyes never leaving the ward window. Because I finally understand, in her eyes, I will always be a pet that needs to be controlled, an object. He turned to Lin Yang, his eyes gleaming with determination. I want everything that belongs to me, wealth and freedom. Lin Yang nodded solemnly. I will help you. 3 days later. Su Building, Design Department. Gu Hanchuan stared at the computer screen, his fingers hovering above the keyboard, not letting go. On the design software interface, The first draft of the Guangzhou project is almost complete, but I always feel like something is missing. Outside the window, dusk gradually deepened and the office area was already empty. The phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Yang. Brother, are you still working overtime? I brought you dinner. Gu Hanchuan rubbed his sore eyes and replied, Come in. 5 minutes later, the office door was gently pushed open. Lin Yang walked in carrying 2 plastic bags, and the aroma of food immediately filled the air. Li Ji's beef noodles and pan-fried buns. Lin Yang spread out the lunchboxes one by one. Eat them while they're hot. Only then did Gu Hanchuan realize that he had not eaten for 10 hours. He took the chopsticks and started eating voraciously. Lin Yang sat opposite him, watching him eat with a satisfied smile on his face. How is the design progressing? Lin Yang glanced at the computer screen. Gu Hanchuan shook his head. Not good enough. Lin Yang took a closer look and said, I think it's great. The combination of starry sky elements and traditional patterns is very creative. I wonder what's going on with Zhao Tingzhu. Gu Hanchuan put down his chopsticks and saved the design draft. I'm always a little uneasy. Who cares? Lin Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. There are still 3 days left before the review meeting. You'll definitely be able to perfect it. Gu Hanchuan didn't respond. 3 days may seem like plenty of time, but it is far from enough for a design that aims to amaze everyone. After dinner, Lin Yang helped tidy up the desk. Gu Hanchuan went back to work and did not return to the villa until late at night. Su Qianshan has fallen asleep. Since returning from the hospital, they have had very little communication. She no longer ordered him to go to the president's office to have lunch with her at noon. The next morning, Gu Hanchuan arrived at the company earlier than usual. The moment he pushed open the office door, his footsteps suddenly stopped. The documents on the desk were scattered all over the floor, and the office was wet everywhere. Fire and security were resetting the smoke alarm, apparently from an accident that had occurred just before he came into the office. When the property manager saw him coming, he immediately came up and bowed, saying that he didn't know why the smoke alarm in this small office had just gone off and the sprinkler system had been triggered. Gu Hanchuan didn't have time to respond to his apology. Instead, he quickly walked to the desk and pressed the power button, but only heard a shrill hard drive error tone. Water has entered. Gu Hanchuan's fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard, trying to restore the system, but all the design files were unreadable. At this time, Zhao Tingzhu leaned against the doorframe, with a fake concern on his face. Director Gu, what's the problem? Gu Hanchuan looked up and caught a flash of pride in the other person's eyes. He instantly understood something, but forced himself to remain calm. Nothing, just a fire malfunction. That's unfortunate. Zhao Tingzhu pretended to be regretful. I heard the review meeting has been moved up to tomorrow. Director Yang has to go on a business trip for something urgent. Tomorrow. Gu Hanchuan's heart sank. The originally planned 3 days of preparation had suddenly been shortened to less than 24 hours. Thank you for the reminder. Gu Hanchuan said expressionlessly. After Zhao Tingzhu left, Gu Hanchuan immediately called the IT department. After inspection, the technicians confirmed that the hard drive was damaged by water and the possibility of data recovery was extremely low. Is the fire sprinkler really malfunctioning? The technician asked in a low voice. Gu Hanchuan shook his head. There was no evidence pointing to anyone, and calling the police would only be a waste of time. He had to race against time to start over. Chapter 66 Defeat Zhao Tingzhu. Gu Hanchuan locked himself in the office all day, trying to recreate the design. But the more anxious I am, the more my inspiration dries up. In the evening, when he tore up the sketch for the 3rd time, the office door was thrown open. Lin Yang rushed in breathlessly, holding a USB flash drive in his hand. Brother, look at this. He inserted the USB drive into the computer and pulled up some photos. In the photo, Zhao Tingzhu was sneaking into Gu Hanchuan's office. The time showed that it was 5 o'clock in the morning. How did you get these? Gu Hanchuan asked in shock. I observed today that there's a hidden camera in the corner of the design department, Lin Yang said proudly. He probably thought he had avoided all the cameras. Gu Hanchuan carefully examined the photo and suddenly noticed a detail. Wait, what is he holding in this photo? Lin Yang enlarged the image. It looks like a USB flash drive. Did he copy your design? Gu Hanchuan stood up suddenly. So he not only destroyed my computer, but also stole the design draft. How despicable. Lin Yang slammed the table in anger. He'll definitely present your design as his own at the review meeting tomorrow. And your computer is damaged, and without the source files, there's no way to prove the order in which you created it. Gu Hanchuan's brain was working rapidly. Even with these photos, it is not clear what he did, nor can it be proved that Zhao Tingzhu would plagiarize his work. And it's too late to redesign now. I need a new plan. Gu Hanchuan forced himself to calm down, a design that is better than the original. Lin Yang looked at him worriedly. There are less than 18 hours left. I know. Gu Hanchuan picked up the sketchbook and pencil. You go back first, I'll stay up all night. Lin Yang shook his head. I'll accompany you. Time ticked by. Gu Hanchuan tried various ideas, but none satisfied him. At 3 in the morning, he threw down his pencil and ran his hands through his hair. No inspiration at all. Lin Yang looked at the discarded manuscripts scattered on the floor and suddenly took his hand. Come on, let's go out and get some fresh air. Where are you going? The rooftop. The top floor of the office building was empty late at night. The night wind blew across my cheeks, bringing with it the coolness of early autumn. Lin Yang pulled Gu Hanchuan to the edge of the rooftop. The lights of the city in the distance twinkled like stars. Look, the moon. Lin Yang pointed to the sky. A full moon hangs in the night sky, cold and bright. Gu Hanchuan looked up and suddenly remembered that night many years ago. 7-year-old Lin Yang curled up on the sofa in his home, looking at the moon through the window, and whispered, Brother, does Chang'e really live on the moon? He was only 15 years old at that time, but he comforted the lost child like a little adult. They made handicrafts together, ate instant noodles, and watched the stars all night long. Yang, do you still remember the first time we met? Gu Hanchuan suddenly asked. Lin Yang smiled. Of course I remember. I was lost and you took me in for 3 days. You were so clingy back then, you even followed me to the bathroom. I was afraid you would abandon me again. Lin Yang said softly, those 3 days are the happiest memories of my childhood. Gu Hanchuan looked at the lights in the distance, and an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Fireworks and stars, the fleeting and the eternal, the warmth of the human world and the loneliness of the vast universe. I got it. He turned around suddenly. Yang, I know what to design. They rushed back to the office. Gu Hanchuan's pencil danced rapidly on the paper, and a brand new design gradually took shape. Inspired by traditional fireworks, the momentary splendor was solidified into eternal jewelry. After the fireworks are launched into the sky, they turn into stars, symbolizing the fusion of human fireworks and the stars in the sky. It's so beautiful. Lin Yang looked at the sketch and admired it sincerely. The design was finally completed when daybreak began. Gu Hanchuan carefully put away the drawings and prepared to go to the review meeting. The design review meeting was held in the top floor conference room of Su Building. Sunlight streamed in from the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the entire conference room. Gu Hanchuan stood next to the projector, wearing a neat suit and looking calm. His eyes swept over every judge present, finally stopping on Su Qianshan. She sat at the end of the long table, wearing a black business suit, her red lips tightly pursed, and her eyes cold. Director Gu, we can begin. Minister Zhu Ming pushed his glasses and signaled that the review meeting should begin. Gu Hanchuan nodded and inserted the USB drive into the computer. The projector lit up, and the sketch of his new design, the Fireworks and Planets series of jewelry, unfolded on the screen. My design was inspired by the combination of traditional fireworks and modern stars. Gu Hanchuan's voice is steady and powerful. Fireworks may be short-lived, but they can illuminate the entire night sky. Stars may be eternal, but they are often overlooked. Through this series, I hope to show people that momentary splendor and eternal beauty can coexist. He explained in detail the design concept of every detail, from the trajectory of the fireworks as they took off to the rhythm of the stars, all of which reflected his profound understanding of tradition and modernity. After the explanation, applause broke out in the conference room. Gu Hanchuan noticed that except for Zhao Tingzhu and Zi Chenyang, everyone else showed admiring expressions. When it was Zhao Tingzhu's turn to present, he walked forward confidently and projected his design. Gu Hanchuan raised his eyebrows slightly. As he expected, it was exactly the design draft that had been destroyed before. It was just slightly modified and some unnecessary decorations were added. My design inspiration comes from the collision of Oriental classical aesthetics and modern jewelry craftsmanship. Zhao Tingzhu talked about it as if this was really his work. Gu Hanchuan's fingers tightened under the table, but he didn't reveal it immediately. After all, he had no evidence, and he was confident that his new design draft was far better than Zhao Tingzhu's plagiarized work. After the presentation, the judges entered the voting phase. According to previous agreement, senior management voting accounts for 50% and employee intranet voting accounts for 50%. After Zhu Ming whispered with another executive, he quickly made a choice. I vote for director consultant, Zhu Ming said. His design is more innovative and more in line with Qianshan Group's National Style Series positioning. Another executive nodded in agreement. I'm also an investment advisory director. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Qianshan. She was silent for a moment, her eyes shifting between Gu Hanchuan and Zhao Tingzhu. I vote for designer Zhao, she finally said, her voice so calm that no emotion could be heard. Gu Hanchuan's heart sank suddenly. Although he was mentally prepared, hearing Su Qianshan's choice with his own ears still made his chest ache. Zhao Tingzhu showed a smug smile and looked at Gu Hanchuan provocatively. Next is the employee intranet voting session, Zhu Ming announced. The system is open, and voting will close in half an hour. There was a brief silence in the conference room. Gu Hanchuan adjusted his breathing and forced himself to calm down. Looking up at the audience, Lin Yang was cheering him up with a smile on his face. Gu Hanchuan nodded slightly, feeling secretly grateful in his heart. Chapter 67. Su Qianshan actually helped him. He looked up at the real-time voting status on the big screen. At first, the two candidates were very close in vote counts, chasing each other. But as time went on, Zhao Tingzhu's votes began to gradually take the lead. Lin Yang didn't know when he quietly sat down next to Gu Hanchuan, frowning. This is not right, brother. Zhao Tingzhu's popularity in the company is not that good. Gu Hanchuan didn't answer, but just stared at the changing numbers on the screen. In the end, the voting ended and Zhao Tingzhu won with 56% of the votes. It seems the result is obvious. Zhao Tingzhu stood up with a bright smile. Thank you for your support. Zi Chenyang also stood up and applauded. Congratulations, designer Zhao. This is a well-deserved victory. Lin Yang slammed the table and stood up. This is totally unfair. Zi Chenyang, you're using your celebrity influence to canvass votes and manipulate the results. Zi Chenyang feigned innocence and spread his hands. You little in turn, don't say anything careless. The employees have their own judgment. How can you say that you are manipulating them? Zhao Tingzhu also sneered. You slander others after losing. Is this Director Gu's upbringing? The atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly tense. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open and Secretary Li hurried in with a document in his hand. Mr. Su, this is the information you requested. Secretary Li handed the document to Su Qianshan. Su Qianshan took the document, glanced through it quickly, and her eyes gradually turned cold. She looked up at Zhao Tingzhu, her eyes as sharp as knives. Designer Zhao, can you explain this? She threw the document on the table with a cold voice. Zhao Tingzhu was stunned. He picked up the document and took a look at it, his face turning pale instantly. It was a source file record of a design draft, which clearly showed that Gu Hanchuan's design draft had been completed 3 days ago, and the equipment number marked at the end was exactly the one in Gu Hanchuan's office. Zhao Tingzhu's design draft is almost identical to Gu Hanchuan's original draft. This is impossible. Zhao Tingzhu stammered. Someone must have framed me. Zi Chenyang was also panicked and hurriedly explained, Boss Su, there must be a misunderstanding. Su Qianshan stood up, her aura full of energy. Zhao Tingzhu, not only did you plagiarize other people's work, you also tried to win the competition through unfair means. The Su family will not tolerate people like you. She turned to Gu Hanchuan with a complicated look in her eyes. I declare that the winner of this review meeting is Director Gu. There was an uproar in the conference room. Zhao Tingzhu looked ashen, and Zi Chenyang also froze in place, at a loss as to what to do. Gu Hanchuan looked at Su Qianshan and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the person who stood up to seek justice for him was her. Thank you, Mr. Su. He said softly, with an imperceptible touch of emotion in his tone. Su Qianshan nodded slightly, then said to Secretary Li, arrange for the Human Resources Department to handle Zhao Tingzhu's resignation. Zhu Ming and other executives congratulated Gu Hanchuan. Su Qianshan walked up to Gu Hanchuan and said in a low voice so only he could hear, come home for dinner tonight. I have something to tell you. Gu Hanchuan was stunned for a moment and nodded in agreement. Lin Yang watched the interaction between the two from the side. A complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to smiling. Brother, congratulations. Gu Hanchuan patted his shoulder and said, thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't even have a chance to turn the tables. After the review meeting, Gu Hanchuan returned to his office and couldn't calm down for a long time. He didn't expect Su Qianshan to stand on his side at the last moment, and he didn't expect that she would offend Zi Chenyang this time. All this caused his originally determined escape plan to waver a little. As night fell, Gu Hanchuan returned to the villa. When I opened the door, dinner was already set in a restaurant, with flickering candlelight and a warm atmosphere. Su Qianshan walked out of the kitchen with a plate of food in her hand. She changed into home clothes and let her long hair hang loosely over her shoulders, making her look much softer. Are you back? she asked softly, with a rare tenderness in her tone. Gu Hanchuan nodded, standing there awkwardly. Yeah. Let's eat first. Su Qianshan gestured for him to sit down. During dinner, the atmosphere between the two was unusually harmonious. Su Qianshan even took the initiative to pick up food for him and asked about the details of his work. After dinner, Su Qianshan poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed him one. I want to explain today's events to you. She took a sip of wine, her eyes fixed on the liquid in the glass. I voted for Zhao Tingzhu not because his design was better, but because... She paused, as if weighing her words. I don't want to embarrass Zi Chenyang. He's the company spokesperson, after all. If his friend loses badly, I'm afraid he'll get upset. Gu Hanchuan clenched his wine glass, feeling a bitter taste in his heart. Sure enough, when it didn't involve issues of principle, she still gave priority to Zi Chenyang. However, when I discovered that Zhao Tingzhu had plagiarized your work, I could no longer tolerate it. Su Qianshan looked up at him with a firm gaze. I promised you before that I would protect your designs for you. Gu Hanchuan didn't expect her to say such a thing and didn't know how to respond for a moment. Qianshan, I. Also, Su Qianshan interrupted him, her voice even softer. I've looked into what happened that night at the banquet. It was indeed a setup by Zhu. I shouldn't have doubted you. This was the first time she apologized to him. Gu Hanchuan's heart skipped a beat. It's all over, he said softly, reaching out and holding her hand. Su Qianshan did not pull her hand back, but instead interlocked her fingers with his. Under the candlelight, her eyes were as gentle as water. Hanchuan, let's start over, okay? She asked in a low voice, with a hint of pleading in her tone. Gu Hanchuan looked at her with mixed feelings. He loved her, and that never changed. But can the hurt and suspicion of the past really be wiped out? Give me a moment, he said finally, his voice a little hoarse. Su Qianshan nodded, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Okay, I'll wait for you. A week later, Qiansheng Group's conference room is spacious and bright, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling city landscape. Gu Hanchuan and his colleagues from the marketing department arrived half an hour early and were debugging the projection equipment. Director Gu, this project report is relying on you. Li Yuan from the marketing department smiled and handed him a cup of coffee. I heard that Director Yang of Qiansheng is very picky, but I believe she will like your work. Gu Hanchuan took the coffee and smiled slightly. Teamwork, let's work together. Several young girls from the marketing department gathered around him, chattering about the details of the upcoming report. Gu Hanchuan has a gentle personality and outstanding design talent, and he quickly won everyone's recognition in the company these days. No one knew about his relationship with Su Qianshan, and only regarded him as a new deputy director with outstanding abilities. The little girls are even more willing to get close to him, but Gu Hanchuan always knows how to keep a distance. People in the company now privately call him the flower of Jailing. Just as they were sorting out the materials, the door of the conference room was pushed open and the executives of Qiansheng Group walked in one after another. Chapter 68, Seeing Wen Yu Again. Yang Zhu walked in front, and when she saw Gu Hanchuan, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Director Gu, we meet again. Gu Hanchuan nodded politely. Director Yang, thank you for giving us this opportunity. Yang Zhu smiled and glanced between him and the team behind him, seeming a little surprised. Boss Su didn't come today. Gu Hanchuan looked calm and collected. We are responsible for the specific implementation of the project. President Su will only be involved in the final decision-making. Yang Zhu gave him a meaningful look and asked no more questions. The report went smoothly. Gu Hanchuan's design concept and the marketing department's promotion plan matched perfectly, and Qiansheng's executives nodded frequently. However, just as the meeting was about to end, the door of the conference room opened again and a familiar figure walked in. Wen Yu. She was wearing a neat business suit, her long hair was slightly curled, and there was a faint smile on the corner of her lips. Her appearance startled Gu Hanchuan slightly, while colleagues in the marketing department began to discuss in low voices. That's Director Wen from the Wen Group, right? Why is she here? I heard that Qiansheng is also considering Wen's design plan. It seems to be true. Wen Yu's gaze swept across the conference room and finally landed on Gu Hanchuan. Her eyes moved slightly, but she quickly regained her professional smile and walked to the seat of Qiansheng executives and sat down. Yang Zhu stood up and introduced herself to everyone. This is Director Wen Yu from the Wen Group. Their design proposal is one of our alternatives. We've invited her to sit in today so we can compare and discuss it later. Gu Hanchuan's face was calm as he naturally picked up the coffee in front of him and took a sip. He didn't expect to meet Wen Yu here, and he didn't expect that she would become his competitor. But he didn't care about these. He was just a little afraid that Su Qianshan would go crazy if she knew that he met Wenyu today. He didn't know what would happen. She had been lax in her supervision of him these days, and he didn't want to make the same mistake again because of a small accident. During the intermission of the meeting, Qiansheng's executives left for internal discussions, while Gu Hanchuan and his colleagues from the marketing department packed up their documents and prepared to leave the meeting room. When he walked out of the meeting room, Wenyu called him at the bathroom door. "Hanchuan." Her voice was soft, but it was enough to make him stop. Gu Hanchuan turned around and saw Wenyu standing under the light in the corridor. Her eyes were gentle, but the surging love in them could not be hidden at all. She didn't seem to want to hide it, and looked directly at him. "Long time no see, how are you?" "Long time no see." He responded calmly. Wenyu took 2 steps closer and whispered, "Don't you want to leave her yet?" Gu Hanchuan looked at her, not knowing how to answer for a moment. The relationship between him and Wenyu was always more than friendship but less than lovers. She had helped him and had expectations of him, but he ultimately chose to return to Su Qianshan. "She's pregnant. I won't leave her for now." He finally said in a calm tone, "What about you? The Wen family is doing well now." Wenyu smiled, but her eyes were a little complicated. "Yes, I finally gained a foothold in Kyoto." She paused and lowered her voice. "Hanchuan, are you sure that the child is yours? If you need any help, you can always come to me." Gu Hanchuan frowned slightly. "Why are you saying this suddenly?" Wenyu hesitated, as if choosing her words. "I just think, maybe you don't need to raise a child for someone else." Gu Hanchuan's eyes turned cold. "Wenyu, don't bother with my personal affairs." Wenyu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "Do you have to be so distant? You clearly know that I mean well." "I appreciate your kindness," Gu Hanchuan said, his tone carrying a hint of undeniable distance, "but Qianshan and I will handle our own affairs." Wenyu looked at him, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "Okay, I'm sorry for talking too much. Anyway, I hope you can be happy." Gu Hanchuan nodded and said nothing more. He turned and left, leaving Wenyu standing alone in the corridor. Gu Hanchuan calmed himself down and strode back to the meeting room. The moment he opened the door, everyone's eyes were on him. Yang Zhu stood in front of the projection screen and announced with a smile, "After comprehensive evaluation, we have decided to choose Su Group's Firework Star Series as this cooperation project." Su's team instantly burst into cheers, and several girls in the marketing department excitedly high-fived each other. Gu Hanchuan also breathed a sigh of relief, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. However, his eyes involuntarily swept towards Wenyu. She was quietly packing up the documents, with no emotion on her face. Yang Zhu walked over and extended her hand to Gu Hanchuan. "Director Gu, it's a pleasure to work with you." Gu Hanchuan shook her hand and nodded. "It's a pleasure to work with you." Yang Zhu gave him a meaningful look and lowered her voice. "It seems that our part-time job can officially begin." Gu Hanchuan's eyes moved slightly and he nodded gently. After the meeting, Su's team left Qiansheng building happily. Gu Hanchuan was walking at the end. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, his phone vibrated. It was a call from Su Qianshan. He picked up the phone, and her cold voice came from the other end. "I heard you won." "Yeah, it just ended." Gu Hanchuan replied, "I'll wait for you at the company and have dinner together tonight." Her tone left no room for refusal. Gu Hanchuan was silent for a moment, and finally responded, "Okay." After returning to the company, colleagues in the marketing department were still outside excitedly discussing today's report, while Gu Hanchuan was sitting alone in the office, his thoughts drifting away. Lin Yang pushed the door open and came in, holding a glass of iced Americano in his hand. "Brother, I heard that the report went smoothly." Gu Hanchuan came back to his senses and took the coffee. "Well, Qiansheng should sign a contract with us soon." Lin Yang keenly noticed that his mood was not right, and asked with his head tilted, "What's wrong? Are you in trouble?" Gu Hanchuan shook his head and was silent for a moment before he spoke again. "I met Wenyu at Qiansheng today." Lin Yang raised an eyebrow. "Wenyu from the Wen family? Isn't she interested in you?" Gu Hanchuan looked at him helplessly. "Don't talk nonsense." Lin Yang shrugged. "Okay, but brother, you have to be careful. If Su Qianshan knew that you met her, your plan might change." Gu Hanchuan rubbed his brows. "There's nothing between Wenyu and me, it's just..." At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was used to being bound by Su Qianshan's control, and now even normal communication with old acquaintances became something that needed to be explained. This is really not a conditioned reflex of a healthy mental state. Lin Yang saw what he was thinking and patted his shoulder. "Brother, don't think too much. Once our plan succeeds, you won't have to look at anyone's face anymore." Chapter 69 Su Qianshan's teasing. After Lin Yang left his office, Gu Hanchuan thought about it and deliberately stayed in the company to work overtime. On the one hand, there was a lot of work, and on the other hand, he didn't know how to face Su Qianshan when he went back. Not knowing whether she would be unreasonable with him again, time dragged on until late at night. But Su Qianshan's call still came in. There was the rustling sound of flipping papers on the other end of the phone, followed by Su Qianshan's deliberately soft voice. "Why aren't you going home yet?" Gu Hanchuan said, "The project has been selected today, and there is some finishing work to do." Su Qianshan didn't continue his conversation, but said casually, "I heard that when you also went today." Gu Hanchuan's back straightened instantly. He should have thought that there must be her spies among the girls in Su's marketing department. Even if I avoid seeing her for a while, I can't avoid this call. He rubbed his temples with his hands. It just happened that she came to bid on behalf of the Wen family. "Really?" Su Qianshan chuckled. "Li Yuan said you talked to her alone for 7 minutes." Gu Hanchuan stood up and left his workstation, walked to the window, looked at the endless stream of cars downstairs, and sighed softly. Then his eyes slowly focused and he stared at his reflection in the glass, his face full of fatigue. It was just a few pleasantries. There's no way to avoid others. If you don't believe me, you can ask other colleagues for details. "I'm hungry." Su Qianshan suddenly changed the subject, her voice carrying the kind of indulgent willfulness that Gu Hanchuan was familiar with. "I want to eat candied haws. I want the ones with hawthorn filling from Wangji on East Street." Gu Hanchuan looked at his watch. It was 10:20 in the evening. Now, Wangji should be closed at this time. "I just want to eat." Su Qianshan's voice suddenly turned cold. "Or are you unwilling to satisfy even this little request of mine?" Somehow, he suddenly remembered how Su Qianshan stood up for him on the day of the review meeting, and the gentle touch of her fingertips as she stroked his design draft. "It's true that I haven't thanked her for what happened that day, so this request may not be too much. I'll go look for her," he finally said. He compromised, but he himself didn't realize that this compromise might have come from his deep preference for Su Qianshan. After hanging up the phone, Gu Hanchuan took his coat and went downstairs. The moon was still high in the sky just now. When we got downstairs, it started to rain heavily. East Street is 6 kilometers away from Su's building. Gu Hanchuan walked 3 blocks in the rain before he stopped a taxi. When the driver heard that he wanted to go to East Street to buy candied haws, he gave him a strange glance in a rearview mirror. At this time, Wangji has already closed. The driver spoke with a thick accent. The old man is very stubborn. He said that candied haws must be made and sold immediately. He will never make them after 8 o'clock. Gu Hanchuan looked out the window at the neon lights blurred by the rain and said softly, "Let's go and take a look." As expected, the shutter door of Wangji Tanghulu was closed, and the sign at the door that read opening hours, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. was particularly eye-catching in the rain. Gu Hanchuan stood in the rain flowing down his hair into his collar, and the screen of his mobile phone lit up and then dimmed. It was a message from Su Qianshan. "Did you buy it?" He hesitated for a moment and dialed Lin Yang's number. "Brother." Lin Yang's voice was filled with worry. "What happened?" "Do you know where I can buy candied haws? Preferably with hawthorn filling." Gu Hanchuan's voice was almost drowned out by the rain. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. "Su Qianshan wants it." Fuck. Lin Yang cursed, but quickly lowered his voice. "Wait, I have a friend who has a stall at the night market. Let me ask." 10 minutes later, Gu Hanchuan stood in front of a mobile stall in the Chengnan night market. The stall owner was an old man with wrinkles all over his face, and he was taking out the last string of candied haws from the insulated box. 30 yuan. The old man squinted his eyes and looked at the soaked Gu Hanchuan. "Young man, are you buying candied haws for your girlfriend in such heavy rain?" Gu Hanchuan took the candied haws wrapped in oil paper, smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Give it to my wife." The old man showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and took out a small package of hawthorn cake from the bottom of the box and stuffed it into his hand. "This is for you. It will stimulate the appetite of pregnant women." It was almost midnight when we returned to the villa. Gu Hanchuan was soaked all over, but he protected the candied haws in his hand so well that not even a drop of rain stained the oil paper. He pushed the door open quietly, but froze at the entrance. In the living room, Zi Chenyang was sitting on the sofa, holding the mug that Gu Hanchuan often used. Su Qianshan curled up at the other end of the sofa, wearing Zi Chenyang's coat. Snack packaging and open magazines were scattered on the coffee table between them, creating a warm scene of a late-night conversation. "Hey, designer GU is finally back." Zi Chenyang was the first to notice him. his tone filled with deliberate surprise. It's so late coming home. It's not safe for Qianshan to be alone. Gu Hanchuan's fingertips dug deep into his palm, and the bamboo sticks of the candid horse made a slight cracking sound in his hand. He forced himself to look away from Zi Chenyang's hand on Su Qianshan's shoulder and looked at Su Qianshan. I bought the candid horse. Su Qianshan looked up at him with a provocative look. Gu Hanchuan finally realized from her eyes that she was taking revenge on him for the few minutes he had spoken to Wenyu today. Su Qianshan moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zi Chenyang. Did you know Qianshan fell in the bathroom just now? Zi Chenyang stood up and accused her righteously. If I hadn't happened to be delivering the documents, she would have been helpless. How can you be a husband? Gu Hanchuan's heart suddenly sank. He quickly walked over to Su Qianshan and squatted down, reaching out to check on her condition. Where did you fall? Do you want to go to the hospital? Su Qianshan pushed him away suddenly. Gu Hanchuan was caught off guard and fell to the ground, and the candid horse in his hand fell to the ground. Su Qianshan stood up and stepped on it without hesitation. The sound of the crystal sugar shells breaking was particularly harsh in the quiet living room. It takes 2 hours to buy a candid horse. Su Qianshan's voice was full of arbitrariness. Did you go to Jian Wenyu? Gu Hanchuan looked at the crushed candid horse on the ground. The hawthorn flesh squeezed out from the broken candy shell, looking like a bleeding heart. He slowly stood up, his voice frighteningly calm. I've said it many times, there's nothing between Wenyu and me. Even if there is, you have no right to accuse me with another man in our living room. Zi Chenyang immediately raised his hands and acted innocently. Qianshan and I are innocent. If you misunderstand her like this, she will be sad. You misunderstood me so much. Gu Hanchuan looked directly into Su Qianshan's eyes and spoke word by word. I would be sad too. Chapter 70. Pagan Studio Established. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the stairs, no longer looking at the expressions of the two people behind him. From behind, he heard Su Qianshan's crying voice. Gu Hanchuan, stop right there, but he didn't turn around. In the bathroom, Gu Hanchuan turned on the cold water to the maximum. He took off his wet shirt, and the mirror reflected his pale face and the kiss mark on his collarbone that had not yet faded. It was left by Su Qianshan when she was aroused 3 days ago. The water heater needed time to heat up, but he couldn't wait and stood directly in the cold water. The phone vibrated on the sink. It was a message from Lin Yang. Brother, have the candid horse been delivered? Did Su Qianshan give you any trouble? Gu Hanchuan stared at the message for a long time until the screen turned off automatically. He wiped his hands and replied, No problem, see you at the office tomorrow. After sending this message, he opened the encrypted album, which contained photos of the design drafts he had secretly completed during this period. These works are circulated in the black market under the name of Heretic. Through Yang Zhu's matchmaking, 5 business orders and a considerable deposit have been accumulated. Water droplets slid down the phone screen, blurring the details of the design drawings. Gu Hanchuan closed the photo album and opened an encrypted mailbox, which contained the new order requirements just sent by Yang Zhu. A Middle Eastern client wanted to customize a set of jewelry with a desert starry sky theme. He leaned against the cold tiled wall and began to sketch out his design. Only in this way could he temporarily forget the fact that his wife was with another man in the living room downstairs. The next morning, when Gu Hanchuan was making coffee in the kitchen, he found a strange face in the house. A burly man stood in the garden, seemingly pruning shrubs, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the kitchen window. New gardener. Gu Hanchuan asked the nanny who was preparing breakfast. The nanny's eyes flickered. The person arranged by Secretary Li said, he said he was here to take care of President Su's safety. Gu Hanchuan's mouth curled up into a sarcastic arc. What's the point of taking care of his safety? It's obvious that they are here to monitor him. He walked towards the dining room with his coffee, and sure enough, he found another housekeeper pretending to tidy up the curtains in the corner of the living room. Su Qianshan was already sitting at the dining table with her almost untouched breakfast in front of her. There were obvious dark circles under her eyes. Obviously, she hadn't slept well the night before. When she saw Gu Hanchuan come in, she immediately turned her face away and pretended to be very interested in the scenery outside the window. Did you sleep well last night? Gu Hanchuan sat down opposite her, his tone as calm as if yesterday's argument had never happened. Su Qianshan tightened her fingertips on the napkin. Thanks to you, it's fine. Gu Hanchuan noticed a small bruise on her wrist, probably from falling last night. He subconsciously reached out to check, but stopped halfway and picked up the newspaper on the table instead. I'm going to the factory to look at samples today and may be back late. He said casually, his eyes fixed on the news about Wen Group on the financial page. Su Qianshan sneered, Take your newly hired assistant with you. Gu Hanchuan looked up at her. Lin Yang is a formal employee of the design department, not my personal assistant. Really? Su Qianshan threw a folder in front of him. His resume is completely forged. The young master of the Lin family gave up the family business and came to Su's as an intern. Gu Hanchuan opened the folder, which contained Lin Yang's detailed information, even knowing where he attended elementary school. He closed the file calmly. So, do you have some secret that you can't tell anyone? Su Qianshan leaned forward, her nails scraping against the table, making a subtle sound. And why is he so close to you? The morning light shone through the gauze curtains onto her face, adding a touch of redness to her pale complexion. Gu Hanchuan suddenly felt dazed. This dining table, this seat, and even this angle of sunlight overlapped with a scene from a long time ago, but it was completely different, because at that time her eyes were filled with love rather than suspicion. He just gets along with me. Gu Hanchuan put down his coffee cup. If you're worried, you can fire him. Su Qianshan narrowed her eyes. Do you think I don't dare? Of course you dare. Gu Hanchuan stood up and adjusted his suit cuffs. Just like you were planning to send someone to monitor me 24 hours a day, I don't have any choice. Su Qianshan's face turned pale in an instant. She opened her mouth as if to argue, but Gu Hanchuan had already picked up his briefcase and walked towards the door. Gu Hanchuan. She called out from behind him, her voice trembling with the familiar tremor of someone about to lose control. Come here and apologize to me. If you can't promise me that you and when you have nothing to do with each other, I'll forgive you. Gu Hanchuan's hand paused on the door handle for a second without looking back. Do I have any relationship with Wenyu? Can't you check it out? With your spies around me, they should remember it very clearly. The moment the door closed, he heard the sound of porcelain breaking. In the company, Lin Yang had already been waiting at the door of Gu Hanchuan's office, with a rare look of anxiety on his face. Seeing Gu Hanchuan coming, he immediately went to meet him. Brother, Su Qianshan seems to be checking my identity. Gu Hanchuan gestured for him to enter the office and close the door before speaking. I know, she threatened to fire you this morning. I don't mind firing me, Lin Yang scratched his hair irritably, but I'm worried that she'll find out about you through me. Two new employees came to the door of Gu Hanchuan's office. They would look into Gu Hanchuan's office from time to time, and it was obvious that Su Qianshan had sent them there to monitor him. We need to speed up the process of establishing an independent studio. Gu Hanchuan closed the blinds. How's the contact with Yang Zhu going? Lin Yang lowered his voice and said, the Middle Eastern client she introduced is very satisfied with your design and is willing to pay a 50% deposit in advance. But he wants to meet in person to discuss it in detail. I'm worried. We can't meet in person, Gu Hanchuan said decisively. At least not before the cult has established itself. Tell Yang Zhu that we can communicate via encrypted video, but all transactions must be completed online. Lin Yang nodded, and suddenly seemed to remember something and took out a brand new phone from her bag. Here, an encrypted phone. I registered it with a fake name. Even if Su Qianshan dismantled your phone, she wouldn't be able to find any records. Gu Hanchuan took the phone and stroked the cold metal casing with his fingertips. He opened the address book, which already had 3 contacts saved in it, Lin Yang, Yang Zhu, and a number marked Customer H. By the way, Lin Yang walked to the door and then turned back, his expression hesitant. Last night, what happened? Did Su Qianshan? When Gu Hanchuan thought of the absurd things that happened last night, his eyes instantly turned cold. Lin Yang immediately shut up and zipped up his pants as he left the office.